801, John Fengling has returned. 1. Outside the door, an elderly man stood with his arms behind his back. He appeared to be impatient from waiting, and his haughty features were furrowed in a displeased expression with a slight frown. It was a while before Yi Qi and Zhu Ru'er hurried over. After seeing the old man outside the door, Yi Qi suppressed a surge of emotions in her heart and slowly walked to him. The old man in front of them had the demeanor of a strong immortal, making Yi Qi believe in him without any doubts. However, Yi Qi still asked, "Can you really cure my foster mother?" The old man's brows slightly furrowed as he coldly stated, "It looks like you don't trust my abilities. If you don't trust me, then I can leave now, and it'll be like I never came. However, let me tell you, if it weren't for Ru'er begging me, I wouldn't save anyone even if you offered 1,000 bottles of spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, let alone 1 bottle." A skillful physician naturally had his arrogance. If the old man was polite to her, perhaps she would still mull over the validity of this matter. But since he had a prideful attitude, her trust in him increased. "Senior misunderstood me, I was only casually asking and wasn't doubting you. After all, I haven't heard your name before," Yi Qi politely said with an endearing smile. "Kiki," Zhu Ru'er hurriedly tugged Yi Qi's clothes with worried features, "my master despises other people doubting his medical skills the most. You're better off not saying anything else." As expected, Yi Qi's words just caused the elderly man's expression to darken. He snorted with contempt, "How could people like you know this old man's name?" In the past, this old man had no desire for power and lived secluded in the forest. If I didn't take a shine to Roos's medical talents, I wouldn't have come out and accepted her as my disciple. The elderly man's expression was severe, and his tone had an overwhelming righteousness. The formidable aura emitted by his whole body finally eased Yi Qi's heart. "Senior, don't worry. As long as you save my foster mother, the family will agree to any condition that you propose." Yi Qi faintly smiled. Foster mother's infertility had been their sore point for many years. If it weren't for this, foster father and foster mother would not have been kicked out of the Yi family. As soon as foster mother had a child, the Yi family would re-accept their branch. The elderly man haughtily glanced at Yi Qi, "Give me a bottle of spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, and I'll immediately diagnose Madame Yi's condition." Joy burst out in Yi Qi's heart. "The Yi family trading company is managed by my brother, so the spirit-gathering medicinal liquids are all in his hands. Please follow me first, senior, I will bring you to meet older brother now." This time, if she was able to help foster mother, big brother would definitely think highly of her. Yi Qi turned to walk out of the estate with Zhu Ru'er and the elderly man following behind her. Then, the moment that they stepped out of the main courtyard, a fiery red figure descended from the sky and blocked their path. "Zhu Ru'er, have you forgotten the warning that I gave you? Who permitted you to come here?" Huohuo had her hands propped against her hips as she glared at them. Her pretty face was filled with anger, and her scarlet dress slightly fluttered in the breeze. It was as though the dress was dyed with fresh blood, so red that it was slightly stinging to the eyes. Zhu Roos's face drained of color, and she subconsciously hid behind Yi Qi while timidly looking at Huohuo. "You darn girl, this is my house. Who gave you the nerve to be this impudent at my house? How did your parents educate you?" Chapter 802, John Fengling has returned. 2. Yi Qi angrily glared at Huohuo. However, after she spoke, Huohuo's figure suddenly appeared in front of her eyes from a few meters away, and a loud slap hit her face. "How my parents educated me has nothing to do with you, but I will discipline you for Yi Jingchen first." Huohuo mocked with her chin slightly raised. Yi Qi was stunned. She did not believe that Huohuo would dare to hit her inside the Yi residence. Especially since she did not notice her movements just now. "You. How can you hit someone?" Zhu Roos's voice was very weak and did not have any deterrent force behind it. Her eyes contained a pitiful and delicate light, making others have tender affections for her. "I know that Miss Fang has misunderstandings regarding me and thinks I want to steal her man, but I really don't have any intent for that man. Why do you keep seeking trouble from me?" Towards the end, Zhu Roos's voice was full of grief and indignation. If someone unaware heard it, they would certainly think she suffered some great injustice. Clearly, the elderly man was one of them. He snorted, his lips turning up with a sneer. "I wonder how outstanding that man is to cause his woman to think my disciple wants to snatch him away. Does she really think that her man is universally appealing and everyone would like him? I believe he is beneath my disciple's standards." Huohuo glanced at the old man as though she was looking at an idiot. "My sister's man is naturally very outstanding, your disciple wouldn't covet him otherwise. However, someone like your disciple isn't equal to a millionth of my sister. Even if my sister's husband was blind, he still wouldn't like her." Zhu Roos's eyes darkened. She did not think Yun Luofeng was better than her. It was only because Yun Xiao met Yun Luofeng first that she was unable to interfere. If he met her first, then she would certainly be the one who received his lifelong infatuation. "Ha ha." The elderly man was so angry that he started laughing. "I've lived for a long time, but I've never seen someone as conceited as you. My disciple not only has both looks and talent but also has an extremely fine personality. You actually said she can't compare to that woman. What a joke. If it weren't for Ru'er looking down on your brother-in-law, you would already belong to Ru'er." The old man glanced at Zhu Ru'er beside him, his features full of self-satisfaction. "The man whom my disciple takes a liking to will certainly be very outstanding. Since she didn't like him, it must mean that man is truly inadequate. Also," his voice briefly paused, suddenly becoming extremely severe. "You, little girl, are quite rude. I want you to apologize to my disciple immediately. Otherwise, I won't treat Madame Yi." Yi Qi's heart jolted, and anxiety flickered through her eyes. "Senior, I will definitely have her apologize to Ru'er. You must save my foster mother." After saying this, she turned to Huohuo, her charming face instantly turned cold as she rebuked, immediately apologized to Ru'er. Huohuo's lips pursed. "Even Yi Jingchen doesn't dare to speak to me like this, who are you to do so?" If it were anyone else who heard Huohuo's disrespect for Yi Jingchen, they would certainly be suspicious of her identity. However, since the current Yi Qi was already so angry that her eyes turned red, her brain did not process it. Chapter 803, Zhang Fengling has returned, 3. As a guest of the Yi residence, you must obey me. If you don't apologize to Ru'er, then I will kick you out, and you will sleep on the streets. She thought that Huohuo would certainly become afraid after she said that, but she was disappointed to realize that her face remained nonchalant even after she threatened her. Just as Yi Qi wanted to fly into a temper, she suddenly caught a glimpse of the people walking out from the rear court, and her eyes brightened instantly. Big brother, you are finally here. Her eyes always only saw Yi Eximo. As for Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao who were beside him, they were completely overlooked. What happened? Yi Eximo coldly asked with a deep frown. Yi Qi gloatingly swept her eyes across Huohuo. Aren't you this audacious because you have Big Brother backing you up? However, you probably did not expect that the most important person in Big Brother's heart is always foster mother. He would surely give you up for foster mother. Thinking about this, Yi Qi looked at Yi Eximo and said, Big Brother, this is Roos's master, and he claims that he has a way to treat foster mother's infertility. What did you say? Yi Eximo's heart fiercely jolted, and his hands emotionally grasped Yi Qi's shoulders. Are you speaking the truth? He can really cure foster mother's condition. Yi Qi nodded with certainty. That's right, he has the ability. However, this little girl humiliated Ru'er just now, so he plans to leave in anger. If you want to retain him, you must make this girl apologize to Ru'er. She gloatingly cast a glance at Huohuo again, and she smiled in schadenfreude. She could already picture Big Brother forcing her to apologize. The fervor on the man's ruggedly handsome face slowly receded, and his hands also gradually lowered. Yi Qi, I can agree to any other request, but I absolutely can't agree to this one. The smile on her face abruptly froze and her eyes widened with stupefaction. Her voice was slightly shaky as she asked, Big Brother, you still want to protect her even now? Without any regard for foster mother? She did not dare to believe that the Big Brother who she had always respected was someone like this. He would brush aside his foster mother for a little girl. Say no more. I won't agree no matter what. Yi Eximo's eyes grew colder, his face devoid of emotions. The elderly man's brows were also furrowed. In his view, having a little girl apologize was a very simple matter, but he did not expect that Yi Eximo would vehemently disagree. Master, Zhu Ru'er hurriedly tugged the elderly man's clothes and said quietly, don't forget our purpose for coming here. She purposefully lowered her volume to speak this sentence, but Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao's ears were very sensitive, so they could clearly hear it regardless of how quiet she was. Yun Luofeng's brows imperceptibly went up as she languidly leaned against a tree trunk and looked at Zhu Ru'er with smiling, wicked eyes that glinted with an unclear emotion. As for Yun Xiao, no matter what Zhu Ru's purpose for coming here was, as long as that purpose was not Yun Luofeng, then it had nothing to do with him. He would not waste time on unimportant people. This old man is magnanimous and won't squabble with a little girl. The elderly man haughtily glanced at Huohuo before turning his gaze toward Yi Eximo and saying, to be honest, if it weren't for my disciple coming to beg me, I wouldn't treat anyone. But since I have decided to act, my medical fee can't be low. Give me a spirit-gathering medicinal liquid first, then I will diagnose Madame Yi. Chapter 804, Zhang Fengling has returned, 4. Spirit-gathering medicinal liquid. Yi Eximo's brows furrowed. The spirit-gathering medicinal liquid doesn't belong to the Yi family, so I can't make this decision. You should propose another request. The elderly man frowned. Since the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid is sold by the Yi family trading company, then its owner must rely on your trading company. Having her give you a bottle of the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid isn't any big deal. Yi Eximo's frown deepened, and his expression was also livid. The owner of the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid isn't dependent on our Yi family trading company. We have a mutually beneficial relationship, and I don't have the power to demand merchandise from her. That's simple. The elderly man smiled. Tell her that if she doesn't give you a bottle of spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, you will publicize her identity. I imagine she surely wouldn't set herself against Yi family trading company then. Yi Eximo grew furious. The Yi family trading company has its own rules. It absolutely won't divulge a customer's information. You want to make me go back on my word. The elderly man's expression also became displeased. Why don't you know to be more flexible? What is more important, your reputation or your foster mother's health? Ha ha. Suddenly, Yi Eximo started laughing. It's unknown whether he was laughing from amusement or anger. My Yi family trading company has 500-year-old medicinal herbs that can be traded with a spirit-gathering medicinal liquid. If you can cure my foster mother, then I will use those herbs to exchange for it. The prerequisite was that he must completely cure foster mother's condition. Yun Luofeng wickedly glanced at Yi Eximo and faintly smiled. If Yi Eximo requested it of her, she would not have declined. But he did not do so and chose to use the medicinal herbs in his possession to exchange for the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid. Perhaps this was why Yi Eximo gave her a favorable impression. Young Master Yi, it's not that I won't cure Madame Yi, but the fee for my treatment is not as simple as one bottle of spirit-gathering medicinal liquid. I require 10 bottles. 10 bottles of spirit-gathering medicinal liquid required 50,500-year-old medicinal herbs. And the number of medicinal herbs currently possessed by the Yi family trading company could only exchange 4 bottles at most. Nevertheless, Yi Eximo uttered between clenched teeth, all right, as long as you can cure my foster mother so that she can successfully become pregnant, I can exchange 100 bottles for you, let alone 10. Worst comes to worst, he would shamelessly return to the Yi family and obtain enough medicinal herbs to exchange 10 bottles of spirit-gathering medicinal liquid for foster mother. At the end, Yi Eximo added, the prerequisite is that you cure my foster mother first. The elderly man's expression abruptly darkened. He gave an exorbitant price just now to force Yi Eximo to agree to his previous request, but who knew he would agree to it without hesitation. He had a fair idea of his own ability. He did not have the skill to treat Zhang Fengling to begin with. An intent to back out suddenly burgeoned in his mind at that moment. Yi Eximo was extremely wily and not as easy to deceive as Yi Qi. It would not be so easy to swindle the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid from him. If it weren't for the fact that he only had 4 500-year-old medicinal herbs and was missing one 500-year-old herb, he would not have used this swindling method. Thinking to hear, the elderly man's eyes shifted a few times before a thought flashed through his eyes. He placed his fist to his lips and dryly coughed before saying, "All right. I agree to treat Madame Yi first. But I will add another term to the terms of her treatment." Chapter 805, John Fengling has returned, 5. He slightly raised his chin and haughtily looked down on the little girl Huohuo. "Have this girl kneel and apologize to my disciple." Since Yi Eximo was so fond of this little girl, he definitely would not agree to his terms, so he could logically back out as well. As expected, Yi Eximo's eyes darkened, and he coldly stated, "I already said that I absolutely can't agree to your request." The elderly man's lips quirked up. "Since you won't agree, forgive me for being unable to comply to your request. Farewell, Ruer, let's go." After saying this, he turned around to leave. "Hold on." Yi Qi anxiously stomped her feet. "Big brother, so what if you have this girl apologize? Could it be that foster mother isn't as important as this girl in your heart?" Yi Eximo's expression grew cold. "Yi Qi, shut up. What right do you have to make me shut up?" Yi Qi furiously turned to Huohuo. "Although the girl is so young, her methods are quite brilliant. Of course, I believe that it's because someone else is instructing her. She wouldn't seduce you like this otherwise." Yi Eximo was startled. He did not expect Yi Qi to get the wrong idea about Huohuo and him. "Yi Qi, what nonsense are you saying?" He lightly frowned. "Huohuo has a special status. If you want to be rude to her and get burned in the end, don't blame me for not advising you." Seeing how protective Yi Eximo was about Huohuo, jealousy filled her heart. Her status is quite special indeed. The future young lady of the Yi family. "Big brother, I have misjudged you. I didn't think you would be a pedophile." "Yi Qi." Yi Eximo was smoking from his anger. "Who told you these things?" Yi Qi retorted with a sneer, "What? Did I hit the mark? I'm only warning you because I'm your sister. This little girl is nothing good. She only approached you because of the Yi family. This is why she wreaked havoc everywhere and won't allow Senior to diagnose foster mother's condition. She's afraid that foster mother having her own child would jeopardize your position, but you continue to trust her without a doubt." Yi Qi's pitch unconsciously got higher, and her face was incredibly furious. "But you, aren't you letting down foster father and foster mother by being like this?" Yi Eximo tightly clenched his fists, and it was only by deeply inhaling that he prevented himself from walking up and beating up Yi Qi. At this time, laughter suddenly traveled from outside the courtyard, especially clear in this silent court. "What did Moer do to let me down? Tell me. I'm very curious how he let down brother Yi and me." Yi Qi shuddered and slowly turned around. He looked at the man and woman who dismounted from the handsome horse. Her eyes reddened, and tears of indignance fell down. "Foster father, foster mother, you've finally returned." Dressed in bright red clothing, akin for a scarlet flame, she energetically strode into the courtyard. Yun Luofeng was taken back, and a light flickered in her wicked eyes as she muttered, "It's them." Evidently, she still had a great impression of the woman who inquired about the names back in the Forest of No Return, but she did not anticipate her to be Yi Eximo's foster mother. "Foster mother," Yi Eximo's expression finally relaxed as he said, "Didn't you go to find brother? Why did you come back this quickly?" John Fengling's brows slightly raised. "I heard about the mishap that occurred in Yi City, so I hurried back with your foster father. Moer, can you tell me what happened?" After saying this, her line of sight swept toward Yun Luofeng and she was stunned the moment she caught sight of the two people. Chapter 806, John Fengling has returned, 6. Foster mother, it's like this. Yi Eximo glanced at Yi Qi and said, "Zhu Ruer took a liking to Miss Feng's man and purposefully made Yi Qi target Miss Feng and even claimed that Miss Feng instructed Huohuo to seduce me. Then, foster father and you came back." John Fengling heard Yi Eximo's words before she regained her wits, astonishment flashing through her phoenix eyes. "Miss Feng. Foster mother, let me introduce you to two people." Yi Eximo smiled. "These two are my new friends. Her name is Feng Luoan, and the other is her man, Xiao Yun." John Fengling's sight gradually drifted from Yi Eximo to Yun Luofeng and imperceptibly raised her brows. "Didn't you say you're called Lin Ruobai? And you?" She turned to Yun Xiao, "Aren't you called Yun Mo?" Yi Qi, who originally wanted to complain, was dumbfounded. Foster mother knew them. In comparison, Yun Luofeng, who was exposed on the spot, was not embarrassed at all and earnestly said, "Lin Ruobai is my pet name." "Oh. Is that so? Since your surname is Feng, why is your pet name Lin?" "Because my mother's surname is Lin. From what I know, your mother's name is Bai Ling." John Fengling smiled, incredibly pleased with herself, as though making Yun Luofeng choke on her words was something that made her proud. Who told this girl to call herself Lin Ruobai? If she did not use a false name, she would not have searched for them outside for this long. Thankfully, the heavens were blessing her, and she finally found them. The smile on Yun Luofeng's face slowly disappeared, and her breathing became heavier. "You know me." At this time, Yun Xiao, who originally was not paying attention to this dispute, finally turned his face because this matter became related to Yun Luofeng. His eyes bared a barely distinguishable icy glint. Under his cold gaze, John Fengling's lips turned up with a faint smile, and she directly looked at Yun Luofeng with fearless expression. "I don't know you, I only know Yun Luofeng. If you're Yun Luofeng, then you are my acquaintance." Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint flitting through them. "And what is your relationship to her?" "I'm her mother-in-law." "Tell me, what is my relationship to you?" John Fengling's smile deepened and intently watched Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng's face finally froze. She said she is her mother-in-law, so she is Yoon Seo's mother. After hearing this, Yoon Seo's expression also briefly shifted but quickly returned to its normal lack of expression. To him, the word, mother, was already a very distant memory. So distant that he had already forgotten her face. Yi Chi's face turned from dark to pale and from pale to dark again. She took a few steps back and tightly bit her lips before asking, these two people are the ones who foster father and foster mother wanted to search for. The most hilarious part was that she actually wanted to kick them out of the Yi residence. She was nothing but a foster daughter. What right did she have to kick out foster mother's biological son and daughter-in-law? Currently, Yi Chi's mental state had already drastically transformed, and her tightly bit lips remained ghastly pale. Zhu Ruse's thoughts turned 100 times. If this man was truly their son, then she wanted to obtain him even more. As long as she became his woman, she would also become the mistress of Yi City. Even Yi Chi and her brother would need to live according to her mood and will. At that moment, Zhu Rue decided that she would become Yoon Seo's wife no matter what. Chapter 807, Zhu Rue being stupid 1. Crap. At this time, Yi Exmo, who had been dumbfounded, suddenly cursed, isn't Fang Luo and reversed Yoon Luofeng. Seo Yoon reversed is also Yoon Seo. I actually didn't realize this until now. Sister, you have deceived Big Brother terribly. He finally understood why he had such a great favorable impression of these two complete strangers. It turned out that Yoon Seo was his younger brother. Moe, Yi Jingchen did not allow the joy from the family reunion to muddle his brain and turned to Yi Exmo with a gentle look, asking, can you tell us what happened just now again? Foster father, to sum it up, these people were accusing Huohuo of receiving orders from sister-in-law to seduce me. They also forced Huohuo to apologize to Zhu Rue, but I didn't agree to it, which is what caused this dispute. Yi Jingchen's expression gradually darkened, and his line of sight fell on Yi Chi. Seeing the man's severe expression, Yi Chi's heart trembled. Foster father, Did your brother speak the truth? Yi Jingchen harshly interrupted Yi Chi's words. Yi Chi bit her lips and lowered her head. I'm sorry, foster father, I didn't know they were older brother and his wife. The physician brought here by Rue claimed that he could treat foster mother, but Huohuo's rude words caused senior to be unwilling to diagnose foster mother. I merely wanted foster mother to be able to carry a child, which is why I wanted Huohuo to apologize to Rue. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, the old man wanted to sneak away, but before he could go anywhere, Yi Chi already guided the topic to him, and his expression instantly shifted. Yi Jingchen raised his brows minutely, his sharp gaze shooting to the old man like a knife, and he coldly asked, you wanted to have Huohuo apologize to Zhu Rue. I would like to see if you have what it takes. Yi Chi's eyes widened in shock. Hasn't foster father always dearly loved foster mother like a precious treasure? She originally thought that foster father would give consideration to foster mother's health first when she spoke those words, but she did not expect him to act the same as big brother and protect the little girl without any consideration. Just where did this girl come from? Why were they so protective of her? The elderly man's expression turned cold. Since it's like this, pretend I never came. Rue, let's go. He turned around, wanting to leave the Yi residence, but the moment he took a step, bright laughter rang out behind him. You claimed that you could treat me. Zhang Fengling's lips quirked up and she walked beside Yi Jingchen with a cold smile. Joy entered Yi Chi's heart, and her previously anxious heart finally settled. As long as foster mother wanted to be treated, then based on her authority in Yi City, foster father certainly would not dissent from her. That's right. The elderly man uttered between clenched teeth. Even now, he continued to maintain that he could treat Zhang Fengling and absolutely would not admit he came here to swindle them. Zhang Fengling's brows went up. Back then, Brother Yi searched for famous doctors all over for me, and they all said that they could not treat my condition, but you can allegedly treat me. So, I only have one question. What is your name on this continent? My name isn't something you deserve. The old man looked up and was about to say that Zhang Fengling did not deserve to know in an attempt to keep up his pretense but ended up being interrupted by Yi Chi. Foster mother, he is named Wu Lin. He has been living in seclusion deep in the mountains in the past, so he is not as well known as the other godly doctors. Chapter 808, Zhu Rue being stupid 2. At that moment, the elderly man's expression drastically changed, and he viciously glared at Yi Chi. Zhu Ruse's expression also was not too great. She should not have told this idiot master's name. This idiot truly could not accomplish anything but was liable to spoil everything. Wu Lin. Zhang Fengling smiled. Why haven't I heard of anyone with your name on this continent? Who's your teacher? The elderly man's complexion was dark as he tightly clenched his fists, cold sweat dripping down his back. If you haven't heard of me, it's because you are too ignorant. I dare to say that my medical skill might not be the best in the world, but it is certainly second best. Is that so? The smile in her eyes deepened as she slowly walked toward the old man and said with raised brows, then treat me right now. I would like to see your skill. The old man gnawed on his teeth. I won't take back the words I said. Unless that girl apologizes, I won't do anything. Right after the elderly man spoke his words, an ice-cold longsword was abruptly positioned on his neck, making him freeze. He dumbfoundedly looked up and was met with the woman's valiant and graceful bearing. Her red clothes made her appear like wind and fire, domineering and alluring. You either treat me or choose to die. Having Huohuo apologize. No way. The elderly man was completely stupefied. On this continent, the status of a physician was very noble. Regardless of how strong someone was, they would still be polite to a renowned physician. He never expected that Zhang Fengling, this malicious woman, would be domineering to this extent and directly use a sword to threaten him. He harshly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his heart ceaselessly trembling. How could he be able to treat Zhang Fengling's condition? Or is it that you have no way of treating me? As soon as Jing Lingfeng put some force to the sword in her hand, a red cut appeared on his neck. You should know well the price of coming to Yi City to swindle people. Cold sweat trickled down the old man's forehead as his geriatric face drained of colors. Under John Fengling's threat, he could not withstand it and knelt on the ground with a plop. Madam Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to the Yi residence to swindle people. I couldn't cure you from the start. I beg you to let me go. The old man cut out, his head fiercely banging against the ground. Compared with surviving, his pride was useless. Nothing was more important than surviving. Yi Chi was dumbstruck and looked at the old man kneeling on the ground with disbelief, her face as white as paper. She was deceived by this old thing, and even deepened her conflict with Big Brother because of this. Thinking to this point, an endless fury rushed into her heart, and she woke up, viciously kicking the old man's chest. You old beastard, you dared to lie to me. You even caused me to fight with Big Brother and misunderstand second brother and second sister-in-law. This was all your fault. Yi Chi's face was completely red from anger, and the force behind her kick grew stronger. She would like nothing more than to kick the old thing to death. Remember, the possessions of the Yi residents are not that easy to swindle. Also, I, John Fengling, always hold a grudge. So I will publicize your actions today and let everyone in the world learn of your conduct. Chapter 809, Zhu Ru'er being stupid, 3. The old man's legs weakened, and he fell to the ground with lifeless eyes and despair rushing into his heart. John Fengling was a member of the Yi family, and no one would doubt her words. If his swindling was brought to light, there would be no place for him on this continent. Get lost already, John Fengling harshly shouted. The old man hurriedly scrambled up from the ground and darted out of the estate, afraid he would suffer from John Fengling's inhuman revenge if he stayed. Zhu Ru'er watched the old man's departing figure, stupefied, as though she had not recovered from this sudden turn of events. Zhu Ru'er, Yi Chi furiously yelled, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Upon hearing Yi Chi's angry voice, Zhu Ru'er suddenly covered her face and started crying. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I had too much faith in my master, so I believed him when he said he had an 80% chance. I really didn't know he wanted to swindle the strength-gathering medicinal liquid. Tears dripped from the gaps of her fingers, and her body was madly trembling from her immense sadness. Kiki, this is all my fault. I nearly harmed your family. I don't have the right to see you ever again. Zhu Ru'er was already crying this pitifully, so how could Yi Chi bear to continue blaming her? Moreover, from the bottom of her heart, she believed that Zhu Ru'er was merely deceived by Wu Lin. Ru'er, I shouldn't have blamed you just now, you're also innocent and this matter has nothing to do with you. Yi Chi gently comforted as her expression eased. Their conversation caused Yun Luofeng to involuntarily glance at Yi Chi first and then Yi Eximo, a faint smile appearing on her lips. As expected, seeing how easily Yi Chi believed Zhu Ru'er, Yi Eximo's complexion was not too great, and he snorted before turning around to head into the rear court. Miss Zhu, a glint flickered through John Fengling's eyes before she turned to look at the crying girl with a small smile, asking, Moer said that you like Shire. Zhu Ru'er panicked a little and hurriedly explained herself, Madam, I know I come from a humble background, so I'm not worthy of young Master Xiao, so how could I dare to have such presumptuous thoughts? She claimed that she only acknowledged she was unworthy of Yun Xiao due to her humble background, but she did not deny that she liked Yun Xiao. After all, in Zhu Ru'er's mind, what mother doesn't hope for her son to be universally loved? If she said that she did not like Yun Xiao, how could she still accept her in the future as Yun Xiao's mother? Oh, John Fengling lightly nodded, that's good, you do know your place and realize my Shire isn't someone that you can desire. Zhu Ru'er's expression instantly turned pale, and she tightly bit down on her lips without a sound. Seeing her appearance, Yi Chi had some pity for her, but she did not dare to say anything in front of John Fengling and could only look at Zhu Ru'er apologetically. Madam, don't worry, Zhu Ru'er looked up with a forlorn smile, I really don't have any motives toward young Master Xiao. Although he will have many concubines in the future, I won't be included among them. Although she could not obtain Yun Xiao now, she still must cause trouble for Yun Luofeng and make her understand that as Yi Jingchen's stepson, Yun Xiao absolutely could not only have her. Hence, after saying this, Zhu Ru'er could not resist peering at Yun Luofeng. Chapter 810, Zhu Ru'er being stupid, 4. Who knew that the girl would act like she did not hear her words and was only concerned about whispering something to the man beside her that made his cold expression melt in a heartbeat. His eyes, which were as dark as the night, looked at her with deep affection. Zhu Ru'er bit her lips, and the dark light flashed through her downcast eyes. I'll let you gloat a little longer. Since John Fengling is his mother, she must long for her son to have a countless number of women and to have a many progenies. No matter how in love they are, she could be his, but he could never be hers alone. However, the woman's displeased voice was suddenly heard above her, I'm glad you think this way. But there's no need for concubines. I don't wish for my son to have a restless household. Initially, John Fengling was only aloof towards Zhu Ru'er, but now, it had progressed to dissatisfaction. Zhu Ru'er suddenly realized the error, and her face turned paler. How could she forget? Yi Jingchen only had John Fengling for all these years. Even when she could not give birth to any children, he still did not take any concubines. However, she actually stupidly mentioned that Yun Xiao would take concubines in the future in front of John Fengling. Wasn't that the same as offending her? Madam, I'm sorry, I spoke without thinking. I didn't mean it. Zhu Ru'er was very upset. How could a woman as domineering as John Fengling accept her man to have multiple women? Her ideology had already transcended the secular world. You spoke without thinking. John Fengling sneered, why do I feel like you are a smart person? How can someone like you speak without thinking? Forget it, you should leave. Come to the Yi residence less from now on and have less contact with my children. Towards the end, John Fengling was already impatient and did not want to sugarcoat her words. Zhu Ru'er wiped the tears from her eyes and swiftly darted out of the courtyard. Ru'er. Yi Chi stamped her foot, wanting to chase after her. However, before she could take more than 2 steps, John Fengling's rebuke was heard from behind. Stop right there. Yi Chi turned around resentfully. Foster mother, why do you all target her like that? Zhang Fengling lightly sighed. Kiki, you should listen to your brother more. He won't hurt you. The ones who truly hurt you are those who you deem as innocent. Yi Chi was startled. Was foster mother referring to Ru'er? How could that be? Why would Ru'er hurt her? Return to your room, and think about it. Zhang Fengling swept her eyes across Yi Chi before turning around and walking toward Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao, a smile appearing on her gorgeous face. What? Don't you two have something to say to me? Yun Luofeng's lips turned up with a languid smile. I didn't expect you to be Yun Xiao's mother. It looks like we have quite the predestined affinity. Am I correct, auntie? Why do you still call me auntie? Zhang Fengling pretended to be displeased, but her eyes were full of happiness. Since you are Shasa's fiancé, you should naturally call me mother. Mother. She and Yun Xiao would get married sooner or later. It was no big deal to call her mother early, so she did not reject Zhang Fengling's suggestion. How well behaved. Her address made Zhang Fengling beam with joy in response. Calling me mother was a good choice. After all, I prepared a gift for you already. She pulled out a jade pendant from the folds of her robe and stuffed it into Yun Luofeng's hand. The vivid character, Zhang, was very eye-catching on the pendant and gleamed under the sun. Chapter 811, Zhu Ru'er being stupid, 5. When they saw Zhang Fengling pull out the jade pendant, Yi Jingchen and Yi Chi were both startled, shock entering the gaze. Although they were not aware of the history of the pendant, they knew that Zhang Fengling had always treated this pendant like a precious treasure. But she actually gave it to Yun Luofeng without batting an eye. Normally, she could not bear to even have someone touch it, let alone giving it to someone. Yun Luofeng's importance in her heart was apparent from this. This jade pendant doesn't have many uses for you, but the materials of the pendant are a bit special, and it can block mortal injuries for you 3 times. However, it's only 3 times. After the 3rd time, it will become a normal jade pendant. Yun Luofeng was briefly taken back. Does this pendant have some other special meaning to you? It's not suitable for you to give it to me, right? Zhang Fengling smiled. This pendant was given to me by my father, who is also your grandfather. It has accompanied me for many, many years, but it has no other use besides a remembrance token for me. For you though, you often provoke strong enemies, and I can't be at ease if you don't have some protection items with you. It was evident that Zhang Lingfeng knew Yun Luofeng's personality long ago. She had always immediately started hitting without asking questions and made enemies no matter where she was. This was why she took out her beloved jade pendant. Yun Luofeng was moved. Without mentioning the effect of the pendant, just the fact that Zhang Fengling gave her a memorial item that her father left for her already indirectly proved she thought of her as family. Especially since her tone was incredibly indulgent, it was as though she did not care that Yun Luofeng made enemies and was only worrying about her safety. Zhang Fengling looked at Yun Xiao with a smile and inquired, how about you? We haven't seen each other for many years, don't you have something to say to mother? Yun Xiao's cold expression slightly shifted, but he could not utter, mother, in the end. After thinking about it a little, he asked, you set up a betrothal between me and the Ling family. After hearing this, Zhang Fengling tightly furrowed her brows. That rings a bell, but it's been so long that I have nearly forgotten about it. Where is the betrothal token? Yun Xiao's voice was low and rough. I lost it. Zhang Fengling's lips quirked up. Lost it. Yun Xiao's expression darkened in a flash. He had such a hard time breaking the engagement because she lost the betrothal token. What? Did someone from the Ling family look for you to get engaged to you? Zhang Fengling asked with a raise of her brows. Although Yi Jingchen had an acquaintance from Longsha continent and received news of Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng over the years, normal people could not enter the location of the Xiao family. Hence, Zhang Fengling had no clue about the events that occurred back at the Xiao estate. They wanted to break the betrothal, and I agreed. Yun Xiao dryly glanced at Zhang Fengling. However, they firmly believed that I was only verbally agreeing and was not actually willing to break the betrothal, which is why I hid the betrothal token. What? As soon as Zhang Fengling heard this, she flew into a rage and angrily said, wasn't it enough for those people to expel you from the Xiao family? They actually came to you again and said my son wasn't willing to break his engagement with a little girl from the Ling family. It was the Xiao family who decided your betrothal back then. I never thought that a little girl from the Ling family was worthy of you. Yun Xiao's low voice was heard again. The members of the Xiao family also said that you were taken away by a mysterious person. Is that person someone from the Yi family? Chapter 812, Excited, Dumbstruck 1. Zhang Fengling started before shaking her head. The one who took me away wasn't from the Yi family. I only became acquainted with Brother Yi later in the Forest of No Return. Then, she turned her head and looked at Yi Jingchen with a faint smile and intense affection in her eyes. Back then, that mysterious person left after taking me away. Later I inadvertently received news about that woman from the Xiao family tossing you into the Forest of No Return, so I went there to search for you. Who knew that I would not only be unable to find you but also suffer serious injuries? Brother Yi saved me while passing by and brought me back to the Yi family. Zhang Fengling smiled. Her smile was beautiful to the point of dazzling people. Xiao, I wasn't by your side these past years, but I know the basics of everything that happened to Feng Er and you. I'm very honored to have such an excellent son and daughter-in-law. She slowly retracted her gaze and held Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao's hands, placing them close together. This life, I don't wish for anything other than you two spending the rest of your life together hand in hand. Yi Jingchen quietly walked over to Zhang Fengling's side, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. During these past years, only he knew how tormented Zhang Fengling was. If there were no news coming from the other continent to support her, perhaps she would not have been able to continue holding on. Since you gave me a greeting gift, I also prepared a present for you. Yun Luofeng put away the pendant and took out 2 fruits from her space ring and handed one each to Zhang Fengling and Yi Jingchen. These 2 fruits are my greeting gift for you. Yi Qi was dumbfounded. Her foster mother gave her such a valuable jade pendant as a greeting gift, but she merely took out 2 fruits as a half-hearted present. How could someone be stingy to this extent? John Fengling did not mind though and happily accepted the fruit while saying, "Isn't there a saying, it's not the gift that counts, but the thought behind it? The fruit that my daughter-in-law gives me is definitely better than a fruit from outside." The fruits that Yun Luofeng took out were shockingly spiritual fruits bred from the red hackberry fruits. Because the outer appearance went through some changes after the breeding, John Fengling was unable to recognize it as a red hackberry fruit. She placed the fruit on her lips and took a small bite. Instantly, its sweet juice flowed into her mouth, relaxing her entire body. Boom. Suddenly, John Fengling's body shuddered, and a powerful spiritual energy erupted from her body and knocked open the bottleneck that had been preventing her from advancing to the next level. Above her head, the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth circulated endlessly, announcing that she had successfully advanced a level. What happened? Yi Eximo hurriedly ran out from the rear court. The moment he entered, he saw his parents and sister stunned in place with confusion on their face. He quickly became just as stunned when he saw the spiritual energy welling above John Fengling. He asked with a blank stare, "Foster mother, you made a breakthrough." Foster mother had been stuck at the bottleneck for several years already and did not have any previous signs of a breakthrough, so how did she suddenly break through now? John Fengling was the first to come back to her senses. She clearly understood that she only broke through because of the fruit that Yun Luofeng gave her, and a peculiar light involuntarily surfaced in her eyes. "Feng, can you tell me what happened?" Instantly, their eyes gathered on Yun Luofeng and waited for her to give them an answer. Chapter 813, Excited, Dumbstruck 2. Yun Luofeng shrugged. "Your luck was rather good, and you happened to be at the bottleneck, so you were able to use the spiritual fruit to break through." Of course, there was another reason that John Fengling could break through. Several days ago, she was suddenly inspired to pour the bottle of holy water that she received from Lin Ruobai's father on the red hackberry tree. However, she did not know the effects of a spiritual fruit watered by the sacred water, so she used this opportunity to test it out. She did not expect for the spiritual fruit to have a higher potency than previously, so much so that it could allow a god-level spirit cultivator to break through. It truly exceeded her expectations. Thinking to this point, Yun Luofeng could not help but look at Yun Xiao. "These things are useless for me," Yun Xiao explained after sensing Yun Luofeng's thoughts. The method that he learned was relatively peculiar, so these items that relied on exterior forces to break through was completely useless for him. Yun Luofeng raised her brows without much disappointment in her eyes. They only had to wait for her to break through to god level before she could dual cultivate with Yun Xiao. At that time, both of their strengths would progress. "Sister-in-law, I didn't expect you to have such a good item in your possession." Yi Eximo aggrievedly looked at Yun Luofeng. "Why don't you know to give a greeting gift to your brother too?" Yun Luofeng glanced at Yi Eximo. "If you encounter a bottleneck while advancing to god level in the future, I can sell a fruit to you." The corner of Yi Eximo's mouth twitched, and the grievance in his eyes grew. "Sister-in-law, you are being biased. The ones in foster father and foster mother's hands are given by you. Why do I have to buy mine?" Yun Luofeng nodded in agreement. "I am very biased indeed. However, I can't help it. It's not my fault that my heart was born slanted one." Yi Eximo felt so wrong that he almost started crying, and his eyes were brimming with resentment, making him look like he was abandoned by someone. "Big brother Yi," Yun Luofeng did not know whether to laugh or cry and clapped Yi Eximo's shoulder with an upward turn of her lips. "Forget it. I won't tease you. After you reach god level, I will give a spiritual fruit to you." It was only then that a smile finally appeared on his face. Having Yun Luofeng's guarantee was more important than anything. Yi Qi also wanted Yun Luofeng's spiritual fruit, but after recalling her actions toward her, she could not voice her desire no matter what. Yun Luofeng turned to look at John Fengling with raised brows. "I heard that you are infertile." John Fengling nodded and sighed before answering. "An old, hidden disease causes me to be unable to carry a child now. We've searched for innumerable godly doctors, but they all can't treat it. This was why they were kicked out of the Yi family." Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment before saying, "Let me take a look." "All right." John Fengling knew Yun Luofeng's ability, so she did not reject and smiled. "However, don't be pressured at all. Even if my body can't be treated, it's nothing big. I only regret being unable to leave a child behind for brother Yi." She already had Yun Xiao, so she naturally did not mind, but she regretted being unable to leave an heir for Yi Jingchen. "Do you need to take my pulse?" John Fengling asked while looking up and extending her wrist. "I never need to take a pulse when I treat people." Yun Luofeng only needed to glance at someone to determine their condition. This was why she knew her body's condition the first time that she met John Fengling. However, that was only a rough assessment, and she needed to attentively observe if she wanted to thoroughly understand it. It was a long while before Yun Luofeng retracted her gaze. "I understand your condition. It's no big deal, I can treat it." Chapter 814, Zhu Ruer is duped 1. "I can treat you." The girl's airy voice was like a heavy hammer, fiercely pounding on the heart of everyone present and making them jolt. John Fengling blankly stared at the girl and clearly did not fully comprehend her words yet. You are speaking the truth. She can truly treat me." Yun Luofeng lightly nodded. "I'm missing some herbs, so have someone bring those herbs here later, and I will start treating you today." John Fengling and Yi Jingcheng looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. If she could really get pregnant, then the people from the Yi family would not have the right to expel them from the clan. "All right." Yi Lingchen suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "Give me a list of the herbs that you need and I'll immediately send someone to obtain them." She had heard of Yun Luofeng's medical skills since long ago, so if she said she could treat her, then she believed she had this ability. "Brother Yi, I will leave this matter to you then. I still have many things to say to Shire and Feng. Don't disturb us before dinner." Jun Fengling blinked at Yi Jingchen and instantly took Yun Luofeng's hand, pulling her toward the rear court. Seeing that she was taking Yun Luofeng away, Yun Xiao naturally followed as well. Yi Qi, Yi Eximo looked away from Yun Luofeng's figure and turned to the Ashen Yi Qi with a small frown. They're your brother and sister-in-law. Be more polite to them from now on. Don't be used by other people. Yi Qi was startled and lowered her head, quietly muttering. Ru'er was also deceived. She's innocent. Although she said it very faintly, Yi Eximo still heard it and snorted. I don't care how much you trust Zhu Ru'er. I only know that those two are foster father and foster mother's family. Without foster father and foster mother these past years, we wouldn't exist. I won't allow you to do anything that will hurt younger brother and his wife. He paused briefly before adding, if you were anyone else, I wouldn't say anything to you. I'm only willing to say this much to you because you're my sister. I don't hope for our family to never have peace. Although he had never met Yun Xiao before this, he knew how much his brother had suffered while outside. Now that he and sister-in-law uneasily returned, how could he permit other people to continue hurting them? Yi Qi looked up. I don't like Yun Luofeng. Who told you to yell at me because of them? However, I like foster father and foster mother. For their sake, I wouldn't do anything to hurt them, don't worry. Yi Eximo did not say anything else and merely shot Yi Qi another cold glance before turning around to head toward the rear court. If his younger sister was not too stupid, perhaps it would not be so bad. However, he did not like her stupidity. Yi Qi slightly lowered her eyes, and hesitation flashed through her eyes, but in the end, she decided to leave the Yi residence. Yi Qi only just walked into the tall and extravagant restaurant before she ran into a woman wearing red clothes. The woman was especially stunning, akin to a red peony, gorgeous and sumptuous. Hold on. Seeing Yi Qi walking past, the red-clothed woman suddenly called out, blocking her steps. Chapter 815, Zhu Ru'er is duped too. You again. A small frown appeared on Yi Qi's pretty face. She impatiently glanced at the red-robed woman and asked, why do you keep bothering me? Ever since this woman found her a few days ago, she kept praising Yun Xiao in front of her, but her heart already admitted Yi Eximo, so she would not like other men no matter how good they were. Miss Yi, I don't have any bad intentions. I only wanted to tell you everything that I know. I heard that your missing second brother is a besotted and exceptional good man. If you obtain him, he will certainly only have affections for you, so I merely want to help you. Apologies, I'm not interested. Yi Qi's expression darkened. If you don't have anything else, don't find me. If my foster father and mother heard your words, they definitely wouldn't let me off. Hearing this, Jin Yu's brows went up. You don't have any interest in Yun Xiao indeed, but I know who's the person in your heart. Yi Qi's body abruptly froze. She spun around with ice in her eyes. What do you mean? Jin Yu's face was coldly gorgeous. Don't you understand what I mean? Do you want me to say Yi Eximo is the one you like in front of everyone? However, I heard that Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao are already here, but the one you like keeps protecting them and opposing you. Don't you hate it? She successfully saw Yi Qi's abrupt change of expression and slowly approached her. So, we can cooperate. As long as you're willing. Enough. Yi Qi started trembling and angrily shouted, my life was given by foster father and foster mother, but you want to make me pay back the kindness with malice. So what if I dislike them? I still won't do anything that will make foster mother sad. Jin Yu was taken back. Just as she wanted to say something else to provoke Yi Qi, the girl headed up to the second floor and disappeared from her sight. Watching the direction that Yi Qi left, Jin Yu's heart suddenly sunk. A cold smile appeared on her face and she turned around, wanting to leave the restaurant. However, a soft voice was suddenly heard from the side. You know Yun Luofeng. Jin Yu turned around with raised brows and was met with a gentle and beautiful face. The pretentious girl was dressed completely in white. Hatred flashed through her eyes in the blink of an eye, but Jin Yu still easily caught it. You are? Jin Yu asked with a slight frown. Zhu Ru'er tightly clenched her fists. I'm Yi Qi's friend and have a close relationship with the Yi family. You know Yun Luofeng. Jin Yu's lips quirked up. You are enemies with her. That's right, we are reconcilable enemies. Zhu Ru'er purposefully lowered her voice, and an intense hatred emitted from her eyes. If someone unaware saw this, they would think the other person excavated her ancestors' graves. Tell me more. Jin Yu was quite interested. Yun Luofeng had not arrived the land of no return for that long, but she had already made an enemy. More than that, an irreconcilable enemy. It turned out her master was correct, Yun Luofeng was a troublemaker. There was not anyone who she had not provoked. Zhu Ru'er restrained the malice in her eyes. She stole my man. Is that considered an irreconcilable enmity? Jin Yu was startled, and her lips turned up with a sneer. Your man? Are you referring to Yun Xiao? Chapter 816, Zhu Ru'er is duped 3. That's right. Zhu Ru'er snorted, I don't think I am worse than Yun Luofeng. My only shortcoming is meeting Yun Xiao later than her. However, I truly don't understand why Yun Xiao's mother takes such a shine to her but belittles me. From what I heard, Yun Luofeng came from Longsha continent, so her status is lower than mine. Jin Yu's expression slowly grew cold. She did not like hearing those words. What did she mean she was not worse than Yun Luofeng? If Yun Luofeng was inferior, why would her master want to marry her by any possible means? Was she saying that Yun Xiao had bad taste? Didn't that also mean her master had bad taste? Jin Yu deeply loved Bai Su, so how could she permit anyone to say anything bad about him? Hence, anger rushed into her heart, and she said with a frosty smile, there is a method for you to obtain Yun Xiao. What method? Zhu Ru's eyes lit up as she asked. A sinister emotion flickered through Jin Yu's eyes. I have a bottle of medicinal liquid here. You only need to spray it on yourself, and it will make the one you want to seduce fall deeply in love with you. After saying this, Jinyu dug out a bottle from the folds of her clothes and handed it to Zhu Ru'er. I originally wanted to give this to Yichi, but that girl didn't fall into my trap, so I can only give it to you. Zhu Ru'er hesitantly accepted the bottle and asked, this medicinal liquid can really make Yunxiu fall in love with me. She was used to being cautious. This medicinal liquid might be poisonous, which was why she asked that. Jinyu coldly chuckled. You only need a drop of this liquid, and it will have an effect. If you don't believe me, you can find someone else to test it out. I can only help you to this point. Only after hearing that did Zhu Ru'er put away the bottle without worry. She looked up at Jinyu and asked with suspicion, why do you want to help me? Jinyu glanced at her. My master likes Yun Luofeng and wants to separate them. Otherwise, why do you think I went to Yichi? I already said my piece. Whether you are willing to use this medicinal liquid is up to you. She was not as patient towards Zhu Ru'er as she was with Yichi. After saying everything necessary, she left the restaurant without any hesitation. Not long after Jinyu walked out of the restaurant, she turned into an alley, and a small figure descended from the sky and landed in front of her. Master, Jinyu respectfully called while kneeling on the ground and cupping her fists. A young boy stood in front of her. He was very fair and adorable, but his face contained a bewitching and cold quality that did not match his age, and his dark eyes twinkled with an eerie light. Why did you do that just now? Baisu slowly walked over to Jinyu and raised his chin up, haughtily looking down at the kneeling woman. Didn't you know that Yunxiu is impervious to poison? Your Immortensha poison is useless for him. Jinyu replied with her head lowered, this subordinate knows that. It's just, that little girl is too insolent and actually claimed that she wasn't inferior to Yun Luofeng. If Yun Luofeng was truly that lacking, you wouldn't want to marry her, master. This subordinate doesn't like other people questioning master's taste, so I acted on my own. Please pardon me, master. In the beginning, Jinyu did not acknowledge Yun Luofeng's excellence either, but she finally witnessed her growth over this past year. Her master would not woo her otherwise. Chapter 817, Zhu Ru'er is duped 4. Forget it, I can forgive you for this matter, but you must not act on your own in the future. Baisu extended his hand and lifted Jinyu from the ground while saying, our hope to use the Yi family is already shattered. I can only recuperate for now. Yes. Jinyu looked up, her face resuming its usual icy look. Inside a private room of the restaurant, faced with a table full of dishes, Yichi did not have any appetite. She tiredly leaned against the back of the chair, and her head was drooping down. The door of the room was opened at that moment. When she saw Zhu Ru'er walking in, her eyes instantly brightened and she stood up. Ru'er, you are here. Zhu Ru'er walked toward Yichi with a faint smile that made her picturesque features bloom. Kiki, you must have waited for a while, right? I'm sorry. Something suddenly came up, so I'm really late. It's nothing. Yichi generously waved her hand in dismissal. These dishes are a bit cold though. I will have a waiter heat it up later. Right, Ru'er, where did you go just now? Why do you have stalks of straw on you? Yichi brushed away the straw on Zhu Ru'er's back with eyes full of curiosity, missing the panic in Zhu Ru'er's eyes. I don't know where I acquired it. Zhu Ru'er smoothed her expression and said with a smile, it's late, let's eat first, then you should go home. Otherwise, Madam Yi will certainly get angry. I don't want your family's peace to be disturbed because of me. Zhu Ru'er looked down in sorrow, her face brimming with dejection. It was as though she was both happy about Yichi's family reunion and also sad that she could not stay friends with Yichi. Yichi originally wanted to grill Zhu Ru'er about whether she really had ulterior motives regarding Yunxiu, but she was unable to say anything after seeing her like this. She was about to comfort Zhu Ru'er, but before she could say anything, a muscular man broke in and panted, Ru'er, some mishap happened at your house. What did you say? Zhu Ru'er blinked in confusion as she asked, what mishap happened at my house? Ru'er, your house was burned down, and your ill mother was buried in the flames. The strong man appeared as though he had to use all of his strength to utter those words. Zhu Ru'er's sight went dark, and her body fell back. Ru'er. Yichi caught Zhu Ru'er with agility, but her voice was trembling. Why is it like this? Why did a fire start in Ru'er's house for no reason? While Yichi's eyes were filled with frantic, Zhu Ru'er opened her eyes and communicated with the man with her eyes. I also don't know what happened. The man's eyes flickered as he said, I heard the neighbors say that there was an 8 or 9-year-old little girl in red who kept loitering near Ru'er's house. But I don't know whether the fire has anything to do with her. 8 or 9-year-old little girl in red. Could it be Huohuo? Yichi did not see the look that passed through the two of them, so the first person she thought of after hearing the man's words was Huohuo. It could not be helped that the little girl had a past record. Kiki. Zhu Ru'er tightly grabbed Yichi's hands as tears flowed down her face. I believe in Huohuo, this matter definitely doesn't have anything to do with her. Although she fiercely beat me up back then, I don't believe that the girl is cruel to this extent and would commit arson and murder. The only pity is my old, bedridden mother leaving me like this. Chapter 818, I won't take this blame, 1. Zhu Ru'er covered her lips while sobbing sporadically, her eyes gleaming with tears. At first glance, her words might be exculpating Huohuo, but in truth, she was telling Yichi that the one who committed arson and murder was Huohuo. Since that girl could viciously beat her up prior to this, what else wouldn't she do? Fury burst into Yichi's heart, and she nearly rushed to seek retribution from Huohuo. However, just as the urge rose up in her, she suddenly recalled the Eximo's cold eyes, and it immediately cleared her head. Ru'er, come with me to the Yi residence, and I will ask whether she did this. Also, since you have nowhere else to go, I will beg foster mother to let you stay a few days. Zhu Ru'er froze and even forgot to keep crying. According to Yichi's personality, after hearing those words, shouldn't she immediately go to kill Huohuo in anger to avenge her? Why was she going to inquire about the truth of the matter still? No matter what though, she would be able to stay at the Yi residence tonight. As long as she stayed there, she would have a chance to obtain Yun Xiao. Once Yun Xiao fell in love with her, the command of Yi City would be in her hands. Compared to the dispute occurring in the outside world, the Yi residence appeared to be full of joy and harmony. However, at this time, a male servant walked in and hurriedly reported, "Master, Madam, Miss has returned, and Miss Su is with her." While outside, everyone called Yi Jingchen, young master, but the servants of the Yi residence all called him, master. Hearing that Zhu Ruoe came to the Yi residence again, Yi Jingchen and Zhang Fengling both did not look too pleased. "I already said my home doesn't welcome that girl, why doesn't Kiki listen?" Zhang Fengling furrowed her brows. "Moreover, I told Kiki to stay at home and reflect on her mistakes, who permitted her to go out?" "Madam, Miss said that Miss Su's home was burned down, so she has nowhere else to live now." The servant reverently reported, "Also, Miss also said that she brought Miss Su here to verify something." Zhang Fengling's eyes darkened. "Let them come in. I would like to see what they came here to verify." As her foster daughter, Yi Qi typically did not need to be announced when she came to see her, but because she had Zhu Ruo'er with her, she was stopped by the servants. In the face of all this, Yun Xiao remained expressionless and silently peeled off grape skin for Yun Luofeng before lifting the translucent grape to her lips. "Cough, cough," Zhang Fengling dryly coughed before glaring at Yi Jingchen in reproach beside her. "Do you see how considerate and warm my son is? Why don't you learn from him?" Yi Jingchen chuckled and slipped his arm around Zhang Fengling's shoulders. "If you wanted me to feed you grapes, you should have mentioned it sooner. When don't I satisfy your wishes?" Zhang Fengling slapped his arm away and playfully protested, "Why do you need me to say these things? You're doing it on your own and you doing it after a reminder from me are two completely different things. If you need me to remind you, then the action loses its meaning. I think you should learn from my son." Yi Jingchen coughed in embarrassment. Someone as old as him still needed to have a junior teach him how to woo a woman. However, if it could make Zhang Fengling smile, perhaps he could go learn a few tricks from him. If those old antiques from the Yi family learned of this though, they would probably harp on him about it for a long while. While Yi Jingchen contemplated this matter, Yi Qi and Zhu Ruo'er were already walking in from outside the door. The current Zhu Ruo'er was incredibly pale and appeared to have suffered an enormous blow and would collapse at any moment, as though a light breeze would knock her over. Chapter 819, I won't take this blame, too. "Kiki," Zhang Fengling asked with a frown, "you said you came to us to verify something, what is it?" Yi Qi glanced at Huohuo, who was sitting at the table and eating an apple. "Foster mother, Ruo's house was burned down just now. According to witnesses, they saw Huohuo appear near there, so I came here to verify where Huohuo went half an hour ago." Huohuo took a bite of the apple and looked up at Yi Qi as she asked in a childish tone, "Are you saying that I set her house on fire?" Yi Qi bit her lips. "That's not what I meant. I only came to ask where you were during that time. Although that's not what you meant, you still suspect me of committing arson." Huohuo stood up with a cold smile and roughly tossed the remaining half of the apple at Zhu Ruo'er. Zhu Ruo'er was caught by surprise, and the apple forcefully slammed into her head, turning it red. Yi Qi was startled, not expecting Huohuo to directly act without a word. She did not even have a single explanation. "Do you see this?" Huohuo looked at Zhu Ruo'er and proudly lifted her chin. "If I want to hit her, I'll hit her. If I want to kill her, I'll kill her. I never deny the things I do. But if you want me to take the blame for committing arson, I'm sorry, I won't take this blame." Yi Qi grew silent. This girl dared to hit Zhu Ruo'er in front of them, so if she was really the one who set the fire, she probably would not deny it. Since she was not admitting to it, did it mean that the true culprit was not her? "Kiki," Zhu Ruo'er came back to her senses, and looked at Yi Qi with tearful eyes while massaging her aching head. "I already said that she wasn't the arsonist. You should have believed me and shouldn't have come here to ask about this." Yi Qi was clearly sticking up for her, but when she said it, it became nosily meddling in other people's business. Zhang Fengling's eyes darkened. She had lived for a long time and schemed against many other people, so how could she not hear the deeper meaning behind Zhu Ruo's words? "Since we already proved that Huohuo wasn't the one who set the fire, we don't have anything else." Zhang Fengling turned her head away from Zhu Ruo'er. "I know you don't have anywhere else to go recently, but I don't have any spare rooms for you in the Yi residence. You should go find lodging at some inn instead." Zhu Ruo's expression shifted. The Yi residence was giant, so how could it not have any spare rooms? Zhang Fengling simply did not want her to stay. "Madam," Zhu Ruo'er hurriedly kneeled down and kowtowed, her head loudly banging against the ground, "I beg you to take me in. I won't stay here for too long, just a few nights at most. I guarantee that I won't cause any trouble for Madam or spy on young Master Xiao." After kowtowing to her, she hastily crawled over to Yun Luofeng with a pitiful expression. "Miss Yun, I know you have some misunderstandings about me, but I swear that I truly never had any ulterior motives toward young Master Xiao. I beg you to let me stay a few days. I'm willing to be your maidservant and serve you. I will let you run satisfied a little more. After I successfully obtain Yun Xiao's good graces, I will make you pay for today's events." Zhu Ruo'er cast her gaze downward, a malicious light flashing through her eyes. "Foster mother." Yi Qi could not steel her heart to this and was about to speak on Zhu Ruo's behalf when Zhang Fengling's cold voice halted her. "Enough. Not letting you stay is my idea. Don't harass my daughter-in-law. If you insist on being like this, don't blame me for being rude." Her palm slammed down on the table, splitting it in half in an instant, and it fell on the ground. Chapter 820, The Death of Zhu Ruo'er 1. Zhu Ruo'er was frightened by the power in Zhang Fengling's slam. Her misty eyes were full of confusion and incomprehension as she looked at Zhang Fengling. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were natural enemies because they loved the same man. In the past, her mother and grandmother fought over the same man every night, to the point of being kicked out by her father's clan in the end. If her father's clan did not know she had a chance to marry into the Yi family, they would not agree to re-accept her into the genealogical record. So, it was her first time seeing a mother-in-law as protective of her daughter-in-law as Jun Fengling. The thing that crushed her heart was that the one who was being protected was not her. Zhu Ru'er subconsciously bit her lips, and her long eyelashes hid the malice in her eyes. It took a while for her to calm her emotions and look up pitifully while saying in a quiet voice, "Apologies, I've been a hassle. Someone with my family background is hard for other people to accept to begin with. Don't worry, I won't bother the Yi family from now on and won't appear in front of Kiki either." After saying that, Zhu Ru'er shot one final glance at Yi Qi, her eyes full of conflict and reluctance, before turning around and walking out of the main hall. "Ru'er," Yi Qi hastily shouted, her eyes brimming with anxiety. But she knew that foster mother did not like Zhu Ru'er, so she did not dare to plead for her. "Wait." Suddenly, a wicked voice was heard, making Zhu Ru'er stop moving. "Feng. Jun Fengling glanced at Yun Luofeng with confusion. "Do you have something else to say?" "Mother, I'm born protective. Since I consider Huohuo as one of my own, I absolutely won't permit anyone to slander her." Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes, an evil light flashing past. So since she stepped into the Yi residence, she shouldn't think about leaving. Zhu Ru'er body froze before turning around to face Yun Luofeng, her face pale. "You, what do you mean? I was inside a restaurant back then. Kiki can testify for me that it was only because someone came to inform me that I learned about what happened at my house. Moreover, it was also other people who saw someone who looked like Huohuo appear near my house. I believed her from the start." Yi Qi nodded and added in agreement, "Ru'er spoke the truth. I can verify that she didn't know about this beforehand." "Kiki," Jun Fengling shouted at Yi Qi in warning as her brows furrowed, then she looked at Yun Luofeng. "Feng, you did the right thing. Huohuo can't be wrongly accused without a good cause. So I support your endeavor." Yun Luofeng's lips turned up with an evil smile. "Since it's like that, I'll allow Zhu Ru'er to stay at the Yi residence as she wishes. Before that, I will send someone to investigate the truth of the matter." In other words, Zhu Ru'er was under house arrest inside the Yi residence, and she would only be released after Yun Luofeng discovers the true arsonist. However, only Zhu Ru'er knew the truth of the matter. She spoke with downcast eyes. "I didn't wrongly accuse Huohuo. I only came to ask about it because of the witness's description. Perhaps that person merely has a similar appearance to Huohuo. However, since you all suspect me, I will stay. I believe Madam Yi will prove my innocence and won't allow certain people to deliberately frame me." Jun Fengling's expression darkened. This girl was so shameless even now. Her words actually implied that Yun Luofeng was framing her. Chapter 821, The Death of Zhu Ru'er, 2. Just as Jun Fengling wanted to stand up for Yun Luofeng, a cold voice suddenly rung, "As my wife, even if she wrongly accuses you, you can only admit to it." The man's handsome face was as frigid and expressionless as always, and his eyes, as dark as night, icily stared at Zhu Ru'er, freezing her in place and making her feel like a countless number of knives were cutting her. His voice was as cold-hearted as usual. "Besides, I don't think you have anything that would cause her to falsely accuse you." Zhu Ru'er's face turned paler, and her body swayed a few times, nearly falling down. What enraged her more was that Yi Qi did not speak up for her at a time like this and simply allowed these people to bully her as they wished. Yi Qi sensed Zhu Ru'er's pleading gaze, and unconsciously lowered her head, abashed. If it was Yi Eximo, she would argue strongly for what was right in favor of Zhu Ru'er, but she did not have the courage to oppose Yi Jingchen and Jun Fengling. Because her foster parents were who she respected the most. She already rebelliously went against their wishes, how could she continue to speak in support of Ru'er? She could only wait until this matter was over to console Ru'er. "Brother Yi," Jun Fengling did not bother to look at Zhu Ru'er before turning to Yi Jingchen, "send 2 people to watch over her. I don't wish for this woman to cause any more trouble in the Yi residence. Moreover, lock her up somewhere farther away from Shao'er. Don't allow her to stay here and repulse people." Jun Fengling clearly did not want Zhu Ru'er to have a chance to get near Yun Xiao. Even if Yun Xiao would not like her, she would still find it repulsive. Yi Jingchen gently smiled. Shortly after, he harshly shouted, "Guards, escort Zhu Ru'er away, and keep her under custody. She's not allowed to appear in the main court." Almost immediately, 2 guards walked inside and respectfully cupped their fists in salute, saying, "As you order." Seeing the 2 guards grabbing a hold of Zhu Ru'er, Yi Qi hurriedly held her hand and quietly comforted, "Ru'er, don't worry, if it really wasn't you who set the house on fire, my foster mother will certainly clear your name. We will have to mistreat you a few days for now." Zhu Ru'er miserably smiled, but she did not respond to Yi Qi and followed the 2 guards outside. Yi Qi did not notice the sinister light that flashed through her eyes in the blink of an eye. Instead, she was still terribly worried about her situation. "Kiki, why don't you go and rest?" Jun Fengling's voice did not have its initial indifference anymore and carried a trace of helplessness instead. "If Zhu Ru'er truly falsely accused Huohuo, I won't easily let her off. Mentally prepare yourself." Yi Qi jolted and turned to face Jun Fengling. "Foster mother, if she really did that, then I can't forgive her either. However, I believe in her. Not only because she's my friend, but because her mother was also buried in this fire. She couldn't have used her mother's life to frame other people, right?" She knew that they must have misunderstood Huohuo this time. However, this misunderstanding was not Rusa's intention, she was ignorant too. In a world this big, there must be some people who are self-centered and don't care about their family at all. Jun Fengling's tone gradually became more aloof. "Perhaps you will understand it one day. Now though, retreat first and thoroughly reflect on your behavior over the past few days." "Yes." Yi Qi bowed before leaving. After the 2 people left, the atmosphere inside the main hall was still unable to recover its previous joy and harmony. Chapter 822, The Death of Zhu Ru'er, 3. Zhang Fengling's lips donned on a smile as she turned to look at Yun Luofeng. You two are also tired, aren't you? Go back and rest well. I will have a maidservant go and call you when it's dinner time. While saying this, Zhang Fengling kept making eyes at Yun Xiao. She did not forget to order, go and properly make a child. Some embarrassment appeared on Yun Luofeng's face. Although she slept in the same bed as Yun Xiao for so many days, nothing actually happened. So it was impossible for them to make a child. However, to Zhang Fengling's request, Yun Xiao coolly responded, all right. All right. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. Yun Xiao. The usually obedient Yun Xiao did not go along with Yun Luofeng this time though. His cold features were filled with determination as he said, we'll quickly procreate. No. Don't be too quick. It's better to be slower for this type of thing, Zhang Fengling retorted with a nefarious smile. Yun Xiao was startled and cast a glance at Yun Luofeng in confusion, as though asking her the meaning behind Zhang Fengling's words. Yun Luofeng's face grew darker. She did not expect Zhang Fengling would be this dirty. I won't disturb you then, haha. Zhang Fengling's emotions could not help but brighten after seeing Yun Luofeng's dark look, and she said, Brother Yi, let's go. We will also return to our room to rest a little. But when she walked past Yun Xiao, she paused briefly and her smile grew bigger. Son, work hard. Mother is waiting to hold a grandson. Then, Yi Jingchen and she walked outside the main hall hand in hand, leaving the space for the two of them. Seeing how the main hall emptied, Yun Luofeng took a few steps toward Yun Xiao with an evil smile. You want to know what your mother's words meant? Yun Xiao honestly nodded. He really wanted to know. Your mother meant, Yun Luofeng's lips sneered Yun Xiao, her dark eyes glittering with a wicked light, when you were in bed. Last longer. Yun Xiao watched her as he stated with a rough voice, no matter how my power advanced during these past years, I never gave up on training my physique. What did this have to do with lasting longer? Training my physique means that my stamina is also greater, Yun Xiao briefly paused, so you can rest assured. Yun Luofeng chuckled, her hand extending into the folds of Yun Xiao's clothing, her fingers slowly tracing the man's abs. It is true that I was attracted by your abs ever since I saw you that first time. If she did not strip away Yun Xiao's clothing, it was hard to imagine that he would have these 8-pack abs. After all, the muscles on his body are not apparent from the exterior. To use a common saying to describe him, he appears thin when clothed and beefy when naked, the perfect golden standard figure. No, this guy's physique was an even higher level than a golden standard figure. It looks like I will need to think of a way to break through to God level faster. Yun Luofeng muttered to herself as she retracted her hand and lightly stroked her chin. It was the deep of night. Inside the woodshed, Zhu Ru'er stood up from the ground littered with firewood and slapped the dust from her body before walking towards the door. However, the door was locked shut by a chain, so she was unable to open it from the inside. Her expression could not help but darken as a vicious glint, akin to a poisonous dagger, flickered through the bottom of her eyes. Zhang Fengling, I didn't expect you to guard against me to this degree. Wait until I have enticed your son. Even if you don't want to accept me then, you must accept me anyways once your son is in love with me. Chapter 823, The Death of Zhu Ru'er, 4. Zhu Ru'er inwardly snorted. While Zhang Fengling was separated from her son all these years, she felt very guilty toward him in her heart and wanted to make it up to him. Otherwise, why else would she indulge Yun Luofeng this much? If I became Zhang Fengling's daughter-in-law, she could do nothing but pander to her as well. Otherwise, how could her son easily forgive her for abandoning him for all those years? It was laughable that Zhu Ru'er simply did not understand Zhang Fengling's indulgence toward Yun Luofeng was not done out of guilt for Yun Xiao. She did have guilt, but she did not indulge Yun Luofeng because of that. The true reason she accepted Yun Luofeng originated from Yun Luofeng herself. Otherwise, with her personality, even if Zhang Fengling reluctantly accepted her daughter-in-law due to her son, she still would not protect her without reservations like that. The mere fact that Zhang Fengling gave her most treasured item to Yun Luofeng was an indication that she liked this daughter-in-law from the bottom of her heart. Some of her affection for Yun Luofeng was due to her son, but more of it was due to her own charm. Zhu Ru'er looked up, and the ice in her eyes slowly disappeared, replaced by a pitiful expression. Brother guards, I want to go out to relieve myself. Can you please let me leave for a moment? Outside the woodshed, the two guards looked at each other with perplexion. Soon after, one of the guards coldly said, Madam ordered us to not allow you to take a single step outside the woodshed. If you want to relieve yourself, do it in there. Zhu Ru'er's eyes flicked as she continued softly saying, but there isn't a chamber pot inside this shed. If brothers aren't willing to let me leave, can you bring me a chamber pot? The two guards hesitated for a moment before agreeing, all right, wait a moment. Zhu Ru'er's ability was not that great and could not escape from him, so they did not have any suspicion and went to prepare a chamber pot for her. Hearing the sound of footsteps gradually walking farther away, a sinister smile appeared on her face. Then, she took out the amortentia poison given to her by Jin Yu and trickled a drop on her body. This poison was colorless and tasteless, so normal people could not sense it at all. Not long after, the sound of the chains unlocking could be heard from outside, and the two door guards walked in from the outside, blocking the entryway like a statue. Here's your chamber pot, the guard coldly said as he placed the pot on the ground. Thank you, brothers. Zhu Ru'er peered up with a delicate and gentle smile. Her voice was very soft, akin to a claw grazing their heart. The two guards were normally calm people, but when Zhu Ru'er sent them a look, their heart nearly jumped out of their chest for reasons unknown. This was their first time discovering how dainty and charming Zhu Ru'er could appear. Cough cough, one of the guards dryly coughed and wanted to suppress his pounding heart. Unfortunately, his eyes kept stealing glances at Zhu Ru'er every now and then with shyness on his face. Seeing the amortentia poison taking effect, Zhu Ru'er turned joyful. Her face showed no sign of it though and remained pitiful. Brothers, I am awfully bored in this shed and want to take a walk, can I? I guarantee I won't leave the residence. This. The two guards looked at each other, their eyes full of struggle. Madam ordered that you're not allowed to leave. Zhu Ru'er hurriedly raised two fingers and swore, I swear that I won't head to the main court and won't leave the residence. I just want to have some quiet time by myself. Please help me, brothers. Chapter 824, The Death of Zhu Ru'er, 5. Zhu Ru'er had one of the guard's sleeve clasped in her fingers as she imploringly looked at him. At that moment, in the eyes of the two guards, Zhu Ru'er was like an embodiment of the sun, the burnished ray around her touching and resonating with their souls. So how could they bear to deny her request? You must hurry and come back. We'll keep this door locked and pretend you are still inside the woodshed. I will also tell you some of the locations that the patrol passes by. You must remember to go around those places. If Madam learns of this, we will all die. Ecstasy rushed into Zhu Ru'er's heart, and she hurried said, Thank you, brothers. I, Zhu Ru'er, absolutely won't forgive your kindness. After saying, she hastily walked out of the shed and surveyed her surroundings. After seeing no one else around, she swiftly walked towards the main court. Inside the room, the scent of incense wafted through the room. Yun Luofeng, who was originally sitting in a meditation posture with her eyes closed, opened her eyes and caught sight of Yun Xiao about to leave the room. Yun Xiao, where are you going? Yun Xiao halted his steps, his frigid lips slowly turning up in a faint curve. You ate too little during dinner, perhaps because you didn't like the cooks in the residence, so I wanted to prepare a midnight snack for you. Back then, after tasting Yun Xiao's cooking at the Lujing Kingdom, when Yun Luofeng returned to the Longyuan Kingdom, she wanted to have Yi Ling transfer the chef from his estate to her estate. It was a surprise when King Yun told her the one who made those delicious dishes that day was Yun Xiao. It was only then that she learned of Yun Xiao's culinary talent. All right, I'll wait for you to come back, Yun Luofeng said with a faint smile. Yun Xiao pushed open the door and walked out. The night was increasingly silent, but as the night breeze swept over the surroundings, the sound of leaves rustling could still be heard. At present, Yun Xiao was solely focused on Yun Luofeng's midnight snack, so he did not see the woman stumbling toward him from the front. It was unknown whether the woman did it on purpose, but even though she clearly saw Yun Xiao walking over, she did not dodge and ran into him instead. When Yun Xiao discovered the woman about to knock into him, she was already in front of her, and it was too late for him to avoid her. Hence, he decisively acted. Get lost. The man's voice was cold and callous, and his aura erupted from his body, instantly sending the woman's delicate figure flying away and landing on the ground in an extremely battered state. Zhu Ru'er never expected someone as good-looking as Yun Xiao to be so rough. Normally, if a beautiful woman fell in front of a man, shouldn't he catch her? However, not only did he not catch her, he even struck her. It was as though she was some bacteria and he would be tarnished if she tainted him. Thinking to hear, Zhu Ru'er climbed up from the ground with tearful eyes and pathetically looked at Yun Xiao. Young Master Xiao, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I simply didn't see you appear just now. Her appearance was delicately beautiful, and her expression was soft and gentle. Her tearful appearance made an urge to protect her uncontrollably arise in people's heart. This type of woman would be desired by many men. However, Yun Xiao was not one of them. Young Master Xiao, in truth, I have liked you since I first saw you, Zhu Ru'er adoringly said. I'm different from Yun Luofeng. She must have only gotten close to you because she knew your identity, but my love for you has no ulterior motives. Even if you weren't a member of the Yi family, I would still deeply love you. Chapter 825, The Death of Zhu Ru'er, 6. Yun Xiao was about to leave, but his footsteps halted upon hearing Zhu Ru'er mention Yun Luofeng's name. His cold eyes slowly turned to her. Seeing him walk toward her, Zhu Ru'er thought he was successfully bewitched by the Immortensha poison. Joy entered her heart, and the expression on her face grew softer. Young Master Xiao, if you're willing to marry me, you will learn that I'm not inferior to Yun Luofeng. I will only be more outstanding than her. She was gently smiling as she slowly walked toward Yun Xiao. With every step that brought her closer to Yun Xiao, her heartbeat would increase a beat. She was foolishly staring at his cold face, which unwittingly took her breath away once more, and she harshly swallowed. If she became Yun Xiao's wife, how happy and blessed will her life be? Young Master Xiao, my leg is a bit weak, can you lend me a hand? Zhu Ru'er softly smiled, her arm extending toward Yun Xiao as her body also fell into the man's embrace. However, just as her hand was around to make contact with Yun Xiao's wrist, the sharp glint of a sword suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, her hand, which did not touch Yun Xiao yet, was chopped off. Ah! An anguished cry resounded in the air, shaking the entire Yi residence. At the same time, Zhu Ru'er's falling body did not have any support and heavily fell on the ground. Fresh blood spurted from her cut arm, dyeing the entire courtyard red. You weren't affected. Zhu Ru'er's eyes were wide open, and her ashen lips started to tremble. How was it possible? She already tested the Immortensha poison that woman gave her several times. It succeeded every time, so why wasn't this man bewitched by her? Why? Why was it like this? What happened? Just as Zhu Ru'er was about to faint, an astonished voice was heard from behind. Closely following, a group of people with Yi Jingchen and his wife as the leaders all walked inside the courtyard. There was even a group of guards surrounding the entire courtyard. Yun Luofeng swiftly strode to Yun Xiao's side and swept her eyes across Zhu Ru'er, who was laying in a puddle of blood. She instantly understood what occurred here. Ru'er. Yi Qi caught sight of Zhu Ru'er as well and shouted in surprise before hurriedly walking to her side. Ru'er, your hand. What happened? Due to an excess loss of blood, Zhu Ru'er was incredibly pale. She looked at Yun Xiao with trembling lips. Zhu Ru'er, Zhang Fengling already recovered her wits and walked to Zhu Ru'er with a cold smile. Didn't I already say that you aren't allowed to take a single step out of the woodshed? You also aren't permitted to appear inside the main court. It looks like some people disobeyed my orders and released you. Yi Jingchen understood Zhang Fengling's words and immediately sent 2 people to bring the 2 guards charged with watching over Zhu Ru'er. After all, Zhu Ru'er's appearance here certainly did not escape connections with them. Foster mother, Ru'er is already like this. Shouldn't we treat her first? Yi Qi nervously rubbed her sleeves, tears nearly dropping down. Kiki, it's none of your business here. Zhang Fengling glanced at Yi Qi. If you want to stay here and watch the development of this situation, then shut up. Otherwise, I'll have to send you away immediately. Yi Qi was briefly taken back and kept quiet. She never dared to disobey Zhang Fengling's orders. Zhang Fengling did not grace Zhu Ru'er and Yi Qi with another look and looked at Yun Xiao. Xiao, tell mother what happened. Mother will certainly give justice to Feng Er and you. Chapter 826, The Death of Zhu Ru'er, 7. Yun Xiao was as cold as always. She wanted to seduce me, and even claimed that Feng Er was inferior to her. Zhang Fengling's face turned completely dark. She snorted, her lips turning up in a sneer. Feng Er is inferior to you. Zhu Ru'er, aren't you overestimating yourself? Do you think I will accept anyone? You're wrong, I accepted Feng Er because she is Yun Luofeng. If it were anyone else, I would not have accepted her. When those people reported news of Yun Xiao to Yi Jingchen, they also mentioned Yun Luofeng. Hence, Zhang Fengling already knew about all of Yun Luofeng's behaviors over the years and had great admiration for her. However, Zhu Ru'er just had to go and claim that Yun Luofeng was inferior to her. What a joke. The daughter-in-law that Zhang Fengling takes a liking to, how could she be less than such a pretentious woman? No, it's not like that. Pain emitted from Zhu Ru'er's dismembered hand in waves, and even her body started to slightly twitch. However, in order to defend herself, she determinedly endured it. I didn't think about seducing young Master Xiao. It was young Master Xiao. He wanted to molest me, but I rejected him, so he chopped off my hand. Fury boiled in Zhang Fengling. My son wanted to molest you. Who do you think you are? You can't compare to even a toe of my daughter-in-law. Why would my son leave behind his beautiful wife for a revolting woman like you? Madam Yi, you mustn't be unreasonable. Zhu Ru'er's face turned pale as she continued to defend herself. You didn't see anything, so how can you prove that I seduced young Master Xiao? No matter what, she could not admit it. Otherwise, Zhang Fengling certainly won't let her off. Didn't you say you weren't thinking about seducing my son? Then why did you come here? Zhang Fengling snorted. If you really didn't have any ulterior motives, you should have obediently stayed inside the woodshed. Why did you appear in the main court? On the side, Yi Qi, whose face was originally full of anxiousness, was startled after hearing Zhang Fengling's words. That's right, if Ru'er did not have any ulterior motives, why didn't she remain inside the shed and wait for her innocence to be cleared? Why did she show up in front of Yun Xiao? Yi Qi was at a loss. She had trusted Zhu Ru'er without a doubt for all these years, so she naturally did not dare to believe that this was all her lie. Master, madam, this subordinate has brought them here. At this time, the people who went to capture the 2 watch guards brought them over. Those 2 guards saw Zhu Ru'er in a puddle of blood as soon as they arrived. Their legs grew weak, and they collapsed on the ground with a face of despair. What they most worried about still happened. Tell me. Zhang Fengling's features darkened as she coldly questioned, who permitted you to secretly release Zhu Ru'er? The 2 guards instantly regained their senses and fiercely kowtowed. Madam, I was wrong. I'm willing to die for my crime. I just beg madam to pardon Miss Zhu. Even now, the 2 guards continued to protect Zhu Ru'er, so much so that they were willing to exchange the death for her survival. Zhang Fengling faintly caught the scene of an unusual air. She was certain that these 2 guards were not acquainted with Zhu Ru'er at all before today. How did a mere day change them and cause them to be willing to die for her? There's something wrong. Sensing something, Yun Luofeng imperceptibly raised her brows. I want to check their body. Zhang Fengling looked at Yun Luofeng in suspicion. Did you discover something? What is wrong with these 2? Chapter 827, The Death of Zhu Ru'er, 8. Yun Luofeng silently walked over to the guards. Her brows furrowed upon smelling the scent emitting from their body. A morticia poison, colorless and tasteless. But that was only to other people, Yun Luofeng could still smell it. They were poisoned with a morticia poison, Yun Luofeng indifferently stated and looked up. Boom. When Zhu Ru'er heard Yun Luofeng mention a morticia poison, her head exploded. She knew. How could she possibly know? Zhu Ru'er tightly bit her lips. She first recalled Yun Xiao's insusceptibility to the morticia poison and then associated it with Yun Luofeng's quick detection of a morticia. She suddenly felt like she seemed to have fallen into a plot. A morticia. Zhang Fengling was startled. She did not know medical skills, but she still knew about a morticia. She did not expect Zhu Ru'er to bring it here to harm her son. In an instant, rage overwhelmed Zhang Fengling's heart, and her furious gaze turned to Yi Qi. Look at this is the friend you made. There's no way she will take a single step out of the Yi residence today. Yi Qi's face turned ashen as she hurriedly set her sight on Zhu Ru'er, hoping she would give her an explanation. However, there was nothing. Zhu Ru'er was intently staring at Yun Luofeng with eyes widened in panic. At that moment, her heart chilled. Could it be that Zhu Ru'er's motive for coming to the Yi residence was Yun Xiao? Feng Er, can you cure those 2? Zhang Fengling asked as she looked at Yun Luofeng again. Yun Luofeng smiled. A morticia isn't anything serious. Their mind is simply bewitched. I only need to perform acupuncture on them to make them return to normal. After saying that, Yun Luofeng pulled out a bag of needles from the folds of her clothes and carefully took out the needles and inserted them into the guard's shunting acupuncture point. Shortly after, the 2 guards' expressions recovered their clarity. They looked at each other in puzzlement, clearly still not knowing what had happened. It was a long while before they remembered their earlier behavior, and their expression drastically transformed. Master, madam, please spare my life. This subordinate doesn't know what happened. When Zhu Ru'er pleaded with me, I could not reject her at all. Please give me another chance, master, madam. The guard plaintively begged as he harshly kowtowed. Although this matter wasn't your intention, if you didn't give her a chance, she would have been unable to use a mortentia to harm you. Hence, you still need to pay for the mistake that you committed. Guards, escort them away. They will be imprisoned for 3 months, and half of their month's pay is taken away. The guards understood that Zhang Fengling was already extremely generous with this punishment, so they hurriedly kowtowed in thanks and followed 2 other guards away. The amortentia poison was already detoxified, so they did not glance at Zhu Ru'er even a single time from start to end. All of a sudden, a man in black walked to Zhang Fengling and whispered a few sentences to her. After hearing the man's words, the smile on her lips deepened. Bring him here. Yes, madam. The black-clothed man retreated with his orders. After the man departed, Zhang Fengling looked at the deathly pale Zhu Ru'er. Zhu Ru'er, I brought a person here to see you. You will definitely be interested in this person. Just as her words finished, the black-clothed man came in with a strong man in his grasp and mercilessly tossed him to the ground. Chapter 828, The Death of Zhu Ru'er, 9. It's you. Yi Qi was taken back, her face full of shock. Looks like you know him, Zhang Fengling commented neutrally as she glanced at Yi Qi. Yi Qi lightly nodded. While Ru'er and I were at the restaurant, it was this man who informed Ru'er her house had burned. The man in front of them was clearly the man who notified Zhu Ru'er about the fire today, so Yi Qi naturally remembered him well. Yi Qi did not notice how Zhu Ru'er's ashen face filled with more despair after seeing the man brought here. You only know him as the person who informed Zhu Ru'er. What you don't know is that he is Zhu Ru'er's uncle, Zhang Fengling coldly stated with a smile. As though struck by lightning, Yi Qi's mind instantly blanked, and she mindlessly turned to Zhu Ru'er. Can you tell me what in the world is going on? What is this man's relation to you? If this man was Zhu Ru'er's uncle, then why did he have time to notify Zhu Ru'er but did not have time to rescue her mother? What's more, she did not forget that it was because of this man's words that she developed a misunderstanding about Huohuo. Ru'er, save me. Seeing Zhu Ru'er laying in a puddle of blood, the tough man hurriedly said, I'm your uncle. You can't watch me die. Admit that you were behind everything right now and it had nothing to do with me. Zhu Ru'er's body shuddered. She bit her lips without speaking a word. Besides despair, her downcast eyes also had an unshakable hatred. Madam Yi, I beg you to release me. Seeing the lack of response from Zhu Ru'er, the man hurriedly kneeled in front of Zhang Fengling. It was Zhu Ru'er who claimed she could become Madam Yi's daughter-in-law when she returned to the Zhu estate that day, but she needed our help. That was why I listened to her and reported a fire and purposefully said that the one who lit the fire was a little girl wearing red clothes. Zhang Fengling's brows went up. Then do you know who set the fire? I know. The man did not dare to conceal anything. It was Zhu Ru'er. She set the fire herself, and her mother was also burned to death by her. It was because the Zhu family said they were willing to accept her return to the clan but would not accept her seriously ill-bedridden mother. In order to be rid of this burden, she set her mother on fire as well. Back then, I still heard her mother's anguished cries, and she was screaming Zhu Ru'er's name. However, she had no idea that the one who set the fire was her daughter, who she had always been proud of. After she heard the man's words, Yi Qi's body froze. She looked at Zhu Ru'er in disbelief, and her voice was a bit hoarse as she asked, the fire. You said it yourself. It wasn't me. With a strength from who knows where, Zhu Ru'er sharply yelled, I didn't set it. It wasn't me. Zhu Ru'er, you still won't admit it even now. It was you who told our Zhu family that as long as you burned down your house, Miss Yi Qi would certainly pity you and let you move into the Yi residence. As long as you could enter the Yi residence, you would be able to seduce young Master Xiao. The man fiercely glared at Zhu Ru'er. If this woman did not say it so confidently, the Zhu family would not be dragged into this. A smile appeared on Yi Qi's face, and her smile had a tinge of bitterness. Chapter 829, The Death of Zhu Ru'er, 10. Today, I was curious why you arrived so late. You told me you were late because something suddenly came up. It turns out that something was committing murder and arson. While saying this, Yi Qi started slowly walking towards Zhu Ru'er. Panic entered Zhu Ru'er's expression. Kiki, don't you trust me? Yi Qi snorted. How could I not trust you? It was because I trusted you that I disappointed Big Brother. It was also because of trust that I was used by you all along. Big Brother was right, someone like me will help the person who sold me count their money. At this moment, Yi Qi's tone contained apparent despair. Her heart was clearly broken by her most trusted friend. Zhu Ru'er, don't bother defending yourself anymore. If the one who looked into the truth was Big Brother or second brother and second sister-in-law, I would definitely believe you another time. But this time, it was my foster mother who personally sent someone there, how should I continue to believe you? Yi Qi coldly said. Besides, I still remember that when I saw you today, you had rice straws on you. Those straws are the evidence of your crime. Zhu Ru'er withered. She understood that any further explanations would be useless. Suddenly, she started loudly laughing. Her laugh was miserable, akin to the wail of a ghost drifting in the wind. Yes, I did it, but so what? My fate was incredibly tragic. My biological father didn't want me, and my seriously ill mother and I had to live codependently. Do you know how much work I put into returning to the Zhu family? She continued, as long as I became Yun Xiao's wife, I would receive the protection of Madame Yi. At that time, the Zhu family would take me back with pomp and circumstance. If my fate wasn't like this, why would I do something like that? So, Yi Qi, I truly admire you. You were parentless, but you luckily got adopted by the Yi family. Why don't I have this type of luck? Even up until now, Zhu Ru'er blamed every mistake she committed on fate and did not reflect on her behavior at all. Yi Chi closed her eyes. It was a while before she reopened them. Foster mother, I said that if Zhu Rue really unjustly accused Huohuo, I wouldn't speak a word on her behalf regardless of whether she was punished by death or cuts. Moe, take her from here. Jun Fengling sighed. I will handle what follows. All right. Yi Eximo glanced at Yi Chi. Let's go. After today's events, he understood that Yi Chi would be changed for certain and would not believe another person as easily as before. Kiki. Zhu Rue panicked and extended her hand, wanting to grab Yi Chi. Don't go. I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I don't want to die yet. I beg you to not abandon me. If it was previously, Yi Chi definitely would stay behind to plead on Zhu Rue's behalf. Now, her steps did not contain any hesitation as she followed Yi Eximo out of the courtyard. Feng Jun Fengling faintly smiled. How do you want to punish her? Yun Luofeng gently stroked her chin. She wanted to seduce my man, so that means she really needs a man. Perhaps she would be interested in the brothels. Great, Jun Fengling immediately slapped the table and decided, although this woman lost a hand, her looks are still decent. She should be able to be sold for more than 20 taels of silver. The moment she heard that she would be sent to a brothel, Zhu Rue started struggling. However, she barely had the time to struggle before Yi Jingchen crippled her strength. Someone, sell her to the Drunken Flower House. Also, tell the boss to take good care of her. Chapter 830, Someone is here from the Yi family, 1. Yes. Hearing him, a guard immediately came up and carried her on his shoulders before jumping over the wall. Zhu Rue's heart already recovered from its initial despair. As long as Jun Fengling did not kill her on the spot, then she had a chance to escape. Perhaps she would even have an opportunity to revenge herself. Unfortunately, while dreams were beautiful, the reality was harsh. Zhu Rue overlooked the "take good care" part of Jun Fengling's words. It was only after she arrived at Drunken Flower House that she understood the true meaning of a nightmare. Those men were like wolves and tigers, each torturing her with all of his strength. Added with that, her strength was already crippled, so how could she endure their torment? It was not long before she left the world behind under those men's torment, and the person Zhu Rue no longer existed in the world. When news of Zhu Rue's passing away reached Yi Chi's ears, Yi Chi was crying from the joy of Jun Fengling being pregnant, so when did she have the time to care? That's right, during these past few months, under Yun Luofeng's treatment, Jun Fengling already completely recovered and got pregnant. With this good news, Yi Jingchen and his wife naturally pampered Yun Luofeng to the bones. It was truly adherent to the phrase, afraid that they would melt in your mouth and shatter in your hands. Yi Chi also did not treat Yun Luofeng with hostility like initially. She felt gratitude towards her for helping Jun Fengling. Moreover, her prior actions toward Yun Luofeng were instigated by Zhu Rue, so why would she continue antagonizing her after knowing Zhu Rue's true colors? However, she committed too many mistakes during those days, so she still did not dare to face Yun Luofeng even now. At present, inside the courtyard of the Yi residence, Yi Chi was about to order the kitchen to prepare Jun Fengling's meal when a young girl's voice reached her ears. Yi Chi, where is mother right now? Yi Chi was startled and looked up, seeing the girl's absolutely beautiful and bewitching face. She blankly asked, "You are speaking to me?" Yun Luofeng's brows slightly wrinkled. "I want to find her." Yi Chi abruptly recovered her senses. Her emotions were a bit turbulent. She is in the guest hall. Someone is here from the Yi family, so she's receiving them right now. I understand. After saying this, Yun Luofeng turned around and headed for the main hall. Suddenly, a delicate voice was heard from behind her, making her steps briefly pause. I'm sorry. Yi Chi lowered her head, her face apologetic. I know you won't forgive me, but I still want to apologize to you. If I weren't too stupid, I wouldn't have listened to Zhu Rue's malicious provocation and did things that made you hate me. Yun Luofeng faced Yi Chi with her back and said with an indifferent voice, Yi Chi, I will give you advice because of your mother. Anyone will harm you in this world, but only your family never will. Anyone will harm you in this world, but only your family never will. Yi Chi was stunned and blankly watched Yun Luofeng's departing figure, unable to regain her senses for a long while. Main hall. Yi Jingchen and Jun Fengling sat in the chief seats and coldly watched the middle-aged man below them. The middle-aged man placed down the teacup in his hands and faintly smiled. Eldest young master, young madam, second young master already persuaded the other elders inside the clan to allow you to return to the Yi family. As for Yi City, I will temporarily be in charge of it. Yi Jingchen's expression was very displeased as he snorted. That guy would be this kind. Isn't it because he has his eye on the Yi family trading company's current strength, so he wants to have you replace me? Let me tell you, I absolutely won't withdraw from Yi City. The Yi family trading company currently possessed merchandise like the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, bringing an extremely high profit to the trading company. How could that greedy younger brother of his let this type of good thing slip by? This was why he sent someone to take over for him. Chapter 831, Someone is here from the Yi family, 2. Eldest young master, second young master is the future head of the Yi family after all. He wants you to leave Yi City, are you going to disobey? In truth, you only have yourself to blame for this. If you didn't marry a hen who can't lay eggs, the position of the future head of the Yi family would not fall into second young master's hands. Relying on the power of the second young master of the Yi family, the middle-aged man evidently disregarded Yi Jingchen. If they were talking about talent and strength, Yi Jingchen was undeniably number one. Unfortunately, his failure was in marrying a woman who could not have children. How could the future head of the Yi family not have an heir? Yi Jingchen snorted. Kicking me out of Yi City and having you take over Yi family trading company, do you dare to say that this isn't because my brother covets the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid? The middle-aged man laughed but did not get annoyed. Eldest young master, only you would be stupid enough to bring something like the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid out and sell it. If the Yi family trading company was managed by me, I would use all of the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid to raise the strength of the Yi family. Also, I would also win over the provider of the liquid to have him work himself to the bones for me. Ha ha. Yi Jingchen loudly laughed, fury evident in his laughter. Do you think that a mysterious expert who can offer an item like the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid would willingly work himself to the bones for the Yi family? Eldest young master, your inability to win him over simply reveals your lack of power. The man slowly stood up with a smile. After all, you are someone who was kicked out of the Yi family. If it weren't for second young master allowing you return this time out of the kindness of his heart, you would never be able to step inside the Yi estate. However, second young master is different from you. He's the future head of the Yi family. When other people hear his name, they scramble to curry his favor, so why would they refuse him? Yi Jingchen's expression abruptly shifted. Fury rushed out of his gentle eyes, and his tightly clenched fists imperceptibly trembled. However, a languid laughter suddenly came from outside the main hall. Could it be that you didn't know the seller of the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid was only willing to conduct the business transaction because they heard father and mother's reputation? If it was someone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't succeed in obtaining the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid. Outside the main hall, the rays of the sun fell from an angle. The girl, clothed in white, lazily leaned against the doorframe with a wicked upturn of her lips as she looked at the man sitting inside the main hall. A cold glint flashed through the bottom of her eyes. It was obvious that she had appeared for a while already. She did not disturb them because she saw that Zhang Fengling had a guest, but in the end, she could not resist speaking up. These people spoke pretty words, saying that recalling Yi Jingchen to the Yi family was an extraordinary favor, but in fact, they were concerned about the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid in the Yi family trading company. They remained high and mighty even now. But did they really think everyone was an idiot? Who are you? You truly have the guts. The man's face darkened. Who permitted you to appear here? You are positively undisciplined. Ever since the middle-aged man appeared, Zhang Fengling had stayed silent, but after seeing her chide Yun Luofeng like this, her expression instantly grew dark. She is my daughter-in-law, you better be more polite. Daughter-in-law. The man frowned, distaste flickering through his eyes. So it's the wife of that bastard of yours. In the end, she is nothing more than a bastard as well. Eldest young master, even if you want to marry, you should still find a better woman. This woman birthed a bastard already, what qualifications does she have to be the young madam of the Yi family? Chapter 832, Someone is here from the Yi family, 3. Zhang Fengling grew furious, and her palm smashed the table in half with a loud bang. Then, she leaped toward the middle-aged man with obvious killing intent in her phoenix-shaped eyes. However, a figure was a step quicker than her. The person walked to the front of the man in 2 strides and kicked his crotch without mercy. Under the intense pain, the man produced a shrill, anguished wail. Bastard! Then I will make you unable to sire even a bastard now. The young lady's feature was brazen, and the corner of her lips was slightly turned up. Didn't you insult Yun Xiao as a bastard? Then she will make him unable to sire even a bastard. You damn girl, just wait and watch. The middle-aged man tightly clenched his teeth and fiercely glared at Yun Luofeng before turning his line of sight to Yi Jingchen and his wife. Eldest young master, young madam, shouldn't you give me an explanation? At the very least I am someone sent by second young master. Yi Jingchen dryly coughed before saying, what happened just now? How come I didn't see anything? Dearest, did you see anything? Zhang Fengling already withdrew her aura filled with killing intent and was stifling her laugh. I saw Yi Ran lose his footing and tripped. Who knew that he would happen to land on a pole and injure his privates? The middle-aged man named Yi Ran was nearly angered to the point of going crazy. This was truly a shameless family. They lied without blinking an eye. Great. Splendid. I will report this to second young master. Yi Ran fiercely clenched his teeth, his hand continued clutching his crotch as cold sweat covered his face from the pain. Hold on. Seeing the man about to turn around and leave, the young girl lazily called out, making him halt his steps. What else do you want? The middle-aged man spun around and faced Yun Luofeng stormily. Yun Luofeng wickedly smiled. So the rules of the Yi family allow a servant to shout and quarrel with his master. Yi Ran started. During these past years, he was used to abusing his power and bullying people while following second young master, so how could he still recall Yi Jingchen's status? My master is second young master. He retorted with twisted logic as cold sweat covered his head. Your surname is Yi, the girl raised her brows, since it's Yi, then you're a dog of the Yi family. However, you completely ignore your master. Then what do you want? Kneel down and apologize. The girl's voice was ruthless, causing Yi Ran to shudder out of nowhere. Apologize? Impossible. I only acknowledge second young master, I don't acknowledge anyone else. Bang. After he said that, the girl's leg suddenly aimed for him, sending him flying out and harshly hitting the wall. His body ached all over, and several of his bones fractured. Apologize. The young girl prowled toward Yi Ran and icily looked down on him with brazen features. I don't. Yi Ran did not finish speaking before the girl raised her leg again. It harshly slid through the air, landing on his chest, making him spit out a liter of blood and turning his face ashen. This time, Yun Luofeng did not bother wasting her words with him and picked him up by his lapels before forcefully pressing him to the ground and making him kneel in front of Yi Jingchen and Zhang Fengling. Yi Ran knew that if he did not apologize this time, he would not have an easy time leaving. He hurriedly cut out and pleaded with fear in his voice, eldest young master, young madam, it was this little one's fault. I shouldn't have abused my powers to bully people. I beg you to let me off. I will run back to the Yi family now and will never dare to offend eldest young master and young madam ever again. Chapter 833, Someone is here from the Yi family, 4. His kowtows were incredibly loud. It was not long before his forehead turned red and blood slowly oozed out. Remember, you are only a servant. Servants can never be disrespectful towards their masters. Instantly get lost. Yun Luofeng released him, her wicked face chilly. Since she accepted Yi Jingchen and Zhang Fengling, she would not permit anyone to be disrespectful to them. Even the Yi family was not allowed. Yi Ran hurriedly scurried out of the hall, scared witless. He was afraid that if he stayed even a little longer, he would be kept here by Yun Luofeng. Oh dear. Watching the direction that Yi Ran left, Yi Jingchen bitterly smiled. When this matter travels to my brother's ears, I'm afraid he'll hate me more. Yun Luofeng smiled and quipped, would he not hate you if you didn't do this? Yi Jingchen suddenly regained his wits. That's right. Even if Yi Ran did not get beat up this time, his brother could still hate him. Since it was like this, why did it matter whether they hit Yi Ran? At the most, it merely intensified his hatred. Brother Yi, Zhang Fengling lightly frowned. When we lived with the Yi family previously, I could withstand a grievance no matter how big it was, but now, I have found my son and daughter-in-law. If the Yi family wants to bully them, don't blame me for being hostile. Yi Jingchen gently smiled and pulled Zhang Fengling into the protection of his embrace. Junse, you've misunderstood. I wasn't worried because I still cared about the Yi family, I was merely afraid that brother of mine would hurt you. However, Feng Er was right. Even if this didn't happen, he still wouldn't let our family go. If Zhang Fengling did not appear, the head of the Yi family would certainly belong to Yi Jingchen and would have no way of ending up in his hands. And if Zhang Fengling got pregnant, perhaps the position of the head would shift hands again. With a dangerous quality like that, how could he not hate him? And how could he not harm Yi Jingchen's life in any way possible? Hence, even if Yun Luofeng did not do that, he still would not let off Yi Jingchen. Junse, don't worry, you guys are my only family. If the Yi family really wants to harm you, I will protect your safety even if I lose my life. Determination pervaded Yi Jingchen's features. Ever since the Yi family kicked them out of the clan years ago, he became disillusioned with them. The only one he cared about in his life was Zhang Fengling. As for Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng, it was only because of Zhang Fengling. Father, mother, Yun Luofeng's lips quirked up. Next time, if the young master of Yi family wants the Yi family trading company again, then mercilessly swindle him before giving the company to him. Yi Jingchen was startled and lightly frowned. I'm afraid this is inappropriate. No matter how valuable the items that I swindle are, it still won't compare to the spread-gathering medicinal liquid inside the trading company. Yun Luofeng smiled with a raise of her brows. Don't worry. The Yi family trading company that you give him will be nothing but an empty shell. Moreover, the words I told Yi Ran just now aren't a bluff. If the Yi family trading company changes owners, the spread-gathering medicinal liquid won't appear again. Why? Yi Jingchen grew more shocked. The Yi family trading company had always been managed by Yi Eximo, so he did not know the specific details. While Yi Jingchen puzzled over this matter, Yi Eximo's cheery voice was heard outside of the main hall. Foster father, foster mother, this matter is very simple. It's because the spread-gathering medicinal liquid was provided by sister-in-law. Yi Jingchen's heart jolted and his eyes went from its initial bewildered state to shock. His breathing sped up as well. Did your brother say the truth? The spread-gathering medicinal liquid was truly provided by you. Chapter 834, Someone is here from the Yi family, 5. Facing the gentle as jade man, Yun Luofeng slightly nodded. That was why I said the spread-gathering medicinal liquid won't appear again if the Yi family trading company changes owners. Yi Jingchen was stupefied. At the end of the day, the seller of the spread-gathering medicinal liquid was actually Yun Luofeng. What was laughable was that his brother wanted to steal his trading company. Compared with Yi Jingchen, Zhang Fengling was a lot calmer. She clapped Yun Luofeng's shoulders and wanted to say something but ended up sighing instead. My daughter-in-law is so capable and impresses me every time. Feng Er, I'm proud of you. Zhang Fengling was very proud. Rightly so too, who else could get such a capable daughter-in-law like her? It appeared that her son had excellent standards, unlike Yi Jingchen's brother Yi Jingxun, who was as haughty as a peacock simply because his son got into the good graces of a princess. How could that princess compare with her daughter-in-law? Feng Er. Yi Jingchen patted Yun Luofeng's hair with a wry smile and said, you truly gave me a fright. However, you must hide those items in your hand with all means possible and not let other people see it. Otherwise, someone will inevitably covet it. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes and evilly smiled. Since you already know about the origins of the spread-gathering medicinal liquid, at that time, give him the trading company after you swindle him. Also, before giving him the trading company, take away all the valuable medicinal herbs, don't leave a single herb behind. Yi Jingchen was dumbstruck. He originally thought his wife was already wicked enough, but there were mountains higher than his wife. She was actually wicked to this degree. At that time, when that beast-starred Yi Jingxun obtained the empty shell of a trading company, he would probably want to cry. Brother Yi, Zhang Fengling faintly smiled. Previously I could disregard your status in the Yi family. Now that we have a child, I must give the child a wonderful future, so I want you to return and take back what belongs to you. Also, Zhang Fengling paused and slightly narrowed her eyes. If Yi Jingxun learns we have a child, he won't easily let us off. We must strike first and gain the upper hand. If you don't want to be the head of the Yi family, then turn it over to someone else after you attain the power. I won't permit my child to be situated in a dangerous environment. This was the reason she wanted to return and seize power. Anyone could be the head of the Yi family, except for Yi Jingxun. Otherwise, with his unscrupulous personality, he would never leave their family in peace. All right, Yi Jingchen nodded. I will listen to you. For our child, I will seize the power of the Yi family once more. Zhang Fengling smiled, her hand lightly stroking her belly with a brilliant light emitting from her face. This was a radiance that belonged to a mother. Watching the blessed smile on Zhang Fengling, Yun Luofeng silently decided that she would take care of potential trouble for Yi Jingchen and Zhang Fengling no matter what. At some unknown time, Yi Qi appeared outside of the main hall. It was undeniable that she heard the words of her foster parents. As soon as she thought of how the spread-gathering medicinal liquid was provided by Yun Luofeng, shame would overcome her. No wonder Big Brother was unwilling to take out the strip gathering medicinal liquid that day. It was actually because of Yun Luofeng. If it were her, she also would not give the medicinal liquid to someone antagonizing her. Yi Qi tightly bit her lips. Through her reflection over the past few days, she already understood many problems. It was just like the advice that Yun Luofeng gave her. The people who hurt her in her life will never be her family. Chapter 835. Someone is here from the Yi family. 6. If she was willing to listen to Big Brother initially, so many problems would not have occurred. And she would not have been deceived by someone for so long. Thinking of this, Yi Qi glanced at the joyous and harmonious family inside the main hall. She desolately turned around and slowly left the courtyard. As though sensing something, Yun Luofeng turned her head and stared at the Yi Qi's figure in the distance. People were strange like this. If they did not suffer a shock, they would never reflect upon themselves. If it weren't for Zhu Rusu's matter, Yi Qi would still be a willful young lady and had no clue about where she was wrong. The Yi estate. Deep inside a remote forest, a tightly closed door slowly opened. Shortly after, an elderly man wearing a green robe slowly walked out. After seeing him, the people waiting outside of the door all kneeled on the ground and respectfully called, "Congratulations to Master for leaving seclusion." The elderly man nodded, his gaze sweeping past the group and landing on the man in front of him. "Xuanse, while I was in seclusion these past few years, did anything happen?" Yi Jingxuan was somewhat submissive. "Father, after you entered seclusion, a unanimous decision by the clan elders banished elder brother to the Yi city. The meaning of banished was that they were expelled from the Yi family." Yi Jingxuan naturally wanted to shove all the blame onto Yi Jingxuan, but he understood that all of his lies would be discerned, so he was better off speaking the truth. Thankfully, the elderly man only furrowed his brows and released a helpless sigh and did not scold Yi Jingxuan for it. Perhaps it was best for them to leave. Being in Yi city would at least be better than staying at the Yi estate. If Zhang Fengling was not infertile, he would not have given the position of the young master of the Yi family to Yi Jingxuan. After all, as the one in charge of the Yi family, how could he not have any children? As a matter of fact, compared with his second son, he preferred the mature and steady Yi Jingxuan. This was also why Yi Jingxuan resented Yi Jingxuan out of jealousy. Yi Jingxuan cast down his eyes and erased his previous submissive expression as malice flashed through his eyes. After leaving the Yi estate, could eldest brother live peaceful days? No. He absolutely would not let him off. As long as eldest brother remained alive, he would be unable to be the young master of the Yi family without worry. "Father," Yi Jingxuan looked up and continued saying, "there's one more thing I need to report to you. Wensa has a good relationship with the princess of the imperial family. His Majesty also agreed to the marriage. We were only waiting for father to leave seclusion before picking a date to betroth them." The princess of the imperial family, Jiang Mengyao, was the most beautiful woman in the imperial city. Her beauty was unparalleled, her talent was extraordinary, and even her medical skill was extremely outstanding. Being able to possess such a perfect daughter-in-law, it was no wonder that Yi Jingxuan would be this proud. Oh, as expected, after hearing this, the old man's heart jolted as well. Good, this is quite good. Receiving the favor of the imperial family is fairly important for the development of our Yi family. Yi Jingxuan turned joyful. As long as he could step onto the same boat as the imperial family, Yi Jingxuan would not snatch his power no matter how strong he was. "Xuanse, did anyone go to the rear mountain while I was secluded?" The elderly man aloofly asked with a slight furrow of his brows. Yi Jingxuan reverently said, "Father, don't worry. The rear mountain is our Yi family's forbidden area. No one would have the guts to go there." "Is that so? I should go to the rear mountain and take a look then." The elderly man felt like his mind was restless, so he walked toward the rear mountain without any hesitation after saying those words. Chapter 836. Huohuo's Identity. However, before he reached the rear mountain, he discovered the aura that had always lingered around the rear mountain had disappeared. Instantly, his expression dramatically shifted, and he flung a slap toward the back of Yi Jingxuan's head. "Xuanse, you have the nerve. You actually dared to dupe me. You still dare to say no one entered the rear mountain even now." Yi Jingxuan was stupefied by the slap. He dumbfoundedly looked at the old man. "Father, I really don't know what happened. Moreover, isn't the rear mountain forbidden grounds? Who dares to enter?" The old man raised his hand again, but in the end, he helplessly lowered it. His geriatric face was covered in anger. "Do you know why the rear mountain is called the forbidden grounds?" Yi Jingxuan shook his head. The Yi family rear mountain was where the Yi family's secret was situated. Even though he was the young master of the Yi family, he was not familiar with the rear mountain. The rear mountain is called the forbidden ground because a person lives on the mountain. No, she shouldn't be called a person. According to my father, who's your grandfather, the one who lives on the rear mountain is an incredibly strong fox. Fox? Yi Jingxuan was completely bewildered. How come he didn't know the Yi family had such a formidable spiritual beast? The elderly man took a deep breath and continued, "That fox is our Yi family ancestor's teacher. Also, the Yi family has a family precept that all of the descendants of the Yi family must venerate this fox and obey her orders. I have never seen this fox, but I could feel the powerful aura from the rear mountain. Currently, all is quiet on the rear mountain, so do you dare to say that fox is still there?" Yi Jingxuan rubbed the back of his head. "Did she leave on her own?" "No. That fox absolutely won't leave the rear mountain at random. Someone must have come and taken her away." The old man said in disappointment, "When I entered seclusion, I told you to do a good job watching over the rear mountain. Where have you done these past years that you wouldn't even know about such a large matter?" Yi Jingxuan was very sullen. "You can sense the aura on the rear mountain, but I can't. Moreover, I really didn't discover anyone coming to take the fox away. Immediately send someone to find her. Regardless of whatever remote corner you have to search for her, you must find her." The old man strictly ordered with darkened features. Yi Jingxun hesitated for a moment. Father, you haven't seen that fox, so how shall I find her? I don't care. It was your fault, so you will be responsible for this matter. About that fox, I can give you one piece of information. She is a female fox and only has 8 tails. Of course, this piece of information was passed down from his ancestors, so he only knew these 2 points. Father, you are basically having me search for a needle in a haystack like this. Yi Jingxun feebly said after sighing. The elderly man coldly glanced at him. These 2 points should suffice. Also, after you find her, you mustn't be rude to her. You must treat her with courtesy. If she is unwilling to return, then send someone to protect her. Yi Jingxun truly did not understand his father's behavior. In his mind, after finding that fox, wasn't it fine if they designed a plan to snatch her back? Perhaps the old man saw through Zhu Jingxun's thoughts. He sighed and said, Xuanci, the objective of our Yi family's existence is to protect this fox. In other words, we are the servants of this fox. Have you ever seen a servant use force against his master? Yi Jingxun stood in his spot, stunned. This news truly surpassed his knowledge. The Yi family existed these many years in order to protect a spiritual beast. The Yi family that had always made him proud was merely that spiritual beast's servant. Chapter 837, Heading to the Yi estate. Watching Yi Jingxun's shocked state, the elderly man bitterly smiled. Back then, when his father told him about this, wasn't he the same? However, the ancestral precept could not be disobeyed, so he can only accept this truth. Father, I understand. Yi Jingxun recovered his senses and said, I will send someone to find that fox. Only then did the old man nod in satisfaction. I didn't break through during this seclusion, so I need to continue my seclusion in a few days. Xuanci, although you and Chenera aren't from the same mother, you are still brothers. I hope you will have respect and fondness for each other, do you understand? Yi Jingxun's expression abruptly changed and he ingratiatingly smiled. Father, rest assured, I have always respected eldest brother a lot, so why would I start trouble with him? I'm the type where even when I only have one piece of dessert left, I want to give it to eldest brother. If it's possible, I want to give the position of the young master of the Yi family to him, but unfortunately, eldest brother doesn't have any heirs and the family's elders simply won't agree to my actions. This old beast starred. It looks like he still guessed my actions over this period of time, so he intentionally warned me. But there is no other way. To become the master of the Yi family, I must keep this old fart happy. The old man glanced at Yi Jingxun. If that's really what you think, then I am reassured. In a moment, I will go choose a lucky day for Princess Mengyao and Wensa. Following that, I will continue in seclusion and won't leave seclusion until I make a breakthrough. Yes, father. Yi Jingxun lowered his head, his lips turning up with an eerie smile. As long as this old man entered seclusion, the entire Yi family would become his world again. Although there were some voices of dissent inside the Yi family elder group, it was of no concern. After all, in the end, his words were the final say in all matters. Yi City, the Yi residence. After Zhang Fengling left orders for some simple matters, she sent people to arrange their luggage. It wasn't long before the servants of the Yi residence finished preparing the luggage and also led the horses kept inside the Yi residence to them. Naturally, Yu Nuofeng and Yun Xiao rode the same horse and Yi Jingxun and Zhang Fengling also rode the same horse. Only Yi Eximo and Yi Qi rode on their own. Looking at the pairs of couples in front of him, Yi Eximo was a bit sad. Previously, I was fed dog food by foster father and foster mother every day. Now, there is also brother and sister-in-law. It looks like it's time for me to consider marriage as well. Yi Eximo might have quite a number of women around him, but he maintained a friendship with those women and had no intention of furthering their relationship. To him, the life he wanted was one as loving and affectionate as foster father and foster mother. Before he met someone he loved, he would rather remain single. Yi Qi's line of sight was obsessively trailing after Yi Eximo, but after hearing his words, pain pierced his heart and she lowered her eyes. She understood that Big Brother would never choose her. Since it was like this, she had no idea what frame of mind she should use to face Big Brother's wife in the future. Thankfully, Big Brother remained single all these years, so she did not have to consider this. Thinking about their future life though, her heart was harshly squeezed, and the hand she used to hold the horsewhip also involuntarily turned tighter. If we are all ready, then let's head out. Zhang Fengling tightly hugged Yi Jingxun's waist and leaned against his back, determination flashing through her features. This time, I won't back down no matter what. Whether it was for the unborn child inside of her or Yun Xiao and Yun Nuofeng, she wouldn't allow anyone to bully them. Chapter 838, Humiliation, Eye Roll, 1. The Tianyun Kingdom. Outside the city gate, 2 guards stood near the city wall like unmoving mountains. There was also another person examining the official seals of the people coming and going. This seal represented the status of the factions within the Tianyun Kingdom and was used to prevent people from enemy kingdoms infiltrating inside. Yi Jingxun pulled on the horse's reins and stopped outside of the city gate. The guards clearly recognized Yi Jingxun and were startled by his appearance. Eldest young master Yi, the young master of the Yi family once ordered that you weren't allowed to enter the city without his permission. The Yi family was the #1 aristocratic family in the Tianyun Kingdom, and Yi Jingxun's words naturally had an effect on the guards of the city. Hence, without Yi Jingxun's permission, they truly did not dare to allow Yi Jingxun to enter the city. Yi Jingxun's features slowly darkened, and he coldly stated, I am at least a member of the Yi family. Locking me outside of the gate, have you asked for the opinion of the master of the Yi family? The guards sneered. Eldest young master Yi, who in the whole Tianyun Kingdom doesn't know that you've already been expelled out of the Yi family. Hence, you are no longer a member of the Yi family, and we naturally have the right to refuse to let you enter. Yi Jingxun narrowed his eyes and said with a snort, that is only the decision of the elder group of the Yi family, not the order of my father. Before he speaks to expel me from the Yi family, I'm still a member of the Yi family. It was obvious the guard was not too pleased. Just as he was about to speak in ridicule, the sound of horse hoofs was heard from not far away. Instantly, everyone's line of sight trailed to the origin of the sound. The sky was a storm of hoofs and dust. Riding a horse, an extremely beautiful woman approached while flicking her whip. Her beauty was not the gentle type. Instead, it had the mannerism of a military general. Her dress, made from thin, purple silk, fluttered in the sky. It was only when she reached the city gate that she hurriedly pulled on the reins and stopped. At the same time, the guards closely following after her also stopped and stood guard behind her like Mount Tai. After seeing the woman, Yi Jingchen's breathing suddenly halted, and he tightened his grasp on the reins in his hands. The number one beauty in the Tianyuan kingdom, Jiang Mengyao. She was also the number one genius in the entire imperial city, the aim of every talented and handsome youth. However, this number one beauty chose Yi Tianwen of the Yi family, which also became the basis of Yi Jingchen's flaunting. Yi Jingchen, I didn't expect you to have the nerve to return to the imperial city. The corner Jiang Mengyao's lips turned up as her dim eyes coldly watched Yi Jingchen and his wife. Back then, you gave up my imperial aunt and chose to be with this woman. Have you ever regretted it? Faced with Jiang Mengyao's inquisition, Yi Jingchen merely snorted. His voice was unshakably determined. To me, Junsa is the wife I want to guard for the rest of my life. No one else can compare to her. So what if he would be the prince consort one of the Tianyuan kingdom? He did not value that position. The only one in his life who had ever stirred his heart was Junsa, nothing more was needed. Fine. I hope you will still have the courage to say these words in the future. Jiang Mengyao coldly smiled and turned to the guards of the city gate. Since they have returned to the imperial city, then let them enter. I would like to see what commotion they can evoke inside the imperial city. After saying this, Jiang Mengyao flicked the whip in her hand. Before departing though, she mockingly threw behind, Yi Jingchen, Zhang Fengling, you should thank me. Without me, you wouldn't even have the right to enter the imperial city. Chapter 839, Humiliation, Eye Roll, 2. From start to end, Jiang Mengyao did not look at Yu Nuofeng and the others, as though they were not worthy of her gaze. Yi Jingchen tightly clenched his fists. It was his first time feeling so powerless. Brother Yi, Zhang Fengling raised her brows, it's nothing more than words. The ridicule I have experienced these past years was not any less than this. I already don't care about the gazes of the populace. As long as I can be with you, I have nothing to fear. Her words made Yi Jingchen's heart hurt more, but they also made him come to an internal decision. No matter what, he must take back the power that belonged to him. He absolutely would not allow anyone to bully his wife. Bah! Yi Qi spat towards the ground, her face red with fury. What a bunch of snobs and a den of pests. Jiang Mengyao and Yi Tianwen truly deserve each other. If it was in the past, Yi Eximo would certainly scold Yi Qi, but he unexpectedly did not say anything today. It was evident that the words spoken by Yi Qi were the words he wanted to say. Let's go. Yi Eximo calmed the anger in his heart, his eyes cold. Wait until I return to the Yi family. I will make everyone who bullied us pay their price. With Jiang Mengyao's words, the guards of the city gate did not stop them and allowed them to successfully pass through the city gate. The Yi estate. Inside the main hall, Yi Jingchen slapped the table and stood up, the veins on his forehead bulging. Yi Jingchen, that bastard, actually returned to the Yi family. He didn't come when I sent someone to invite him and even injured my people. Now though, he returned on his own, what is his meaning? The more he thought about it, the more furious he grew. If he did not have too many considerations, he would have sent someone to take care of Yi Jingchen this very instant. Father. Yi Tianwen glanced at Yi Jingchen, viciousness flickering through his handsome face. I heard that Zhang Fengling's long missing son also came back with them. Humph. Yi Jingchen snorted. That is merely a bastard. Yi Jingchen is truly a green turtle. He married a slut, one with a bastard tagalong even. Someone like him doesn't deserve to be a descendant of the Yi family. What a disgrace. On this continent, men can take concubines and can also have 2 wives, but women cannot. As a woman, she must be faithful unto death. Even if they divorce, she can only live solitarily for the rest of her life. I really don't understand what uncle was thinking. Back then, an imperial princess wanted to marry him, and he not only rejected her but also married a slut. Isn't he an idiot for giving up the opportunity to become the prince consort? Yi Tianwen truly did not understand how he could give up a wonderful opportunity like that. Wasn't he benefiting an outsider? Moreover, the grand princess one did not marry for all these years, wasn't she waiting for him? Yi Jingchen smiled with mockery. If he really became the prince consort, then I wouldn't be where I am today. Yi Jingchen is too stupid. He won't take the perfectly good position of a prince consort and just has to take a slut. Father, I heard that the bastard also has a fiancée already. I also heard that his fiancée is a city-ruining stunning beauty even more beautiful than Princess Mengyao. Yi Tianwen's features darkened. He was nothing more than a bastard, but he still had a beauty throwing herself into his arms. Was she blind? So what if she's absolutely beautiful? Yi Jingchen was displeased by Yi Tianwen's words, and his features instantly scrunched together. Regardless of how beautiful she is, her status and talent can't compare to Princess Mengyao. Wensa, you can't become interested in women like her. You are the sole heir of our Yi family, only Princess Mengyao can match you. Chapter 840, Humiliation, Eye Roll, 3. Yi Tianwen flicked open his folded fan. Father, don't worry. I'm not someone who indulges in beautiful women. I know what I want. I'm merely lamenting that even useless bastards have admirers. After all, I have heard it was because the bastard was unable to cultivate that he was kicked out of his clan. How did a bastard who was unable to cultivate deserve to have beautiful women in his arms? Only ugly and unrefined women matched him. Yi Jingchen nodded in satisfaction. Spies of the Yi family have reported that Princess Mengyao has already returned, so you should seek her out in a moment. Also, I heard that Her Highness the Empress is sick, and the reason why Princess Mengya left the imperial city was to find medicinal herbs to treat Her Majesty's illness. We have 1,000-year-old blood ginseng in our Yi family, give it to Princess Mengya. Yes, father, Yi Tianwen reverently answered with his head lowered. Not long after Yi Tianwen departed, the sound of a commotion traveled from outside of the door, and Yi Jingchun's low voice was barely audible. Yi Jingchun's face darkened, and an eerie and frightening smile appeared on his face. Without any hesitation, he strode out of the main hall. Inside the courtyard, Yi Jingchun's eyes faintly revealed his anger. His cold eyes directly stared at the man striding out of the main hall as he icily said, Yi Jingchun, what is the meaning of this? Prohibiting our entry. Don't forget, I'm your eldest brother. Several years ago, he swallowed his anger and left the estate for peace. This time, he absolutely would not easily give up on the things that belong to him. He must retrieve what is his by right. Yi Jingchun darkly smiled. Eldest brother, have you misunderstood me? I didn't reject your entry. Don't forget, several years ago, you once said that you absolutely won't step into the Yi estate again in your lifetime. The guards of the Yi family were merely fulfilling your words back then. His words meant that the one who prevented Yi Jingchun from entering wasn't him, it was Yi Jingchun himself. Yi Jingchun coldly said, don't you know the reason I left the Yi family back then? If you didn't humiliate Junsa, I wouldn't have left. Eldest brother, I naturally have no problem if you and eldest sister-in-law wanted to return, but... Yi Jingchun glanced at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao, who were standing beside Zhang Fengling, with an eerie smile. These two people aren't members of our Yi family. They don't have the right to enter the Yi estate. Yun Luofeng faintly smiled, her smile was languid and wicked, and her dark eyes were clear. Yi Jingchun is my father-in-law, Zhang Fengling is my mother-in-law, how come Yun Xiao and I can't enter the Yi estate? Ho ho, Yi Jingchun snorted. Who doesn't know that bastard is the child of Zhang Fengling and some other man? Our Yi family won't accept this bastard. You should get lost. Huo huo. Yun Luofeng shouted as her eyes darkened. Instantly, a little girl in red popped up from who knows where. Her figure was as quick as lightning and charged to the front of Yi Jingchun in the blink of an eye. With a bang, she ruthlessly flung her palm on his face. Yi Jingchun was stupefied. This little miss was too fast, so fast that he was unable to react. After he uneasily recovered his wits, fury erupted in his eyes. You have quite the guts, actually daring to hit me. Yi Jingchun, as the young master of the Yi family, I command you to seize these two darn girls. Yi Jingchun coldly smiled and did not move a single millimeter. Great, wonderful. A cold glint flashed through Yi Jingchun's eyes, and he harshly ordered, capture these transgressors who betrayed the Yi family. Chapter 841, Humiliation, Eye Roll, 4. Yun Luofeng merely had Huo Huo slap him, but in his mouth, it became Yi Jingchun betraying the Yi family. All the guards looked at each other in uncertainty, no one daring to act. Although Yi Jingchun was kicked out of the Yi family, he was still a young master of the Yi family. How could they dare to offend their superior and use force on him? Seeing the unmoving guards, Yi Jingchun grew angrier. It was at this point in time that Yun Luofeng's languid voice was slowly heard. So what if I hit you? She faintly smiled. You slandered the descendants of the Yi family, shouldn't you be hit? Yi Jingchun was taken back. You, what do you mean? My meaning is very simple. Yun Xiao is Yi Jingchun's biological son. Boom. As though thunder clapped across the clear sky, Yi Jingchun became dumbstruck on the spot. Yi Jingchun and Zhang Fengling were also startled. No one knew better than them who Yun Xiao's father was. After all, she did not meet Yi Jingchun until after she left the Xiao family. How could Yun Xiao be his son? Feng Zhang Fengling was somewhat anxious and kept sending looks to Yun Luofeng to stop her subsequent words. From start to end, only Yun Xiao remained calm. To him, Yun Luofeng had her reasons for whatever she wanted to do. What he could do was to unconditionally believe in her. Impossible. That is impossible. Yi Jingchun staggered back 2 steps. How could this bastard be my eldest brother's son? He clearly came from Longshao continent. Yun Luofeng took 2 steps toward Yi Jingchun. How do you know that Yun Xiao wasn't sired by father and mother in Longshao continent? Moreover, it's simple to prove my words, doing a blood test one is enough. Viciousness flashed through Yi Jingchun's eyes. He did not expect that eldest brother would have a son in the outside world. Did they keep it hidden for this many years because they were afraid he would hurt their son? It was apparent that Yi Jingchun already believed Yun Luofeng's words. After all, she even mentioned doing a blood test. How could it be fake? Zhang Fengling's expression grew more anxious. As soon as they did a blood test, Yun Xiao would be proven to not be Brother Yi's son. It would be quite difficult to conclude this matter at that time. Just as her heart brimmed with anxiety, a voice was heard inside her mind, sunning her. Don't worry. I will help you take back what belongs to you. Zhang Fengling looked up in astonishment and met a pair of faintly smiling eyes. Those incredibly bright eyes miraculously calmed her incredibly anxious heart. Spiritual voice transmittance. She actually knew spiritual voice transmittance. Just how many more things about her daughter-in-law remained unknown to her. I will discuss it with the elders now and choose a date for the blood test. Yi Jingchun coldly glanced at Yun Luofeng. If the truth is that this bastard isn't my eldest brother's son, you won't get away. After saying this, Yi Jingchun waved his hand and led a group of guards out of the courtyard, hurriedly heading toward the court of the elders. Only Yun Luofeng and her group remained inside the courtyard, but she was not reassured, so she set up a sound barrier in the surroundings that prohibited others from overhearing them. Father, mother, I know you have many things to ask me. You can ask me now. Yun Luofeng shrugged. Also, no one will hear anything you ask. Yi Jingchun and Zhang Fengling looked at each other and wryly chuckled. Feng, although this act of yours allowed us to remain in the Yi estate, how shall we deal with the blood test? Chapter 842, Humiliation, Eye Roll, 5. Yun Luofeng smiled. Don't forget, I'm a physician. If I want to let you two's blood fuse, then they will definitely fuse. The blood test won't be a problem. Zhang Fengling was silent for a moment before asking, Feng, are you doing this to protect my unborn child? This girl was clever and quick-witted, so how could she not guess that she wanted to reveal the news of her pregnancy? If she did that, Yi Jingxuan and his cohort definitely would not easily let her off. Yes, Yun Luofeng did not deny it. Feng, you didn't need to do that. Zhang Fengling wryly chuckled. Both Xiao and you are important to me. How could I let you take risks? How could I rest easy if you act like that? Yun Luofeng lightly ran her fingers over Zhang Fengling's belly, and a smile appeared on her lips. Treat the Yi family as my present for my unborn brother and sister. Brother and sister. Yi Jingxuan and Zhang Fengling looked at each other and saw joy in the other's eyes. Feng, are you saying your mother is carrying twins of mixed sex? Yi Jingxuan was incredibly emotional and nearly pulled Zhang Fengling into his arms to give her a big kiss. That's right. Yun Luofeng slightly raised her brows. Mother, you are with child, so you must maintain a happy body and mind. Don't worry about Yun Xiao and me. As long as that sage-level spirit cultivator of the Yi family doesn't act, we won't be in any danger. In truth, Yun Luofeng had no idea about the status of Yun Xiao's strength and did not know whether he could hold his own against that sage-level spirit cultivator. However, besides that sage-level spirit cultivator, no one else in the Yi family was Yun Xiao's opponent. Although Zhang Fengling's strength was not bad either, she was pregnant right now so her strength would definitely be weaker. If news of her pregnancy was made known at this point in time, those people would certainly take actions against her when she was off guard. If it was like that, it would be better for them to attract the hostility. Zhang Fengling was touched. With a daughter-in-law like this, what regrets could she possibly have in her life? Junse, rest peacefully, I will protect Xiao and Feng well. A fierce glint flashed through Yi Jingxuan's eyes. If anyone dares to hurt them, I will protect them even if I have a fallout with the Yi family. Zhang Fengling raised her brows and imperceptibly smiled. I haven't returned to the Yi estate in many years. I will receive those people's ridicule again this time around, but I won't suffer in silence like I did in the past. This time, I will repay whoever dares to bully me 100-fold. A figure hurriedly came toward them. After seeing that person, Yun Luofeng waved away the barrier and walked to the side of Zhang Fengling. Eldest young master, the servant hastily reported, the elders want you to head over there. Yi Jingxuan's brows furrowed. All right, I will come in a moment. After saying this, he turned to face Zhang Fengling with a gentle look, Junse, I'll come right back. If someone from the Yi family bullies you, don't be polite and hit them back. Remember, I will stand on your side no matter what. Zhang Fengling slightly nodded. Her hand subconsciously wanted to gently caress her belly, but she remembered that there were still people from the Yi family here, so she hastily put her hand back down. All right, I'll wait for you. Yi Jingxuan gently patted her head before turning around and saying, lead the way. Eldest young master, please follow me. The servant made an inviting gesture before leading the way in the front. Although this servant's words were very polite, his features still revealed his disdain. Chapter 843, Humiliation, Eye Roll, 6. Elder Room. All the elders sat around a long table. The one sitting on the front end of the table was naturally the most senior elder in the clan, Yi Xiang. Even Yi Jingxuan, who was the future head of the Yi family, had no choice but to listen to his suggestions sometimes. Everyone's eyes simultaneously looked toward the door as it opened. When they saw the man who appeared outside the room, a tumultuous light appeared in their eyes. Enter, Elder Yi Xiang said in a deep voice. Yi Jingxuan slowly entered under everyone's gaze. His steps were steady, and his aura was calm and patient. This point alone was not something that Yi Jingxuan could match. You've returned. Yi Xiang indifferently asked as he aloofly watched Yi Jingxuan enter the elder room. Yes, I've returned. He had returned, and this time, he wouldn't back down. I heard you have a son outside. Yi Xiang asked, getting right to the point without wasting any words. Yi Jingxuan smiled. That's right. He is my son. Allowing him to wander on his own outside for all these years was my fault. He has now returned with me to the Yi family. If you don't believe it, you can do the blood test. I don't have any objection. Since it's this way, we will choose a day to conduct the blood test. How about in 3 days? Also, because today's matter is too serious, I will inform Master, who's in seclusion. Yi Xiang indifferently spoke. He had higher hopes for Yi Jingxuan than Yi Jingxuan. Unfortunately, Yi Jingxuan might be incredibly strong, but he did not have a single heir, so he could not inherit the Yi family. Although a son suddenly popped up, he heard that the son was a trash, otherwise, he would not have been expelled from the Xiao family that Zhang Fengling previously inhabited. It was a pity. Yi Xiang found it a pity. If that son of his had stunning innate talents, then he would make the position of the young master of the Yi family return to Yi Jingxuan no matter what. Elders, Yi Jingxuan's eyes flickered as he stood up and chuckled before saying, now that my eldest brother has returned, there is no one to manage the trading company inside Yi City. How about I send someone there? Yi Xiang frowned. Yi City is your brother's, your actions would be inappropriate. Elder, Yi Jingxuan said with an insincere smile, how can someone as noble as eldest brother stay in a remote place like Yi City? It would be better for me to send someone to take over eldest brother's position. Yi Jingxuan glanced at Yi Jingxuan with contempt. It looks like it was just as Feng said. His brother wouldn't give up on obtaining the trading company. Thankfully, he already emptied the stock of medicinal herbs inside the trading company before he left and transferred some of his trusted subordinates back. All that he left for him was an empty shell. Second young master, don't forget, it was you who suggested transferring eldest young master to Yi City. Didn't you think Yi City was remote back then? Amidst the elders present, one of the elders wearing cyan clothes could not put up with it and retorted, now, eldest young master has developed Yi City to be this prosperous and you want to snatch it back. Yi Jingxuan's expression was displeased, and he glanced at the cyan-robed elder who spoke. I merely wanted eldest brother to go there to reflect a bit. Perhaps he would discover his mistake and divorce sister-in-law. Who knew eldest brother would be so stubborn? Now, I allowed him to return to the Yi family because I felt sorry for him. Hearing this, the other elders who typically sided with Yi Jingxuan all spoke up as well. Second young master is right. No matter what he does, it's out of consideration for eldest young master. In contrast, eldest young master is mistaking a good man as a bad man and being ungrateful. That siren has bewitched him to the point of losing his intelligence and caused him to be hostile with his blood brother. Chapter 844. I would rather turn my back on the world than on my dearest. Who knows whether that bastard is truly eldest young master's son? Perhaps that fox seductress deceived eldest young master. What a pity that second young master still calls her sister-in-law. In my view, she is unworthy of entering the family. Eldest young master, you should really reflect on yourself. Where else would you find a wonderful brother like second young master? Second young master constantly keeps your best interest in mind and suggested to return the position of the young master to you several times. But you are too cruel and heartless. All the elders added their 2 cents, making Yi Jingxuan's fist tightly clench. First, since I'm a young master of the Yi family, you must treat me courteously. Junsa is my wife, who allowed you to be this rude to her. Yi Jingxuan's eyes were icy and did not have their previous warmth. Second, whether Shire is my son or not will be revealed in 3 days. Slandering him like this, are you afraid of something? His scornful words startled all of the elders. They originally thought Yi Jingxuan was already the fated young master, so along with Yi Jingxuan, they did many harmful things to Yi Jingxuan during these years. Now that a son came out of nowhere for Yi Jingxuan, they were truly afraid. It was because they were afraid that they ran their mouth off. You want Yi City's trading company? Yi Jingxuan turned to Yi Jingxuan and coldly said, I can relinquish it to you. The condition is for you to use 3 stalks of medicinal herbs that are older than 1,000 years old to trade for it. Also, these medicinal herbs aren't permitted to be taken from the Yi family. Yi Jingxuan dumbfoundedly looked up. How did this guy know he privately stashed away 3 stalks of 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs? He painstakingly obtained those herbs and merely had a total of 3 stalks. Once a herb reached 500 years old, there was a price but not a market. Eldest brother, I'm so considerate of you, but you outrageously demand 3 stalks of 1,000-year-old herbs, Yi Jingxuan said with a sneer. You don't have to give it. Just don't expect to obtain the Yi family trading company. Yi Jingxuan shrugged, his appearance uncaring. Yi Jingxuan's expression darkened. He knew that Elder Yi Xiang had always felt guilty about kicking Yi Jingxuan out of the Yi family. If he did not go along with Yi Jingxuan's wishes, he definitely would not obtain the trading company from him. Recalling merchandise like the spread-gathering medicinal liquid, Yi Jingxuan agreed between gritted teeth, all right, I will give it to you. Wait until he obtained the spread-gathering medicinal liquid and raised the power of the Yi family. At that time, no one would dare to oppose his position as the young master of the Yi family. I will allow you to be joyful for now, there are plenty of chances to make you weep in the future. Is there anything else? If there isn't, then I will leave first. My wife is still waiting for me. Yi Jingxuan coldly surveyed all the elders present and only gave a smile when he looked at the cyan-robed elder who spoke up for him just now. Head back then. Yi Xiang waved his hand. Also, we must ascertain whether or not that child is your son. In order to prevent becoming a laughingstock, no one is allowed to tell others about this before the blood-dripping verification. A clan like the Yi family placed high importance on the bloodline. If the blood-dripping verification method was a failure, it would certainly become a matter of ridicule to others. They could not afford to lose face from this. Yi Jingxuan smiled in contempt but did not say anything before turning to head out of the room. It was only after he left the elder room that his icy appearance melted away. Zhang Fengling's figure surfaced in his mind, and his lips could not help but turn up with a smile. He quickly walked out of the courtyard. In his life, only Zhang Fengling was his warmth. He would rather turn his back on the world than on her. Chapter 845. Scam. 1. Yi Jingxuan saw the people standing in the courtyard from far away. His face was enveloped in gentleness as he quickly walked to them. Junsa, you've waited a while, right? I will have someone clean our old rooms in a bit. As for Feng'er and Shao, they will be placed next to us. I can better protect them in proximity. All right. Zhang Fengling smiled and turned to look at Yun Luofeng and the others. If you are tired, then go back to your rooms to rest first. If you don't feel tired, then have Moer and Kiki show you around the Imperial City. Hearing this, Yi Eximo brightly smiled. Foster father, foster mother, don't worry, leave brother and sister to me. Zhang Fengling is naturally unworried about Yi Eximo. There should not be any problems with him leading Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao in the Imperial City. Brother Yi, I'm tired. Let's go back and rest. Zhang Fengling rubbed her forehead. Ever since she got pregnant, she had become more lethargic and was lazy in everything that she had to do. Yi Jingxuan caressed Zhang Fengling's waist with a faint smile and left Yi Eximo with a few additional instructions before heading toward the rear court. Yi Eximo retracted his gaze and laughed. Let's go. Allow brother to show you around and familiarize you with the Imperial City. Yun Luofeng lightly nodded and did not decline. All right. As for Yun Xiao, as long as Yun Luofeng agreed, he typically would not have any objections. Watching the departing figures, Yi Qi bit her lips, her eyes brimming with loneliness. Although she really wanted to follow them, she did not speak up in the end. The Imperial clan's restaurant was the most extravagant restaurant in the Imperial City. Its dishes were also extremely famous, so it became the location for the innumerable luxurious gatherings inside the Imperial City. However, this restaurant required a reservation or else one would not be seated. Hence, Yi Eximo entered the restaurant in advance for the purpose of discussing with the boss about whether they could relinquish a spot for them. Yi Eximo barely left before Yun Luofeng stepped through the entrance of the restaurant. Because Huohuo was only paying attention to her conversation with Yun Luofeng, she did not notice the figure leaving the restaurant and accidentally bumped into them. This bump should not have been of consequence, but upon colliding with Huohuo, the elderly man could not bear the impact and collapsed on the ground, losing consciousness. Huohuo was dumbstruck. She rubbed her head and said, "What? Does this old man want to scam us?" She heard the word, scam, from Xiaomo. According to Xiaomo, a lot of people would scam one others in the world that he traveled to, so she applied it to the current circumstance and used it. In an instant, the eyes of everyone inside the restaurant shot over to them and looked at the people who appeared in the entrance. "How dare you?" The two guards behind the elderly man finally reacted and hastily drew their longsword, pointing it at Huohuo. One of them expressionlessly said, "I suspect you for plotting to murder our sir. So you must come with us this instant." Huohuo curled her lips. "They actually want to scam us. He's already so old, shouldn't he be less shameless? Old man, don't pretend to sleep. Hurry and get up." She had her hands propped on her hips as she looked down on the unconscious old man, her words dripping with disdain. "How impudent," the guard harshly rebuked, his expression shifting. He did not understand the meaning of scam, but he could imagine it was not anything nice. At this moment, the people of the restaurant started discussing among themselves, and the gaze at Huohuo was filled with disapproval. Chapter 846, Scam. 2. Little miss, knocking this old man unconscious was your fault. Not only do you not apologize, but you also make excuses. Are these your manners? Huohuo's face was completely red, and she was about to fly into a rage when Yun Luofeng suddenly pulled on her with a lazy smile. "Do you believe that I can make him immediately wake up?" The guard snorted. Although he did not say anything, one could see the disbelief in his eyes. "Huohuo, move over." After saying this, Yun Luofeng walked to the old man on the ground. "Halt." The two guards' expression shifted and they were about to attack Yun Luofeng, but the previously taciturn and cold man suddenly acted at this time. Without any warning sign, a powerful energy slammed into their body. Because they did not have any resistance, the attack sent them flying back while they spat out a liter of blood. They could only look on helplessly as Yun Luofeng walked to the elderly man. When the girl reached the old man, 3 silver needles suddenly appeared in her hand. She swiftly and accurately aimed them at the acupuncture points on the top of his head. Following the turn of her fingers, traces of spiritual energy slowly flowed into his body. It did not take long for the unconscious old man to open his eyes. His gaze was disoriented, and he clearly still did not know what had happened. "Sir." Seeing the elderly man awaken, joy entered the guard's face. He harshly glared at Huohuo. "Just now, this girl sneakily attacked you, causing Sir to be heavily injured. This subordinate. Don't be impudent." The elderly man finally regained his wits and flung a slap at the guard, cutting off his words. "Apologize to this girl." The guard was completely dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. The old man did not take another look at him and stood up from the ground. He respectfully cupped his fists at Yun Luofeng. "Are you the one who saved me just now, miss?" Yun Luofeng glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. "I only wanted to prove that your loss of consciousness had nothing to do with my younger sister. Huohuo, let's go." The old man still wanted to say something, but Yun Luofeng did not give him any chance and disappeared in front of his eyes a moment later. He took a deep breath of air before saying, "Go and investigate the identity of that girl." "Yes, sir." The two guards reverently responded as they cupped the fists. The Imperial Palace. Inside the Imperial study, a bright yellow figure was currently evaluating some memorials. Perhaps because he had worn himself out too much over the past few days, his face had traces of fatigue, and his complexion was a bit sallow. "Your Majesty." A eunuch hastily entered and reported, "Sir Xuanqian is here." The man was briefly startled before saying, "Let him enter." "Yes, Your Majesty." After the eunuch said this, he hurriedly retreated. A moment later, an old man wearing a long, flax-colored robe stepped into the Imperial study. If Yun Luofeng was here, she would recognize Sir Xuanqian as the elderly man who scammed them at the restaurant. "Xuanqian, have you discovered a method to cure the Empress?" The man aloofly asked, his voice a bit weary. Ever since the Empress got married to His Majesty, they were deeply in love. Unfortunately, as the Emperor, His Majesty was too powerless against some things and could not lack a harem. For His Majesty, the Empress forced herself to tolerate other women. Perhaps out of guilt for the Empress, His Majesty had always treated her extremely well. However, the road to happiness was paved with hardships. For unknown reasons, just like the eldest madam of the Yi family, Zhang Fengling, the Empress also could not become pregnant. As the ruler of the kingdom, His Majesty had to resist a lot of pressure because of this. Chapter 847, Scam. 3. What made His Majesty want to crumble more was that the Empress was diagnosed with a terminal illness not long ago, and she did not have a lot of time left. To save the Empress, he issued an order recently. Whether it was a prince or a princess, as long as they could save the Empress, they would be bestowed with the position of the Crown Prince. His Majesty's passionate love for the Empress could be seen from that. "Your Majesty, you also know about the subject's old illness. If it isn't cured, I can faint at any time, anywhere. I also wouldn't be able to be treated and woken up from my unconscious state. Previously, you would calculate the time right and would not go out during that time period, so not many people knew about his old illness. Who knew he would suddenly fall ill today?" "And then?" the man asked with a frown. Xuanqian faintly smiled. "And then this subject had a chance encounter with a woman. She merely performed acupuncture on me and I woke up. Hence, this subject thinks the woman has extremely talented medical skills, and none of the imperial physicians can compare to her. If we can invite her here, perhaps she can cure my old illness at its roots, even Her Majesty the Empress' illness." As soon as the man heard this, he stood up in a flash with excitement in his eyes. His breathing quickened as well. Where is that miss? Zhen Wan will immediately send someone to invite her here. No. Zhen will go and personally invite her. As long as she can cure the Empress, I'll agree to any terms. Your Majesty, this subject has already ordered someone to investigate her identity. I believe we'll have news soon. However, from what I saw, the girl has an aloof nature, so wealth and social status might not be able to attract her. Since she's such a powerful physician, she, of course, wouldn't be interested in wealth and social status, but she must be interested in medicinal herbs, right? If she can cure the Empress, I wouldn't mind giving her all the medicinal herbs inside the national treasury. Xuanqian was taken aback and looked at the man's excited face with astonishment. He did not expect His Majesty to toss such a large bait. Xuanqian, Zhen has owed the Empress too much during these years. If it weren't for Zhen frequently making her grieve in private, it would not cause her to not have a single child during the past decades. The man wryly chuckled. So if the Empress can be treated, Zhen can give up everything, even this kingdom. Your Majesty. Xuanqian was extremely shocked. There was no way he could have imagined His Majesty would go to this extent for the Empress. Don't bother trying to persuade me. Zhen has long since regretted it during these years. What use is it to have so many imperial concubines? In my heart, the importance of those women can't hold the candle to the importance of the Empress alone. The Empress being seriously ill has made me especially aware of the fact that Zhen can't lose her. Xuanqian lowered his head. This subject will respect your Majesty's wishes and will do my all to find that girl. Go on then. The man waved his hand and sat down again, exhausted. If there's news of her, you must inform Zhen. Zhen wants to go and personally invite her to come and diagnose the Empress. As your Majesty commands. Xuanqian cupped his fist and retreated. He barely took a step out of the imperial study when he saw Jiang Mengyao walking toward him. In the Tianyuan kingdom, physicians had a very high social status, especially Xuanqian, the head of the imperial physicians. Besides the emperor, he did not need to bow to anyone else. Hence, when he saw Jiang Mengyao, he merely nodded his head in acknowledgement. Great Master Xuanqian. Jiang Mengyao stopped walking with a faint smile. I have some medical questions that I don't understand. May I ask Grand Master for some guidance? Xuanqian's brows furrowed. Apologies, Sixth Princess, I still have something to do, so I'm afraid I won't have time to instruct the princess. Jiang Mengyao was startled but quickly recovered her senses. She said with a faint smile, not a problem. Mengyao will come and seek guidance when Great Master has time. After saying that, she pushed open the door of the imperial study and walked inside. Chapter 848, Yi Qi getting beaten, 1. Sister-in-law, did something happen to you earlier on in the restaurant? Amidst the bustling streets, Yi Eximo scratched the back of his head and asked in puzzlement. It's nothing. Yun Luofeng raised the corner of her lips. It's quite late, we should return soon. Nothing happened. Then why did those customers in the restaurant sneakily look at you before we left? Sister-in-law, since you're here in the imperial city, then I as your brother will definitely protect you and not let you suffer from bullies. Yi Eximo patted his chest and made a solemn vow. Seemingly disapproving of Yi Eximo flaunting a heroic posture before Yun Luofeng, Yun Xiao shot him a chilly glance. She has me to protect her, and there's no need for you. This sentence was unable to reduce Yi Eximo's enthusiasm, so Yun Xiao continued, with your strength, you cannot protect her. Yi Eximo was suddenly speechless as Yun Xiao struck his sore spot. Although he felt that his innate talent wasn't bad, it couldn't be compared with Yun Xiao's. Yi Qi, a dog like you that was adopted by our Yi family also dares to hoot before us. Are you forgetting your status as our dog? Suddenly, in the midst of the bustling streets, an arrogant voice abruptly sounded and instantly attracted Yun Luofeng's attention. In a place not far ahead, Yi Qi had been surrounded by a group of men and her pretty face appeared thoroughly red, with resentment and indignation in her eyes. Yi Tianlan, if you didn't speak malicious words about my foster parents, I wouldn't have scolded you. You were wrong at first and I haven't done anything wrong. Yi Qi tightly bit on her lips. Furthermore, even if I'm an adopted dog, I'm my foster father's and foster mother's dog, so how is that related to you? My goodness, you're a dog that's protective of its owner. Yi Tianlan chuckled. Don't forget, all these years, all you've eaten and used came from my Yi family. Regardless of what I order you to do, you must do it and right now, climb through my crotch or otherwise, I won't let either you or Yi Eximo have a good time. Yi Qi tightly clenched her fist in fury and ultimately couldn't restrain her internal anger as she punched Yi Tianlan's face with a bang. Immediately, blood flowed out from his nostrils. He touched the blood beneath his nose and his face looked frightening. Stinky brat, you dare to harm this young master. Do you think your foster parents can protect you? Don't forget, the imperial family's princess is my future sister-in-law. After Yi Qi released that punch, she instantly regretted it, and she involuntarily retreated. However, she was unwilling to go down before Yi Tianlan and said unyieldingly, what's so awesome about an imperial family's princess? My sister-in-law is better than her. Ha ha ha, Yi Tianlan sarcastically laughed, your sister-in-law. Are you saying about the bastard child's wife that Zhang Fengling brought here? How can she be compared to the princess? What a joke. Are her medical skills or her background superior? Let me tell you, Princess Mengyao's master is a physician preceded only by Master Xuanqian in the Tianyuan kingdom. In what aspect do you think she can be compared to Princess Mengyao? Of course, it was her medical skills. From the start, when Yi Qi was unaware of Yun Luofeng's identity, she had looked down upon her along with everyone else. Coupled with the fact that she had been exploited by Zhu Rue, she had even more so believed that Yun Luofeng didn't have any capabilities. Later on, after finding out she was Yun Luofeng, she no longer held her in contempt. Furthermore, Yun Luofeng had cured her foster mother's infertility. Could Princess Mengyao be compared to her with such powerful medical skills? However, Yi Qi knew that these things couldn't be known by others, so she could only bite her lips without uttering a word. Chapter 849, Yi Qi getting beaten, 2. Seeing Yi Qi's retreating figure, Yi Tianlan became increasingly smug and his eyebrows quirked up. Yi Qi, you'd better firmly remember this, in the Yi family, you're merely a dog. When the master feeds you, it's sufficient to wag your tail begging for pity and don't even think of rebelling. Yi Qi fiercely glared at Yi Tianlan. Who would think that her glare would thoroughly enrage him? Rotten brat, you still dare to be so arrogant. Yi Tianlan's fist clenched tight and he coldly commanded with a calm and collected handsome face, men, give this rotten brat a good beating. Not only did this brat dare to raise her hands against him, she was also unrepentant. Today, you would teach her how to conduct herself. Yes, young Master Lin. In the twinkling of an eye, the group of bodyguards behind Yi Tianlan rapidly dashed toward Yi Qi. One of the guards tightly held her arms while another guard brandished his fists toward her. Momentarily, half of Yi Qi's face swelled up and looked similar to a pig's head. Both her eyes were filled with tears, but despite this, she obstinately prevented her tears from falling as her beautiful eyes glared at Yi Tianlan with indignation. Rotten brat, who allowed you to look at me with such an expression? Yi Tianlan walked to Yi Qi's side while holding his head high. His hands tightly grabbed her jaw as he smiled sinisterly. A dog that dares to rebel, what use is there in keeping it? Yi Tianlan raised his hands and his large palms once again moved to fiercely slap Yi Qi's face. Yi Qi was shocked, and she tightly shut her eyes while her eyelashes faintly trembled. Yet the pain of the palm strike did not arrive after all, so her eyelids trembled and slowly opened. A man's back was facing Yi Qi and his robes were lightly fluttering. His back was very sturdy, just like a huge mountain that caused one to feel extremely safe. In an instant, Yi Qi's heart skipped a beat as she gazed at the man blocking in front of her in a daze while an indescribable feeling rushed forth in her heart. Yi Tianlan. The corner of his lips had a grim smile and his handsome face revealed ridicule. Seems like you've forgotten the scene of being chased and beaten by me a few years back. Why? Do you wish to reenact your old dreams? A trace of panic flashed through Yi Tianlan's eyes, yet he forcibly stabilized his state of mind and clenched his teeth, saying, that year, Uncle had a very high position in the Yi family, resulting in me not daring to retaliate. But now, my father is the one who calls the shot in the Yi family, so what right do you have to oppose me? Every dog has his day. Yi Jingchen once had an unsurpassed position in Yi family, yet he had taken in a hen that couldn't lay eggs. Furthermore, after so many years, he was unwilling to take in a concubine for that infertile woman. As such, the elders in the Yi family were progressively disappointed in him and even shifted the power to his own father. Yi Eczema raised his brows and spoke with a sneer, back then in the Yi family, I could beat you up until you didn't dare to appear before me. A few years later, I can accomplish the same. If you don't believe me, you can have a try. Yi Tianlan's expression changed. When facing Yi Qi, he wouldn't be in such panic as her innate talent wasn't very strong. However, in Yi Eczema's face, he felt that he was weaker by a notch. Let's go. Yi Tianlan clenched his teeth and waved his hands, thinking of leaving together with the Yi family's bodyguards with a turn. Just then, a powerful spiritual energy struck on his back, catching him off guard. With a bang, Yi Tianlan rapidly fell forward and embarrassingly tumbled on the ground. Chapter 850, Yi Qi getting beaten, 3. Who mounted a sneak attack? Yi Tianlan arduously got up from the ground, and his expression changed completely while he furiously shouted. During the time he was looking for the assailant, a languid voice suddenly sounded ahead from a woman with a smirk. I wasn't mounting a sneak attack, but instead, attacking openly and above board. You didn't sense my attack, so that indicates you're overly stupid. The setting sun shrouded the streets and it was calm and peaceful. The pedestrians who came and went had all turned their attention towards the young lady standing as she faced the wind after noticing the commotion. It wasn't until this moment that everyone understood what was white as snow beautiful, and what was devastatingly beautiful capable of causing the downfall of a city. They originally thought Princess Mengyao was peerless, but compared to this white-robed young lady, the princess was not inferior by just a notch. The white-robed lady was instead the one fully deserving of the title, the number one beauty under the heavens. You mounted a sneak attack on me earlier on. Yi Tianlan recovered from his daze and asked with a gloomy expression. The young lady raised the corner of her lips and her smiling expression was languid yet permeated with an aura that caused others to tremble with fear. As I've said, I didn't mount a sneak attack and instead, attack you openly and above board. Stopping her speech, the young lady slightly turned towards Yi Qi and questioned. Recite the words he used to humiliate mother earlier on. Yi Qi looked distracted. He said foster mother was an infertile hen and scolded her for being a flirtatious slut by seducing foster father. Besides that, she made foster father a cuckold and even claimed that second brother is a bastard child of foster mother and a wild man. Yun Luofeng slowly shifted her sight from Yi Qi to Yi Tianlan as she revealed a wicked smile. How about this? For every sentence that you scolded my mother, you will give yourself 10 slaps. 2 sentences would be 20 slaps. I've always been a fair person and moreover, making you slap yourself, I still feel that my mother suffered a loss. After many pedestrians who were already stationed on the streets heard Yun Luofeng's words, they were dumbstruck. Someone merely insulted Zhang Fengling with a sentence and you want him to slap himself. With another part at the end, saying Zhang Fengling suffered a loss. You. Yi Tianlan's furious handsome face became thoroughly red. You're too impudent. My father is the Yi family's head and my brother is the future prince consort. You daring to treat me as such will definitely have 9 generations of your family sorted. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes and a dangerous glint flashed through her eyes. Since you're unwilling to slap yourself, then I'll help you. Yi Tianlan froze for a moment. Before he recovered his senses, he saw Yun Luofeng arriving before him. Before he realized it, she had taken out several needles and pricked them into his body. Shortly after that, he couldn't control his hands and fiercely slapped his own face. Pa! With this slap, half of Yi Tianlan's cheeks became red through and through, while the mark of his 5 fingers was so distinct that one could see the strength he used. Everyone was stupefied and even Yi Tianlan's bodyguards looked at each other in dismay, not knowing if they should pull back the young master. It seems like you're aware of your mistakes. Yun Luofeng raised the corner of her lips. However, even if you've slapped yourself a sufficient number of times, I will not accept your apology. Her words implied that Yi Tianlan's actions were to apologize. The pitiful Yi Tianlan had wanted to open his mouth to justify himself, yet his throat couldn't release any sound and he could only continue to allow his hands to hit his cheeks. When Yun Luofeng had administered needles to him, she was very secretive about it, so no one had witnessed her act. On top of that, Yi Tianlan seemed to have difficulty speaking, so they believed that he tacitly agreed to Yun Luofeng's statement. Chapter 851, Yi Qi getting beaten, 4. Therefore, everyone present was shocked silly, not understanding what happened. Yi Tianlan, who was on his high horse earlier, actually admitted his mistakes. On the entire street, it was so quiet that only the sound of Yi Tianlan slapping himself could be heard. Alas, his cheeks became numb but he was unable to stop the actions of his hands. He stood until the last slap, then his body went soft and heavily crashed on the ground. Young Master Lin. The bodyguards hastily went up, thinking of supporting Yi Tianlan. However, when they came close to him they were sent flying with a slap as he furiously berated, "What were you doing earlier on? Why didn't you pull me back?" The guards' voices were sluggish as they weakly replied, "Young master, earlier on. Weren't you slapping yourself to apologize? Your subordinate assumed that you were admitting to your wrongdoings, thus." Yi Tianlan's throat tightened, seemingly wanting to say something, yet unable to speak out. He stubbornly got up and fiercely glared at Yun Luofeng. "Rotten brat, at the very least I'm the Yi family's legitimate young master, while you're only the wife of an illegitimate child. Since you actually dared to treat me as such, I'll definitely let you pay the price." As Elder Yi Xiang ordered previously, before the blood identification ceremony, this matter couldn't be revealed and as such, even Yi Tianlan, the young master of Yi family, was unaware of this. "Let's go." He waved his hands and fled in embarrassment without hesitation along with the Yi family bodyguards. After watching them leave, Yun Luofeng turned and looked at Yun Xiao and a smile curled up on her breathtaking face. "Yun Xiao, let's return." Yun Xiao taciturnly nodded. His grim black eyes gazed towards the direction that Yi Tianlan left, and the killing intent spontaneously emerged. Yi family. In the courtyard, Yi Jingxun was walking outside when he spotted a swollen-faced Yi Tianlan bringing a group of bodyguards and walking over in haste, and his eyebrows suddenly furrowed. Evidently, Yi Tianlan had also discovered Yi Jingxun, as tears of being unfairly treated overflowed. "Father, you have to back me up. That slut actually dared to beat me up, and she's simply not putting the Yi family in her eyes." Yi Jingxun sighed. No one was clearer than him regarding his son's personality. Yi Tianlan and Yi Tianwen weren't the same. As the eldest son, Yi Tianwen's personality was steady and firm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten Princess Meng Yao. However, Yi Tianlan, born from the same parent as Yi Tianwen, was instead a dandy man through and through. In all likelihood, he must have gone out to stir up trouble but instead had kicked an iron panel. "Speak, who's the slut you mentioned?" Even though Yi Jingxun knew it was his son who provoked others first, it didn't mean that he would allow others to bully his son. Yi Tianlan spoke with hatred. Who else would it be? The woman of that bastard child, Yun Xiao. "What?" Yi Jingxun's face changed as he sternly shouted, "That slut actually dared to hit my son. Unforgivable. Lin sir, father will invite all the elders to uphold justice for you right now, and they will definitely give you justice." Yi Tianlan's eyes were downcast, but the corner of his eyes contained a sinister smiling intent. Regardless of that bastard child or Yi Eximo, he would make them know the result of offending him. Within this imperial city, no one dared to oppose him. When Yi Eximo just entered the Yi family, he felt somewhat amiss in the surrounding atmosphere. Just when he was hesitating, a servant hastily came over and reported, "Young Master Mo, the elders are already waiting for you in the hall and have requested that you go there when you return." Chapter 852, Interrogating with Numbers, 1. The family's elders. For them to be looking for me at this time, Yi Tianlan must have complained to them. Yi Eximo sneered and turned towards Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. "Second brother, sister-in-law, you can return and wait for me. I'll deal with those stubborn old men." "There's no need," Yun Luofeng said with indifference, "let's go together." How could Yi Eximo be unaware that Yun Luofeng felt responsible for this matter and did not wish for him to face it alone? He softly sighed, and his face had a look of helplessness. "All right, but I have to say this first. Both of you shouldn't speak later, and leaving everything to me would suffice." Yun Luofeng did not express an opinion, and her pair of pitch-black eyes were filled with smiling intent. As for what she thought, perhaps no one would know. Within the hall, the atmosphere was filled with an oppressive aura. When Yun Luofeng entered the hall, all the seated elders looked towards them, and their criticizing eyes contained anger. "Shao Feng Zhang Fenglin hastily stood up and walked to Yun Luofeng and others, standing in front of them as if protecting her children while her face was filled with heroic spirit. "Rest assured, with mother here, no one can touch the slightest hair on you." After saying that, her sharp expression cast towards everyone seated and a shivering chilliness flashed through her red phoenix eyes. Yi Jingxun didn't speak, but his actions had made it known of his choice. "Young Master Lin, you can speak of what had happened." Elder Yi Xiang was silent for a long while before he took the lead and questioned. Yi Tianlan sniveled as he complained. "Elder, I was only chatting with Yi Qi earlier on the streets, but who knew that this woman would suddenly rush up and give me a few slaps and even beat me up to such degree? I beg of Elder to make a judgment." Yi Qi was angered. Clearly, he humiliated her foster mother first, and as a result, she had a dispute with him on the streets. However, now it had become chatting in his speech. Furthermore, Yun Luofeng didn't lay a single finger on him, yet he was accusing her falsely. "This matter has nothing to do with my sister-in-law, it's me." Yi Qi clenched her teeth and stood up. If it wasn't for her, they wouldn't have encountered his trouble and she ought to stand up to assume all responsibility. Just when she wanted to take responsibility for everything, Yun Luofeng's bewitching voice slowly sounded in this oppressive hall. Are you sure your face was slapped until swollen by me? Yi Tianlan fiercely glared at Yun Luofeng. If it wasn't you, then who? Yun Luofeng laughed abruptly. All these Yi family bodyguards present would naturally comply with you and frame me. Fortunately, there are numerous witnesses of the previous scene, and as long as one casually asks around they'll find out that you slapped your own face. What nonsense are you sprouting? Yi Tianlan's expression changed as he sternly shouted. Yun Luofeng cast him a sideways glance. I wondered why you would slap yourself until your face was swollen earlier on. So it turns out it was to frame me and make false charges against me. Yi Tianlan was angered until his face turned ashen. Although his face wasn't slapped by Yun Luofeng, he could guess that the reason he was out of control would be related to this woman. Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Yi Xiang's expression turned solemn as his cold gaze swept towards the bodyguards within the hall while he spoke. Before the position of family head is passed on to second young master, I'm still the one who makes the decisions here. Tell me immediately, how did young Master Lin's injury come about? I don't care if you lie, as I will naturally dispatch men to make inquiries. However, if I discover that you lied, you should be aware of the consequences you'll have to suffer. Chapter 853, Interrogating with Numbers, 2. Several guards met each other's gazes and knelt on the ground with a plop. Elder, it was young Master Lin who inflicted this injury on himself. We had no choice but to lie for him and we beg for Elder to spare us. Elder Yi Xiang's expression gradually turned solemn as he coldly shot a glance at Yi Tianlan. Did this happen? Originally, Yi Tianlan had confidently gone in numbers to attack the other party with condemnation, but after hearing Elder Yi Xiang's words, he instantly turned limp and replied in a subservient tone, Elder, this slut controlled my hand and made me slap myself. This is all her fault. Slap. A slap suddenly hit him and directly caused Yi Tianlan to be shocked silly, and he looked in astonishment at the man standing before him. Unfilial son, Yi Jingxun's expression was extremely furious. How did I educate you? Is this how you treat your brothers and sisters? Immediately return to your room and reflect on your errors. Without my order, you're not allowed to step a foot out of your room. Yi Tianlan covered his own face, and his loathing and unresigned eyes fiercely glared at Yun Luofeng. If looks could kill, perhaps Yun Luofeng would have been put to death with 1,000 cuts by him. Big brother, Yi Jingxun faced Yi Jingxun and smiled. This matter was a misunderstanding between a few of the younger generation. You're usually reasonable, so I believe you won't make things difficult for Linsa because of this. His speech did not contain the slightest admission of error, yet insinuated that if Yi Jingxun were to hold on to this incident, then he would be an unreasonable person. If others had heard this, they would forgive Yi Tianlan's actions to project their magnanimity. Unfortunately, the person he was facing wasn't an average person but instead a bad-tempered Zhang Fengling along with Yi Jingxun, a maniac who was protective of his wife. A smile emerged on Zhang Fengling's face. What you've said is right. Your big brother is indeed a reasonable person. Yi Jingxun smiled. Zhang Fengling's reaction was in his expectations. This woman was still the same as before. In order to obtain the Yi family's acknowledgement, she'd rather swallow her anger. However, suddenly, the woman's voice changed. It's because your brother is reasonable that he is aware of what is right and what is wrong. Therefore, he will definitely make you give an explanation to my son and daughter-in-law. Yi Jingxun's expression turned solemn. I addressed you as my older brother's wife due to my big brother's face. Otherwise, do you think that the Yi family would acknowledge your existence? Now, I am talking with my big brother, and you have no right to interrupt. Yi Jingxun coldly shot him a glance, and his tone was neither hot nor cold. She's my wife. Her words represent my decision. Following Yi Jingxun's words, the other elders could no longer bear it and stood up, while voices of fault-finding and cursing sounded in this hall. Eldest young master, as a man, how could you comply with a woman's words? A woman should bear in mind to obey their father, husband, and son, along with 3 virtues of morality. How can a woman who doesn't abide by it have the face to remain in the Yi family? In a family, men are the ones who make the decisions and are also the heavens for a woman, yet this woman dared to even oppose the heavens. She should be arrested and taken away to be beaten to death. Yet eldest young master is still so protective of her. Yun Luofeng subconsciously placed her hands on Zhang Fengling's shoulders and looked at the woman's face filled with indifference and unconsciously furrowed her brows. All these years, she had been living like that. Just because her previous marriage was unsuccessful, she had been accused by others like that. To even reprimand her while pointing directly at her nose. On what basis could men be unfaithful yet regarded as being right and the ultimate authority, while women had to be faithful and even regard men as their everything? Chapter 854, Interrogating with Numbers, 3. In her previous incarnation, Yun Luofeng had only lived for herself, and had never considered men as her everything. As such, she had been single in her previous world for over 20 years. Now, after having found Yun Xiao, she still didn't regard men as her everything. She would only strive hard to grow to reach the point where she could fight alongside with him. Yun Xiao. Sensing the grim aura surging forth from the man beside her, Yun Luofeng tightly held back his fists and a devilish glimmer flashed through her downcast eyes. Let me settle this matter. At least before the important figures appeared in front of them, she would never prematurely allow Yun Xiao to expose his strength. Everyone shut up. Just then, a furious voice suddenly sounded, causing the noisy hall to instantly be silenced. Yi Jingxun's fist was clenched until sounds of cracking could be heard. His rage bubbled up from his eyes while he coldly swept his gaze over all the elders present. I, Yi Jingxun, am the eldest young master of Yi family and naturally, my wife is the lady. Who gave you permission to offend her? What do you mean obeying 3 men and the 4 virtues of morality? Do you think I need a subservient woman or a so-called good wife and loving mother? What I want is a confidant that'll accompany me throughout my life. In this world, Junso is the only person that resonates with my soul, and all of you beasts who think using your lower half will never understand this feeling in your entire life. Yi Jingchen was well known for being gentle in Imperial City, yet he had been forced to get angry on the spot. It could be clearly seen to what extent these people angered him. Yun Luofeng looked at Yi Jingchen. Regardless of the numerous old stubborn folks in this Yi family, they had still managed to educate a person like Yi Jingchen with such a temperament. Yun Xiao, it seems like I'm not required to handle these matters for mother. With father here, she'll no longer suffer any grievances. Yun Xiao stared blankly and lowered his eyes to look at the young lady's breathtaking face as he guaranteed while speaking every word clearly, I will also never let you suffer grievances. This man didn't speak with elegant but insincere words and didn't even know how to smile. However, every word he spoke was earnest like this. Yun Xiao, when have you seen me suffering grievances? Yun Luofeng smiled and asked. Indeed, in all these years, she had never suffered any sort of grievances. After meeting her, the unfortunate one was always someone else, and regardless of a cursing contest or a fight, she had never once lost to others. At present Zhang Fengling had also been shocked by Yi Jingchen's abrupt anger, and her pair of red phoenix eyes gazed at him in shock. All these years, it was her first time seeing this man flipping out. Yet it was so handsome that made her unable to look away. As long as I, Yi Jingchen, am alive, don't even think of bullying my wife. Yi Jingchen warningly looked at those stubborn elders. As for the words earlier on, if I were to hear them one more time, even if I am to be disobedient to my father, I will kill all of you one by one. Junse, let's go. Yi Jingchen firmly protected Zhang Fengling in his embrace, and his appearance was of unswerving determination. The moment he decided to return to the Yi family, he had sworn that he would never let his wife suffer any grievances, and now, he had accomplished that. So what if he went against the common ideology and rebelled against his family? In this life, there was only one person he wanted to protect. Elder Yi Xiang, look at eldest young master. All the elders looked at Yi Xiang one after another, and their tone carried resentment and indignation. Haven't you caused enough troubles? Elder Yi Xiang said with indifference, aren't you feeling shameful enough? Previously, eldest young master had been forced out by you to Yi City. Now that he has returned with great difficulty, he still has to vie for the position with second young master. Why do you still want to make things difficult for his woman and children? Chapter 855, Interrogating with Numbers, 4. All the elders' voices were sluggish and unexpectedly, they couldn't even come up with a word to refute him. Yi Xiang slowly stood up. If the common people were to know that the Yi family made things difficult for a woman in all aspects, how do you think they would look upon us? His tone was still cool and indifferent as before, while his muddy eyes did not have a trace of emotion. Yet, his voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding in all the elders' hearts. 3 days later will be the blood identification ceremony. Before then, I don't wish for any huge commotion. After speaking, Yi Xiang waved his sleeves and progressively walked out of the hall. Following his departure, the other elders also dispersed, and a short time later, only Yi Jingxun and his son remained in the entire hall. Father, Yi Tianlin furiously spoke, this matter of slapping myself, it was definitely a trick by Yun Luofeng. Yi Jingxun softly sighed. I know. Then why did you? Linsa, Yi Jingxun shot a glance at Yi Tianlin, a lot of things are not as simple as you think. In the Yi family, other than your grandfather, Elder Yi Xiang has the highest authority. Regardless of how many years I've tried to rope in this old man, I haven't been successful in pulling him to my camp. Yi Jingxun clenched his teeth in hatred, and his eyes were filled with a sinister look. Furthermore, that old beastard hates family members going against each other the most, and if he complains to your grandfather, it'll definitely incur his dissatisfaction. Yi Tianlin lowered his head. Father, your son knows his mistakes. Know your mistakes. Do you know where were you wrong? Your son shouldn't have opposed the beastard child. No. Yi Jingxun shook his head. You're not wrong opposing these sons and daughters of Yi Jingxun. You're wrong in the aspect that you didn't grasp their weak spot. As such, if you do not have 100% confidence to kill them in one strike, it's better to restrain yourself. All these years, it was because Yi Jingxun didn't have the certainty to kill Yi Jingxun and was afraid of letting Yi Jingxun wield his weak spot, thus he hadn't taken action. If he were to do it, it must be a one-hit kill. Otherwise, he would let them continue living. Father, I understand. Yi Tianlin raised his head. Right, what's about the blood identification ceremony Elder Yi Xiang spoke about? Having heard what was said, Yi Jingxun was startled. He looked at Yi Tianlin and sighed. There's no harm telling you. Yun Xiao that beastard child might be Yi Jingxun's son. What? Yi Tianlin was shocked silly by this and reacted after a long time. He furiously spoke, that year, it was because uncle didn't have a son, so the position of the family's head was passed on to father. If uncle now has a son, then... Yi Jingxun chuckled and interrupted Yi Tianlin's words. This isn't a problem. Don't forget, Zhang Fengling's son was once chased out of his family because of his inability to cultivate and is a trash through and through. Furthermore, so what if the blood identification ceremony is successful? Do you think the Yi family will accept the trash's existence? At that time, they definitely won't announce to the outside world that he is not just the Yi family's bloodline in name, but also in reality. Only then did Yi Tianlin rest assured as a murky glint flashed through his eyes. One day, he would make those who bullied him extremely remorseful. Linsa, remember not to make this matter public. Otherwise, it'll be hard to wind things down, Yi Jingxun gravely ordered. Yi Tianlin recovered his senses and solemnly answered, Father, you can rest assured. I'll definitely guard my mouth like a closed bottle and not reveal a single word outside. Chapter 856, What is Sinister? 1. In the clean and comforting wing, Zhang Fengling gently shook her teacup as her seemingly heroic eyebrows slightly raised up while her face contained a smile. Feng this tea of yours is pretty good. I've been drinking teas for several years, and there's no other tea that can be compared to yours. If you like it, I can gift you a few catty. Yun Luofeng's fingers lightly tapped the table, and her eyes glistened. In addition, there's something you and father have to do. What is the matter? Zhang Fengling looked towards Yun Luofeng in surprise and asked. Yun Luofeng was taciturn for a long time. The Yi family will definitely conceal the blood identification ceremony 3 days from now, and this doesn't fit with my true objective. You mean? Zhang Fengling seemed to understand something in her expression while looking at Yun Luofeng contained a strange radiance. Yun Luofeng gently smiled. I want you to use your influences and broadcast this matter out. With the more people that are aware the better. Furthermore, the responsibility for this can't be placed on us, but instead, pushed to Yi Tianlin. Having heard what was said, Zhang Fengling became silent, seemingly pondering about something. She only raised her head after a while and asked, how do I go about doing this? It's simple. A wicked smile curved upon Yun Luofeng's face. Yi Tianlin has a large number of rouge friends, so later on have someone disguise themselves as his acquaintance and get him drunk. You're thinking of letting him spit out the truth after getting drunk. Although this is feasible, Yi Tianlin might not speak the truth. No. Yun Luofeng slightly shook her head. I don't care if he spits out the truth after getting drunk. As long as you command your subordinates to make this matter well known, and tell everyone that this matter was revealed by Yi Tianlin after getting drunk, it will suffice. As for whether or not he spilled the tea, it isn't any obstruction to my plans. Originally, she merely wanted Zhang Fengling to disseminate this piece of news and didn't intend to frame others, but who asked the beast-starred Yi Tianlin to bump against the muzzle of the gun. This being the case, what harm was there in presenting him with a huge gift? Sinister. This idea was too sinister. If those old obstinate men in the family were to believe this news was disseminated by Yi Tianlin, his days in Yi family wouldn't be good. Zhang Fengling was relieved, but luckily Yun Luofeng was her daughter-in-law. If she were to be her enemy, then she wouldn't know when she would fall into her trap. Feng Er will act in accordance with your method. Zhang Fengling smiled. That year, those people forced me out of the Yi family and now they're thinking of harming those close to me, so how can I forgive them? Concerning Yun Luofeng's actions, Zhang Fengling did not think she was wrong. If one wasn't ruthless to their enemies, the one hurt would be themselves. Zhang Fengling faintly smiled. I will deal with this matter, so you and Xiao can enjoy your honeymoon at ease. If you do not wish fathers to bother you, I'll instruct them not to. Yun Luofeng slightly paused and nodded. All right. After she left Zhang Fengling's room, she saw Yi Qi who was standing outside the door restlessly. Seemingly sensing her appearance, a trace of embarrassment flashed on Yi Qi's face and she lowered her head while softly saying, Thank you. For today. You don't have to thank me. Yun Luofeng's tone was flat. I merely dislike others humiliating mother. I know, Yi Qi raised her head and her pretty pair of eyes were resolute, but I'd still like to thank you. After all, I treated you like that in the past. Chapter 857. What is sinister? 2. Even though Yi Qi had apologized, every time she thought about her actions back then she was still filled with guilt. She felt that even if she used her entire lifetime, she wouldn't be able to make up for her former mistakes. Have you heard me before? Yun Luofeng shot a glance at Yi Qi from the side and asked. Yi Qi stared blankly for a moment. That time. I scolded you. But you've never harmed me. The smile on Yun Luofeng's face was languid yet bewitching. Therefore, I am not fond of you, but at the same time I don't loathe you. Yi Qi froze. During the period she was stunned, the young lady's figure had already walked ahead and gradually disappeared from her view. It wasn't until this moment that Yi Qi understood the reason that Yun Luofeng did not ask foster mother to chase her out of the family. The reason was that even though she was used by Zhu Ruer at that time, she had never once harmed her. Therefore, Yun Luofeng wasn't fond of her, but at the same time, she didn't loathe her. Yi Qi became increasingly ashamed and lowered her head without speaking, until the door behind her opened and she slowly recovered her senses. Kiki, although Feng Er isn't a forgiving person, that's because she'll never give others the opportunity to harm her. Zhang Fengling raised her hand and stroked Yi Qi's head as she spoke, but if one doesn't think of harming her life, she'll never be heartless towards them. The common people stated that the General Estate's eldest young miss was a dandy by nature and was vicious and merciless, but that was only because she wanted to protect herself. What wrong was there in killing to live? If others didn't provoke her, why would she be ruthless and exterminate them? Foster mother. Yi Qi's eyes were red as she turned toward Zhang Fengling. You should rejoice that you've never had thoughts of harming her life. Otherwise, not to even mention Feng Er, even I myself wouldn't let you off. Do you understand? Zhang Fengling's expression suddenly became cold, and her voice no longer contained the initial gentleness. Yi Qi once again lowered her head. I understand. Between a foster daughter and a daughter-in-law, how could she not distinguish which was more of importance? You're tired, return and rest. Zhang Fengling's expression eased. In the future, you have to get along well with Feng Er. She's a good child and regardless of how merciless she is to her enemies, she'll never use her sinister thoughts to harm her family. It's because of this that Zhang Fengling appreciated Yun Luofeng more and more. Yi Qi no longer spoke but had acknowledged Zhang Fengling's words in her heart. Yun Luofeng would scheme when facing her enemies but she would never use it to harm her family. The next day, the news was spread widely throughout the imperial city. The news was that the illegitimate child that Zhang Fenglin had outside was Yi Jingchen's biological child. All these years, his existence was kept hidden from others because Yi Jingchen wanted to protect him. However, right now, it was rumored that the illegitimate child had returned to the Yi family and would be holding the blood identification ceremony within the next few days. As for the news source, it was revealed by Yi Tianlin after getting drunk, and the authenticity didn't have to be questioned. The entire imperial city was engulfed by this piece of news. Whether it was the people of higher status being the royal family's aristocrats or the people of lower status like an ordinary commoner, no one was unaware. Once the news of the blood identification ceremony was disseminated, the result was Elder Yi Xiang's rage as he ruthlessly beat Yi Tianlin up. As for those elders who were jackals of the same tribe with Yi Jingxuan, they did not dare to speak up for him, afraid that they would accidentally be involved with this matter. Thus, that day, Yi Tianlan's anguished wailing could be heard throughout the entire Yi family. Chapter 858, People from the Imperial Palace, 1. Within the luxurious royal palace, on a lavish wide bed, a beautiful woman had her eyes closed, laying quietly and peacefully. Her face was almost transparent, seemingly like a baby's skin that would break upon touch. A man in dragon robes sat beside her and held her slender hands tightly, with interlocked fingers and resolution on his face. Rest assured, my empress, I will definitely find the young lady to cure you, regardless of how huge the costs. At this moment, an aged figure walked in with quick steps and hastily arrived beside the dragon-robed man and reported. Your Majesty, your subject has found that lady. Xuanqian, is what you say the truth? The dragon-robed man stood up in haste and his face was filled with delight. The aged man nodded. Yesterday, Yi Eximo had walked out from the restaurant together with this lady and there are several witnesses. As such, your subject investigated with this lead and found out that she is the Yi family madam's daughter-in-law. Good. Then I'll immediately meet with this lady and personally invite her to treat the empress. The dragon-robed man's eyes were filled with happiness. Ever since the empress fell ill, he had almost fallen into desperation, and after finally finding a life-saving straw, he would never give it up. Your Majesty, that lady's medical skills are still currently unknown and thus, your subject suggests to use me as an experiment and invite her to cure my illness. If she can successfully treat your subject's old illness, then we shall invite her to diagnose for the empress. The dragon-robed man was silent for a while and lightly nodded his head. All right, we'll go along with your idea, but I have another request. When looking for her, it can't be within the Yi family. Why? The aged man froze as he furrowed his eyebrow and asked. The dragon-robed man coldly spoke, we have yet to find the culprit who plotted against the empress. Therefore, before then, we cannot let others know that I am finding physicians to treat the empress's illness. Even if the empress' illness has a turnaround, we still cannot let anyone know. Speaking of this, the dragon-robed man sighed. Xuanqian, you're the only person I can trust in this palace. I can't guarantee whether others are scheming to harm the empress and I dare not use her life to take risks. Xuanqian lamented. Your Majesty, if the empress could hear your words, she would definitely be content. The dragon-robed man bitterly smiled and shook his head. I owe the empress too much. The masses all say it was the empress's good fortune to marry the emperor, but only I understand that it's my good fortune marrying the empress. Xuanqian wanted to say something, but at this moment, a eunuch hastily walked in and respectfully reported. Your Majesty, the Grand Princess heard that the Yi family's eldest young master has returned and is currently throwing a tantrum to leave the palace and look for him. The dragon-robed man frowned and revealed impatience. Let her be if she wants to throw a tantrum. Yi Jingxuan said long ago he won't marry her, yet she thinks that we haven't lost enough face and still shamelessly sticks on him. Furthermore, Zhang Fengling's daughter-in-law might be able to save the empress's life, so how could he allow the royal family to find trouble for them? Thinking it through, he was still somewhat worried and he instructed. Detain the Grand Princess. Without my orders, she's not allowed to leave the palace. Obeying your Majesty commands. The eunuch saluted and retreated from the palace. Xuanqian, you can also retreat. The dragon-robed man waved his hands, as his expression was somewhat exhausted. I want to accompany the empress alone. Before the empress's illness improves, I will not meet anyone, especially those concubines. Xuanqian cupped his fists and quietly retreated. Currently within the bedroom, only the emperor and empress were present. Chapter 859, People from the Imperial Palace 2. Crash. The moment Jiang Mengyao entered the outskirts of the imperial bedroom, she heard sounds of items thrown on the ground. Shortly after, a woman's furious shout sounded. She was slightly startled as she pushed the door open and walked in with slow steps. What she saw was complete disorder and a beautiful woman wearing royal clothing with her hands on her waist while furiously berating the palace maid kneeling before her. Those palace maids were clearly shocked silly as they quivered uncontrollably. A group of trash. Immediately scram from my side. This princess wants to find my other half, and who allowed you to restrict my freedom? The palace maids lowered their head shivering. Grand Princess, it's the emperor's orders and your servant doesn't have a choice. The Grand Princess became increasingly furious and kicked the palace maid flying with her foot. Her eyes were shooting out flames of fury as she angrily said, this princess doesn't care whose order it is, and you must let me out. If you continue obstructing my path, I'll immediately slaughter 9 generations of your family. Although the Grand Princess was pampered and spoiled since childhood, her strength wasn't weak. With this kick, it hurt so much that the palace maid turned pale and huge beads of sweat fell from her forehead. Just then a lily-white hand reached out and supported the palace maid's body. The palace maid was stunned and turning back, she saw a breathtaking face capable of causing the downfall of a city. 6th Princess. The palace maid recovered her senses and hastily knelt before Jiang Mengyao and spoke trembling with fear. Your servant wasn't aware of 6th Princess's arrival and did not welcome your arrival from afar. I ask for your forgiveness. Jiang Mengyao waved her hands nonchalantly and ordered, you can withdraw. Yes. The palace maid stood up while lamenting in her heart. Both as the imperial family's princess, the Grand Princess was unruly and willful, arrogant and unreasonable, yet the 6th Princess's temperament was gentle and even facing her servants, she wasn't willful in the slightest. Imperial aunt, Jiang Mengyao faintly smiled and walked towards her. What caused you to be angered and not hesitate to raise your hands against innocent palace maids? The Grand Princess clenched her teeth with unwillingness written across her face. Isn't it because Brother Yi's back and I wanted to look for him? Yet, Imperial Brother forbade me from leaving my quarters, so I could only use them to vent my anger. Even though this Grand Princess had maintained herself, she could cover up the wrinkles on the outer corners of her eyes. One can imagine the sort of nauseous feeling when a woman of nearly 40 years used such a delicate tone to address Brother Yi. Jiang Mengyao also furrowed her brows. I am aware of this, and in addition, I heard another piece of news. The illegitimate child Zhang Fengling had outside is Yi Jingchen's biological son. What? Jiang Mengyao's words thoroughly irritated the Grand Princess, and she instantly flew into a rage. That slut actually had Brother Yi's son. What right did she have to have a son for Brother Yi? Comparing our backgrounds and beauty, how can she be compared to me? Looking at the Grand Princess sinking into a deranged state, Princess Jiang Mengyao shook her head. Yesterday when she met Yi Jingchen and his wife outside the city gates, she had naturally met Zhang Fengling. She had to say, time had not left any traces on her face and she was still as beautiful as before, while her imperial aunt couldn't be compared to her. The only thing that could surpass Zhang Fengling was just the status she had as the imperial family's Grand Princess. Imperial aunt, Jiang Mengyao was silent for a while before she spoke. In another 2 days, it will be Zhang Fengling's son blood identification ceremony. At that time, I will bring you to the Yi family, but you have to promise me that regardless of anything, you won't act blindly without thinking. Chapter 860, People from the Imperial Palace, 3. The Grand Princess nibbled her lips and a hidden glint flashed through her downcast eyes. That beastard child is definitely not Brother Yi's son. Zhang Fengling is just a hen that's unable to lay eggs, so I'd like to see how she ends up after being defeated. If Zhang Fengling had given birth to a son for Brother Yi, why would she be willing to suffer in silence for so many years? As such, there's not much to consider, and it's definitely the woman's scheme. She desperately wanted to see Zhang Fengling's expression after her conspiracy was exposed. In the Imperial City, the streets were bustling with activity as usual, and while Yun Luofeng was walking on the streets, voices of discussion from her surrounding entered her ears from time to time. What they were discussing was undoubtedly the blood identification ceremony 2 days later in the Yi family. Obtaining her desired result, Yun Luofeng's lips involuntarily curved up. It's sufficient to let Yi Jingchen purchase the medicinal ingredients you need. Why bother going in person? Huohuo pouted and asked. Yun Luofeng looked at Huohuo and spoke. Everything I do must be kept confidential. If I were to let him purchase medicinal ingredients for me, it would easily be detected by those of the Yi family. Huohuo's little finger touched her lips and her blinking eyes were filled with puzzlement. She truly didn't understand what her master wanted to accomplish. Just then, a bodyguard suddenly appeared and stood before Yun Luofeng while cupping his fists respectfully. Miss, my family's so would like to invite you to reminisce. Yun Luofeng stopped her tracks and looked up. I have no acquaintances in the Tianyun kingdom, so naturally I wouldn't have anyone to reminisce with. The bodyguard's mouth twitched. As the sir mentioned, it wasn't easy to invite this lady. Miss, my family's sir is inviting you to treat an illness, and if you're able to cure his illness, he'll use 5 stalks of 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs as the reward. 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Yun Luofeng raised her bewitching brows. 10 stalks. This. The bodyguard wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead and prudently looked at the second floor of the tea house. After seeing the old man making a hand gesture, he then clenched his teeth and replied, all right, please follow me. Yun Luofeng slightly nodded her head and followed behind the bodyguard. In reality, when the bodyguard revealed he wanted her to treat an illness, she had guessed who came looking for her. Other than the old man in the restaurant, who else would know of her level of medical skills? Therefore, after spotting the old man in the tea house room, Yun Luofeng didn't find it strange, she just involuntarily looked at the middle-aged man beside him. This middle-aged man's aura was very strong, just like a general who's been on the battlefield for many years. An awe-inspiring and solemn, but murderous dread lingered on his body. If an average person were to stand before this middle-aged man, they'd be unable to raise their head, yet Yun Luofeng sat down like nothing without a change in her expression. Ha ha. Suddenly, the middle-aged man laughed and the stern aura on his body completely disappeared as he looked at Yun Luofeng in satisfaction. This brat's pretty good, having an unperturbed temperament, and is quite similar to an old friend of mine. Yun Luofeng sipped a mouthful of tea and looked at the middle-aged man. I guess it isn't as simple as treating an illness with your arrival. Keke, Xuanqian chuckled. I'll introduce myself to you first. I am Tianyun Kingdom Imperial Physician, Xuanqian, and this is Zhengguo Kingdom's General, Jian Chengwen, who is also the Empress's elder brother. We've invited you this time, hoping you could cure the Empress. Chapter 861, People from the Imperial Palace, 4. Yun Luofeng slightly raised her brows. My treatment fees are slightly on the pricier side. As long as you can afford the price, I'll treat you. The 10 stalks of 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs are the price for you. If it's to treat the Empress, I won't do it without 15 stalks. If it was in the past where Yun Luofeng demanded such an exorbitant price, Xuanqian would definitely be stunned. However, with the Emperor's order, he merely revealed a smile. All right, everything's feasible. Although 25,000-year-old medicinal herbs were precious, with the savings of the imperial family for numerous years, they could still afford it. Since that is so, then I'll diagnose you first. Seeing Xuanqian being so straightforward, she no longer made things difficult for him. After all, who would make life difficult for 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs? Furthermore, what she lacked the most now were medicinal herbs. Xuanqian froze for a moment. He was originally thinking how he should let Yun Luofeng treat him first to test her abilities. Unexpectedly, she had taken the initiative, and this had saved him some worry. Xuanqian relaxed and smiled as he spoke. Miss, may I know when can you start the treatment? Right now. Yun Luofeng's voice was refreshing and light, yet it made Xuanqian stunned. You don't need any preparation. There's no need, Yun Luofeng shook her head. Your illness isn't very serious, and I only need to administer a few needles and open a prescription for you. Not long after, you'll be cured. Xuanqian was thoroughly shocked silly. An illness that had perplexed him for so long, yet she actually said it wasn't a serious problem. Xuanqian was still somewhat uneasy, and he asked, this. Do you require specially made needles? There's no need, it's fine using mine. After speaking, Yun Luofeng retrieved her silver needs from her space ring while her expression was no longer refreshing and light but instead concentrated and serious. Your illness isn't a big problem. You were previously injured, resulting in the blood flow in your brain being obstructed and your blood not circulating well, thus you entered into a coma. Luckily, your strength is powerful, and the power in your body naturally broke through the obstacle when you fell into a stupor, so you regained consciousness. Yun Luofeng fished out a sterilized silver needle from her cloth pouch and simultaneously explained to Xuanqian. However, if your illness isn't completely cured and continues for a long time, in a serious case you will lose your life while in a minor case you will become an idiot. Hearing her words, Xuanqian felt absolutely horrified. He had never thought that his illness was so serious. If he wasn't lucky enough to run into Yun Luofeng, perhaps one day he would no longer wake up after losing consciousness. Yun Luofeng firmly held the silver needle and walked behind the old man. The needle in her hand lightly fell on the acupuncture point on his brain, and she lightly pinched it. Following the turning of the needle, a trace of spiritual energy flowed into his body. In fact, yesterday in the restaurant, Yun Luofeng could have cured Xuanqian but she did not do so. After all, she wasn't acquainted with him, so why would she save a stranger? Therefore, on that very day, she merely woke him up without any other actions. After the spiritual energy flowered into Xuanqian's brain, he felt his entire body becoming lighter, just like there was a clear energy breaking through the obstacle obstructing his blood vessels. Refreshing. Xuanqian involuntarily cried out. Over the years, other than frequently losing consciousness, he also suffered from splitting headaches. Chapter 862, Old Friend 1. Only now did he feel unprecedented refreshingness. Jian Chengwen's eyes brightened. If this lady could cure Xuanqian's illness, did it mean that his sister could also regain consciousness? A good while later, Yun Luofeng pulled out the silver needle and used the cloth pouch to carefully keep it as she spoke without even lifting her head. I've used needles to remove the obstruction in your body. Merely, your physique is still overly weak, and I have a prescription here that you can consume after boiling. You'll be completely healthy after continuously consuming this for half a month. Xuanqian blinked his eyes and looked at Yun Luofeng somewhat in disbelief. That's all. Yun Luofeng's lips twitched, and she cast him a sideways glance. Then what else do you want? Do you require me to prick a few more needles for you to be at ease? No, that's not what I mean. Cold sweat dripped from Xuanqian's forehead as he embarrassingly smiled. I'm only feeling somewhat incredulous. After all, this illness has been following me for several years, so I wanted to ask, am I truly cured? Facing the old man's eyes filled with expectation, Yun Luofeng slowly nodded. Boom. Like a sudden clap of thunder striking down, Xuanqian was stunned on the spot. Only after a long time did a gush of excited emotions extend from his heart and he couldn't help but release a hearty laughter. I'm cured. I'm truly cured. While laughing, one line of a tear slid from his face and at the end, he had actually laid his head on the table to weep. Jian Chengwen patted Xuanqian's shoulder and sighed. All these years, Xuanqian had always been plagued by this illness. He had been cured after great difficulty, so how could he not be moved emotionally? Miss, I didn't expect you to have such achievements at a young age and you'll surely be formidable later in life. Jian Chengwen smiled and looked at Yun Luofeng. May I know if you're willing to reveal your name? Yun Luofeng was taciturn for a long time. This time, she did not report a false name and revealed her real name. Yun Luofeng. In the Imperial City, even if she reported a false name, with Jian Chengwen's influence, he could still uncover her background. Yun Luofeng. Why is this name so familiar? Jian Chengwen looked distracted for a moment and frowned. A moment later, he prudently sized up Yun Luofeng and inquired, You. Are you from Longshao continent? A trace of vigilance flashed through Yun Luofeng's eyes. Who are you? Jian Chengwen immediately stood up and his voice was excited. Are you really from Longshao continent? Are Yun Yang and Bai Ling your parents, while Yun Qingye is your second uncle? Hearing this, Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and her eyes darkened while her tone was somewhat dangerous. Who are you? Are you really Xiao Luofeng? Jian Chengwen's state of mind was very excited. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for over 10 years that you would have grown so big. That year when Uncle Jian saw you, you were still a 3 or 4-year-old brat. Seeing Yun Luofeng not yet recalling him, Jian Chengwen smiled. Oh right, you weren't of age to remember things, so how could you remember me? Over 10 years ago, I was protecting the Empress heading towards a resort villa when we encountered a sneak attack and frantically intruded into the forest of no return. We entered Longshao continent after passing through the forest. It was then when I met your parents. As I and Yun Yang are both generals, we were naturally familiar at first sight while Bai Ling and the Empress became intimate friends too. Unfortunately, as our identities were somewhat sensitive, we weren't able to reveal the actual truth to brother Yun Yang. Chapter 863, Old Friend 2. I still remember going to the Yun family together with brother Yun Yang and seeing you. Unexpectedly not meeting for over 10 years, that little brat similar to a little bun has grown so big. Oh right, where are your parents? It's been years since we've met and are they doing well? Jian Chengwen rubbed Yun Luofeng's head, and his eyes no longer had their initial dignified aura and instead contained gentleness. In this world, there was only one who he treated as an intimate friend. Fortunately, they did not encounter any ferocious fruit beasts that year when entering the forest of no return. If he were to be asked to attempt it once more, he wouldn't have such courage. However, as a result, he was unable to seek for his close friend in the Longshao continent all these years. You are Uncle Jian. Some fragmented images flashed through Yun Luofeng's mind but unfortunately, these scenes belonged to the former owner of this body and not her. Little brat, as expected, you still remember Uncle. Oh right, didn't your parents travel together with you? It's been a long time since I've met brother Yun Yang. Jian Chengwen smiled. In all seriousness, I haven't admired many people these years and brother Yun Yang was the first. All these years, I've never forgotten him and the Empress has also frequently reminisced about your mother. Yun Luofeng looked at the excited Jian Chengwen and said, "My parents passed away." Jian Chengwen's excited expression suddenly stiffened and he lowered his head with a stunned face. "What did you say? Brother Yun Yang passed away? How could this be?" "They both passed away, and it was soon after you left." The young lady's words caused Jian Chengwen to be deeply shocked. He stumbled and he nearly fell to the ground. His handsome face was incomparably pale while his eyes were of pain and suffering. "What exactly happened?" He clenched his teeth and spoke bitterly. "Who caused the death of my brother?" Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes and recounted all the matters that year to Jian Chengwen one by one. After listening to Yun Luofeng's recounting, he was agitated and furious. A tyrannical and muddle-headed incapable ruler. If I knew earlier, I would have urged Brother Yun Yang to return to the Tianyun kingdom together with me. Even if I were to give this position as general to him, it would have been better than him throwing away his life for that emperor. After saying these in rage, Jian Chengwen tenderly looked at Yun Luofeng. "Xiao Luofeng, it's been hard on you all these years. It's your uncle Jian's fault that I wasn't aware of the grievances you've suffered all these years. Otherwise, I would have returned to Longshao continent regardless of anything to revenge my brother." Yun Luofeng's eyes twinkled. "I've already made those people who harmed my parents accompany them, and I believe they'll be getting along well on that side." For the last few words, she increased her tone and a trace of cold air permeated her breathtaking languid smile. Thinking of Yun Yang and his wife's death, Jian Chengwen's eyes darkened and his heart was filled with remorse. That year, if he had left a few months later, perhaps Yun Yang and his wife wouldn't have died tragically, and in this matter, he had an inescapable responsibility. "Xiao Luofeng, in this Tianyun kingdom, your uncle can be considered influential. If someone were to bully you, come and tell me and I'll immediately lead soldiers to flatten their entire family." The death of his brother was irreversible, so then regardless of anything, he had to shelter his brother's sole daughter and never let anyone bully her in the slightest. Yun Luofeng smiled and her face revealed arrogance. "There are only instances of me bullying others and I have never suffered from being bullied by anyone." Jian Chengwen stared blankly for a moment and then heartily laughed. "You deserve to be my brother Yun Yang's daughter. In that case, then I can rest assured." Chapter 864, Treating the Empress's Illness 1. "Let's set off." Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders. "It's going to be late soon, so I'll head to the Imperial Palace first to treat the Empress. After that, I have other things to do." Jian Chengwen curiously looked at her. "What matters do you have? You can tell me and I'll dispatch men to help." Yun Luofeng was pondered for a long time and replied, "I have to purchase some medicinal herbs." "Medicinal herbs? There are plenty in the state treasury and I'll ask the emperor to allow you to take whatever you need, to avoid having to purchase them in medicinal stores." "Many thanks." Yun Luofeng was not courteous towards Jian Chengwen and had no qualms accepting his good intentions. Jian Chengwen lamented, "If Brother Yun Yang were to witness your achievements of today, he would definitely be proud of you. Let's go, we'll head to the palace first. Your Aunt Su is still unconscious as of now and if she were to see you after waking, she'll definitely be excited." Perhaps recalling the days he spent in Longshire continent, Jian Chengwen's lips quirked up. Unfortunately, times had changed and his old friend was no longer there. Deep within the palace courtyard, stood a high raised pavilion. There were an unknown number of women's youth buried here and a number of beautiful women who suffered unhappy fates due to mutual deception. At present within the Empress's resting palace, the dragon-robed man tiredly sat on the headboard as he held the lily-white hands of the woman lying on the bed, while his eyes were reluctant to even blink. Perhaps not having slept for several days and nights, the man's eyes were bloodshot and he seemed exhausted. Suddenly, an eunuch hastily came in and reported, "Your Majesty, Sir Xuanqian and the general are waiting outside." "Xuanqian has returned." The man's eyes brightened and he hastily stood up. "Did he bring along anyone?" "Answering Your Majesty, there's a young woman alongside Sir Xuanqian." The eunuch lowered his head as he reverently and respectfully reported. The dragon-robed man immediately became excited and his voice contained an unsuppressible tremble. "Hurry and invite them in." "Your subordinate obeys." The eunuch bowed and retreated. Not long after, Xuanqian and Jian Chengwen entered and there was a woman with breathtaking appearance following alongside them. The young lady was dressed in white robes, without a speck of dust on her and her raised brows were filled with arrogance. However, the dragon-robed man sensed a devilish aura on her. The emperor regained his senses soon and asked, "Xuanqian, this lady is the physician you've invited?" Xuanqian nodded his head. "Yes, Your Majesty, your subordinate is referring to her." Even though Xuanqian had said that the physician was very young and told him to be prepared, but the emperor would have never expected she would be so young. Regardless, the emperor trusted Xuanqian and did not doubt his words while he spoke respectfully. "Great master, may I know if the empress's illness can be cured?" Yun Luofeng walked to the bedside quietly and her eyes swept across the empress body as she involuntarily frowned. Jian Chengwen's heart thumped. "Xiao Luofeng, is your Aunt Su's illness uncurable?" The emperor was originally skeptical of Jian Chengwen's addressing of Yun Luofeng, yet at the next moment after hearing her words, he was instantly frightened stiff as his face turned pale. She was poisoned. Yun Luofeng loosened her brows. After being inflicted with such poison, her skin would be similar to an infant's. However, if accidentally touched, her skin would rupture and in addition. Yun Luofeng paused for a moment before continuing. "She's inflicted with another type of poison. Wait, this shouldn't be known as poison but instead, a type of parasite, and those inflicted with it will gradually become greedy for sleep until they're completely in a deep sleep without waking. As such, the Empress's illness is somewhat troublesome." Chapter 865, Treating the Empress's Illness 2. The emperor hugged his head in bitterness, and his eyes were filled with anguish as he stared at the beautiful woman lying on the bed and completely lacking color on her face. "I ought to accept my fate. The Empress's illness cannot be diagnosed and treated, so how can I desire for her recovery?" Jian Chengwen also turned taciturn. Initially, after witnessing Yun Luofeng curing Xuan Qian's illness without difficulty, he naturally had huge hopes of the Empress being cured, but right now he sank into despair. Even so, Jian Chengwen feared that Yun Luofeng would feel guilty, so he raised his hands to pat her shoulders. "Xiao Luofeng, you did your best, this is your Aunt Zhu's fate." Jian Chengwen seemed to have used up his entire energy to speak the last sentence, causing him to become weak and powerless, as if he would collapse on the ground any time. Yun Luofeng glanced at him. "Did I say I was unable to cure her?" Jian Chengwen froze, not understanding the meaning behind Yun Luofeng's words. Even the emperor kneeling beside the bed couldn't help but raise his head and look at the bewitching young lady standing on her feet in the palace. "You mean? Her illness is somewhat troublesome but not entirely incurable." Yun Luofeng's fingers lightly caressed her jaw as her expression was serious. "However, I require some medicinal herbs that are hard to obtain." The emperor immediately stood up and his original expression of death instantly recovered as he hastily walked up with an excited expression. "As long as you can cure the empress, I will definitely obtain those medicinal herbs. With dragon's blood as the guide and spread grass as the cure, it'll be sufficient to eliminate the parasite in her body. I have the spread grass, but dragon's blood isn't easily obtainable." Dragon's blood. The emperor stared blankly for a moment and spoke hesitatingly. "I remember a few years back among the tributes, one of the treasures presented was dragon's blood, and would this suffice? As long as it's dragon's blood, it'll serve its purpose." "That's great." Without the previous cloudy emotions, the emperor turned radiant and commanded, "Men, fetch the dragon's blood within the state treasury." Your subordinate obeys. A eunuch cupped his fists and withdrew from the palace. However, at the time everyone was waiting for the dragon's blood, a cold and detached voice came through from the outside. "Step aside, I want to see Imperial Father." "Your Highness, the emperor has ordered, during this period of time, no one is allowed to enter the empress's palace." "Why? You're thinking of obstructing my path." Outside the door, the woman's voice carried a hint of ridicule. "Don't assume I'm unaware that Imperial Father summoned a woman from an unknown place. I merely want to see who the woman is, to have seduced my Imperial Father and let him bring her into the empress's palace." Jiang Mengyao's eyes slightly lowered, and the cold intention flashed through her eyes. Within the Imperial Palace, even though the sixth Princess Jiang Mengyao had an arrogant and proud temperament, she was not someone who got angry easily. However, right now she completely disregarded her reputation and wanted to meet the woman summoned into the palace. Unfortunately, the reason she was in such rage wasn't that of the Empress, but her Imperial mother who stayed alone in an empty room for many years. She originally thought that after rushing about for the Empress's illness, her Imperial Father would pamper her Imperial mother on the basis that she had toiled so much. Instead, she didn't expect what she waited was, for her Imperial Father to summon a woman into the palace. Especially, he had brought the woman into the Empress's bedroom. Could it be that because the Empress was about to meet her fate, and Imperial Father wanted to establish her as the next Empress? She would definitely never allow such things to happen. Chapter 866, Treating the Empress's Illness, 3. "Let her in." Just then, a hoarse voice could be heard from the bedroom that was slightly irritated and unpredictable. Jiang Mengyao did not care much and pushed open the door and entered the chamber. "Imperial Father." After entering, Jiang Mengyao bowed, and when she looked up, a line of sight fell on the white-robed person before her. As the young lady's back was facing her, she couldn't see her appearance, but from just her rear view, it caused her to be stunned. The Emperor's expression sank, and he coldly asked, "Mengyao, the Empress is bedridden due to a serious illness, so why are you making a big fuss outside?" Jiang Mengyao snorted, "Imperial Father, you're also aware that the Empress is ill, so why did you bring this woman before the Empress's bedside? Are you trying to agitate her and make her have an early demise?" "Presumptuous." The Emperor furiously shouted, and a palm struck on the table. "Who allowed you to shout at me and even curse the Empress?" "Jiang Mengyao, I thought you were my most sensible daughter, but I never expected you were also so unruly and rash. You've made me extremely disappointed." "Disappointed?" Jiang Mengyao coldly smiled and looked at the Emperor without fear. "Imperial Father, you and the Empress are very much in love all these years, but have you thought about my Imperial mother who sits alone at home? However, so be it, as who in the Imperial city can rival the Empress for your pampering? It is just that at this moment the Empress is ill, yet you're thinking of taking in a concubine. Wouldn't such an action make you muddle-headed and tyrannical?" The Emperor's expression suddenly changed and his palm slapped towards Jiang Mengyao as he furiously berated, immediately apologized to her. A ridiculing smile curved upon Jiang Mengyao's lips as she walked towards Yun Luofeng with quick steps. "I'd like to see who this woman is who made Imperial Father, who was devoted to the Empress, be infatuated to such extent." From the start, because the Emperor did not let others know that Yun Luofeng entered the palace to treat the Empress, he did not announce her identity. As such, those people from the Imperial Palace had regarded her as a woman the Emperor summoned. "Hold it." Seeing Jiang Mengyao walking to Yun Luofeng's side, a robust figure suddenly appeared behind her and tightly held on her shoulders with a gloomy expression. "Sixth Princess, you're being rude. This young lady isn't the Emperor's woman. She's a physician, and the Emperor invited her to treat the Empress." Jian Chengwen coldly stared at Jiang Mengyao's back as he coldly spoke. "Furthermore, this lady isn't fond of others seeing her appearance. If you were to violate her conditions, how are you going to assume responsibility if she rejects treating the Empress after taking offense?" He certainly understood that even if the Empress were to recover, the Emperor wouldn't reveal this matter to the public. Therefore, he had never announced Yun Luofeng's identity. However, in recent days, the Emperor had invited countless physicians, but all returned without any achievements. Thus, even if Yun Luofeng were to cure the Empress, they could also lie to the public that she failed. As for not letting Jiang Mengyao meet Yun Luofeng, that was in consideration for Yun Luofeng, as he was afraid it would incur trouble for her. As expected, after hearing Jian Chengwen's words, Jiang Mengyao stopped her footsteps and no longer dared to act blindly without thinking. Even so, she still clenched her teeth. There are countless physicians in the Imperial Palace, and they are unable to treat the Empress, so how can such a little brat succeed? Imperial Father, General, don't be deceived. In fact, the emperor had recruited many respected physicians outside, and while standing before them, Jiang Mengyao did not say anything against them. Chapter 867, Treating the Empress's Illness, 4. Right now, she only felt that from the rear view of this woman, it could be seen that she was definitely very young. Jiang Mengyao had always believed that no one among the younger generation would have medicinal skills surpassing her. For an illness that she couldn't cure, how could this young lady accomplish it? Imperial Father, believe in me. I am confident in curing the Empress, and as long as you give me time, I will definitely succeed. Enough. The Emperor's expression looked cold as he snapped. Since you claim that you can cure the Empress, then let me ask you, what illness is the Empress inflicted with? Jiang Mengyao's voice was hesitant. I don't know. But I'm still young and I can continue studying in one day. You're young. You're indeed young, but the Empress can't wait. The Emperor coldly smiled and waved his hands. If you have nothing else, withdraw and don't hinder the Empress's treatment. Jiang Mengyao lowered her eyes. Yes, Imperial Father. Having said this, she turned, intending to leave, but before she left, she used her cold eyes and looked at Yu Nuofeng. For over 2 decades, medicine was something she was intensely proud of. She believed that she was a talent, and even her Imperial Father had to flatter her. Thus she had dared to speak in such a tone. However, at this moment, her Imperial Father would rather listen to a swindler than give her an opportunity. Jiang Mengyao clenched her teeth and firmly pushed the door open. One day, her Imperial Father would understand that there wasn't anyone who had medical skills surpassing her within the same generation. Any physicians who boasted of their medical skills were all swindlers. Not long after Jiang Mengyao left, they saw a eunuch holding onto a porcelain bottle walking in with haste as he respectfully reported. Your Majesty, your servant has brought the dragon's blood. Put the dragon's blood down and you can retreat. The Emperor nodded his head slightly and ordered in a tone containing indifference. Your servant obeys. The eunuch bowed and withdrew, while within the entire imperial chamber, there were only Yu Nuofeng and a few people other than the Emperor and Empress. Let's begin. Yu Nuofeng took the porcelain bottle and carefully opened it. In that instant, inside the porcelain bottle was scarlet red blood radiating a gem-like crystal luster. Without hesitation, Yu Nuofeng took out a stalk of stride grass from her space ring and immediately dipped it into the dragon's blood. The green stride grass dipped into the dragon's blood was instantly dyed red like the color of blood, bewitching yet crystal clear. Let her consume it. Yu Nuofeng passed the stride grass dyed in dragon's blood to Jian Chengwen as she spoke. Jian Chengwen nodded, and after taking the stride grass and walking before the Empress, he was still originally hesitating about how he should let her consume it. However, when the stride grass was just placed beside the Empress's lips, it became animated and entered her mouth in an instant, shocking him at the same time. And that is it. Jian Chengwen blinked and looked at Yu Nuofeng in puzzlement. Yu Nuofeng smiled. After the stride grass was soaked with dragon's blood, it became spiritually animated, and in another hour, the parasite in the Empress's body will be undone. I shall take a leave first. All right, Jian Chengwen raised his lips slightly. Xiao Luofeng, those medicinal herbs you deserve, I'll dispatch men to send it to you. Yu Nuofeng slightly narrowed her eyes. I'll have Yi Exima fetch the medicinal herbs at that time. Besides that, you have no use for this dragon's blood, so you might as well gift it to me. Since Miss Yun likes it, you can have it. Ha ha. The Emperor was clearly in a good mood and granted whatever was asked for. Furthermore, solely based on the fact that Yu Nuofeng had cured the Empress, he wouldn't refuse her request. Chapter 868, Treating the Empress's Illness, 5. Miss Yun, the Empress will definitely want to thank you personally when she awakens. Won't you stay for a moment? It's all right, Yu Nuofeng shook her head. I have other matters on hand, and in addition, I'll pass you a prescription before I leave. Remember to boil it and let the Empress consume it, and the symptom of her transparent skin will improve. Furthermore, this prescription has the effect of improving and strengthening her body. Her physique seems to be bad, and if she doesn't recuperate well, she'll be unable to give birth forever. The Emperor was stunned as he looked at Yu Nuofeng in shock. His voice contained a trace of nervousness. You mean the Empress can still give birth? Yu Nuofeng nodded her head. Her body is weak, resulting in infertility. If she were to nurse her health back, there's still the possibility of her giving birth. The Empress's infertility was different from Zhang Fengling. Zhang Fengling's infertility was caused by her injuries back then, while the Empress had a weak body, coupled with being depressed and sad, resulting in her infertility. As such, the treatment method for these two was also different. Furthermore, Yu Nuofeng paused for a moment before saying, my method can only treat the symptom but not the root cause. If you want the Empress to completely recover, you cannot let her be deeply hurt. One of the options would necessarily be dissolving your chamber of concubines. The Emperor was silent, and he looked at the woman lying on the bed while apologetic feelings emerged within his eyes. I understand your intent. After resolving this crisis, I will dissolve my harem. Xuanqian stared blankly for a moment and originally wanted to persuade the Emperor. However, after seeing his resolute expression, he swallowed all his words and smiled helplessly. Little brat, to actually advise the Emperor to disband his harem, will those women leave peacefully? Yu Nuofeng shot him a glance. As long as he sets his mind, it can be achieved. Xuanqian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Forget it. If the Emperor truly intends to dissolve the harem, as his subject I can only assist him. Yu Nuofeng slightly smiled and walked out in slow steps. Seeing her leaving figure, Jian Chengwen hastily cupped his hands facing the Emperor and spoke. Your Majesty, your subject will send Xiao Luofeng off. After speaking, he did not wait for the Emperor's consent and left. Outside the imperial bedroom, Jian Chengwen fixed his eyes on the young lady before him and smiled while speaking. Xiao Luofeng, I will have to thank you for this time. Yu Nuofeng raised the corner of her lips. I've received remuneration, so saving them was my duty. What's there to thank me for? No, I wasn't referring to this. Jian Chengwen shook his head. What I meant was, advising the emperor to disband his harem. Although my sister hasn't said anything or even had a single complaint, only I know that every time the emperor visited someone else, she would secretly shed tears until dawn breaks. Precisely so, she was excessively sad, resulting in her infertility. Yun Luofeng's footsteps stopped, but she did not turn back. She then slightly raised her gaze and looked at the azure skies. Uncle Jian, you're my father's brother whom he reminisced about till his death, and the empress was once intimate friends with my mother. Therefore, I help you. The young lady's expression was lazy while the smile on her lips was languid yet bewitching. It's late and I should leave too. After a few days when I have time, I'll visit the empress. Jian Chengwen heartily laughed. All right, I'll send you out. After Yun Luofeng returned from the imperial palace, she shut herself in the room and commanded milk tea to guard outside while she entered the God Code world. Xiao Mo, what uses are there for the dragon's blood for you to ask me to request it? Chapter 869, Blood Test 1. Under the grey sky, Xiao Mo looked up to Yun Luofeng who appeared in front of him, puckered his mouth and complained, Master, all you do is ask about the dragon's blood. Why don't you give me a hug? I want you to hug me. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. I'm a woman and you're a man. How can I hug you? Don't tell me you don't understand this. But I'm just a child. Yun Luofeng glanced at Xiao Mo and mocked, yes, you're a child older than my great-great-grandfather. Xiao Mo's little face turned black, and when he tried to say something, the girl's voice rang again. I heard that every single piece of dragon's body is a treasure, and its blood is also a coveted tonic for human beings. But the dragon's blood's efficacy is too strong, so people will have their bodies explode if they directly drink it as tea. When she treated the empress with the dragon's blood, she just used a drop of it by dipping a spiritual grass into it instead of directly feeding her. If you drank the dragon's blood directly, you would end up exploding yourself. But that's for other people. A light flashed through Xiao Mo's eyes. I have a way to help you drink it directly. Although it can't help you become a god-level spirit cultivator, it can help you reach the peak of sky-level advanced rank realm, and... Xiao Mo paused and continued, the dragon's blood can strengthen your body, and then you will stay unscathed even under the attack of a god-level spirit cultivator. Stayed unscathed under a god-level spirit cultivator's attack. Yun Luofeng couldn't help but hold her breath. Did Xiao Mo mean that as long as she took the dragon's blood, she could be but a step away from becoming a god-level spirit cultivator? Xiao Mo, how should I take this dragon's blood? Hearing her question, Xiao Mo's face turned serious. With my help, you will be able to take it directly, but you can't go out during this period of time. Yun Luofeng thought for a while, how long will it take? There'll be the blood test for Yun Xiao in 2 days, and I'll have to leave the God Code space at that time. Master, don't worry. You will be able to be there in time, and even if you won't, I will wake you up at that time. Xiao Mo said with a big smile on his face, rubbing his fists excitedly. Because he realized that Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao were going to have a dual cultivation soon. As long as Yun Luofeng took the dragon's blood, that day would come soon. 2 days later. In the Yi family's altar field, all disciples of the Yi family were called in here, who gathered in the altar field and discussed with each other. Yi Jingchun looked at Yi Jingchun and Zhang Fengling with a sneer, a sarcastic smile hovering on his lips. Brother, what's wrong? Why hasn't your son shown up? Is he really an illegitimate child of your wife and another man, so he feels too ashamed to show up? Yi Jingchun frowned and coldly glanced at him. The blood test hasn't started yet. Be patient, and you'll find out whether Xiao is my son soon. Ha ha, the sarcastic smile on Yi Jingchun's face spread. Brother, I'm just worried about you because I don't want to see you lose face. Besides, I have heard that Yun Xiao is a trash. For this reason, he was expelled from the Xiao family. The Longshao continent and the continent of no return were separated by the forest of no return, so Yi Jingchun had no idea of what had happened on the Longshao continent. He knew that Yun Xiao was expelled from his family because he eavesdropped on Zhang Fengling and Yi Jingchun's conservation. Chapter 870, Blood Test 2. Her Highness Sixth Princess arrived. A shrill voice suddenly rang and the crowd immediately quieted down. Under the public stare, a sedan was carried in by guards, on top of which sat a beautiful light yellow-robed woman, who looked elegant and noble and was looking down at the crowd condescendingly. Mengyao, you've come. Yi Tianwen's eyes lit up. He quickly walked towards Jiang Mengyao and held out his hand to her, a gentle smile on his handsome face. Different from his usual grim self, Yi Tianwen now looked like a handsome beau, sending out a strong charming aura. Jiang Mengyao's face softened. She softly placed her wrist on the back of Yi Tianwen's hand, jumped down from the sedan with his help and fell steadily at his side. Welcome, Your Highness. Seeing that Jiang Mengyao had shown up, all the people by the altar field knelt down except Yi Jingchun and Zhang Fengling who stood among the crowd and were quite visible. Brother Yi. At this moment, a court-maid dressed woman crazily ran towards Yi Jingchun and soon stopped in front of Yi Jingchun, her voice extremely excited. Hearing the woman's shrill voice, Yi Jingchun was stunned, but in the next minute he recognized the woman in front of him and his face immediately darkened. Grand Princess, why are you here? He had heard that the Grand Princess was under house arrest as ordered by the Emperor. It never occurred to him that she would come out of the Imperial Palace with Jiang Mengyao disguised as a court-maid. Brother Yi, you finally came back. The Grand Princess said excitedly, with tears in her eyes, do you know how long I've been waiting for you here? I refused to get married despite my royal brother's order because I just wanted to wait for you. Fearing that the Grand Princess's spittle would splash onto his face, Yi Jingchun stepped back, a disgusted look in his tender eyes. Grand Princess, please respect yourself. Respect myself. His words completely irritated the Grand Princess, and she looked rather angry. How can you ask me to respect myself? I'm better than this woman beside you anyway. She flirtatiously holds your arm in public. Isn't she afraid of being ridiculed by people? The Grand Princess glared at Zhang Fengling, gnashing her teeth. If it weren't for this woman, I would have become Brother Yi's wife. This woman stole my beloved Brother Yi from me. Unfortunately, the Grand Princess was just deceiving herself. Even without Zhang Fengling, Yi Jingchen would not marry her. Grand Princess, are you kidding? Yi Jingchen sneered, Junse is my wife, so it's no problem for her to do this to me. How can you call it flirtatious? Rather, you, as an unmarried woman, keep chasing a married man. Do you have any sense of shame? Brother Yi, you scold me. You scold me for this woman. The Grand Princess pointed at Zhang Fengling and shouted furiously, fine, then let me kill this woman right now. I'll see how you protect her. Guards, capture Zhang Fengling and cut her to pieces. Hearing her order, the guards looked at each other, wondering what to do, but when they found that Jiang Mengyao didn't stop the Grand Princess, they had to bite the bullet and press on toward Zhang Fengling. The Grand Princess proudly raised her chin. Zhang Fengling, you are just a BTCH who stole my man. If Brother Yi hadn't been seduced by you, he would not have abandoned me and married you. Chapter 871, Blood Test 3. Yi Jingchen held a decisive position in the Yi family back then, so the Grand Princess couldn't force him to marry her no matter how much she wanted. But now Yi Jingchen had become the master of the Yi family. She was sure that the Yi family wouldn't mind her killing Zhang Fengling. Brother Yi, raising her hand to stop Yi Jingchen's movements, Zhang Fengling coldly smiled, a sharp gleam in her bright eyes, let me deal with it. Yi Jingchen paused and withdrew his hand, nodding slightly, okay. The smile on her face spread, but didn't reach her eyes that looked unfathomable right now. You want my man? The Grand Princess snorted, Brother Yi is my man, and you, shameless BTCH, stole him from me. So, it's you who stole my man. Smack. As soon as the Grand Princess finished, the crowd felt a fierce gust of wind blow over, and then they saw the red-robed woman reach the front of the Grand Princess and slap her hard. Soon, the whole altar field quieted down. Does my tolerance of you make you believe I am afraid of you? I've never been afraid of anyone. If it weren't for sparing Brother Yi unnecessary troubles, I would have killed you 10 years ago. The Grand Princess covered her cheeks and resentfully glared at Zhang Fengling, gnashing her teeth, guards, what are you waiting for? This woman has attacked me, which is a mortal crime. Now kill her, and her beastard can go to hell as well. Who dares to touch her? When the guards were going to surround Zhang Fengling, Yi Jingchen angrily shouted and stood in front of Zhang Fengling, looking around with murderous eyes. Enough. At the moment, Jiang Mengyao, who kept silent until now, finally stopped the guards and said aloofly, Royal Aunt, we're here to witness the blood test, not to give you a chance to make trouble. The Grand Princess was a bit scared of this niece, so she reluctantly backed down after hearing her words. Brother Yi, I know you have been bewitched by this woman. I'm sure that one day, you will regret your choice. Ignoring this farce, Jiang Mengyao turned her eyes to Yi Tianwen. Tianwen, why hasn't the blood test started yet? Yi Tianwen lowered his eyes, concealing the insidious look in his eyes. After quite a while, he looked up to Jiang Mengyao and answered with a gentle voice, I don't know why Yun Xiao hasn't come. Maybe something happened that made him terrified of the blood test. He was implying that Yun Xiao was afraid to accept the blood test. As for the reason, would there be any other reason except that he was a fake descendant of the Yi family? Sure enough, Jiang Mengyao believed him and sneered, Master Jingchen, I'm so sorry to hear that you were cuckolded. So that boy is not your son. How ridiculous that you gave up a princess for such a woman. Do you regret it? Yi Jingchen slightly narrowed his eyes and smiled mockingly, it's not time yet. Why are you sure that Xiao won't come? Besides, my father hasn't shown up. How can we start the blood test now? As soon as he finished, a lazy voice resounded throughout the bustling altar field, and everyone quieted down. Chapter 872, Blood Test 4. Father, Mother, Yun Xiao and I were so tired last night that I overslept. Are we late? Everyone knew what she was implying by saying, they were tired last night. So no one could blame them for coming late. Yun Luofeng did get up late. When she left the God Code space, it was early in the morning. But she still needed to decoct a medicinal soup for Yun Xiao. After Yun Xiao drank it, his blood could be mixed together with any type of blood. That was why she came late. Seeing Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao walking towards her, Zhang Fengling smiled, it doesn't matter. The most important thing for you is to make a baby. Annoyed by her words, the crowd stared at Zhang Fengling reproachfully. Sister-in-law, Yi Jingxuan's face darkened and he said coldly, your daughter-in-law is too disrespectful. She neither salutes the princess nor respects her elders. Shouldn't you discipline her? Zhang Fengling coldly glanced at Yi Jingxuan, my daughter-in-law is just like me. No matter how disrespectful she is, I'm glad to see it. Anything else? Yi Jingxuan's face immediately turned purple with anger. Over the years, Zhang Fengling kept a low profile in the Yi family, so he had forgotten how presumptuous the woman could be. He wants me to rebuke my daughter-in-law for him. In his dreams. Women better be obedient. Snubbed by Zhang Fengling, Yi Jingxuan turned his eyes to Yun Xiao. If you want to be a member of the Yi family, you have to discipline your wife. A man who can't discipline his woman is just a trash. Yun Xiao said coldly and expressionlessly, only a useless man would lord it over his wife. He meant that only a useless man would bully his wife. A man of real strength would try his best to protect his wife but treat his enemy harshly. Yi Jingxuan's face turned blacker. Was this guy saying that he was useless? In his mind, women were only accessories for men, and even the most powerful and excellent women would be no exception. Is everyone here? Suddenly an old voice came from the sky, and soon an old man appeared in the sky, his white robe fluttering as he stood in the air as if on the ground. He coldly glanced at the people below. His eyes stopped when he spotted Yi Jingxuan, but soon he turned his eyes away as if nothing had happened. Now that everyone is here, let's start the blood test. Yes, master. Hearing this, people began to prepare for the blood test, and soon, someone quickly walked in with a basin of water and put it onto the altar. As if feeling Zhang Fengling's nervousness, Yi Jingchen held her hand tightly to encourage her. Then, he steadily walked towards the altar. Wait for me. Yun Xiao leaned over and whispered to Yun Luofeng, I'll be back soon. Then he turned around and quickly walked to the altar. Yi Jingchen dripped a drop of blood into the basin, leaving small ripples on the water's surface. At the same time, Yun Xiao, expressionless, also dripped a drop of blood into it, dyeing the water red. In the beginning, the two drops of blood drifted on different sides, but soon they mixed together under the public's gaze. Yes, they mixed together as witnessed by the crowd. Wow. Everyone gasped in shock. None of them expected that Zhang Fengling's illegitimate son was really Yi Jingchen's son. Chapter 873, Blood Test 5. Zhang Fengling was relieved to see that. Although she didn't know why the drops of blood mixed together, she knew that it must have something to do with Yun Luofeng. The result of the blood test has proven that Yun Xiao is really a descendant of the Yi family. Looking at Yi Jingchen with a complicated look, the old man imperceptibly sighed and announced the decision. Hearing this, the quiet crowd became boisterous, and everyone was discussing it. Of course, their topic was about Yun Xiao. Zhang Fengling was no longer a woman of loose morals in their eyes, and Yi Jingchen was no longer a cuckold. But now they had a new topic. That was that Yun Xiao was a trash. A trash, who was expelled by his family, turned out to be a member of the Yi family, which was really unacceptable to the Yi family people. Master. As the public was discussing it, Yi Xiang, who kept silent just now, came out of the crowd and made an obeisance. Since he is really a descendant of the Yi family, his name should be recorded into our genealogy after he changes his last name to Yi. Yi Xiang said that for the good of Yi Jingchen. The old man nodded. Over the years, the Yi family owed him too much, and in any case, he would strive for the greatest benefits for his son. When Yi Xiang said that, a cold voice suddenly arose, causing another uproar. My last name is Yun and I'm a member of the Yun family. Elder Yi Xiang wanted to bring him back to the Yi family, but he refused. How did the trash have the nerve to say this? Yi Xiang tried to restrain his anger, and said sullenly, Master Xiao, as a descendant of the Yi family, how can you be a member of the Yun family? The man looked as cold as ever, but his tone was resolute. I have married myself to Feng Er, so I'm a member of the Yun family. He said he married himself to, instead of, married, Yun Luofeng, which showed Yun Luofeng's position in his heart. How dare you? Yi Jingxun's face darkened and he snapped, Yun Xiao, do you know what you're talking about? A male descendant married into another family will be a disgrace to our family. I will never allow this to happen. Yi Jingxun didn't want Yun Xiao to come back to the Yi family, but he couldn't tolerate him doing this. Otherwise, the Yi family would become the laughing stock of the world. Yun Xiao turned his cold eyes to Yi Jingxun. For me, it is my pride to marry myself into the Yun family. You. Yi Jingxun became furious. Rolling his eyes, he looked at the cold man and said, Father, since he doesn't want to change his last name, our family doesn't need a trash. Father, please expel him out of the Yi family and never put his name into our genealogy. If Yun Xiao was not a member of the Yi family, nothing he did would have anything to do with the Yi family. And he wouldn't need to bear this disgrace. In the midair, the old man aloofly looked at Yun Xiao. Since he doesn't want to change his last name, let him be. Father. Yi Jingxun was stunned, wondering what the old man meant. That's it. I'm tired. Yi Xiang will deal with the matter. The old man flicked his sleeves and turned away. Before he left, he seemed to cast a casual glance at Yi Jingxun, his eyes so complicated. Hearing his words, Yi Jingxun looked at Yi Jingxun grimly and sneered, Elder brother, don't blame me for being harsh with you. You have heard what father said. He doesn't admit that Yun Xiao is his grandson, so I'll expel him for father. Chapter 874, Blood Test 6. However, as soon as he said these, Yi Xiang's voice rang behind him. Master doesn't mean that he wants to expel Yun Xiao, but he is allowing Yun Xiao to choose to be a member of the Yi family or the Yun family. Yi Xiang didn't understand why the old man would make such a decision, but as his loyal subordinate, he would never disobey any order from him. Yi Jingxun's smile suddenly froze. Impossible. He doesn't even want to change his last name, and he has married himself into another family. How can father allow him to do these things? Second young master, it's the master's decision. We have to obey it. Yi Xiang frowned. Now that the test is over, you people can leave now. Yi Jingxun's face turned from green to white, and then from white to green. In the end, he laughed grimly, with a sarcastic smile on his lips. Brother, I really feel sorry for you. You finally have a son, but it turns out that he is a trash. If he wasn't a trash, then maybe I would respect you guys more. He thought that Yun Xiao was a trash, so he was so unscrupulous to them. And, Yi Jingxun paused and smiled proudly, your daughter-in-law is simply no match for Princess Mengyao, who has acquired excellent medical skills and is doted on by His Majesty. If she can cure the Empress, she will become the crown princess. Now you tell me, how can you compare with me? He said these to provoke Yi Jingxun, so he deliberately lowered his voice. However, with the sharp ears, Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng both heard it. Hearing Yi Jingxun's words, Yun Luofeng just took them as a joke, but Yun Xiao wouldn't allow anyone to humiliate Yun Luofeng. So he moved his fingers and released a trace of spiritual energy, which hit Yi Jingxun's knee. Flop. Caught off guard, Yi Jingxun immediately knelt in front of Yi Jingchen. All other people, including Yi Jingchen himself, were stunned at his movement. Father. Yi Tianwen turned pale, wondering what had happened. Not saying anything, Jiang Mengyao slightly frowned and examined them with skeptical eyes. Younger brother, why do you kneel to me? Yi Jingchen smiled mockingly, but his tone sounded very polite. Even if you want me to leave with Xiao, you don't have to kneel down to beg me. As your brother, I never want to upset you like this. Get up. I'll leave the Yi family. Just give me some time to pack. Cunning as he was, Yi Jingchen wouldn't miss the chance to embarrass Yi Jingxuan, though he didn't know why he knelt down to him. Hearing his words, Yi Jingxuan was speechless. When did he ask Yi Jingchen to leave with Yun Xiao? However, knowing well about plots, he soon figured out his brother's intention, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred. This guy was trying to frame him. If Yi Jingchen really left, people would denounce him for expelling his own elder brother. After all, things had changed now. Back then, he expelled Yi Jingchen out of the Yi family because he didn't have an offspring. But now Yi Jingchen already had a son. How could he do it again? I was just joking, elder brother, Yi Jingxuan forced a smile, and I'm not kneeling to you. I just stumbled. Yi Jingxuan got up from the ground and rubbed his knee. Since my nephew has returned, as his uncle, I want to welcome him. I'll hold a family feast tonight, and I hope my nephew can attend it. Chapter 875, Family Feast 1. Yi Jingxuan laughed. We'll certainly attend it. He wanted to see what surprise his brother would prepare for him that day. That night. The night was as cool as water. Ablaze with light, the Yi family's estate looked really bustling, with maids and servants busily shuttling through it. As soon as Yun Luofeng and her family entered the banquet hall, they heard the complimenting sounds in the hall. Sitting beside Yi Tianwen, Jiang Mengyao demurely smiled at the people who were flattering her, but soon her smile disappeared, and with a frown, she glanced at the 6 people who appeared at the door of the banquet hall. Brother, it seems that there are not enough chairs. Looking around the banquet hall, Yi Jingxuan turned sullen and asked, there are 6 of us altogether. Why are there only 4 empty chairs left? Yi Jingxuan chuckled, I'm sorry, elder brother, the banquet hall can only accommodate these chairs, and there is no room for any more chairs. As your wife, sister-in-law can certainly have a seat, and Yun Xiao and Yi Exmo, as men, are also entitled to 2 seats. Therefore, Yun Luofeng and Yi Qi, as women, will have to sit with our servants. Yi Jingxuan's face turned blacker. He knew that his brother would never miss a chance to disgust him, but he didn't expect that he would do this. I think the chairs are just enough, Zhang Fengling said with a smile. Brother, 6th princess hasn't married Tianwen, so she is not eligible to attend our family feast. Besides, she is also a junior. Why don't you ask her and her maid to give us the seats? Zhang Fengling paused, an icy gleam in her eyes. Besides, even the maid of the 6th princess can have a seat. Why do you force my daughter-in-law and my foster daughter to sit with the servants? In fact, the maid of the 6th princess didn't sit there originally, but in order to embarrass Yun Luofeng, Yi Jingxuan specially discussed this with the 6th princess. Therefore, her maid also took a seat. Yi Jingxuan gave her a black look. Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? 6th princess is so honorable. How can Yun Luofeng and Yi Qi be compared with her? And face her, as 6th princess's maid, enjoys a nobler status than your daughter-in-law and daughter. How dare you ask 6th princess and her maid to give their seats to them? Mind your manners. He was literally telling her that even the maid of 6th princess was more honorable than Yun Luofeng. It seems that you don't want us to attend this family feast. Zhang Fengling sneered. Fine, then we don't need to stay here. Brother Yi, let's go. Yi Jingxuan smiled evilly. Sister-in-law, I invited you to the family feast, but you refused to attend it. Even if father learns this, he can't blame me. With a grim face, Yi Jingxuan tried to suppress the anger in his heart and turned to Zhang Fengling. We'll never fit in here. Let's go. Okay. Zhang Fengling smiled. Xiao, Feng let's go. Then she came up to hold Yun Luofeng's arm and was going to leave the banquet hall. However, Yun Luofeng didn't move. With a chilly smile on her lips, she said, wait a minute. Zhang Fengling paused. Just as she was wondering why, Yun Luofeng went to the table, lifted her long leg and kicked the long table hard. With a thud, the long table immediately cracked in 2. All the dishes on it fell down, leaving a mess on the floor. Everyone was stunned. Yun Luofeng's behavior was so domineering that they couldn't believe their eyes. Chapter 876, Family Feast 2. What the HLL are you doing? As the first one who realized what she had done, Yi Jingxuan jumped to his feet and glared at Yun Luofeng. If looks could kill, Yun Luofeng would have been cut into pieces by his glare. She wickedly glanced at him. Since you don't want us to attend it, then, no one can attend. Yes, that was her way. You ruined my dinner time. Fine, then no one could enjoy the dinner time. What a rude woman. Jiang Mengyao wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, and glanced at Yun Luofeng with contempt. Even a maid of our royal family is better educated than you. Besides, Uncle Yi was right. Even my maid deserves a seat more than you. Jiang Mengyao did have reasons to be proud. As a princess, she had a very noble status, and she was also gifted. Who in the younger generation could be compared with her? But Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao were exceptions who hadn't even looked at her since they entered the hall, as if she was invisible. They just ignored her. How could Jiang Mengyao, who had become used to people's praises and compliments, tolerate this? Encouraged by her words, the elders of the Yi family also blamed Yun Luofeng. Master Jingxuan, madam, we can tolerate her rudeness to the Yi family people, but now she even dared to ruin the family feast in 6th princess's presence. Shouldn't you punish her? 6th princess is so honorable. If she is willing to recommend you, you might even get a chance to serve the royal family. But you just treated her so rudely. You must make up for what you did just now, or else we won't let you go. Yes. We'll never let you go. This time, even Master will not be able to shield you. She must apologize to 6th princess. Otherwise, we shall expel them again. Yi Jingxuan's face darkened bit by bit, his mild eyes became as sharp as swords, and he glared at those old men who were yelling at him, releasing an aggressive aura. Make up. For what? Yi Jingchen sneered and mocked, yes, Jiang Mengyao may be honorable, but is my daughter-in-law inferior to her? Don't you think you are going too far? Now, let me tell you, 10 Jiang Mengyaos added up would be no match for my daughter-in-law. Titter. Someone in the crowd burst out laughing, and then the others followed him. Soon their laughter resounded throughout the banquet hall, and some of them even convulsed with laughter. What did they just hear? 10 Princess Mengyaos added up would not be a match for Yun Luofeng. Did Yi Jingchen know what he was talking about? Even one Princess Mengyao would be able to trample Yun Luofeng under her feet. Hearing their laughter, Yun Xiao's eyes darkened, and he suddenly released all his power, turning the atmosphere in the hall oppressive. And then, he moved. He moved so quickly that in the blink of an eye, Yi Jingchun's body had flown out and heavily fallen into the mess on the floor. Father. Uncle Yi. Greatly shocked, Yi Tianwen and Jiang Mengyao were going to check Yi Jingchun's condition, but just then, a strong force came from behind and violently slammed them. They fell to the ground and blood gushed out from their mouths. Yi Jingchun. Covering his chest with a hand, Yi Jingchun struggled to get up and glared at Yi Jingchun. I call you elder brother because I respect you. Don't push me too hard. I can tolerate you beating me, but why did you even beat Princess Mengyao? Do you want to make trouble for the Yi family? Chapter 877, Family Feast 3. He firmly believed that it was Yi Jingchun who attacked them because only Yi Jingchun was able to do this. Just as Yun Xiao was going to attack them again, a resonant voice suddenly came from the outside. Am I late? Yi Jingchun paused and looked up only to see an armored middle-aged man with a big smile on his dignified face stride in. Seeing that Jian Chengwen suddenly showed up, Yi Jingchun was a little bit nervous. In the imperial city, the one he feared most was him, the famous state guardian general. As for the reason he feared him, it wasn't because he was the empress's brother, but that as an experienced veteran, Jian Chengwen looked really terrifying with his hardened, naturally released murderous aura. General, why did you come here? Yi Jingchun hurriedly came up to greet him and asked respectfully. He didn't dare to offend this guy, so he behaved very humbly in front of Jian Chengwen. Jian Chengwen glanced at Yi Jingchun. I heard that Master Jingchun's son had returned to the Yi family, so I specifically came here to congratulate you, and look for someone by the way. Yi Jingchun paused and looked at Jiang Mengyao, who still had blood on the corners of her mouth. Did the general come for Princess Mengyao? If he learned that the princess was injured in the Yi family, he would probably cut Yun Luofeng and her accomplices to pieces, and even I might be killed by him. After all, with her excellent medical skills, the sixth princess would be able to cure the empress. How could Jian Chengwen not avenge her? Well, Yi Jingchun wiped the cold sweat from his brow and with embarrassment said, Sixth princess will go back to the imperial palace soon. How dare we bother you? Please let us escort her back. Jian Chengwen frowned. Who told you I came here for sixth princess? Yi Jingchun was stunned. Not for sixth princess. Then you. I'm looking for Yun Luofeng. Hearing his words, the whole banquet hall buzzed, and everyone stood up, with a look of astonishment in their eyes. The general came here for Yun Luofeng. Did she offend some big shot outside, and the general came here to arrest her? We knew that Yun Luofeng was a troublemaker. We really shouldn't allow her to stay in the Yi family. Your Excellency, please listen to me. Yun Luofeng is only Zhang Fengling's daughter-in-law and has nothing to do with our Yi family, and we'll never recognize her as a member of our family. If she has offended you, you can just take her away and do whatever you want to her. We in the Yi family won't have any objection to it. Yi Jingchun glared at Yun Luofeng. Now that she had offended the general, she was going to have a hard time. However, he didn't notice that after he said these words, Jian Chengwen's face darkened. Feng. Zhang Fengling subconsciously grabbed Yun Luofeng's arm and stared at Jian Chengwen. If he dared to do anything bad to Luofeng, she would do anything to stop him. Yun Xiao also released a chilly aura, his face grim and cold. Attracted by his aura that was filled with murderous power, Jian Chengwen took a look at him. It's said that Master Jingchun's son, who has been missing for years, is a trash, but I think he is more excellent than anyone else. Ha ha ha. Jian Chengwen laughed out loud, and quickly went up to Yun Luofeng. Little Luofeng, you were treated like this in the Yi family. Why don't you come live with me in my estate? At least you won't need to put up with these people there. Chapter 878, Family Feast 4. The smile on Yi Jingchun's face suddenly froze, and he looked at the man who was walking towards Yun Luofeng and turned pale. This was impossible. How could the general know Yun Luofeng? And it seemed that they had a very good relationship. Oh, yes, Jian Chengwen turned his eyes to Yi Jingchun who was ghastly pale. Didn't you just say that little Luofeng was not a member of the Yi family? Is that your decision or an order issued by the master of the Yi family? The cold sweat rolled down from Yi Jingchun's forehead, and he subconsciously wiped it off and forced out a few words. General, do you know Yun Luofeng? This girl is my old friend's daughter, and I happened to meet her here. So of course I know her. At this moment, thinking of what he had just said, Yi Jingchun blushed with shame. He felt his face ache as if being slapped hard. General, misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't know you knew her. Misunderstanding. Jian Chengwen sneered, my little niece was greatly wronged by all of you, and you tell me it was just a misunderstanding. You have to make up for it, or else I won't let you go. This was what Yi Jingchun said to Yi Jingchun, and now it was accidentally returned to him by Jian Chengwen. That's enough. Jiang Mengyao stood up from the cold floor. She wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth and coldly stared at Jian Chengwen. General, are you abusing public power for a personal grudge? How can you use the state soldiers like this? Do you really think that you can be so lawless just because my father dotes on the empress? I tell you, with me here, you cannot touch anyone of the Yi family. If my father knew that you are against me for this woman, who do you think he will support? Jiang Mengyao raised her beautiful little face and cracked an arrogant smile. She was a princess, her father's daughter. It was obvious whom he would support. Jian Chengwen sneered, "Well, I came to deliver an oral instruction of His Majesty. The Emperor hereby decrees that Yun Luofeng shall have a lofty position from now on, second only to the Emperor in the Tianyuan Kingdom. Even the princes and princesses shall salute her, and if any royal offspring is disrespectful to her, she can kill them without reporting to the Emperor. Respected." Reading the oral decree, Jian Chengwen turned to Yun Luofeng and said with a smile, "Little Luofeng, His Majesty wanted to give you an official post, but he knew that you wouldn't accept it, so he gave you this privilege. From now on, you are second only to His Majesty in the Tianyuan Kingdom." Yi Jingxuan's face turned pale, and he stumbled, clenching his teeth. "General, are you kidding? Why would His Majesty suddenly grant her such a privilege without any reason? She could kill any royal offspring who was disrespectful to her. This privilege had never been granted to anyone before." So, he firmly believed that Jian Chengwen made up this lie to revenge Yun Luofeng. "General, I think Uncle Yi is right." Jiang Mengyao tightly bit her snow-white teeth, her face still arrogant. "It's impossible for my father to issue such an oral decree, so it must be made up by you, right? Do you know what punishment you will be subject to for making up a royal decree?" Just now, Jiang Mengyao said that even her maid was nobler than Yun Luofeng. If her father really gave her such a privilege, what she said just now was like a slap on her own face. This was something that Jiang Mengyao couldn't tolerate. Chapter 879, Family Feast 5. "Sixth Princess, you can go ask His Majesty whether this oral decree is real or not," Jian Chengwen sneered. "Besides, I'm not bold enough to make up a royal decree." Jiang Mengyao's face turned ghastly pale. Feeling that her pride had been shattered in the face of Yun Luofeng, she couldn't help but back up a few steps. "Sixth Princess," Zhang Fengling smiled, and a chilling light flickered across her bright eyes. "Now do you still think that even your maid is nobler than my daughter-in-law?" Jiang Mengyao shuddered and tightly clenched her fists, resentfully staring at Yun Luofeng. If Jiang Mengyao was more sensible, perhaps she would recognize that Yun Luofeng was just the white-robed girl that she saw in the imperial palace that day, but she had already been overwhelmed by envy, so she failed to recognize her. And then she did something that she would regret for the rest of her life. So in Sixth Princess's eyes, even a maid is nobler than little Luofeng. Jian Chengwen frowned, and cast a cold glance at Jiang Mengyao. Even without the privilege that His Majesty granted her, she is still a member of the Yi family. But what's the identity of your maid? Is she even nobler than the Yi family people? Saying this, he turned his sharp eyes to the maid. Under his dagger-like stares, the maid was so scared that she immediately fell on her knees. "Uncle Yi, I'm going to leave." With a pale face, Jiang Mengyao hurriedly left after bidding Yi Jingxuan farewell, followed by a group of maids and guards. She walked so fast it was as though she was afraid she would hear Jian Chengwen's mocking voice as soon as she stopped. Jian Chengwen withdrew his eyes with a cold smile and looked around the crowd. "Is there anyone else who still thinks I made up the royal decree?" Everyone looked at each other. Though the Yi family looked powerful, it was actually dependent on the royal family. So, if this royal decree was real, no one dared to offend Zhang Fengling and her family in the Yi family from now on. And Yi Jingxuan might even have to return his position to Yi Jingxuan. Yi Jingxuan lowered his eyes to conceal the grim gleam in his eyes. Yun Luofeng must die, or else he would lose his position sooner or later. At the thought of this, Yi Jingxuan forced a smile. "Your Excellency, the family feast has been ruined, so we can't entertain you anymore. Please enjoy yourself. I'm leaving." With these words, Yi Jingxuan quickly walked away and disappeared into the dark night. In the dim light of night, a crescent moon hung in the sky, illuminating the dark night. Suddenly, a black-robed man appeared in the sky and landed in front of Yi Jingxuan. "Master Jingxuan." "Ying, how have I treated you all these years?" Yi Jingxuan asked with a solemn look. The black-robed man, who was called Ying, lowered his head and answered respectfully, "Master, you saved my life, so I'm willing to do anything for you even at the expense of my life." "Good," Yi Jingxuan nodded with satisfaction. "Kill Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng tonight. If you get caught, keep your mouth shut." "Yes, master." Respectfully answering, Ying stood up and soon disappeared into the immense darkness like a dark streak of light. Yi Jingxuan's face turned ferocious, and he clenched his fists tightly, while a grim light was in his eyes. "Yun Luofeng, Yun Xiao, now you'll know the result of going against me." Chapter 880, Shameless Yi Jingxuan 1. That night, the moonlight poured down like water and quietly covered the elegantly decorated room. At this moment, the closed door was pushed open by a hand, and then a black-robed man sneaked into the room and crept towards the sleeping two. On the bed, the handsome man and the beautiful woman were sleeping together, as if not aware of his existence. The black-robed man stood by the bed. Suddenly, a sharp dagger appeared in his hand, and he held it and stabbed it towards the heart of Yun Xiao. He raised a grim smile and his eyes were filled with disdain as if he had already seen the man's heart pierced. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side and tightly held the dagger in his hand. The black-robed man was stunned and looked up only to see a pair of cold black eyes. The pair of eyes was as deep as an unfathomable lake, shining with a chilling light. "You." A look of astonishment flickered across the black-robed man's eyes. He looked at the man on the bed in fear and gave a wry smile. "Everyone in the imperial city thinks that Yi Jingxuan's son whom he just brought back is a trash, but I didn't expect that you had concealed your real strength. He was a killer. As a killer, he could certainly conceal his breath, but Yun Xiao still perceived his presence." The black-robed man didn't believe a trash would be capable of this. "Who sent you here?" A lazy voice came from the side, astounding the black-robed man once again. It turned out that not only Yun Xiao but also Yun Luofeng had concealed her strength. The black-robed man desperately closed his eyes. He knew that his master had underestimated his enemy this time. The two were more difficult to deal with than Yi Jingchen and his wife. I just don't like you, so I want you to disappear. No one ordered me to do this. The black-robed man opened his eyes, his face expressionless. His life was saved by Master Jingxuan, so he would never betray him. Yun Luofeng jumped out of the bed, quickly picked up her coat and put it over herself. Then she sat cross-legged at the table, looking at the pale-faced black-robed man with a wicked smile. You don't want to confess. Fine, I have a million ways to make you tell me the truth. Yun Xiao. By that time, Yun Xiao in his black robe had already stood up. He released a chilling aura that permeated the whole room and made the cold black-robed man shiver. But he clenched his teeth without saying a word. Cold sweat poured down from his forehead, and he was soon drenched with sweat. I really don't know what you're talking about. Yi Jingxuan told him to keep his mouth shut if he failed because he thought Yi Jingxuan would send someone to protect Yun Xiao. It never occurred to him that the two were actually quite strong. Especially Yun Xiao. The man had been concealing his real strength, and when he showed it, everyone would be scared by it. Only a look by him made him feel prickles down his back. Feng, have you heard of this kind of torture? Yun Xiao turned his eyes to Yun Luofeng. You make countless holes in a person's body, then find some flesh-eating ants, and let them crawl into these holes and eat up his whole body. Yun Xiao glanced at the cold-sweated black-robed man, his face grim. I think we can let him try this kind of torture. Chapter 881, Shameless Yi Jingxuan 2. Well, Yun Luofeng gently stroked her chin and blinked. It sounds like a good idea. Saying this, she stood up and walked slowly toward the black-robed man. In fact, even if you don't confess, I know who made you do this, but it seems that you just want to be loyal to your master. Fine, as you wish, I'll serve you with the kind of torture that Yun Xiao just mentioned. The girl stopped, with a wicked and grim smile on her lips. Seeing her smile, the black-robed man felt the devil was waving to him. The black-robed man could no longer control his fear and tried to escape. However, as soon as he jumped out of the room, a chilly aura followed him and slammed his body down from the air. With a bang, his body heavily fell to the ground. What happened? Hearing the noise, Yi Jingxuan and Zhang Fengling quickly rushed in. At the same time, the elders of the Yi family also heard it and came from different directions. Brother, sister-in-law, are you all right? Coming up to Yun Luofeng, Yi Eximo glanced at the black-robed man who was struggling on the ground, and frowned. Where is this guy from? Is he an assassin? Yi Qi seemed to be greatly terrified. She was enraged by the very thought that the assassin had come here to kill Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. The assassin came here for Yun Xiao and me. Yun Luofeng cast a wicked glance at the people who suddenly showed up, so I'm interrogating him about who was behind him. Hearing her words, Zhang Fengling was greatly enraged. Her figure flashed and she soon appeared in front of the assassin. She lifted the assassin and flung him down. The black-robed man, who had been bashed hard by Yun Xiao, groaned and fainted as he was beaten by Zhang Fengling. You guys are really great. Zhang Fengling sneered. I thought you would just want to make some troubles for my son and daughter-in-law, but I never expected you would even send an assassin to assassinate them. You really let me down. What do you mean by that? One of the elders came out of the crowd and coldly rebutted. Do you mean this assassin was sent by us? Zhang Fengling glanced at him and smiled mockingly. This old guy was Yi Jingxuan's man, and the two were birds of a feather. She would never expect these people to be fair. Not you. Then who would do this? Zhang Fengling raised her eyebrows. I don't believe that a stranger can sneak into our estate safe and sound. Especially when the people he wants to kill are my daughter-in-law and son, not someone else. Suddenly, a chuckle came from behind the crowd. Hearing it, the crowd immediately receded on either side and a passage appeared in the middle. Yi Jingxuan, casually waving his folding fan, slowly walked out with a smile, but his eyes were shining with a grim, poisonous light. Brother, sister-in-law, this is my fault. I failed to have our estate properly guarded and let this guy sneak into it. If you have to blame someone for this, just blame me, don't wrong the elders. Yi Jingxuan said grimly, I know you hate me, and we had come to an open break before, so I won't blame you for making such a fuss to go against me. But, Yi Jingxuan paused and said, let's talk about who shall be responsible for this later. Now, let me kill this vicious guy and avenge you. Swish. With these words, Yi Jingxuan didn't give anyone a chance to react but rushed to the black-robed man who had fainted on the ground with intense killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 882, Shameless Yi Jingxuan 3. Just as Yi Jingxuan was about to reach the black-robed man, a slate fell from the sky and slammed into him, crushing him to the ground. Master Jingxuan. Greatly frightened, the Yi family people hurried forward to move the slate off his back and asked, Master Jingxuan, are you all right? Yi Jingxuan struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes burning with raging flames. Who was it? Who attacked me just now? It was the second time. The first time, he was hit by a pebble on the knee during the blood test, which made him kneel in front of Yi Jingxuan. This time, that person stealthily attacked him again. Though none of the people had noticed it, Yun Luofeng spotted Yun Xiao's action just now. He was always like this, beating people but never letting them find out who did it. Noticing Yun Luofeng's gaze, Yun Xiao lowered his head and said with a deep, low voice, if you think this is not enough, next time I'll move a mountain on top of him. Yun Luofeng blinked and said with a faint smile, okay, I'd like to see him crushed by a mountain. She said these words in a playful tone, but Yun Xiao took them seriously. He pondered, with a thoughtful look in his dark eyes. Yi Jingxuan, Zhang Fengling said in a despising tone to Yi Jingxuan, do you want to silence him to cover up your crime? Cover up his crime. Yi Jingxuan jumped to his feet. What are you talking about? Why should I silence him? This assassin was not sent here by me. Why should I fear? At this moment, the black-robed man, who was unconscious, woke up, and the very moment he woke up, he heard the voice of Yi Jingxuan. Suddenly, his body stiffened and his clenched fist loosened. Ahem. The black-robed man coughed. The one who sent me here is not this man. We never met before. I just don't like Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao, so I want to make them disappear. Hearing his words, Yi Jingxun raised his chin. Did you hear him? He was not sent here by me. It's Yun Luofeng who has offended too many people. Sister-in-law, I think you didn't choose the right daughter-in-law. She can't do whatever she wants just because the royal family is willing to shield her. There are too many people who are way more powerful than her. With such a lousy character, she'll bring trouble to the Yi family sooner or later. So, Yi Jingxun paused and continued, I declare that Yun Luofeng is expelled from the Yi family. An icy gleam flickered across Zhang Fengling's eyes. Feng Er didn't do anything wrong. Why are you expelling her? Yi Jingxun said coldly, she didn't do anything wrong. If she didn't, why did this guy come to kill her? She must have made a big mistake. Therefore, I order Yun Xiao to divorce Yun Luofeng. In your dreams. Zhang Fengling was trembling all over in anger. Even I, Yun Xiao's mother, am not entitled to do this. How can you do this as his uncle? I'm the future master of the Yi family. Isn't that enough? He just ordered Yun Xiao to divorce Yun Luofeng, not cut her into pieces, so the royal family can blame him. As long as Yun Luofeng disappeared from the Yi family, Yun Xiao would have one less person to help him. Then how could Yi Jingxun contend with him? Master Jingxun is right. If Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao didn't do anything wrong, why did the assassin come all the way here to kill them? Chapter 883, Shameless Yi Jingxun 4. I think the assassin is the real victim, who must have been greatly hurt by them. He just wants to have his revenge but ends up a prisoner. If Yun Xiao were my son, I would make him divorce Yun Luofeng and apologize to the poor guy. In their eyes, the assassin who came to assassinate Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng was the victim, while the later who were nearly killed by the former had become heinous villains. Maybe they killed the assassin's family, so he came to seek his revenge. Otherwise, why would someone just assassinate them for no reason? Mom, do you know what kind of persons I admire most? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and turned her eyes to Zhang Fengling. Zhang Fengling laughed. What kind of persons? I admire most those who talk nonsense and seriously believe it. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips. They don't even know who the assassin is. The bullshit that I killed his whole family and burned his family's graves, so he came all the way here to kill me for revenge. How did they know that the assassin came from far away instead of living in the Yi family? Her words angered all the elders. If the emperor hadn't favored Yun Luofeng so much, they would have come forward, tied her up, and taught her a good lesson. Sister-in-law. Yi Jingxun's face darkened. I think Yun Luofeng should apologize to the assassin. It must be her fault. If not, why did the assassin come for her, not someone else? You, shameless. Yi Qi, standing on the side, was stunned by Yi Jingxun's shameless words. She glared at Yi Jingxun and with difficulty spat out two words, his beautiful face blushing in anger. Yi Jingxun impatiently cast a harsh glance at her. I'm talking to my sister-in-law. Who allowed you to interrupt me? Get the hell out of here. Boom. He released a powerful force and hit Yi Qi on the chest. Yi Qi vomited a mouthful of blood, backed up a few steps, and was supported by Yi Eximo. Don't talk. Yi Eximo slightly frowned. We'll deal with it. You are not strong enough. Protect yourself. Yi Qi paused and lowered her eyes burning with rage. She knew what Yi Eximo said was for her own good, but she really hated herself now. If she was strong enough, she wouldn't be so easily injured. Seeing that Yi Qi was injured, Zhang Fengling got angry and said harshly, Yi Jingxun, Kiki is right. You are shameless. Feng Er will never apologize to this assassin. Ha ha. Yi Jingxun smiled grimly, then don't blame me for being unkind. Yun Luofeng is a cold-blooded woman, so our Yi family can't tolerate her. Guards, get me a pen and paper. I'm going to write a letter to announce the divorce. Don't you dare. Zhang Fengling angrily shouted and stood in front of Yun Luofeng to protect her, looking domineering and gallant. Yi Jingxun gave her a sarcastic smile. Just when he was going to speak, a startled cry suddenly came from behind him. Master Jingxun, watch out. Watch out. For what? He looked round with a baffled look, but suddenly he found that the moonlight disappeared and a shadow cast down, and he couldn't help raising his head. Then, a terrified look appeared in his eyes and he cursed, FK. Who is throwing litter at me? Boom. Under his frightened stare, a mountain fell down and squashed him, making the ground shake. Chapter 884, Shameless Yi Jingxun 5. Yun Xiao turned his eyes to Yun Luofeng and a faint smile appeared on his cold face. Did you like that? If Yun Xiao just moved the slate, Yun Luofeng wouldn't be surprised, but to her surprise, he moved a mountain with his mind. Getting no response from Yun Luofeng, Yun Xiao pursed his thin lips. I used my mind to search around and there was only this mountain nearby. If you think the mountain isn't big enough, I'll find a bigger one later. Just now, when Yi Jingxun was forcing Yun Xiao to divorce Yun Luofeng, he didn't stand up to him to protect his wife because he was busy searching around with his mind and didn't hear Yi Jingxun. Master Jingxun. The Yi family people were all dumbfounded, and after quite a while they rushed up to the mountain under which Yi Jingxun lay. One of them shouted, come on, go get some tools. Let's save Master Jingxun. Hearing his words, someone went to get a shovel. They stuck the edge of this shovel under the bottom edge of the mountain and tried to lift it up. However, the mountain was too heavy to be lifted up, even when prying hard enough that the shovel had broken. At this moment, an old and disgruntled voice came from the sky. What happened? Why is it so noisy? And who moved the mountain here? Up in the sky, Yi Xiang coldly looked down at the people below with a frown. Elder Yi Xiang, please come and help us. Master Jingxun is under this mountain, and we can't get him out. What? Yi Xiang was shocked, and quickly came down from the sky and landed on the ground. He put his hands against the mountain, and with a bang, he exerted a powerful force into the mountain. The towering mountain was instantly crushed under his attack and broken stones scattered all over the courtyard. Yi Jingxuan had already lost his consciousness and lay motionless on the ground, his eyes rolled back. Take him back and I'll find a physician to treat him. Yi Xiang waved and ordered. Hearing his order, 2 guards of the Yi family came forward and carried Yi Jingxuan towards the backyard. The whole courtyard quieted down, and everyone was stunned at the scene, not knowing what to say. Well, now tell me, what happened here? Yi Xiang coldly glanced at the crowd and with a frown, his eyes resting on the assassin. Elder Yi Xiang, Yun Luofeng killed the assassin's family, so he came to seek revenge, and we were dealing with this matter, but a mountain suddenly popped up. He meant that the assassin was innocent and everything was caused by Yun Luofeng, who was the real sinner. Is that so? Yi Xiang's eyes darkened, and he looked at Yun Luofeng and asked coldly. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips. I killed his family, so he came all the way from afar to kill me. Is that what you mean? Exactly, the elder nodded hard, that's it. Yun Luofeng gently stroked her chin. It's easy to find out the truth. Each person who enters or leaves the city is recorded. Since you claimed that he came from afar, there must be a record of him. The elder was stunned. He just echoed Yi Jingxuan, and actually had no idea where the assassin was from. Chapter 885, Scapegoat 1. Seeing that he hesitated, Yi Xiang frowned. You should know what punishment you will get if you lie to me. Then he turned his eyes to the black-robed man and asked again, tell me why you came here. Who sent you here? If you don't confess, I won't forgive you. The black-robed man's eyes flared and he snorted, I do hate Yun Luofeng. She seduced my younger brother, seized my family's property, and killed them. At first, I didn't want to seek revenge against her, so I came to the imperial city for a peaceful life. But I didn't expect that I would meet her again. This woman, who had seduced my younger brother and taken my family's property, drugged and seduced me. So I had no choice but to kill her. No one made me do this. He insisted that Yun Luofeng was wrong in the first place, and he was just an innocent victim. He even implied that Yun Luofeng was a slut because he didn't think that the Yi family would accept a slut who liked seducing men. Sure enough, the black-robed man's words angered the Yi family elders once again, and they all glared at Yun Luofeng. Seducing a man. Tut-tut, I never expected that this woman was such a person. Cats hide their claws. Master Jingxuan, how can such a woman become your daughter-in-law? Come on, make your son divorce her. Hearing their words, Yi Jingxuan looked sullen, and when he was going to scold these people, Yun Xiao took off the space ring on his finger. And then, as a light flashed, innumerable treasures, spiritual stones, and medicinal materials suddenly appeared in the courtyard, including even a few ice-iron weapons. Every single thing was a priceless treasure. Feng, I haven't given you any gifts over the years. These are my betrothal gift for you. Betrothal gift. Yun Luofeng was going to ask him that, haven't you given me your betrothal gift? But suddenly she realized his intention, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. He did this on purpose. The assassin claimed that Yun Luofeng seduced his younger brother and him for his family's property. So Yun Xiao showed these people what he had and proved how ridiculous his words were. These are all I have, and now they're yours. If you don't think these are enough, I'll work harder for our future. Yun Xiao looked really serious. No one could tell what he was thinking of from his cold face. Zhang Fengling and Yi Jingxuan looked at each other. It was the first time they found that their son could be really cunning. This was like a slap on the elders' faces. With so many treasures, her husband was even richer than the Yi family. Then why would Yun Luofeng seduce a man for a little bit of money? Besides, Yun Xiao was much more handsome than that man. The black-robed man collapsed to the ground. He was shocked by Yun Xiao's domineering action, and at the same time, he was really scared. Having such an opponent, his master was doomed to lose. Anything else? Yi Xiang sneered. And you guys, how can you just believe this guy's nonsense without judgment? With these things, Yun Xiao can even buy his entire family. Why should Yun Luofeng seduce his younger brother? Though Yi Xiang felt dissatisfied that Yun Xiao didn't want to go back to the Yi family, he would still defend him for the sake of Yi Jingxuan. Chapter 886, Scapegoat 2. None of the Yi family elders dared to speak but fixed their eyes on the treasures in front of Yun Xiao, a greedy gleam in their eyes. Yi Xiang turned to the black-robed man again and said, confess, or I will make you confess. I'll only give you one last chance. The black-robed man looked desperate. He knew that the Yi family could make him tell the truth in the end. So he took a breath and said, young Master Tiannan sent me here. Because Yun Luofeng embarrassed him on the street before, he hated her and wanted to kill her. Master, I'm sorry, in order to protect you, I have to find a scapegoat for you. Young Master Tianwen was too excellent, so Tiannan was the only choice. Yi Xiang's face darkened. Guards, go take Master Tiannan and lock him up. He will be punished after Master finishes his secluded cultivation. After the blood test finished, Master continued to cultivate in seclusion, so he hadn't shown up even though so many things had happened in the Yi family. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao exchanged glanced and saw the distrust of the black-robed man in each other's eyes. Yun Xiao, let's take him away, she said, raising her eyebrows, since he wants to kill us, he'll have to pay for it. The black-robed man lay hopelessly on the ground, knowing that he would have a miserable time in the hands of Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. A worried look appeared in Zhang Fengling's eyes. Feng, let me sleep with you these days and let Xiao share a bed with Brother Yi. I'm really worried about your safety. Yun Luofeng paused and turned to look at Yun Xiao, who frowned reluctantly. Yun Xiao didn't like being too close with people, even if the opposite party was his family. No, Yun Luofeng shook her head, Yi Tiannan has been locked up. If someone else comes to assassinate us, Yi Tiannan would be held responsible for it, and I don't think he will be so stupid. Zhang Fengling sighed. Okay, if there is something wrong, remember to call me and I will come at any time. Yun Luofeng nodded, exchanged glances with Yun Xiao, and they walked into their room. Yun Luofeng poured a cup of tea for herself and asked, Yun Xiao, do you think it's really Yi Tianlan who is behind the assassin? No, Yun Xiao pondered, I think it is Yi Jingxuan. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes. It seems that we need to solve this problem as soon as possible. Yi Jingxuan can't live too long. These days, the imperial city was quite peaceful, except the news that a mountain not far away from the city suddenly disappeared, leaving a huge pit. It was impossible for human beings to move a mountain, so the public guessed that someone did something wrong and angered God, so God moved the mountain away as a warning to humans. Of course, Yun Xiao, the God, paid no attention to it at all. Except for those things related to Yun Luofeng, nothing would draw his attention. At this moment, in a quiet courtyard of the Yi family, Yi Jingxuan was sitting on the bed muddle-headed. Obviously, he hadn't recovered from the accident that happened several days ago. This time, though he survived, he broke a leg. Now he couldn't even get out of bed. How could he become the next master of the Yi family? Chapter 887, Consort Shu 1. Yi Jingxuan, Zhang Fengling, Yun Luofeng, and Yun Xiao. It's all your fault, and if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have stood in that place, and wouldn't have been hit by that mountain. Yi Jingxuan gnashed his teeth and blamed everything on Yun Luofeng. He never thought that if he hadn't ordered the black-robed man to assassinate them, then he wouldn't have suffered from this. He just became the victim of his own evil deeds. Guards, invite Consort Shu here, telling her that I have something important to discuss with her. If she refuses to come, tell her that I know all her secrets and have ironclad proof in my hand. As soon as he ordered this, a figure disappeared from behind him and quickly went to the boundless sky. During these years, he had trained a lot of loyal subordinates. Without Ying, he still had many loyal dogs at his service. Perhaps his words worked, as a moment later, a woman wearing a bamboo hat furtively appeared at the door. Looking around to make sure that no one was tracking her, she took off her hat, revealing a beautiful face. This woman looked a bit like Jiang Mengyao. You wanted to see me. The woman lifted her chin slightly and condescendingly looked down at Yi Jingxuan. With the power of Yi Jingxuan, it was a breeze for him to bring her here without being noticed by anyone, but nothing could escape a pair of cunning eyes. Not discovering milk tea hiding in the dark, Yi Jingxuan put a smile on his pale face and said, Your Highness, I invited you here because I have something important to tell you. Then tell me about it now. I can't stay away from the imperial palace for long, Consort Shu said impatiently, frowning. Yi Jingxuan smiled. As far as I know, Your Highness poisoned the Empress to grab her power, am I right? Consort Shu's face greatly changed and she snapped, What are you talking about? I think no one knows what I'm talking about better than you. You deceived everyone including your daughter 6th princess who even searched for a cure for the Empress, but you can't hide it from my eyes. I have informants in the imperial palace who have told me everything Your Highness did that day. And, I also know. It's enough. Consort Shu turned ghastly pale. Just tell me what you want me to do. Yi Jingxuan slightly narrowed his eyes. I only need Your Highness to do me a little favor. Tomorrow, I will ask an elder of our family to submit a letter to the Emperor, telling him that Yun Luofeng can cure the Empress and she is willing to die as an apology if she fails. Then you can lace the medicine that Yun Luofeng makes for the Empress with poison. In this way, you can kill the Empress without being found out, and I can eliminate my enemy. These days, Yi Jingxuan had sent his men to collect the information about the general's estate. It turned out that Yun Luofeng's parents were old friends of General Jiang. No wonder he treated her so nicely. As for the oral imperial decree he announced that day, it must have been fabricated by him. It was known to all that His Majesty loved the Empress and thus was very tolerant to the general. Even if the general fabricated an imperial decree, the Emperor would just cover it up for him instead of punishing him. If His Majesty really took Yun Luofeng so seriously, she would have been invited into the imperial palace instead of staying in the Yi family. Besides, if Yun Luofeng was really granted with the right to kill royal offspring at will, she would have killed Princess Mengyao, because she would surely be jealous of the latter who was far more excellent than her. Most importantly, His Majesty had never been out of Imperial City, and it was the first time that Yun Luofeng visited here, so how could she know the Emperor? Therefore, Yi Jingxuan came to the conclusion that the Emperor didn't know Yun Luofeng at all, and that oral imperial decree was just fabricated by the general to protect Yun Luofeng. Chapter 888, Consort Shu 2. Staring at Yi Jingxuan standing in front of her, Consort Shu said coldly, As you wish, I'll help you this time, but I hope you can keep your mouth shut. If I find out that you leak any information about me, then you'd better not blame me for being cruel. Consort Shu, it's not that you are helping me but that we're helping each other. Yi Jingxuan smiled. Consort Shu's face changed again and then she took a deep breath. Indeed, both of us will benefit from this matter, but Yi Jingxuan, too many intrigues and plots lead to bad consequences. Aren't you afraid of karma? Karma. Yi Jingxuan sneered, If you aren't afraid of it, why should I be? Consort Shu snorted, put on her hat and angrily left. The moment she walked out of the door, a killing intent flickered through her eyes. Yi Jingxuan must not live. Otherwise, he would threaten her with her secrets again. It never occurred to Yi Jingxuan that due to his action, Consort Shu had made up her mind to kill him. Seeing Consort Shu leave, a hamster snuck out of a corner of the room. Glancing at Yi Jingxuan with his cunning eyes, he quickly flashed away. Master. As soon as Milk Tea ran into Yun Luofeng's room, he spotted that his master was lying on Yun Xiao and he hurriedly covered his little eyes with his paws, shouting, I didn't see anything. Please go on. Yun Luofeng glanced at him and asked, Where were you just now? Hearing her question, Milk Tea shouted excitedly, Master, I went to Yi Jingxuan's room to collect information about the assassination that happened a few days ago, only to overhear an important conversation. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and signaled him to continue. Milk Tea smiled insidiously. Just now, a woman who was called Consort Shu by Yi Jingxuan snuck into the Yi family in disguise. I heard them say that it was this Consort Shu who poisoned the Empress. Yun Luofeng paused and her face turned solemn. Then she got out of the bed and sat down at the table. And Yi Jingxuan invited Consort Shu here. This meant a lot. Milk Tea got more excited. Yi Jingxuan planned to ask the Yi family elder to submit a letter to the emperor, claiming that you were volunteering to treat the empress and that you were willing to die as an apology if you can cure the empress. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes, a dangerous gleam in her eyes. At the moment, Yun Xiao had walked behind her, holding her tightly and gently rubbing his chin against her shoulder. Let me kill Yi Jingxuan. No, Yun Luofeng smiled wickedly. Yi Jingxuan is no threat to us. But if he wants to set me up in this way, why does he need Consort Shu's help? Milk Tea grinned and continued, Master, Yi Jingxuan has prepared more than one trap for you. He knows that the emperor is a wise man who will not kill you even if you can't cure the empress, so he asked Consort Shu to poison the medicine that you make for the empress. Since the emperor deeply loves the empress, if she dies from your medicine, he will definitely fly into a great rage and kill you just as Yi Jingxuan wishes. Undoubtedly, Yi Jingxuan's plan was flawless. With Consort Shu's power in the imperial palace, since she was originally able to poison the empress without being found out, she would be able to do it again. Chapter 889, Consort Shu 3. Unfortunately, he missed one thing. That the empress had already been cured by Yun Luofeng long ago. No matter how perfect his plan was, he was doomed to fail. I was wondering whether I should help the empress catch the one poisoning her. After all, she is an old friend of my mother, but I never thought that the culprit would expose herself so quickly. Good, I'll prepare a big surprise for her in return for her kindness. Yun Luofeng lazily leaned against the chair, with a smile on her lips and a bright light in her dark eyes. Master, what are you going to do? Asked Milk Tea, blinking. Beat her at her own game. Beat her at her own game. Milk Tea paused and felt really sympathetic for Yi Jingxuan and Consort Shu, who would be taught a good lesson soon. Milk Tea, keep watching Yi Jingxuan and report any movement of his to me. Yun Luofeng ordered in a low voice, her eyes shining with a wicked light. Yes, Master. Milk Tea answered and quickly ran away, leaving Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng in the room. Yun Xiao, I won't keep you waiting too long. Slowly standing up and hugging Yun Xiao, Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes and said, when I become a sage-level spirit cultivator, let's get married, okay? Yun Xiao's body suddenly stiffened, and his expressionless face raised a bright smile as if being melled by her words. Ah. Are you serious? Are you really willing to marry me? He choked back the last sentence and hid it deep in his heart. Yun Luofeng laughed. I've even accepted your betrothal gift. Did you think I was lying? Suddenly, Yun Xiao tightly hugged Yun Luofeng. He exerted a deep power in his arms as if he wanted to make the girl a part of him. I'm just too excited. Feng for the rest of my life, I'll never leave or forsake you. Wherever you are, it'll be my home. The man's deep and hoarse voice touched her heart. A faint smile appeared on her lips. I'll never leave or forsake you. She would do the same. All she wanted was to spend her entire life with this man. However, Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes. Yun Xiao, though I've promised to marry you, there is one and only condition. I'll be on top and you'll be under me. I'm the only one who can discipline you in this world. Out of bed, you're on top. In the bed, I'm on top. What he meant was that he would follow Yun Luofeng's order and defer to her all the time, but in the bed, he would be the dominant one. Yun Luofeng's smile turned wicked, and she pressed on towards Yun Xiao by several steps. You can have a try if you want to be the one on top. But I won't let you. As the atmosphere became more ambiguous, an unexpected voice suddenly rang. Master, I support you. You should be on top and Yun Xiao should be under you. At that time, I'll come and watch you do it. Huohuo sat cross-legged on the bed, cupped her chin in her little hands, and stared at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao with a big smile on her face. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. Huohuo, why did you come out? Huohuo pursed her lips. The tree seed in the god code space woke up again. I was afraid that it might eat me, so I ran out, and... She rolled her eyes. There is going to be a good show. How could I miss it? Chapter 890, Frame Up 1. The Imperial Palace. In the royal study, the emperor was looking in confusion at the old men kneeling before him and asked, My ministers, why did you come to see me? Do you have something to report to me? A court-dressed leading elder slowly walked up and said respectfully, Your Majesty, we came here to recommend a physician who said she could treat the empress. Oh. The emperor raised his eyebrows. Although the empress had recovered, it hadn't been announced, so no one knew about it. Hearing that these people were coming to help the emperor smiled. After all, the ministers were worried about the empress, weren't they? Where is the physician? The Yi family elder smiled. Your Majesty, the physician who said she could heal the empress is in our Yi family. And she also claimed that if she couldn't cure the empress, she was willing to die. Hearing his words, the emperor looked surprised. This woman was so confident about her own medical skill that she even guaranteed it with her own life. If she couldn't cure the empress, she was willing to die. Even Miss Yun didn't make her decision until she examined the empress that day. He never knew that there was another person who had mastered medical skills in the Yi family. Who is the person you are talking about? She is the daughter-in-law of Yi Jingxuan, Yun Luofeng. Speaking this, the Yi family elder didn't notice the strange expression of the emperor at all. Even Jian Chengwen, who guarded on the side of the emperor, glanced at him with surprise. The Yi family elder said with a smile, Your Majesty, Yun Luofeng volunteered and said she was willing to die as an apology if she couldn't cure the empress. The emperor's expression turned stranger, and he coughed dryly. Are you sure Yun Luofeng said these? Absolutely. A grim look flashed through the Yi family elder's eyes. This Yun Luofeng is a physician and she is very confident in her medical skill. Perhaps she could cure the Empress, so had made a bold decision to recommend her to your majesty. In fact, the Yi family elder didn't think that Yun Luofeng had any medical skill. If it weren't for Master Jingxuan's instructions, he would have burst into laughter. But now, instead of mocking Yun Luofeng, he had to praise her in front of the emperor. The emperor's face gradually darkened. Yi family elder, do you know what punishment you will be subjected to, for deceiving me? If I find out that you fabricated this, even the master of the Yi family will not be able to save your life. The Yi family elder was stunned and looked at the emperor in astonishment. Did the emperor find out that he made out all of these? No. Impossible. Master Jingxuan had already confirmed that the emperor didn't know Yun Luofeng in the slightest, so he would not be able to tell whether these words were real or not. The Yi family elder clenched his teeth and firmly said, Your Majesty, I swear that every single word I just said is true. I know. The emperor waved his hand and said aloofly, You can leave now. Well. The Yi family elder was confused. What did His Majesty mean? With his affection for the Empress, shouldn't he summon Yun Luofeng right now? Why did he look indifferent? Greatly puzzled, the Yi family elder left and closed the door of the imperial study. Hearing the departing footsteps, the emperor asked with a frown, General Jian, what do they mean? Though I don't know much about Miss Yun, I don't think she would bluster like this if she wasn't completely sure. It is impossible for her to speak these words before she examined the Empress. More importantly, she has already cured the Empress. Chapter 891, Frame Up 2. Jian Chengwen narrowed his eyes, with a chilly gleam in his eye. Your Majesty, these old beastards just wanted to frame her. If little Luofeng was an ordinary woman, their action would have led her to her death. General Jian, the emperor's face turned sullen, I asked you to send the Yi family a decree of mine that night. Why do they still treat her like this? Your Majesty, Jian Chengwen turned around and made an obeisance, it was just an oral imperial decree. Perhaps some of them thought that it was fabricated by me, so they still don't respect little Luofeng. The emperor sighed, it's my fault. I didn't expect that the Yi family people were so stupid. General Jian, head to the Yi family and bring Miss Yun to the imperial palace with the imperial carriage used by the empress. Have her accompany your sister for some time. Your sister has been missing her. I'm already here. As soon as the emperor spoke, the door was pushed open, and soon, a snow-white figure agilely walked in and appeared in front of them. That day, before Yun Luofeng left, the emperor gave her a pass, with which she could freely enter or leave the imperial palace and even access to the imperial study without reporting to the emperor. Besides her, only the empress and Jian Chengwen had this privilege. What are you doing here, little Luofeng? Stunned, Jian Chengwen quickly walked to her. He ordered a eunuch to guard outside and turned his eyes to Yun Luofeng. What a surprise. But if it's found out that you've cured the empress, your enemies hidden in the dark might start to attack. Even though Jian Chengwen was blaming her, but his face was filled with worry. I'm never afraid of them. Yun Luofeng glanced at Jian Chengwen. If they dare to attack, I swear I'll eradicate all of them no matter their numbers. They can just come after me and I'll be waiting here for them. Her words were powerful and her manner overbearing. She had spoken these words in a manner that would awe the loftiest spirit. In a trance, Jian Chengwen looked at her as if seeing his old friend who had passed away many years ago, with his eyes filled with regret. You are really similar to your father. If only he was still alive. By the way, little Luofeng, why did you come to the imperial palace? Do you have something to tell us? Yun Luofeng nodded slightly. I'm here to tell you that I have found out the one who poisoned the empress. What? Hearing this, the emperor suddenly rose to his feet, and the blue veins on his forehead protruded out. Who was it? Consort Shu. Yun Luofeng slowly spat out the two words. The emperor and Jian Chengwen were both stunned. Consort Shu. It was Consort Shu. The emperor had suspected many people but never considered Consort Shu, who always looked tender and gracious. Though she seemed to be sad about his preference for the empress, she had never complained about it. Such an unaggressive woman poisoned the empress. Good, you're really good, Consort Shu. The emperor gnashed his teeth and slammed his hand on the table. I've always treated her well, but she had poisoned the empress in return. I will never forgive her. The emperor had no doubts about Yun Luofeng's words. Venting his anger, he asked, how did you learn about this? Yun Luofeng told the emperor what milk tea had heard while eavesdropping. As the emperor listened to her, his face turned gloomy and his fist clenched, his body trembling with anger. Chapter 892, Frame Up 3. Your Majesty, Jian Chengwen pondered and said, I don't think Consort Shu could poison the empress alone. There must be someone else behind her. But no matter who is behind her, I won't let him off. Instantly, a murderous aura surged forth and spread throughout the royal study. In fact, it's easy to expose Consort Shu's true colors and lure that person behind her out. Yun Luofeng slightly raised the corners of her lips. She wants to frame me. Fine, I'll satisfy her. The emperor and Jian Chengwen were both stunned and gave a puzzled look to Yun Luofeng. You mean? Yun Luofeng's revealed a smile. Your Majesty, please tell the Yi family elder that you've summoned me to the imperial palace to treat the empress, and summon Yi Jingxuan altogether. I will solve all the problems in one go. Yun Luofeng didn't touch the Yi family because the master of the Yi family was a god-level strip cultivator. He would definitely stop her if she tried to kill his son. She would not act rashly before she was sure that she could defeat him. But now, it was different. If Yi Jingxuan was charged with murder, even the Yi family could not protect him. She was thinking about how to solve him, and he just jumped out himself, giving her a perfect excuse. Okay. The emperor immediately decided, these people conspired to murder the empress. I will never forgive them. Consort Shu left the Yi family and hurried back to her resting palace. She carefully shut the door, asked her maids to guard outside, then quickly walked up to a stone table and gently twisted the stone lion placed on the table. Soon, a secret chamber appeared in the room, and then a navy-robed man walked out. Lord Lin, someone has found out about what I did to the Empress. Please solve that man for me. The man cast a cold glance at her and said expressionlessly, you cannot even cope with such a little thing. What do I need you for? Consort Shu's face changed. Lord Lin, I work for you. How can you treat me like this? Yi Jingxuan is cunning and insidious. He will surely threaten me with this again. Lord Lin, please help me. Help you. The man gave her a sinister smile. If I help you, then what will you do for me in return? Understanding what he meant, Consort Shu turned pale. Lord, this is my resting palace. Consort Shu, stop acting like a virgin in front of me. Didn't we have our first sexual intercourse here? You have even given birth to my child. What are you pretending for? Sneering, the man approached Consort Shu and gripped her jaw with his fingers, a chilly light in his eyes. Consort Shu turned ghastly pale. She stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Luckily, she held onto the lion on the stone table and stabilized herself. That nightmare-like night had ruined her life. Since that night, the man kept threatening her with Mengyao and forced her to poison the Empress. But Consort Shu was curious as to why he hadn't killed the Emperor and the Empress, since he hated them so much. Lord, I don't understand. What grudge do you have against His Majesty and the Empress? Asked Consort Shu, as she bit on her whitened lips tightly. Chapter 893, Frame Up 4. The man narrowed his eyes and laughed grimly. Noble Consort Tong and I grew up together, but she lost her life because of this cheating couple, and thus, I hate them. To the extent I want them to have a life of living death. These days, the dog Emperor must have felt unpleasant to see the Empress unconscious, but this was what I endured back then. I had lacked strength in the past and was unable to bring my beloved woman out of the palace. Perhaps the gods pitied me and gave me a chance to possess great strength. If it wasn't because I feared that old fart of the imperial family, I would have captured and personally tortured this couple. Unfortunately, I was unable to make a move because that old fart was too strong. Now, I heard that something came up at the last minute, and so, the old fart has left Imperial City. Ha ha ha. After his departure, Imperial City is doomed to destruction. The reason why the Tianyuan kingdom was formidable was because there was a sage-level middle-ranked old man in the imperial family that even the Yi family feared. This old man was one rank higher than the head of the Yi family. Thus, no one within the Tianyuan kingdom dared to offend the imperial family. Noble Consort Tong. Consort Shu was stunned. You were Noble Consort Tong's childhood friend. The truth is, that year, it wasn't that the Empress couldn't conceive. She was once pregnant but was stabbed in the back by Noble Consort Tong and lost the baby. As a result, His Majesty had her executed in a rage. Usually, the Emperor had a good temperament, and as long as no one offended the Empress, he would have a gentle disposition. However, the Empress was his bottom line and he would never let those who hurt the Empress off. Thinking of this, a sense of jealousy rose up in Consort Shu's heart. Being pampered by a guy like that, the Empress was really blessed. Especially when that man was the king of yesterday and tomorrow that was above every man. You are spouting nonsense. The man's eyes turned red with anger. Tong-er is so innocent and pure and would never harm the Empress. It must be that BTCH who framed her, and besides, so what if this was really done by Tong-er? My Tong-er is the most outstanding woman in the world and the Emperor must have been blind to choose that BTCH as the Empress. Consort Shu was taken aback by the man's anger and didn't dare to say another word. The man was agitated. If Tong-er wanted to be the Empress, then the position as Empress ought to have been hers. Who does that BTCH think she is, to steal Tong-er's position? It's fine stealing her status, but even her life was taken. Don't you think that kind of woman deserves to die? Yes, in his eyes, Noble Consort Tong was the best and men who didn't fancy her were all blind. Consort Shu's countenance turned increasingly pale, and at this time, she heard Jiang Mengyao's voice coming from outside of the door. Lord Lin, you were right, those who bullied Noble Consort Tong deserve to die. Mengyao is about to arrive, so could you leave first? Consort Shu anxiously looked toward the door, and her face was full of tension. The man grunted, remember, your life is in my hands and if you dare to go against me, I can kill you immediately. He was still able to weigh what was important, and hence, he walked into the enclosed room after speaking. Seeing the man leaving, Consort Shu quickly turned the lion statue, returning the enclosed room to its original form. At the same time, Jiang Mengyao walked in through the door. Jiang Mengyao came into the room and went up to Consort Shu. After seeing her pale complexion, her heart ached for her imperial mother. Mother, are you troubled over father's matters again? Chapter 894, Frame Up 5. At this moment, Consort Shu's expression has yet to recover and she went along with Jiang Mengyao's words. I'm worried for the Empress, as she had a bitter life in the past. First, she was unable to conceive and now, she has almost lost her life. If possible, I really wish I could help her shoulder everything. Consort Shu took out a handkerchief and wiped off the tears in the corners of her eyes. Her tears were genuine, however, it wasn't for the Empress but because of her fear for that man. Jiang Mengyao sighed heavily. Imperial mother, you're worried for the Empress but Imperial father wouldn't be grateful, is there a need for this? Don't forget, since that year when the Empress became seriously ill due to grief when father took in new consort, he rarely comes by to your chambers. Even so, you're still worried about the Empress. Consort Shu smiled bitterly, even though the Empress feigned illness to make the Emperor feel guilty that year, she is still the Emperor's favorite woman. Mengyao, just take it as I'm begging you. You must cure the Empress. That year the Empress became ill because of grief, but through her mouth, it became feigning illness. Jiang Mengyao did not find anything amiss, and since her imperial mother said that the Empress pretended to be ill, then she really must have pretended. Her imperial mother was gentle and kind, so she wouldn't malign the Empress. Mother, I will try my best. Jiang Mengyao's countenance showed helplessness. Her mother was really too kind, treating her love rival with kindness. Was there anyone who could be compared to her mother in this world? Right. Consort Shu rotated her eyes around. Previously I heard that Yi family's daughter-in-law is a physician, and even overbearingly said that she'll treat the Empress's illness. If she fails, she will apologize using her death. Mother, is this true? Jiang Mengyao's eyes turned icy. Was Yun Luofeng really so arrogant? Consort Shu nodded. This was what I heard from the elders of the Yi family. Mengyao, I heard that you had some conflict with Yun Luofeng some time ago. Jiang Mengyao sneered. Imperial Mother, within the Tianyun Kingdom, my medical skills are the best among my generation. If even I can't cure the Empress, how could Yun Luofeng cure the Empress with her skills? For more than 2 decades, Jiang Mengyao had participated in countless medical competitions and no one could beat her. It was no wonder that she was so confident. Just when Consort Shu opened her mouth to speak, Jiang Mengyao suddenly made a turn and walked towards the door. Right now, I shall see Yun Luofeng's ending when she fails. She had never thought of stopping Yun Luofeng. After all, she never liked the Empress, and if it weren't for her Imperial Mother, she would never think of treating the Empress. If anything went amiss during Yun Luofeng's treatment and led to the death of the Empress, there wouldn't be a better ending than that. Staring at her withdrawing figure, a sinister smile curled on Consort Shu's lips. At this moment, the lion statue's door opened once again, and the man who previously left appeared behind Consort Shu. You, why are you? Consort Shu shuddered and her blood ran cold. The man smiled grimly. As I mentioned just now, I will help you settle your problems, and you must help me too. So now you will pay me back using your body. The Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Study Room, the atmosphere was serious and cold. With a cold look, the Emperor glanced at the crowd below him and said with a deep voice, Elder Yi, you claimed that Miss Yun can treat the Empress's illness. Is this true? Not waiting for Elder Yi to speak, Yi Jingxun, who was at his side, quickly interrupted. Your Majesty, I can guarantee, this is the truth. Yun Luofeng said this before me and the other elders were present too. So how would I dare to deceive your Majesty? Chapter 895, Frame Up 6. The Emperor coldly stared at Yi Jingxun. I heard that you have a bad relationship with Yun Luofeng, and who knows if you have intentions of framing her. Cold sweat trickled from Yi Jingxun's forehead. Yun Luofeng is my nephew's wife, so how could I possibly frame her? My relationship with her has always been good, and your Majesty must have misunderstood. Good. The Emperor snorted. Then I'll send someone to summon Yun Luofeng and let her diagnose the Empress. Yes, your Majesty. Yi Jingxun lowered his face and his hands tightly held onto the wheelchair's handle while a sinister smile curled up on his lips. As long as the Emperor issues a decree, Yun Luofeng cannot reject it. At that time, if there's a mistake in her treatment, resulting in the Empress meeting her end, the Emperor will never let her off. Not long after the Emperor issued the decree, a snow-white figure appeared outside the study room. The young lady's appearance was languid and a smile appeared on her stunning face. Not knowing why, Yi Jingxun seemed to feel that her smile contained a devilish aura, causing one to feel nervous from the bottom of their heart. Are you confident? The Emperor meant if she had the confidence to unmask Consort Shu and expose the truth. However, when heard by others, it became whether if Yun Luofeng had the confidence to cure the Empress. Hearing the Emperor's words, Yun Luofeng nodded her head and spoke, bring me to meet the Empress. All right. The Emperor's face instantly turned solemn. Men, bring Miss Yun to meet the Empress. Yun Luofeng smiled. There's no need for such trouble. It's sufficient to let General Jian bring me there. Besides that, I have something to say to him. Yi Jingxun suppressed his internal panic and unconsciously sneered as he looked at the bewitching young lady. He originally believed that Yun Luofeng would deny his words, but she had unexpectedly coordinated with him. Since that's the case, then it wasn't his responsibility. Little Luofeng, Jian Chengwen walked to Yun Luofeng and spoke with sarcasm while looking at Yi Jingxun with indifference. Some people who want to harm your life will ultimately harm themselves. Yun Luofeng faintly smiled and said a few words beside his ears. She had set up a barrier when she spoke, and outsiders were unable to hear what was she saying. Undoubtedly, Yun Luofeng's actions in others' eyes would be that she was asking Jian Chengwen for help. Yun Luofeng, isn't it too late asking help from General Jian? Yi Jingxun released a sneer in his heart as he maneuvered the wheelchair outside. Today, you will die without a doubt. Outside Jing Palace, palace maids and eunuchs were stationed at the entrance. At this moment, they saw Yun Luofeng and Jian Chengwen walking over in haste and greeted them with haste. General. You can retreat, I'll bring Miss Yun inside. Jian Chengwen waved his hands and spoke. Yes, General. The palace maids bowed in succession and retreated from the palace. A while later, Yi Jingxun and all the ministers came in haste. Yun Luofeng did not hesitate and her hands fell on the door as she softly pushed it open and entered Jing Palace under everyone's complicated gaze. Imperial Father. A voice came from the sidelines and soon after a lady dressed in royal clothing walked briskly and greeted the Emperor before she spoke. Your daughter heard someone had volunteered to treat the Empress' illness, and if they fail, they'd have to apologize using the deaths. Why are you here? The Emperor did not answer her question and instead asked while frowning. Jiang Mengyao bit her lips. I only want to see how this Yun Luofeng brags and swindles. Chapter 896, Frame Up 7. Impudent. The Emperor's expression changed as he sternly berated. Miss Yun came to treat the Empress and who allowed you to slander her? Jiang Mengyao's pointed brows wrinkled and a trace of disdain flashed through her eyes. Father, I'm not looking down on her, but you know of my talents and Yun Luofeng is younger than me. There's no younger generation in the Tianyun Kingdom able to surpass me, so do you honestly think that Yun Luofeng can cure the Empress? Just then, a palace maid held a bowl of decoction and walked over from the rear. Let me do it. Jian Chengwen directly took the decoction. Little Luofeng asked me to prepare this previously. I'll bring it to her right now. After speaking, he pushed open the door and walked into the chambers. Imperial brother. Suddenly, the Grand Princess's sharp voice sounded, instantly causing the Emperor's face to sink. Where's the daughter-in-law of that whore Jun Fengling? I want to meet that slut. The Emperor's face was solemn as his cold eyes swept towards the Grand Princess. Without my orders, who allowed you to leave your palace? The Grand Princess was his half-sister, but he did not have much affection towards her. Furthermore, she had frequently relied on force to bully others, and this caused him to feel even more disgusted. The Grand Princess gnashed her teeth in anger. I merely heard from the palace maids and eunuchs that Jun Fengling the Tor's daughter-in-law is here, so I came. Imperial brother, how can you allow such a slut to enter the palace? Aren't you afraid of tarnishing the Imperial palace? Men, arrest the Grand Princess. The Emperor's expression looked cold and grim. Miss Yoon came to treat the Empress and isn't your place to be unbridled. Treat the Empress. The Grand Princess was originally very angry when she had been obstructed by those bodyguards. But after hearing the Emperor's words, she couldn't help but laugh, and mad laughter reverberated throughout the Imperial palace. Imperial brother, you're saying that Yoon Luofeng knows medical skills. I reckon that you've been deceived by her. How could a useless woman like her be well versed in medical skills? The Emperor's expression became increasingly stern. Just as he wanted to speak out, a panicky voice suddenly sounded. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Consort Shu ran over while staggering, and her expression was pale while sweat trickled from her forehead as she gasped for breath. Imperial mother. Jiang Mengyao hastily came forth and supported Consort Shu's body and asked with concern. What happened? Your Majesty. Consort Shu pushed Jiang Mengyao away and knelt before the Emperor as she anxiously wept. I beg of your Majesty to save the Empress. If we're too late, she'll be incurable. At present, even though there are many ministers gathered by the Yi family's elder, but they were not aware of Yi Jingxun's motives. Therefore, hearing Consort Shu's words, everyone looked at each other in dismay, just like they were unaware of what happened. Consort Shu, did something happen for you to ask the Emperor to save the Empress? Yi Jingxun's eyes slightly turned and asked while already knowing the answer. Consort Shu's complexion was pale. When I was passing by the Imperial Medicine Preparation Room, a palace maid working there informed me that Miss Yoon dispatched a girl there and added a medicinal ingredient in the decoction prepared for the Empress. As I am slightly well versed in medicinal ingredients, after hearing the palace maid's description, I discovered that the medicinal ingredient is known as the highly toxic and poisonous red salvia miltiorizer. The Emperor looked at Consort Shu with a complicated gaze, and his eyes contained a faint killing intent. You were saying that Miss Yoon is thinking of poisoning the Empress. Do you have any evidence? Chapter 897, Frame Up 8. Your Majesty, the palace maid personally witnessed the scene. In addition, there are many who were aware that the brat is the red-robed lady alongside Yoon Luofeng. If your Majesty is unbelieving, you can send for men to summon the palace maid. They're all your Majesty's trusted aides, and it's impossible for me to bribe them. Consort Shu wasn't wrong about this. The Imperial Medicine Preparation Room was an important place in the Imperial Palace, and thus, people who were able to work there were the Emperor's trusted aides. Therefore, Consort Shu had the courage to stand up and expose everything. The red-robed lady entering the Imperial Medicine Preparation Room was true. However, she was someone Consort Shu had found to dress up as Huohuo. After all, Huohuo had frequently gone in and out of the Yi family together with Yoon Luofeng, but people from the palace had yet to see her. Your Majesty. All the ministers knelt in succession. We beg your Majesty to save the Empress immediately. The Emperor did not take notice of these ministers as his cold and detached eyes coldly gazed at Consort Shu. You're saying Miss Yoon intends to plot against the Empress. What evidence do you have? I didn't intend to reveal it at the start. Consort Shu slightly pursed her lips and a complex feeling flashed through her eyes. Yoon Luofeng adores your Majesty and naturally had hatred for the Empress due to love, and wanted to harm her life. She also knew that your Majesty has a gentle temperament, and as long as she wasn't discovered in harming the Empress, your Majesty might not punish her. Furthermore, General Jian is trusting of her and would not suspect her killing the Empress. With General Jian's protection, she would naturally be secure knowing that she has a backing. The Emperor's temperament was indeed gentle, but he had a bottom line, and that was the Empress. However, many women were unaware of this bottom line and considered the Empress as a woman that the Emperor pampered but didn't love. As such, there were countless people within the Imperial Palace who wanted to harm the Empress. Consort Shu felt that this explanation was more persuasive, so she brought it out. Yi Jingxun was worthy of being her teammate, as after hearing Consort Shu's explanation, he hastily spoke up for her. The matter of Yoon Luofeng admiring your Majesty. I am aware. However, what she said to me that time was, she had to cure the Empress and perhaps that your Majesty might take her in as a concubine due to gratefulness. I didn't expect that she would actually attempt to kill the Empress. The Emperor laughed. At this point in time, he was amused by these people. Miss Yoon admires me. Why wasn't I aware? Furthermore, she already has a fiancé, so why would she think of becoming my concubine? I have also advised Yoon Luofeng to have a good life together with Yoon Xiao. Although he's a trash, at the very least, she could be officially wedded to him. Yet, Yoon Luofeng covets a high position and great wealth. She said that she'd rather become the imperial family's concubine than the wife of the Yi family. Your subordinate didn't have a choice, so I had agreed to her request. Yi Jingxun's expression was unsightly and his face was filled with anger. What I hadn't expected was, she would be so vicious, and this kind of person isn't fit to be the daughter-in-law of the Yi family. I shall substitute my nephew to divorce her. From now on, her life or death is unrelated to the Yi family and will be left to your Majesty to decide. Hearing their words, the Grand Princess was dumbstruck and laughed maniacally only after a long time. Ha ha ha, Yi brother didn't want me back then and instead, married a woman who made him a cuckold. Right now, her son had even married a cheap slut. Retribution, this is retribution. Jun Fengling stole my man and she'll definitely receive retribution. It seems like God has eyes. Ha ha ha. The Grand Princess was rejuvenated in her heart. She liked to see Jun Fengling not having a great time. Chapter 898, Frame Up 9. Unfortunately, everyone present had been shocked by Consort Shu's words and no one discovered the Emperor's abnormality. If it were in the past, the Emperor would definitely rush to the Empress' side at the fastest speed possible after hearing of danger befalling her, and how would he be so calm? It was as if he wasn't worried about the Empress's life. Consort Shu, you've truly made me disappointed. The Emperor shook his head. First, you conspired to murder the Empress and now, you're framing Miss Yoon. All these years, I've treated you well yet you're coveting the Empress's position. Consort Shu's expression was pale as she stared at the man's grave and stern face in horror. He knows. How could this be? She bit her lips, restrained her internal panic and asked, Your Majesty, I don't understand what you mean. You don't understand. No, you're the one who's the most understanding of my words. The Emperor had both his hands held behind him as he coldly stared at Consort Shu and spoke emotionlessly. Imperial Father. Jiang Mengyao's eyebrows furrowed. All these years, Imperial Mother had never fought for anything and treated the Empress as her own sister. Furthermore, she has been unable to eat and sleep properly after the Empress became seriously ill. However, not only are you not grateful for her devotion, instead, you're saying she's conspiring to murder the Empress. Towards her own Imperial Father, Jiang Mengyao was disappointed in her heart. She would have never expected that this man had actually suspected her Imperial Mother. How could such a kind-hearted woman like her Imperial Mother commit such crimes? You said Miss Yoon went to the Imperial Medicine Preparation Room to insert poison. The Emperor did not spare a glance at Jiang Mengyao and coldly stared at Consort Shu. She had never even entered the preparation room, so how could she insert poison? Furthermore, the bowl of decoction brought in wasn't produced by the Imperial Medicine Preparation Room. Instead, it was the Imperial Physician Court. Imperial Physician Court. Consort Shu raised her head in shock and stared blankly. When she went to the Imperial Medicine Preparation Room, the palace maid clearly claimed that this was the decoction Yun Luofeng assigned the servants to prepare, so why did the Emperor claim that it was from the Imperial Physician Court? Your Majesty. Consort Shu bit her lips and spoke, I didn't lie. That decoction was definitely brought from the Imperial Medicine Preparation Room. In addition, Master Xuanqian had an eccentric temperament, so how would he easily lend his Imperial Physician Court to others? The Emperor coldly laughed. How would I know why Master Xuanqian would allow outsiders to boil medicine in the Imperial Physician Court? You can ask him personally, and his temperament has always been good, so he will definitely answer your question. Consort Shu was stunned and turning back. She saw Xuanqian dressed in long white robes walking over in quick steps. Her heart involuntarily felt unease. Master Xuanqian, you've come on time. The Emperor smiled. Consort Shu has something to ask you. Xuanqian's brows furrowed. Hurry up and ask. I still have other matters to attend to. Consort Shu's lips were pale and trembling as she asked. Master Xuanqian, I heard that you loaned out your Imperial Physician Court. You're referring to this. Xuanqian slapped his forehead and had an appearance of sudden realization. After all, Miss Yoon came to cure the Empress's illness and the Imperial Medicine Preparation Room's facilities are too old, so I loaned her the Imperial Physician Court. Why? Is there any problem? Boom. Similar to thunder striking down, Consort Shu's footsteps retreated and her butt fell to the ground. Yun Luofeng truly didn't prepare the decoction in the Imperial Medicine Preparation Room. Then why did the palace maid claim that the decoction that was currently prepared was Yun Luofeng's? Thinking of here, Consort Shu looked at the Emperor subconsciously and an ice-cold aura seeped into her heart. Only now did she realize she had stepped into their trap from the start. Chapter 899, Conspiracy Exposed 1. Men, the Emperor's face was solemn as he sternly shouted, invite the palace maid from the Imperial Medicine Preparation Room. I have something to ask her. Your subordinate obeys. Having heard what was said, a eunuch accepted the command and left. A short period of time later, a palace maid walked over in haste under the eunuch's guidance and bowed when she stood before the Emperor. Your servant pays her respects to the Emperor. Has Consort Shu gone to the Imperial Medicine Preparation Room before? The Emperor's eyes were grave and stern as he asked emotionlessly. The palace maid slowly raised and replied. Consort Shu did indeed come to the Imperial kitchen and asked if the decoction I was currently preparing for Miss Yoon was for the Empress's consumption. At that time, I had already informed Consort Shu that this decoction was for Lady Jaffe. Consort Shu weakly collapsed on the floor, with her beautiful eyes filled with despair. She miserably gazed at the man's grave and stern expression, and it was the first time she felt that he was terrifying. Yes, this man was worthy of being the ruler of a country and was completely unscrupulous. For a woman, he did not hesitate to sacrifice another. All the ministers were shocked silly by this scene. Didn't Consort Shu claim that Yun Luofeng poisoned the Empress? However, Yun Luofeng did not even pass by the Imperial Medicine Preparation Room, so how did Consort Shu witness the brat beside Yun Luofeng inserting poison? Jiang Mengyao tightly furrowed her brows and turned towards Consort Shu and asked, Imperial Mother, what's going on? I don't know. It was this palace maid. She intends to frame me. Your Majesty, you have to be the judge for me. Even now, Consort Shu was still unwilling to admit to her wrongdoings and wanted to shift the blame. Enough. The Emperor sternly shouted, you said the palace maid wanted to frame you, then what about Master Xuanqian? He can also testify. Don't tell me Master Xuanqian also wants to frame you. Master Xuanqian had accomplished medical skills and even the Emperor would show courtesy towards him. Therefore, towards Xuanqian's expression filled with rage, Consort Shu swallowed her saliva as her throat was somewhat dry. KKK. Just then, lovable laughter could be heard from the treetop and instantly attracted everyone's attention. The bodyguards beside the Emperor unsheathed their long sword and protected his surroundings. Their vigilant gaze stared at the aged tree where the lovable laughter could be heard. On top of the tree sat a lady dressed in red. Her skin was as white as snow and beautiful as if carved from jade, looking like an exquisite doll. Of course, the prerequisite was to neglect the haughtiness of her expression. At that time in Yi City, someone wanted me to be a scapegoat, and now after arriving in the Imperial Palace, there are still people who want me to bear the brunt. The little lady leaped down from the treetop and steadily landed. My apologies, I shall not be this scapegoat of yours. The Emperor's mind had processed things faster, and after hearing Huohuo's words, he was aware of her identity and instantly turned towards the palace maid. Consort Shu claimed that a young girl dressed in red went to the Imperial Medical Preparation Room to insert poison. Was it this girl? The palace maid shook her head and reverently and respectfully reported, answering, Your Majesty, that young girl was not as beautiful as this girl. I can conclude that it wasn't her. Of course that young girl isn't as pretty as Huohuo. Suddenly, a refreshing voice could be heard outside the courtyard, and a moment later, an unusually handsome man dragged a young girl and walked in. He then flung her on the floor and cupped his fists. Your Majesty, my sister-in-law had long concluded that someone wanted to conspire to murder the Empress. As such, she asked me to keep watch outside the Imperial Medicine Preparation Room. As a matter of fact, I have caught a person who plotted against the Empress's life, and I beg of the Emperor to make the decision. Chapter 900, Conspiracy Exposed 2. On the ground, the little girl dressed similarly to Huohuo was trembling, and her eyes were filled with horror as her face turned pale. Your Majesty, she is the one who went to the Imperial Medicine Preparation Room. The palace maid saw her, and her eyes suddenly flickered as she spoke. After the little girl heard her words, she became so increasingly afraid that she even wet herself, while her pair of huge eyes looked at her surroundings in fear. You were the one who wanted to poison the Empress. The Emperor furrowed his brows and coldly asked. The little girl's eyes reddened. I didn't want to do this, but my aunt captured my parents and forced me to do this. If I didn't, she would kill my parents. Your aunt is? While the Emperor asked, he subconsciously looked at Consort Shu. Ever since the little girl had been hauled in by Yi Eximo, her facial expression became deathly pale and was filled with despair. Consort Shu is my aunt. As my mother married a poor husband, she had been chased out by Consort Shu for tarnishing the family's social status. When she came looking for us this time around, my mother was very happy, thinking the Consort Shu intended to allow us to return. Who knew she would directly capture my mother and force me to impersonate a young girl and poison the Empress? Even though her face was filled with fear, the words she spoke were in order and had clarity. Furthermore, I knew my aunt wanted to murder the Empress, and if this truly occurred, it would be hard for my parents to escape death. Therefore, I did not add the poison my aunt passed to me, and instead, I only added rice flour into the decoction. The little girl inwardly bit her trembling lips, and the fear in her eyes did not diminish. However, to prevent her parents from being implicated, she had to speak the truth. Do you have the poison Consort Shu gave you? The Emperor asked. The little girl fished out a paper packet from her lapels while trembling and staggered to her feet, then walked towards the Emperor. The Emperor took the packet and handed it to Xuanqian. After Xuanqian smelled the odor within the paper packet, his aged face suddenly changed. This is intestines corroding powder, a poison that is highly toxic. Before death, the victim would experience the pain of their intestines being corroded. Generally speaking, one would not use such poison to harm others without a huge enmity. Hearing this, the Emperor's complexion turned pale. He didn't dare to imagine, if the Empress were to really consume this poison, what sort of pain would she suffer? Consort Shu, you are bold. To actually use such poison to conspire to murder the Empress. Men, arrest her. Seeing those guards heading towards Consort Shu, Jiang Mengyao angrily shouted and stood before Consort Shu. I'd like to see who dares to. Her expression was filled with anger. Imperial father, how would you know if these people aren't collaborating together to frame my Imperial mother? This little girl claims that my Imperial mother is her aunt, but why haven't I seen her before? The little girl looked at Jiang Mengyao stubbornly. Before Consort Shu became the Emperor's Imperial concubine, my mother had been chased out of the family. Of course, you've never seen me because your mother would never permit you to associate with poor relatives like us. Compared to Jiang Mengyao's satin-embroidered clothing, this little girl's clothing was filled with patches and looked extremely tattered. Even so, her eyes were unyielding. Rotten brat, I dare you to frame my Imperial mother again. Jiang Mengyao furiously spoke, my Imperial mother has a kind temperament and would never commit things like not recognizing her own sister. I don't believe in a single word you say. Although you don't believe me, your Majesty does. Chapter 901, Conspiracy Exposed 3. Just as Jiang Mengyao spoke, the Emperor's cold and detached voice could be heard, what are you standing there for? Immediately arrest Consort Shu and kill anyone who obstructs without any exception. When the words, kill anyone who obstructs fell, it caused Jiang Mengyao's body to shiver and she looked at the Emperor in disbelief. All of a sudden, she started laughing and her laughter was filled with grief. I finally believe in this sentence, the Imperial family is the most ruthless. You can even kill your own daughter and you're truly vicious and merciless. Don't tell me you have the Empress as your only woman. My mother accompanied you for numerous years and guarded an empty chamber for you, yet you're treating her as such. The Emperor was emotionless as his expression was grave and stern. Jiang Mengyao's words could no longer cause his heart to waver, as those who harmed the Empress would be killed without exception. Just then, a powerful energy suddenly attacked and aimed towards the Emperor standing among everyone. Your Majesty, be careful. Xuanqian sensed the aura from behind and his expression suddenly changed. He hastily blocked before the Emperor and welcomed the opponent's attack. Boom! A loud noise sounded and powerful energy overflowed from his whole body, instantly destroying the surrounding trees and turning them into debris. A middle-aged man wearing a navy blue long robe slowly walked in the midst of the sky with an indifferent expression. His eyes contained hatred as he occupied the high ground and overlooked the Emperor standing in front of him. Dog Emperor, I came here today to take your life. The Emperor had a fearless expression as he coldly spoke, who are you and what deep hatred do you have with me? The man did not answer him but coldly laughed instead. Where's the Empress, that slut? Let her come out. Oh, I forgot, your Empress has fallen into an eternal sleep and is unable to come out. I also know that you've been constantly on the move recently for the Empress and invited countless physicians. However, the Empress's illness can never be cured because no one who's inflicted with my parasites can awaken. His voice paused before he continued speaking. The reason why I didn't kill her from the start was to see your current suffering. Well, I reckon your days haven't been too good, and now, I will make you be grieved to the point you'll wish you were dead. Boom. The man waved his hands and the force struck Jing Palace. In a flash, the entire palace was destroyed and fell into ruin. There was a bed completed unscathed within the pile of ruins, and on the bed, a young lady's bewitching black eyes gazed at him, seemingly smiling yet not smiling. While behind her was the Empress's gentle smile. Her clothing was neat and tidy, completely unaffected by the attack's ripples. The man's expression thoroughly changed as his voice became pointed. Impossible, it's impossible. You could never have the chance to awaken. Not to mention this man, other than Xuan Qian, who was long aware of the truth, the others were also shocked silly. Yi Jingxuan's expression was the most unsightly. His small eyes had been opened extremely wide and his gaping mouth couldn't be closed. Yun Luofeng truly cured the Empress. How could she have such abilities? It's definitely impossible. I finally understand. At the same time, Jiang Mengyao's voice suddenly sounded. She tightly clenched her fist and trembled. Yun Luofeng, so it turns out the person whom my Imperial Father invited to treat the Empress was you. I actually didn't realize it in the beginning. It's no wonder Imperial Father had given you the prerogative. I reckon you had successfully cured the Empress at that time. Chapter 902, Conspiracy Exposed, 4. What? Yi Jingxuan was dumbfounded. The Emperor had invited Yun Luofeng previously to cure the Empress and had even succeeded. Then why did he agree to his request? No matter how stupid Yi Jingxuan was, at this moment, he understood everything. So it turned out, these people had already seen through his and Consort Shu's conspiracy, and their aim was to pull the snake from its hole. What was ridiculous was that he had actually thought everything was in his hands. It's too late now that you're aware. Jian Chengwen walked out of the ruins with great strides and coldly swept across everyone present. His words had directly proven Jiang Mengyao's conclusion. The man in navy robes was initially stunned for a while, but shortly after, his mad laughter reverberated throughout the entire imperial palace. So what if the Empress has been cured? Today, both of you, the cheating couple, must die. Only with your death can it allow my beloved Tong'er to rest in peace. Tong'er. The Empress's expression slightly turned cold. The Tong'er you speak of, is it noble consort Tong? That's right. The man coldly replied, if it weren't for you, Tong'er wouldn't have died and all of you have to be buried together with her. In an instant, the man's aura surged forth and flames of fury were rolling over and over in his heart as it transformed into inexhaustible energy while he attacked the Empress. Protect the Empress. The Emperor was frightened stiff, and after he spoke, he dashed over, not caring for his life. However, his speed was ultimately slower. Before he arrived before the Empress, the man's attack had already landed. Yet, when that attack was about to land on the Empress, he seemed to have rammed on an incomparably solid wall, causing him to recoil back a few steps, and his eyes revealed astonishment. Barrier. You're well versed in the Matrix. Yun Luofeng sat down languidly with her right leg raised on the bed and leaning against the bed frame while she lazily shot a glance at him. Do you think that I'm merely drinking tea and chatting with the Empress after staying here for so long? From the start, Yun Luofeng had been preparing and did not stop to rest for a moment. Otherwise, when that man attacked Jing Palace, it would not leave behind this bed. The reason the bed was safe was the surrounding barrier. Rotten brat, I have truly underestimated you. The man gnashed his teeth in anger. However, what skill can it be regarded as for you to hide in that barrier? If you have the skill, come out and battle me. Yun Luofeng wickedly smiled. Come in if you have the ability. You, come out. You, come in. All ministers couldn't help but be flabbergasted upon witnessing their incessant bickering. However, compared to that bewitching and languid Yun Luofeng, the man who started jumping out of anger had already lost his imposing manner. Rotten brat, I only intended to kill the dog Emperor and this slut of an Empress, but since you're fond of meddling in others' business, don't blame me for killing you altogether. A sinister glint flashed from his eyes as he coldly spoke. At this moment, Yun Luofeng seemed to have sensed something as she gazed at the azure skies, and the smile on her became deeper. Your opponent isn't me but the person behind you. What? The man was distracted for a moment, and when he turned back, a grim and powerful aura directly hit him in the face, causing him to retreat out of shock. Shortly after, under everyone's gaze, a grim-looking black-robed man descended from the skies, and he appeared to be a god that stepped through the void, noble and inviolable. Seeing that man's handsome face, Yi Jingxuan was shocked foolish. Yun Xiao, what's a trash like you doing here? Even until this moment, Yi Jingxuan had yet to figure out the situation. Chapter 903, Yun Xiao taking action, 1. Yun Xiao did not answer his question nor spare him a glance. There was only Yun Luofeng's figure in his emotionless eyes, and only her in the land under heavens could enter his sights. Who are you? The man in navy long robes had an imposing expression. He didn't know why, but the emotionless man before him gave him a feeling of danger. This feeling was just like a hand reaching out from hell, wanting to pull him into that bottomless pit. You want to kill her? Yun Xiao's serene eyes turned towards the man and slowly raised his hands. Those who attempt to hurt her must die. Even if this man only had such thoughts and had yet to take action, Yun Xiao was unable to tolerate anyone who wanted to harm her. Even if it's a thought, it cannot exist. Yi Jingxuan originally wanted to laugh in ridicule. Who does this trash think he is, that he dares to be so arrogant and unbridled, and what ability does he possess to kill others? Yet, before he managed to laugh, he had been shocked silly by the subsequent scene. A valiant power broke through from the ground and attacked, while a grim aura flooded the entire imperial palace. At the same time, the man seemed to be struck by something and spat out a mouthful of blood with a spluttering sound. His footsteps staggered and he knelt on the ground without any warning sign as his complexion was deathly white. Sage-level cultivator. His eyes gradually revealed horror. Sage-level cultivator, you're actually a sage-level cultivator. The man's voice was pointed and exploded among the rear palace. After witnessing Yun Xiao taking action, Yi Jingxun had long been shocked silly and after hearing that sentence, he fainted. Compared to others, the man in the long navy robe was even more dreadful. He had already reached a god-level high-ranked realm and to be able to defeat him with a single strike, who else could it be other than a sage-level cultivator? Jiang Mengyao's eyes revealed her complicated feelings. She had always thought that she was the most outstanding one in the Tianyuan kingdom. However, first appeared a Yun Luofeng that could cure the empress and now, Yun Xiao's strength was actually so powerful. These two people crushed her ego and caused her to be mad with jealousy. Keke, the man sneered as he stood up from the ground and his eyes were filled with ridicule. Dog Emperor, I truly didn't expect you could find such people to save you. God truly doesn't have eyes. A cheating couple like you committed endless misdeeds and everyone has the right to kill you. One day, there will be someone who will dispose of you for the sake of justice. The emperor's expression sank. Noble consort Tong was guilty of attempting to murder the empress, and in order to protect the empress, my decision wasn't wrong. If Tong truly wanted to conspire and murder the empress, then it proves that she should die. The man had already entered into a deranged state and his eyes were bloodshot. She snatched Tong's position and snatched the honor she should have, so she deserved to die. In addition, you too, deserve to die. The man turned his gaze towards the emperor and gnashed his teeth in anger. You didn't want a good woman like Tonga and instead, pampered a jealous woman. As the emperor, you should be visiting the chambers of your imperial concubines, yet why did you treat Tonga as such? If it weren't for your disloyalty, Tonga wouldn't have died. Looking at the madman, the emperor sighed. Regarding this, I am indeed at fault. Hearing the emperor's words, the man's expression looked a lot better. However, who knew his words would change as he continued, I shouldn't have brought in so many concubines. Not only did I cause the empress to grieve, I even caused her to nearly lose her life. After this incident, I will dissolve my harem. Chapter 904, Yun Xiao taking action, 2. Your Majesty. After all the ministers heard that, they were alarmed and hurriedly knelt down. Your Majesty, please reconsider. I've made up my mind and you don't need to say more. The emperor waved his hands and his expression was extremely cold and detached. Ha ha. The man laughed in ridicule. If I had known earlier, I would have prevented Tonga from entering the palace. She loved the wrong person and ruined her life. Dog Emperor, do you think I've failed since the empress woke up? No, you're wrong. All these years, I've been making you a cuckold, ha ha ha. The emperor was shocked. What did you say? Consort Shu and I have been committing adultery. Otherwise, why do you think she helped me? In addition, every time when you flipped Consort Shu's tablet 1, I had just finished making love with her. You've been using a woman I've used. I bet that feeling isn't great, am I right? A wicked smile curled on his lips as the words he spoke were mocking the emperor. Consort Shu stared blankly. She didn't expect this man would reveal this matter in public and her eyes were suffused with fear. Imperial Mother, Jiang Mengyao's body trembled. Is what he says the truth? Consort Shu turned and avoided Jiang Mengyao's gaze. Looking at this scene, Jiang Mengyao's footsteps staggered and she nearly collapsed on the ground. Never having expected that the Imperial Mother she respected the most, had actually committed such an offense. Are you done speaking? The Emperor coldly looked at him. Consort Shu is insignificant to me and thus, other than making me feel disgusted, the things you've done do not affect me. After he finished speaking, the Emperor's expression turned cold. Guards, arrest this man. You're thinking of arresting me with your guards. The man slightly narrowed his eyes and looked towards Yun Xiao. Young man, as the proverb says, give yourself some room for whatever you do in case we meet again. This matter was originally not related to you, and I apologize for my rude behavior to Miss Yun earlier on. If you let me off today, I will repay your kindness sometime in the future. Yun Xiao coldly gazed at him. His emotionless face was cold and detached as he did not utter a single word. Lord Lin. Consort Shu suddenly reacted as she hastily ran to the man and tightly held his legs. Take me along with you and don't leave me behind, or else these people will definitely kill me. Scram. The man's expression sank as he sternly shouted. You can't be so heartless. Even if you don't take me into consideration, you have to care for Mengyao. Unless you want your biological daughter to die here. The man's palm almost slapped on Consort Shu's skull due to anger. He furiously shouted while trembling, do you know what you just said? As the saying goes, a tiger, though cruel, will not devour its cubs. No matter how ruthless he wasn't willing to hurt his own child. This was also the reason he did not reveal Jiang Mengyao's background. Yet, who would have thought that this foolish woman would directly reveal this? After knowing this, how would the emperor allow her to live? Consort Shu wasn't aware of her mistakes and firmly hugged the man's legs. Right now, he was her sole hope to save her life. I beg you to take us mother and daughter to escape to faraway places, I. Scram. The man kicked and caused Consort Shu's body to flip over on the ground as he hastily explained, I am not related to Jiang Mengyao and she's not my daughter. The tone of him wanting to clarify their relationship caused Consort Shu to regain her senses and horror emerged from her eyes while she cautiously turned towards Jiang Mengyao. Mengyao, she lightly whispered while looking nervous. Chapter 905, Yun Xiao taking action, 3. You're lying, aren't you? Jiang Mengyao receded and looked pale. I am Imperial Father's daughter. Imperial Mother, hurry and tell me what you said was false. The Emperor coldly looked at these people with an emotionless face. Whether it's true or false, the blood identification ceremony can confirm the truth. This uncompromising voice caused the man's body to tremble and ultimately fall to the ground. He then trampled Consort Shu in hatred as he gnashed his teeth in anger. Evil woman, are you content only after harming Meng Yao? Consort Shu allowed the man's beating as she lowered her head, not daring to meet Jiang Mengyao's eyes. Currently, the man's action had proved everything and caused the last line of hope in Jiang Mengyao's heart to be destroyed. Previously, she despised everyone and did not put Yun Luofeng in her sight. The reason being, she had outstanding talent and the status as the imperial family's princess. Right now, her talent was not the best, and even her respected status was also fake. No. Jiang Mengyao could not accept this setback and wailed mournfully. Tears trickled down from her eyes and looked at her biological parents in despair. Why are you doing this to me? Especially you, why did you not stay faithful and even gave birth to an illegitimate child? Mengyao. Consort Shu raised her head while her eyes were filled with guilt. You're not fit to say my name. Jiang Mengyao angrily shouted, I hate you, I wish I could kill both of you. All her honor, high position, and wealth were lost in a blink of an eye. Facing this change, her endurance had surpassed ordinary people by not going berserk. The man also calmed down and coldly looked at Consort Shu. You should clean up the mess you caused. I'll take my leave first. He snorted and turned to leave, but at that moment, a grim aura once again attacked from behind. Receiving an attack while being unprepared caused the man to fly out and crash into the mud. He spat out the mud in his mouth and turned to look at Yun Xiao while angrily saying, You clearly agreed to let me go, so why are you not keeping your word? I promised to let you go. Yun Xiao looked puzzled. The man gnashed his teeth in anger and asked, When I asked you to let me off, didn't you tacitly agree? Yun Xiao suddenly saw the light and his deep voice was cold as before. I didn't reply to you because your question was too stupid and not worth my reply. The man shuddered and his face revealed despair. He knew that it would be difficult to escape calamity today. Yun Xiao, cripple his strength and hand him to the imperial family for disposal. Yun Luofeng lazily stretched and stood up from the bed. She conveniently released a bit of spirit energy and removed the barrier. Soon, her line of sight fell on Yi Jingxun, who was faking unconsciousness, and a sinister smile curled on her lips. Your Majesty. The Empress hastily walked to the Emperor's side and her face was filled with a smile. This time, it's our fortune to have little Luofeng and young Master Xiao, or else I'm afraid we would be in danger. The top expert in the imperial family was not in the imperial city in recent days, and without Yun Xiao's arrival, they would have definitely perished in that man's hands. Furthermore, if it weren't for Yun Luofeng's matrix, it would have been hard for her to escape the calamity earlier. Just then, Yun Luofeng had walked to Yi Jingxun's side and she raised her leg to kick his body while smiling wickedly. How long are you going to pretend to be unconscious? Yi Jingxun opened his eyes in a daze and held onto his forehead. What happened? I'm unaware of anything. Chapter 906, Tragic Yi Jingxun 1. In an instant, everyone looked at Yi Jingxun. Yi Jingxun got up from the ground with a bewildered look in his eyes, appearing as if he was unaware of the situation before him. Seeing Yi Jingxun's look of bewilderment, the smile on Yun Luofeng became increasingly wicked as she slowly drew near to him. You colluded with Consort Shu, conspiring to murder the Empress, and now you're acting as if you knew nothing. Yi Jingxun's mouth twitched, revealing a crafty smile as he said, Niece, in any case, I am your uncle and you shouldn't frame me. I truly wasn't aware of anything, and it was Consort Shu who looked for me to help her. I admit that I didn't see eye to eye with you, so I agreed to her request. However, who knew that the person she wanted to murder was the Empress? At the very least, he was the Yi family's future head and he figured that Yun Luofeng wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Right now, he had to clear up the suspicions of him conspiring to murder the Empress. Yi Jingxun. Hearing his words, Consort Shu was so angered that she got up and her beautiful eyes glared at Yi Jingxun in unwavering hatred. You are speaking nonsense. Clearly, it was you who found me first and now you're still thinking of shifting the responsibility. Yi Jingxun sneered. Consort Shu, death is at near hand for you, so why do you want me to be your funerary mat? What enmity do I have against the Empress that would make me not hesitate to poison her? You should shoulder responsibility for what you've done and not implicate me. Consort Shu was overflowing with anger and threw herself towards Yi Jingxun. However, just as she pounced on Yi Jingxun, she was knocked down by his palm. Your Majesty. Yi Jingxun flung his sleeves and turned to half kneel before the Emperor. These matters were truly done by Consort Shu alone. I had only heeded her orders and pushed Yun Luofeng out. I beg of your Majesty to clarify the matter. In any case, he would not admit he wanted to conspire and murder the Empress even if he was beaten to death. The Emperor coldly swept past Yi Jingxun and when he saw Yun Luofeng, he softened his expression. Miss Yun, this Yi family member of yours, how do you intend to deal with him? Yun Luofeng faintly curled her lips. Kill him. Although she spoke these words refreshingly and lightly, Yi Jingxun's body shivered and he suddenly stood up from the ground. Yun Luofeng, I'm your uncle and you dare to speak to me this way. Yun Luofeng looked at Yi Jingxun out of the corner of her eye. Why didn't I know Yun Xiao had an uncle like you? You. Yi Jingxun trembled and furiously pointed at Yun Luofeng. Seeing this man using his finger to point at Yun Luofeng's nose, a cold glint suddenly flashed through Yun Xiao's eyes. He raised his sword and cut off Yi Jingxun's finger. Ah! Yi Jingxun shrieked mournfully. His voice was heart-wrenching and caused others to feel absolutely horrified. Just then, not far from where the Yi family was located, a powerful energy suddenly spread out and hovered in the skies. Sensing that aura, the Emperor's expression froze. The Yi family's old man has broken through to sage-level middle rank. The reason why the Yi family was weaker than the Imperial family by a notch was that the strength of the old man of the Yi family was lower than their number one expert and had to acknowledge allegiance to the Imperial family. However, once this old man broke through, the Imperial family and the Yi family would be on equal footing. Ha ha ha. Yi Jingxun laughed sinisterly at this moment, with a face distorted due to the severe pain. My father broke through. He's finally broken through. This time, the imperial family can't do anything to me. Ha ha ha. The emperor's face sank and he coldly looked at Yi Jingxun yet did not say anything. Chapter 907, Tragic Yi Jingxun 2. The Yi family's head breaking through at this moment had completely disrupted the idea he had of exterminating these people who conspired to murder the empress. Furthermore, that expert of the imperial family wasn't in Imperial City and perhaps no one could deal with that old man. While pondering this, the aura surrounding the Yi family skies suddenly moved and a moment later, a figure in grey robes appeared before everyone's eyes. The old man's expression was of indifference, refined and free from vulgarity, while his pair of eyes revealed loftiness as he condescendingly looked at everyone. Father, you came on time. These people were intending to kill me, especially Yun Xiao. He chopped off my finger, and you must avenge me. Yi Jingxun fiercely glared at them standing before him while gnashing his teeth in anger. Yi Qian did not move and stood in the skies with an emotionless expression and his hands held behind his back. Yi family head, the emperor faintly smiled. Congratulations for breaking through to sage-level middle rank realm. You are the second sage-level cultivator to break through to middle rank in our Tianyan kingdom. This is our kingdom's honor, however. The emperor slightly paused before continuing. Yi Jingxun conspired to murder the empress and surely, you should give me an explanation for this. Furthermore, I have long been aware that you're not fond of infighting between family members, yet your son schemed to frame your grandson and his wife. Shouldn't you handle this? Yi Qian's eyebrows slightly knitted as he looked at Yi Jingxun with indifference. Is what he said the truth? Yi Jingxun's body trembled. Father, even if I'm in the wrong, Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng are still alive. However, these two people wanted to kill your son and don't tell me, you can tolerate it. Looking at Yi Jingxun's non-repentant expression, Yi Qian shook his head. These days, even though I was in closed-door cultivation, I have heard of the things you've done. Xuanzi, I had intended to hand the position of family head to you, but why are you holding on to them without letting go? Yi Jingxun lowered his head and tightly clenched his fists. A mocking smile curled up on his lips as he spoke sarcastically. So what if you hand me the position? In your heart, it's still Yi Jingxun who is the most important. I am not content with this. Clearly, I am not inferior to him, so why do you favor him? The man's eyes reddened and his eyes were filled with discontent and resentment. At this moment, he released all the grievances he had all these years while his voice contained hysteria. The old man shut his eyes and opened it only after a long time. You're stubborn and even I can't help you. You're on your own. If Yi Jingxun admitted to his mistakes, perhaps he might be soft-hearted and help him. However, even up till now, Yi Jingxun did not consider himself to be a fault in the slightest. So why should Yi Qian help him? The old man's words caused Yi Jingxun's eyes to open wide, and his entire body trembled. What does father mean? Is he going to abandon me? Father, you cannot treat me like that. If Yi Jingxun is your son, aren't I your son too? Even wild beasts look after the young, and how could you be so heartless? Yi Jingxun's expression turned pale. Yi Qian was his last lifeboat, so obviously, he had to grab on without letting go. Xuanzi, apologize to your brother and your nephew, and I will let them cripple your strength but spare your life. Yi Qian bitterly smiled. Facing his own bloodline, he ultimately couldn't be completely heartless. Father, what are you saying? Yi Jingxun spoke in disbelief. You want me to apologize to Yi Jingxun and cripple my strength? If I am without strength, then what difference am I compared to a trash? How can you say these words? Chapter 908, Tragic Yi Jingxun 3. Apologize. That was even more impossible. He would never admit to his mistakes. Yi Qian's smile became increasingly bitter and constricted while he simply shut his eyes and no longer looked at Yi Jingxun's distorted face. Father. Yi Jingxun's eyes swiveled and he clenched his teeth. You have to save me even if you aren't willing. Because I know the whereabouts of the eight-tailed fox you tasked me to find. What did you say? Yi Qian suddenly opened his eyes as his breathing became hurried. You have that fox's whereabouts. Tell me where she is. Yi Jingxun sneered. Hand the authority of Yi family to me and in addition, kill Yun Xiao and Elder Yi Xiang in place of me and I will tell you her whereabouts. In Yi Jingxun's eyes, the only person he can control in Yi family was Elder Yi Xiang, thus he had to die. As for Yun Xiao, this lad was too strong and would be a disaster if left alive. Furthermore, he had chopped off his finger and just based on this he could not be left alive. Yi Jingxun. Yi Qian was angered to the point his face turned ashen. You're still thinking of killing him at this point. That's right. Yi Jingxun sneered. Only I am aware of that fox's location and if you want to find her, you must agree to my request. Otherwise, don't think about meeting her in your lifetime. An eight-tailed fox that left the Yi family secretly. After obtaining this information from their conversation, Yun Luofeng subconsciously looked at Huohuo and an odd look gradually grew in her eyes. Ha ha. Yi Qian angrily smiled. Seemed like I've truly indulged you all these years, causing you to be undisciplined and out of control to the extent you dare to threaten me. In this lifetime, he had never been threatened before. If it weren't to find out Ancestor Fox's whereabouts, he truly wished he could slap this bastard. Perhaps Yi Jingxun being pig-headed caused Yi Qian's last thread of tenderness towards him to disappear while replacing it with a heart filled with anger. Yi Jingxun lifted his chin and looked at Yi Qian's furious eyes without fear. This is the price for favoring Yi Jingxun. Aren't you just wanting to kill me and let him become the family head once again? Let me tell you, dream on, I will never let all of you succeed. Just then, a soft voice sounded from the side. I say, all of you are either letting me be a scapegoat or talking about me in the open. Have you asked for my opinion? Huohuo had long been irritated with these people and had forgotten the task Yun Luofeng entrusted to her. Her face decorated with white powder and looking like it was carved out of jade was filled with fury as she fiercely glared at Yi Jingxun. Scram. Yi Jingxun used his hands to chase away Huohuo. Is a small brat like you looking for death? If not, then scram. We're currently discussing the broken-tailed fox, so how is that related to you? Don't be self-conceited. This little brat was someone beside Yun Luofeng, and Yi Jingxun would never link her together with the fox that Yi Chan tasked him to find. Naturally, he did not put her in his sights. Huohuo's mouth twitched. So it turns out that the inequality of the Yi family's members is extremely bad and they're completely incomparable to that little brat Yi Fifan. Yi Fifan. Yi Chan's body trembled as he turned towards Huohuo in amazement. His voice gradually became excited. You are. Perhaps others were unaware of the name Yi Fifan. However, to Yi Chan, who was his successor, it was very familiar. Chapter 909, Ancestor Fox. Yi Fifan was the person who founded the Yi family and specified the Yi family's mission as protecting one person. Since she knew the ancestor's name, then she. BTCH, I told you to get out of my way, didn't you hear me? Yi Jingxun angrily shouted and was going to give Huohuo a good beating. Suddenly Huohuo looked up at him. Her stare shook his soul and made his heart shiver. A wave of fear immediately swept through him. You were talking about me, and now you're letting me go. Huohuo smiled. Under her innocent face, there hid a demonic smile. And you used my name to threaten people. What I hate most is to be taken advantage of by people. Yi Jingxun was stunned. What did the little girl mean? Used her name to threaten people. I only mentioned the fox with a broken tail. Suddenly, Yi Jingxun figured out what she meant. His face turned pale, and he turned his frightened eyes to the little girl who was smiling like a demon. Ah, are you that fox? That's impossible. You are lying to me. You must be lying to me. Shut up. Shouting angrily, Yi Chan gave Yi Jingxun a slap and ordered, kneel down to Ancestor Fox. Not only Yi Jingxun, but Huohuo was also stunned. She was worried that Yi Chan would attack Yi Jingxun, so she told them who she was to smash the plot of Yi Jingxun. As to whether Yi Chan was hostile to them or not, she hadn't considered it. But as Yi Chan was the descendant of Yi Fifan, his intention should be finding her, not harming her. But what did the title of Ancestor Fox mean? When did she become their ancestor? Father, don't be deceived by this girl. Yi Jingxun said angrily, if she is really Ancestor Fox, why does she always follow Yun Luofeng like a servant? Ancestor Fox certainly wouldn't yield to a person like Yun Luofeng. Seeing that Yi Jingxun not only questioned her words but also humiliated Yun Luofeng, Huohuo was enraged. Once she became angry, she was totally reckless. How dare you suspect me, your Ancestor Fox? Go to hell. Because Yi Chan called her Ancestor Fox, now Huohuo just regarded herself as Ancestor Fox and even called herself that. At the same time, her dark eyes turned red with two flames burning in them, her long dark hair wildly fluttering in a fierce wind. Then, 8 tails that were fluffy and soft but shockingly beautiful stretched out behind her. So. Yi Jingxun, who had looked disdainful just now, turned his eyes up and fainted after seeing the 8 tails of Huohuo. This time, Yi Jingxun didn't pretend but really fainted. He thought he could grasp the last straw, but he didn't expect that this straw would kill him. However, he was soon awakened by flames that were burning him, and he rolled around in pain, uttering dreary cries and screams. Ah, help. Father, I know I was wrong. Please help me. I really know I was wrong. Yi Chan was really hurt by Yi Jingxun. After hearing his plea for mercy, he just closed his eyes, his face filled with disappointment and grief. Huohuo, you're too reckless. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Did you forget what I told you when I left you here? Huohuo puckered her mouth in grief. Master, I did this because Yi Jingxun had the nerve to threaten the Yi family's old man with my name. I couldn't control my temper. But the Yi family's old man is also to blame. Yi Chan blinked. Did I do anything wrong? Huohuo gave him a black look. Why didn't you tell me that I was the Ancestor Fox of the Yi family earlier? If I had known that I had this identity, my master wouldn't have had to suffer in the Yi family. It's all your fault. Chapter 910, Punishment 1. But I had never seen you before. Yi Chan felt that he was greatly wronged. How could he know that Ancestor Fox didn't know about her real identity? If she hadn't suddenly disappeared, the Yi family people would never be allowed to set foot on the back mountain. So he couldn't meet Huohuo. Master, resting her hands on her hips, Huohuo glared at Yi Chan. Let the old guy deal with this matter. I'd like to see if he dares to shield his son. The corner of Yi Chan's mouth twitched. He sighed and turned to look at Yi Jingxun, who was rolling in the flames. You've made your bed, so you must lie on it. I can't save you this time. The look in Yi Jingxun's eyes changed from fear to despair, and his distorted face was ghastly pale. It was over. This time, he was doomed. Yi Chan closed his eyes in pain, and after quite a while, he opened his eyes again, looking aloof again. In fact, it's my fault. I, as your father, didn't teach you well, so that you even plotted to murder your own brother for a little bit power. Since this is my fault, I will be responsible for it. He slowly walked to Yi Jingxun. After this, I will leave the Yi family. He didn't deserve to be the master of the Yi family, because he couldn't even properly educate his son. He stopped in front of Yi Jingxun and slowly raised his hand. Xuanzi, don't worry. I won't let you die too painfully. After all, Yi Jingxun was his son. No matter how disappointed he was about him, he didn't want him to suffer too much. Perhaps death was the best relief for him. With his eyes wide open, Yi Jingxun helplessly stared at Yi Chan, and then, a palm hit his body and its power penetrated into his heart. Puff. Yi Jingxun vomited a mouthful of blood, his face ghastly pale, his eyes full of grudges and resentment, and he fell straight down to the ground. Without looking at Yi Jingxun's body, Yi Chan turned around and coldly ordered, guards, throw him into a mass grave. A person who plotted to murder his own brother couldn't be buried in the Yi family's graveyard. A mass grave was the place he should go to. Yi Chan flicked his sleeves and quickly went away, with one of his hands clasped behind his back. He looked a bit sad, and only time could heal his wounds. The other bad guys would be solved by the Emperor, whether it was noble Consort Tong's childhood lover or Consort Shu and her daughter. As for the little girl who was threatened by Consort Shu, the Emperor didn't punish her. Instead, he helped her find her parents, while the other families of Consort Shu were sent to prison. The whole Tianyuan kingdom was in a storm, and the people at the center of the storm were desperate to deny their relationship with Consort Shu, for fear of getting involved. The fickleness of human nature was thoroughly presented at this time. The Yi family. In the Yi residence, the elders all gathered here, each with a serious look. Master Jingxuan did make a great mistake and deserved to die, but Yi Tianwen is innocent. I think we should set him free and let him take over the position of Master Jingxuan. Though some of them witnessed how powerful Yun Xiao was that day, they didn't think he could resist the entire Yi family. With Yi Chan in charge of the Yi family, why should the Yi family be afraid of a young lad? Chapter 911, Punishment 2. Besides, over the years, many elders had allied with Yi Jingxuan. If Yi Jingxuan became the new master, he would definitely purge the Yi family. They would lose everything they had gained at that time. So the best choice was to make Yi Tianwen the next master. Sitting on the first seat, Yi Chan coldly glanced at the crowd with an aloof demeanor. Do you think Tianwen knew nothing about what Yi Jingxuan had done? How could such a narrow-minded man become the next master? So, I've decided to make Chen Er the next master of the Yi family again. Master. The elders all gasped and said hastily, it's not proper. Bang. Yi Chan pounded his hands against the table, making a great sound. Not proper. What's not proper? You previously deprived him of this position with the excuse that his wife was infertile, but now what's your reason? The elders looked at each other, knowing that the days had passed, and they had to give up the idea of making Yi Tianwen the next master. At this time, one of the elders stood up. He rolled his eyes and said with a fake smile, now that Master Jingxuan will become the next master, young Master Yun Xiao becomes the heir to our family. So, I have an idea. I heard that young Master Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng haven't been married. The heirs to influential families usually take several concubines before their marriage. Yun Xiao, as the heir to the Yi family, should father as many children as possible for the Yi family. Master, please choose some concubines for him. Zhang Fengling and Yi Jingxuan, sitting on the side, had been angered by his words, but they didn't say anything out of respect for Yi Chan. Seeing them try to make trouble for Yun Xiao, they almost couldn't suppress the rage in their hearts. It seems that Elder Fan has already found a candidate. Zhang Fengling slightly raised her eyebrows, a scornful and contemptuous smile over her red lips. Yi Fan raised his chest up. Exactly. I do have a candidate. She is my granddaughter, Yi Xiaoyu. My granddaughter is lively and lovely, and her appearance is no worse than Yun Luofeng's. It's more than enough for her to be young Master Xiao's concubine. Zhang Fengling smiled. Her smile was so beautiful, like a rose in bloom. Yi Xiaoyu. I've seen that girl. Elder Fan, are you too narcissistic or is there something wrong with your brain? How can such a woman be compared with my daughter-in-law? How dare you claim that her looks are no worse than Feng's? Tell me, how can she be compared with Feng Er? She doesn't even deserve to be Feng's maid. Zhang Fengling pounded her hand against the table, her eyes wide open. With me here, none of you can force Shire to take a concubine. Yi Fan's face changed. His relationship with Yi Jingxuan was terrible. If he couldn't establish a marital relationship with him, he would soon lose his position in the Yi family. Young mistress, this is man's business. As a woman, you simply have no say in this matter. Yi Fan's face darkened. You stopped Yi Jingxuan from taking concubines before, and now you are doing it to young Master Yun Xiao again. What's your purpose? Don't you want your son to have many children? Zhang Fengling sneered. As his mother, of course I hope my son will have many children, but his children can only be born to Yun Luofeng. She meant that she did hope that her son would have as many children as possible, but all the children had to be Yun Luofeng's. Yi Fan's face turned blacker. Just at the moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Chapter 912, Punishment 3. The sun poured down on the girl's snow-white robe. The girl was leaning against the doorframe, her arms crossed on her chest, her look languid and wicked, and she looked at Elder Yi Fan with a faint smile. You want to gift your granddaughter to Yun Xiao? Seeing that Yun Xiao's wife had come, Yi Fan still put on airs. He stuck his chest out and said self-righteously, yes. You, as a woman, should be a little more generous. Don't try to stop your husband from taking concubines like your mother-in-law. Good. Yun Luofeng glanced at Yi Fan. If you want to gift your granddaughter to Yun Xiao, you can do it, and I can handle it, but you'd better not regret it. Saying this, she straightened up and walked away. Not stopping Yun Luofeng, Zhang Fengling cast a sympathetic glance at Yi Fan and a gloating smile appeared on her lips. She knew someone was going to have a hard time. Unfortunately, Yi Fan didn't know Yun Luofeng and assumed that she had agreed with this, so he was quite delighted and cast a contemptuous glance at Zhang Fengling. Young mistress, you should learn from your daughter-in-law. Don't behave like a jealous woman. Ignoring him, Zhang Fengling turned to Yi Jingxuan. The couple exchanged glances with each other. Brother Yi, I think I really should learn from Feng Er. Learn how to teach these people a lesson and let them remember never to provoke her. Hearing her words, Yi Fan thought that Zhang Fengling had taken his advice, so he smiled complacently. The courtyard where Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao lived was in the middle of the Yi family and was the best place of the whole Yi family. At the moment, a girl in a gauze dress appeared outside the door. She looked around, her eyes envious. Even her grandfather, an elder of the Yi family, can live in such a nice yard. In particular, the trees in this courtyard that could bring tranquility to the mind were an invaluable treasure for cultivation. Miss Xiaoyu. Then a maid of the Yi family slowly walked out of the courtyard and said, Miss Yun agreed to let you in. Yi Xiaoyu took her eyes back, raised her head arrogantly, and walked into the courtyard like a proud phoenix. Behind her, the maid couldn't bear her presumptuous manner. She was full of disdain and whispered to another maid beside her, "How dare she come to young Master Yun Xiao and Miss Yun's courtyard dressed like that? Does she think that no one knows what she wants to do? Young Master Yun Xiao loves Miss Yun so much. It's impossible for him to fall in love with a woman like her." Although Yi Xiaoyu was the granddaughter of Elder Yi Fan, she was Yi Jingchen's maid. As she was protected by Yi Jingchen and Zhang Fengling, she wasn't afraid of offending Yi Xiaoyu. Hearing the maid's words, Yi Xiaoyu was enraged. If it were in the past she would have come up to slap her, but now she was in Yun Xiao's courtyard so she had to maintain her image. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaoyu restrained her inner anger and walked away arrogantly. After she became young Master Yun Xiao's woman, she would teach these maids a good lesson. How could they be so disrespectful of their future mistress? The courtyard was covered with maple leaves. Yi Xiaoyu saw a gorgeous girl lying on a chaise lounge at the other end of the courtyard. Though she was also a woman, she was shocked by the beauty of the girl, and then was extremely jealous of her. With such a beautiful wife, would young Master Yun Xiao still love her? However, no matter how young Master Yun Xiao would treat her, she just wanted to be his wife. Chapter 913, Punishment 4. Yi Xiaoyu recalled how she met Yun Xiao for the first time at the blood test ceremony. The moment she saw him, she thought she saw a celestial being. But the next minute, she felt pity for him. Pity that such a handsome and excellent man was a trash. It wasn't until yesterday when she received the message from the Imperial Palace that she realized that this man was actually a genius. When her grandfather came to ask her if she wanted to be Yun Xiao's concubine, she agreed without any hesitation. If she could accompany him, she didn't mind acting as his concubine. But she had heard that Yun Xiao's fiancé, Yun Luofeng, was a shrew, so she was quite worried. What if Yun Luofeng tried to stop this marriage? To her surprise, Yun Luofeng was just half-heartedly opposed. No matter how reluctant she would have to accept her existence. At the thought of this, Yi Xiaoyu took a deep breath and said shyly, "Miss Yun, why is young Master Yun Xiao not here?" Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips and cast a wicked glance at her. "You, as a member of the Yi family, needn't become a concubine. Why are you willing to become Yun Xiao's concubine?" Yi Xiaoyu paused. What did the woman mean? Was she sounding her out? "Miss Yun," Yi Xiaoyu raised her eyes and said firmly, "In my mind, young Master Yun Xiao is the worthiest man to follow. How can ordinary men be compared with him? It's better to be young Master Yun Xiao's concubine than to be an ordinary man's wife." Yun Luofeng lazily got up from the chaise longue and smiled, "But didn't you know that Yun Xiao already has a wife?" Yi Xiaoyu frowned. "Miss Yun, you misunderstood me. I've never intended to replace you. I just want to become his concubine. I don't care what you want to be. In my world, my man can only have me as his woman. If he marries a concubine, he is no longer committed to me. And if he is no longer committed to me, I'll divorce him." Yi Xiaoyu was stunned. A man could only have one woman. If her husband married a concubine, she would divorce him. What bullshit. "Miss Yun, are you kidding me? Why should a man be committed to a woman? I don't care how other men will act, and I just demand this for my man. You want to be Yun Xiao's concubine? Then don't blame me for throwing you out." The girl condescendingly looked down at Yi Xiaoyu, looking so domineering. Yi Xiaoyu's face darkened, and she bit her lips. "Miss Yun, my grandfather said that young Master Yun Xiao had agreed to take me as his concubine. You are not the one to make the decision. Besides, I'd like to give you some advice. A woman should abide by the womanly virtues. No man will like a woman with a bad temper." Yun Luofeng looked at Yi Xiaoyu with a faint smile. "You think I can't make the decision?" "Exactly." Yi Xiaoyu snorted. "Call young Master Yun Xiao out. I know you must have hidden him. You let him out." Just after Yi Xiaoyu said this, a cold voice came from outside the courtyard. "Guards, what are you waiting for? Throw this mad woman out." Hearing Yun Xiao's unique magnetic voice, Yun Luofeng was just about to look up and had fallen into a familiar bosom. "How could you let this kind of woman enter our courtyard? I'm going to have Qin Yuan wash it several times." "Qin Yuan." Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes and turned her eyes to the gate. A familiar figure came into view. Chapter 914, Punishment 5. "Mistress, it's been a long time." Qin Yuan greeted Yun Luofeng with a smile. "Master attracted women again. Mistress, I really feel sorry for you." When Yun Xiao returned to the Xiao family to solve his problem, he left Qin Yuan in the Yun family to protect Yun Luofeng's family. As time went by, he was no longer as stiff as before. Instead, he began to joke with Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng glanced at Yun Xiao and said sarcastically, "Yes, he always causes troubles for me." Yun Xiao's face darkened. He gave Qin Yuan a warning glance and turned his eyes to Yun Luofeng again. "Don't listen to his bullshit. I only need you in my entire life." Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips. Of course, she wouldn't doubt Yun Xiao's love for her. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyu was totally stunned. Held by two guards, she looked at the cool-faced man, disheveled and desperate. The man seemed to think of her, and slowly turned his dark eyes to her. His eyes were cold and horrible and made she feel being stabbed by innumerable daggers. It really hurt. Young Master Yun Xiao, don't you know me? I'm Yi Xiaoyu. My grandfather said you would take me as your concubine." In fact, she was called here by Yun Luofeng. She just asked Yi Fan to send Yi Xiaoyu here, without telling him who ordered it, so Yi Fan thought Yun Xiao had approved it and happily told this message to Yi Xiaoyu. "Qin Yuan, take away her cultivation strength." His words were as short as ever but stabbed into Yi Xiaoyu's heart like a cold dagger. "Yes, master." Qin Yuan smiled evilly and walked towards Yi Xiaoyu. "Tut, this woman is really a slut. Look at her clothes, as thin as a cicada's wings, and I can easily see her body through them. Hearing Qin Yuan's flirtatious words, Yun Xiao said coldly, I'll tell Chunyang what you said just now. Ahem. Qin Yuan coughed and hurriedly shouted harshly, Woman, how dare you seduce my master and mess with my mistress? You're simply courting death. Yi Xiaoyu widened her eyes in panic, wondering what she had done to make Yun Xiao being so cruel to her. Wait. When Qin Yuan was going to move, Yun Luofeng's voice came from behind. Yun Luofeng lazily got up from the chaise longue and her gorgeous face showed a smile. I asked her to come here because her grandfather wanted to gift her to Yun Xiao as a concubine. She squinted at Yi Xiaoyu, and continued, so I asked her grandfather to send her here. If she didn't want to seduce Yun Xiao, maybe I would let her go, but this woman harbors evil intentions, so I can only treat her in the way she deserves. Yi Xiaoyu's face was full of disbelief. Didn't grandfather say that young master Yun Xiao had agreed to take her as his concubine? Why did things suddenly become like this? Did grandfather lie to me? Qin Yuan, strip off her clothes and tie her to the city gate. Let the public enjoy the sight of her naked body. Yun Luofeng approached Yi Xiaoyu with a grim smile, gently pinched her chin and said condescendingly, don't you like seducing men? Fine, I'll satisfy you. Yi Xiaoyu swallowed hard, and her eyes grew more frightened. She tried to free herself from the two guards' hands and run to Yun Xiao. However, the guards were much more powerful than her. Chapter 915, Punishment 6. Young Master Yun Xiao, please help me. As long as you save me, I'm willing to serve as your slave for the rest of my life. In her view, as a woman, Yun Luofeng must obey his man no matter how strong she was. So instead of begging Yun Luofeng for mercy, she turned to Yun Xiao for help. If it was an ordinary man, seeing Yi Xiaoyu's tearful, piteous look, perhaps his heart would be melted and he might save her. Unfortunately, in Yun Xiao's world, the only one he was concerned about was Yun Luofeng. He wouldn't even blink even if another woman bled to death in front of him. However, if Yun Luofeng shed a single tear, he would feel grieved for her for several days. Qin Yuan, what are you waiting for? Drag her out. I don't want to see her anymore. The man's voice was cold and ruthless. Yes, master. Qin Yuan made an obeisance and went up to Yi Xiaoyu with a smile. You begged the wrong person. Here, it is mistress who makes the decisions. Master used to be mistress's guard until he was recently promoted to be her fiancé. Do you think master has a say? Qin Yuan knew that Yun Xiao wouldn't be angry with his words, so he told Yi Xiaoyu these to let her know how ridiculous she was. As expected, hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu was dumbfounded and she hadn't come to her senses until she was dragged out by several guards. Yun Xiao, you've come back. After Yi Xiaoyu was dragged out, Yun Luofeng turned around and looked at the man behind her. Yes, Yun Xiao stepped forward and tightly hugged her. I sent Qin Yuan to look for Bai Su's whereabouts. Last night, he told me he had found his maid, Jinyu. Unfortunately, she had run away when I went there. Yun Luofeng slightly raised her eyebrows. Who is Chunyang? Qin Yuan's old sweetheart. Ahem. Yun Luofeng coughed embarrassedly, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Oh, so Qin Yuan has an old sweetheart. Yun Xiao took a look at Yun Luofeng. Do you remember the bamboo house? I asked Qin Yuan to sell Gao Ling, the crown prince of the Longyuan kingdom, and Miu Wushuang to the bamboo house. And Chunyang is the landlady of the bamboo house. She wanted to join me, but I refused. Chunyang and Qin Yuan are old acquaintances, and they became lovers recently. Only in the presence of Yun Luofeng, Yun Xiao would not be so silent and talk a lot more than ever before. I see, the smile on Yun Luofeng's face spread. What about Chunyang's strength? Yun Xiao pondered for a while and said, she became a god-level spirit cultivator recently. A god-level spirit cultivator. She could be regarded as a strong master not only in the Longshao continent but also on the continent of no return. Yun Xiao, let her escort my grandfather and other families here. I won't go back to the Longshao continent for a while. But I'm worried about my family. I think they'll be safer in the Yi family. At the very least, there was god-level spirit cultivator in the Yi family. If it were the past, it would be enough to have Chanya and Elder Ning protect her family. However, she would face stronger opponents in the future, so she can rest assured if they were not protected by a god-level spirit cultivator. Okay. Yun Xiao nodded. I'll tell Qin Yuan to do it. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips and slightly narrowed her eyes. Yun Xiao, there is the forest of no return between the Longshao continent and here. I think it will take a few months to get there. Before that, I will purge the Yi family for father and mother. Besides, tell Chanya that the one he has missed all these years was right in the forest of no return. Chapter 916, Agitated Yi Chan, 1. Yi Residence. A bawling sound could be heard from the hall and Elder Yi Fan could be seen making a complaint while sniveling. Family head, you must uphold justice for me. Yun Luofeng, that woman is excessively unruly to actually strip my granddaughter and tie her up to expose her publicly outside the city gates. Such an evil woman is bound to have sinister thoughts. Elder Yi Fan fiercely clenched his teeth and his eyes clearly radiated murderous aura. He didn't believe that anyone could still shelter her after she had done such matters that caused widespread indignation and discontent. Elder Yi Fan, you sent your granddaughter to Feng Er, wasn't it for her to receive mistreatment? Zhang Fengling sneered and spoke in sarcasm. What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Fan was so angered that his eyes reddened. Clearly, she agreed to Yue becoming young Master Xiao's concubine yet went back on her words. I understand now, it must be because young Master Xiao had taken a fancy to Yue, bringing about Yun Luofeng's jealousy. That's right. That must be the case. Why doesn't this malicious woman suffer from lightning strikes? Just then, a grim voice came from outside the hall, causing Yi Fan's body to freeze. Hanging her at the city gates and publicly exposing her was my idea. Do you have any objection to my orders? Hearing this voice, Zhang Fengling raised her brows and looked over. Immediately, a man and woman appeared at the entrance of the hall. The woman's white robes purer than snow was flying along with the breeze while her pair of dark eyes were filled with a devilish radiance. Standing beside her was an unfeeling handsome man, and the posture of both of them walking shoulder to shoulder was such a perfect match, so beautiful that one was incapable of not noticing. Yi Fan's body froze, and his facial expression was exceptionally unsightly. Just now, young Master Yun Xiao said that it was him who issued the command. How was his granddaughter lacking, and why was he so merciless towards her? Huo, Yun Luofeng faintly raised her brows and a hint of a smile appeared on her breathtaking face. Beat him up. Yun Luofeng, don't go too far. Yi Fan's expression changed once again. I haven't committed any mistake, so what reason do you have to beat me? Apologies, Yun Luofeng's eyebrows slightly raised. I've never required any reason to beat anyone up, and the reason that I don't see eye to eye with you would be sufficient. This time, not to mention Yi Fan, even others within the hall were stunned, as their shocked expressions were watching attentively at the breathtaking affront. Until now they hadn't experienced what was called rampant. This woman was simply arrogant to the extreme. Family head. Yi Fan turned towards the old man and spoke furiously. Do you truly not care? How can such a vicious and merciless woman be a Yi family member? Seeing Yi Fan's distorted face, Huo couldn't help but giggle. I'm afraid this old man wouldn't care about this matter. You've totally found the wrong person if you're thinking of using him to suppress my sister. What happened in the Imperial Palace was only partly known by outsiders, and another portion had been restricted by the Emperor along with the Yi family's head, so no one dared to spread it around. The other portion was related to Huo's identity. Therefore, Yi Fan was unaware that the little girl before him was someone even Yi Chan had to respect. A little kid like you should scram out of the way. Yi Fan sternly shouted with rage. Huo narrowed her large eyes and a dangerous glint flashed through. No one dares to be as impudent as you are to me, your ancestor. Yi Fan was angered by Huo's arrogance, and when he wanted to continue rebuking, a sharp and clear slap suddenly landed and caused his entire being to be knocked silly. Without waiting for him to recover his senses, Huo's feet suddenly trampled over him and he was sent flying with a bang. Chapter 917, Agitated Yi Chan, 2. Before Yi Fan reacted, his pair of muddy eyes gazed at the girl approaching him in astonishment. Do you know what they call me in the Longshao continent? Yun Luofeng curved the corner of her lips and walked towards Yi Fan, seemingly smiling yet not smiling. They call me the continent's #1 dandy person. Do you think you could talk sense with a person like me? On the Longshao continent, Yun Luofeng could be considered notorious and had always been the type that took action when in disagreement. Therefore, one should never talk reason before her. Men, take elder Yi Fan out to await punishment. Yi Chan unsympathetically looked at Yi Fan and spoke expressionlessly. Yes, family head. Having heard what was said, two men immediately supported elder Yi Fan, who was distracted, and directly hauled him out, not even giving him an opportunity to speak. Chinair, you can stay and the others can leave. Yi Chan sighed helplessly. Going through the unforeseen events during this period, he seemed to have aged over 10 years. Yi Jingchen frowned. He was unaware of what important matters his father wanted him to stay for, but ultimately stayed. After a long time, there was only Yi Chan and Yi Jingchen left in the hall. Chinair, I want to discuss with you today about you inheriting the position as family head in the Yi family. After all these years, I'm tired. Yi Chan bitterly smiled and his face revealed his exhaustion. Indeed, after all these years, he was truly tired. Yi Jingchen furrowed his brows. Father, I cannot inherit this position for the time being. Why? Yi Chan questioned in surprise. Yi Jingchen shook his head. My strength's insufficient, and I'm unable to assume this huge responsibility. I hope that you could give me a few years' time. All right, Yi Chan nodded, then I'll give you more time to prepare. Yi Jingchen sighed with relief after hearing his words. Yet, he had a hesitating appearance, seemingly wanting to say something. There's no harm in saying what you want. Yi Chan saw his hesitation and spoke while slightly smiling. Father, Yi Jingchen took a breath, there's something I have to be forthcoming about with you. Actually, Xiao'er isn't my biological son. Yi Jingchen had been removed, and he no longer wanted to deceive his father. Furthermore, so what if Yun Xiao wasn't his biological child? He had long treated him as his own. Originally, Yi Jingchen thought that Yi Chan would definitely be shocked hearing his words, but alas, from the start to the end, the old man's expression was calm and there were no ripples in his eyes. I know. He spoke with indifference. This time, it was Yi Jingchen's turn to be shocked. He knew from the start. Yi Chan swept a glance towards Yi Jingchen. I am capable of figuring out about Yun Xiao not being my grandson with a glance. That child isn't similar to you at all, and furthermore, he was already quite old when you and Jinsa met. As for the reason that you went to Longshao continent long ago, you can deceive others but not me. Father, since you were aware from the start, then why did you? Yi Jingchen was filled with shock and puzzlement. If his father knew that Yun Xiao wasn't his biological child, then why did he cover up the truth? Chinair, I am the Yi family's head and there are many things that I am incapable of doing. Yi Chan sighed, you have no offspring and as a result, were unable to assume the position of the Yi family head. Even depending on my strength, I was unable to help you, and this is something that I am helpless with as I'm the family head. If you truly had a child, then those elders wouldn't supplant you and I could hand the position to you authoritatively and fairly. Chapter 918, Agitated Yi Chan, 3. Yi Chan paused before continuing speaking. As to whether he is your biological child or not, what difference was there? Junsis has a good moral character, and her child wouldn't be bad. Therefore, he had acted as if he was unaware of anything and accepted Yun Xiao. It's no wonder he allowed Yun Xiao the freedom of not following the Yi family's surname, as he was already aware that Yun Xiao wasn't his biological child. As he loved Junsa, his father loved the house and its crow. His father had accepted all these also because of him. What was ridiculous that he was unaware of anything and had even reproached his father. Yi Jingchun felt sour in his heart. Father, your son has been unfilial and made you endure everything alone. However, Junso is the only person that caused me to be moved, and I won't give her up no matter what. Chinair, if your father had half the resolution of yours when I was young, perhaps there would not be Yi Jingchun's birth. Yi Chan lamented. I understand your feelings to Junso, therefore all these years my heart has stood on your side. Unfortunately, I am too helpless and incapable of protecting you authoritatively and fairly. However, with Yunxiu, no one will make things difficult for you now. His identity shall be buried in our hearts eternally. Yi Jingchun smiled. Father, I've asked Xiao'er in the past if he was willing to accept the Yi family. However, he rejected my offer. This child has great ambitions, and I can't trap him within the Yi family. Those two should fly to a wider sky and this dead-end continent would not be their final destination. Yi Chan furrowed his eyebrows. Yunxiu isn't willing to take over Yi family. Then after you inherit, wouldn't there be a lack of a successor? Father, Yi Jingchun had a smile on his face. I have another piece of good news to inform you. Junso is pregnant and it's twins. Yi Chan's heart suddenly jumped and only after a long time did he forcefully suppress his frantically beating heart and bitterly smiled. Chinair, is there any meaning in deceiving your father? I sought for many famed physicians previously, and they all said there was no cure. Father, I'm speaking the truth, Jun's is really pregnant. It's Feng Er who cured her, and furthermore, this incident was planned by Feng Er. She was afraid that the child in Jun's womb would receive Yi Jingchun's persecution, so she and Yunxiu intentionally stood out to substitute for that unborn child and receive all the danger. Yi Chan's breathing suddenly turned sluggish and he swiftly stood up from the chair. As he was too agitated, it resulted in his voice slightly trembling. Is this true? You're not deceiving me. Father, don't forget. The Empress's illness was also cured by Feng Er. Yi Jingchun's words undoubtedly caused Yi Chan's agitated heart to calm down. His expression changed from its initial sluggishness to ecstatic and suddenly, he laughed heartily. That excited laughter reverberated throughout the Yi residence. Great, it's really great. I finally don't have to worry about the Yi family not having a successor. Ha ha ha, Chinair, we must thank Miss Yun, and in addition, this brat had also taken on the danger for Jun's unborn child. If it weren't for her methods, perhaps without waiting for my coming out of seclusion, Jun's child would have met with an evil scheme. Yi Chan's agitated tears trickled down. How long had it been since he was this excited? Ever since determining Zhang Fengling was infertile, he had always been worried about Yi family's future. Chapter 919, Lin Ruobai 1. Tian'er, tell the whole world that the young mistress of our Yi family is going to have a baby. And I'd like to feast all our friends in our family for congratulations. Yi Chan laughed joyfully and strode out of the hall. Soon the whole imperial city knew that Zhang Fengling was pregnant, and even the imperial family had received the message and immediately sent someone to congratulate them. In succession, all the major powers in the Tianyun kingdom had received invitation cards and set off for the imperial city to congratulate Zhang Fengling. After all, this was the only chance for these powers to establish a relationship with the Yi family. At the moment, in a thick forest, a young man and a girl were walking, followed by a group of guards. The young man looked handsome and the girl looked pretty. They were not like a couple, but rather like a brother and sister. Chuer, it's not easy for our Chia family to get an invitation card from the Yi family. If we can establish a relationship with the Yi family, our Chia family will benefit a lot from it. The young man's eyes sparkled as if he had seen how his family rose as a great power. I understand, brother. The girl smiled cutely. By the way, Chuer, I heard that there is a special person in the Yi family who not only healed the young mistress of the Yi family but also the empress. If we can win her favor, our Chia family will soon rise to glory. When he said this, his eyes lit up. This was the most important task his father had given him, so he couldn't make any mistakes. Plop. Suddenly, a figure fell down from a tree and fell right on top of Chia Chu. Feeling severe pain, she turned pale and cried. Is it Dawn? Her voice was clear and cute, and immediately attracted the young man's attention. It was a girl of about 14 or 15 years old. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her watery eyes were hazy as if she just woke up. Stunned by her beauty, the young man forgot that his sister was still lying under the girl and gazed at her without blinking. You. Get off me. The young man did not come to his senses until an angry voice was heard, and he looked at the girl in embarrassment. Miss, I'm sorry, but you're lying on my sister. Oh. The girl paused and noticed that there was a person under her. She quickly got up and said with guilt, I'm sorry, I fell asleep and accidentally fell down. I didn't notice someone was under me. Chia Chu wiped the tears from the lower corners of her eyes and got up from the ground, and her pretty face flushed with anger. She glared at the girl. Are you a pig? How come you are so heavy? My insides were getting crushed by you. Heavy. Enraged by Chia Chu's words, the girl widened her eyes and asked with an angry look, who are you calling heavy? I only weigh 100 pounds. 100 pounds. She cast a contemptuous glance at the girl and said with disdain, I'm talking about you. You're so heavy, and you really need to lose weight. The girl was trembling all over. If she hadn't just arrived in the continent of no return, she would have taught this girl a lesson. How dare she insult her? Chuer, don't be rude. The young man gave Chia Chu a black look, and then turned to the girl and smiled, my sister has a bad temper, miss, please don't mind it. By the way, miss, why did you fall asleep in a tree? Chapter 920, Lin Ruobai 2. Hearing this, the girl looked frustrated. I came to find my master, but I lost my way here, so I could only rest in the tree for the night. At the thought of her master, the girl's eyes turned red, with aggrieved tears in her eyes. Miss, would you like to go with me? Asked the young man, smiling at the girl. The girl tilted her head and blinked. Can you help me find my master? Yes, your master's name is. Well. Hearing his question, the girl hesitated. Master was always a troublemaker and she must have made countless enemies on the continent of no return. If she told him her master's name, what if he threatened Master with her? At the thought of this, the girl waved her hand and said, I'd better look for my master myself, but I'm not familiar with this place. Can you lead the way for me? If it were the past when she just began to travel with Yun Luofeng, she might have told him her master's name without giving it a second thought. However, during this time she had learned a lot and was no longer as ignorant as before. I don't agree. Chia Chu was quite angry. Brother, I don't want this woman to follow us. This time we're going to visit the Yi family to congratulate their young mistress. We don't even know where this girl comes from. How can we take her to the Yi family? What if the Yi family people feel offended by this? The young man paused and hesitated. She seems to be alone here, and if we leave her behind as soon as we get out of the forest, she might not be safe. Let's just take her with us. As for the Yi family, we can tell them she is our maid. Then no one will pay attention. Chia Chu snorted. Knowing that her brother wouldn't change his mind, she could only glare at the girl. Miss, the young man turned to Lin Ruobai. My name is Chia Wen, and this is my sister, Chia Chu. May I know your name? Lin Ruobai. Lin Ruobai curled her lip and answered reluctantly. Miss Lin, did you come here alone to find your master? What about your family? Annoyed by his continuous questions, Lin Ruobai answered sullenly, my father farms in the mountains. Her family was really in the mountains, but it was the spiritual god mountain that countless people yearned for. Her father did farm and fish in his spare time, so she didn't lie. Oh, so your home is in the mountains? The young man was a little disappointed. As the heir to the Chia family, he was destined to marry a woman from an influential family. Though he liked the girl, his parents would not allow him to marry her. Chia Chu sneered and satirized, Brother, I think we should teach her some rules of high-class families in case she disgraces us with her poor manner in the Yi family. Chue, shut up. Chia Wen's face suddenly darkened and he yelled at her. Then he turned to Lin Ruobai and smiled, Miss, my sister is too young. Please don't mind her words. Though he couldn't marry Lin Ruobai, he didn't want to make this encounter a bad one. He would send her away after she found her master. Thinking of this, Chia Wen felt it was really a pity. If this girl was born in a powerful family, he would certainly marry her. Not pushed around by his words, Lin Ruobai snorted, but I think your sister is older than me. You. Chia Chu angrily pointed at Lin Ruobai, her little face blushed, and she stomped angrily. Brother, look at her, she is bullying me. Chapter 921, Lin Ruobai, 3. Okay. Chia Wen stopped them and frowned. It's getting late. We should keep going. Otherwise, we won't exit this forest before sunset. It's too dangerous to stay here at night. After saying this, he cast a strange look at Lin Ruobai. He really wondered how she managed to survive after staying in such a dangerous forest for so many days. These days the imperial city was quite bustling and all inns were fully booked. In order to congratulate Zhang Fengling, all the major powers had sent people to come here, so all streets of the imperial city were crowded with people. The much-anticipated banquet of the Yi family finally began. The night was silent. A bright moon was hanging in the sky, casting cool, pale moonlight on the streets. At this time, compared with the lonesome streets, the gate of the Yi residence was quite noisy and bustling. Yi Chan was so happy that he stood at the gate to greet the guests in person. With a smile, he warmly welcomed the guests who came to congratulate him. Miss Lin, this is the Yi family. At the gate of the Yi family, Chia Wen looked at the magnificent gate, his eyes full of envy. Brother, look, the door of the Yi family seems to be made of redwood, which is very expensive. And the paving stones, oh my god, it's jade stone. Chia Chu cried in surprise. Her eyes were shining as if she was looking at countless gold. Hearing her voice, everyone around her looked down upon her. Where did this country bumpkin come from? How ill-bred she was. Before coming to the Yi family, Chia Chu told Chia Wen to teach Lin Ruobai some rules in case she would disgrace them with her poor manner. But now, Lin Ruobai seemed to be well informed, making no fuss about it, while she acted like an idiot. Chia Wen was embarrassed. Chue, can't you learn from Miss Lin? Don't make a fool of yourself here. Chia Chu snorted, do you think she's really that calm? Don't forget, she's a country girl from the mountains. I think she doesn't even know what these are. Lin Ruobai glanced at Chia Chu, with intense disdain in her eyes. Were these things precious? They were just expensive. Every single brick and tile at her home was made of priceless treasures. Even the trees planted at her home could gather spiritual energy. As a matter of fact, she didn't even take those precious trees seriously. Chue, you've also come here. Suddenly, a joyful voice came from the side. Then a well-dressed, handsome dandy quickly walked up to Chia Chu. Seeing the dandy approaching, Chia Wen's face darkened and he said coldly, stay away from my sister. Chia Wen, the dandy slightly raised his eyebrows and turned his flirtatious eyes to Chia Wen, you don't like to see that I'm on good terms with your sister. You. Chia Wen's face changed and he turned to Chia Chu. Chue, I don't care which man you choose, but it can't be him. He is a dandy and will never be a good choice for you. Chia Wen said sincerely. This dandy had already married dozens of concubines, and he changed women like changing clothes. If his sister married him, she would certainly suffer in the future. It's none of your business. Chia Chu snorted, as if she was still angry about what he had done to help Lin Ruobai. Chue, who is this miss? The dandy suddenly spotted Lin Ruobai and his eyes lit up as if finding a satisfactory prey. Chia Chu bit her lips. She is our maid. Chapter 922, Lin Ruobai got angry, 1. So she is just a maid. The dandy emphasized the word, maid, and said with a smile, but I never judge people by their status. I can also accept a maid. Since she was only a maid, then he needn't be responsible for her. As soon as he stretched his hand out, Lin Ruobai's eyes turned cold. She tightly held the dandy's hand, which was about to touch her face, and exerted a great force onto it. Snap! A clear sound rang in the noisy night, followed by a shrill cry across the sky. In an instant, everyone stopped talking and looked in the direction of Lin Ruobai, with a curious look in their eyes. It never occurred to them that someone would be so bold as to create a disturbance at the gate of the Yi family. Chiyo Chu's face also changed. She just wanted to say something to annoy Lin Ruobai, but she didn't expect that this woman would be so grumpy and attack young Master He without any hesitation. Young Master He. Chiyo Chu came forward and wanted to stop the fight. After all, nominally, Lin Ruobai was still the Chiyo family's maid. If she disputed with young Master He, it would be detrimental to the Chiyo family. Get away. Young Master He raised his hand and pushed Chiyo Chu aside. His handsome face was twisted and his eyes were fixed on Lin Ruobai. How dare you attack me? He gnashed his teeth in hatred and wished he could beat the girl in front of him to death. Chiyo Chu was filled with remorse. She did dislike Lin Ruobai because she almost crushed her into a patty and also made her brother scold her. But that didn't mean she wanted to kill Lin Ruobai. At first, she just wanted to let Lin Ruobai know the great difference between them. To the Chiyo family, she was just a maid, but she never expected that things would develop this way. Brother. She looked anxiously at Chiyo Wen, her eyes helpless. Young Master He. Chiyo Wen's face looked quite sullen. Miss Lin is not an easy woman. If you hadn't molested her, she would not have injured you. Shut up. The dandy snorted and looked at Chiyo Wen coldly. You annoyed me many times, but I let you go for the sake of Chue. But this time, I won't let this little girl go. If you insist on stopping me, I will send a messenger pigeon home and tell my family to cut off the relationship with your Chiyo family. Chiyo Wen's face turned ghastly pale, and he tightly clenched his fists. If the He family cut off their relationship with the Chiyo family would suffer a severe loss, which would be unbearable for him. Though he was very fond of Lin Ruobai and didn't want the woman he liked to be raped by the beastie Fei, he can afford to become the sinner of the Chiyo family. Young Master He. Chiyo Wen's face was pale. I hope you don't overdo it. After all, she is still young. Please spare her life after enjoying her body, alright. Young Master He chuckled. Haha, Chiyo Wen, I didn't expect you could be so sentimental and beg me to spare her life even now. Don't worry, I just want to play with her and I'm not going to kill her. Hearing his words, Chiyo Wen was relieved. He turned to Lin Ruobai and guiltily said, Miss Lin, I'm really sorry. Our Chiyo family is a big family, and we have a lot of family members to take care of. I can't be so selfish and let my family down. But don't worry. Since he promised to spare your life won't be endangered. After he lets you go, you can go to the Chiyo family to find me, and I will take care of your future life. Chapter 923. Lin Ruobai got angry, too. Lin Ruobai raised her eyebrows. Take care of my future life. How? Marry me as your wife. Chiyo Wen was embarrassed. No, I'll take you as my concubine. Concubine. Lin Ruobai sneered. You are not even qualified to take me as your wife. What makes you believe you can take me as your concubine? Anyone who dares to say those words will end up as dead as a doornail. Indeed, Lin Ruobai's status was nobler than anyone else's. The master of the Spirit God Mountains was her father, and Yun Luofeng was her master. Who dared to take her as a concubine? Unfortunately, Chiyo Wen and the other people didn't know Lin Ruobai's real identity, so they were stunned when they heard her words. You are just a maid. If you don't want to be a concubine, then what do you want to be? A decent wife. Young Master He sneered and approached Lin Ruobai again. You are too greedy. That's not good. Now serve me well and maybe I will forgive you for offending me. Smelling the disgusting aura of this man, Lin Ruobai frowned in disgust. One more step closer and I'll disable your legs. Young Master He took a step closer and said scornfully, Oh, I'm one more step closer now. What can you do to me? With his good talent he had become a high-level advanced rank spiritual cultivator at this young age, so he didn't take this little girl seriously. A cold gleam flickered across Lin Ruobai's eyes, and she suddenly threw a dagger at him. Slice! The dagger quickly slit an artery in young Master He's leg. Ah! Young Master He screamed, his face distorted, and he shouted angrily, Guards, get this BTCH. With her hands on her hips, Lin Ruobai said arrogantly, just like an unruly and willful little girl, I told you, one more step closer and I'll disable your legs. The Yi family people finally heard the noise. Soon, a group of people quickly walked out of the Yi residence. What happened? Zheng Fengling, red-robed and gallant-looking, glanced at the crowd and asked in a cold voice. Young mistress, young master He tightly clenched his teeth and covered his bleeding leg with his hand, saying, This woman is a spy of another country. She wanted to sneak into the Yi family with the Chiyo family people to murder you, but I found out about her purpose, so I pretended to molest her and forced her to expose her real identity. Hearing him calling white black, the onlookers were dumbfounded. But they didn't say anything. After all, there was no evidence that young Master He was lying. Chiyo Wen's face also changed, because young Master He's words had involved the Chiyo family. Mother. At this time, a lazy voice rang from behind the crowd. Why did you come out? There are a lot of people here. Be careful not to hurt your baby. Hearing this voice, the crowd quickly made way, and then a snow-white-robed girl slowly walked out from behind her. Lin Ruobai was stunned when she heard Yun Luofeng's voice. After quite a while, she slowly looked up to the girl who walked to her, and tears appeared in her big bright eyes. Xiaobai. Yun Luofeng paused and stared in surprise at the familiar figure in front of her. Why are you here? Chapter 924. They finally met again. 1. Xiaobai. Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, everyone turned their eyes to Lin Ruobai, their eyes full of inquiry. Then the way Lin Ruobai addressed Yun Luofeng answered the doubts. Master. The tearful girl suddenly pounced on Yun Luofeng, threw her own soft body into her arms and held her tightly. Master, I missed you so much. So I came here to see you. You can't walk out on me again. Master. Like being struck by a thunderbolt from the blue, everyone was stunned. Among them, Chia Wen and Chia Chu showed particularly interesting facial expressions. They knew that Lin Ruobai came here to look for her master, but it never occurred to them that her master was the daughter-in-law of the Yi family. This is impossible. How can this country bumpkin have anything to do with the Yi family? Chia Chu covered her mouth in shock to stop herself from screaming. Her face was ghastly pale, and a gleam of panic flickered across her eyes. The girl, who she called a maid, turned out to be Yun Luofeng's disciple. How ridiculous she was to suspect that this girl would disgrace them with her poor manners in the Yi family. In just the blink of an eye, she had become the disciple of the Yi family's daughter-in-law. Chia Wen had a more mixed feeling. It was mixed with surprise, shame and regret. If he had known that Lin Ruobai was Yun Luofeng's disciple, he would have proposed to her on the way to the Yi family. How could he let slip such a golden chance? However, to maintain his family's relationship with the He family, he just gave Lin Ruobai to He Fei. No matter how strong the He family was, it would be no match for the powerful Yi family. He was really penny-wise and pound-foolish. Feng do you know this girl? Zhang Fengling asked Yun Luofeng in surprise. Yun Luofeng nodded. She is the disciple I received on the Longshao continent, and now she came here to visit me. It was not a secret in the Tianyun kingdom that the daughter-in-law of the Yi family's young mistress came from the Longshao continent. Therefore, hearing Yun Luofeng's words, everyone turned their eyes to young Master He. Young Master He was shocked first and then horrified, his eyes widening in panic. Didn't Chia Chu say this woman was the Chia family's maid? Damn it. How could the Chia family keep Yun Luofeng's disciple as their maid? Thinking of this, young Master He swallowed hard and dragged his wounded leg to move towards another direction, intending to escape from here. However, Yun Luofeng had spotted him. She raised her eyebrows and asked, Mother, what happened just now? Did someone bully my disciple? Zhang Fengling smiled. This man claimed that your disciple was a spy from an enemy country and injured him because he was suspicious of her. Hearing Zhang Fengling's sarcastic words, young Master He shivered and almost fell to the ground. At the same time, someone told Yun Luofeng what had just happened. Xiaobai, this is your fault. Yun Luofeng frowned and turned to Lin Ruobai. How could you just hamstring him for this? Yun Luofeng's words stunned the audience. Wasn't the woman going to revenge her disciple? Did she want to teach her disciple to be lenient? A look of surprise and joy flickered through young Master He's eyes. It seemed that this Yun Luofeng was not as cruel as rumored, so he could survive this time. Yun Luofeng's next words, however, made him stagger and collapse to the ground with a bang. Chapter 925. They finally met again, too. You should not spare his other leg or his 2 hands. Besides, you should also cut off his tongue, in case he tries to frame you with it. Yun Luofeng shook her head and sighed. You're still too kind. Did you forget what I taught you? Lin Ruobai made a face to her and adorably said, Master, thank you for your instruction. I'll remember it. At the moment, young Master He had turned ghastly pale, and he cried out in panic, No, you can't do this to me. Even the Yi family can't be so unreasonable. Yun Luofeng slowly came up to him and trampled him. Unreasonable. A fist is the rule of this world. If Xiaobai was just an ordinary woman with no power or money, would you be reasonable and let her go? Young Master He felt desperate and closed his eyes. He knew that he was doomed today. How many girls have you raped over the years? Yes indeed, he had raped a lot of women over the years. If any woman dared to resist him, he would kill her family, seize her by force, rape her repeatedly, and then throw her out after he got bored with her. Was this the retribution for what he had done? Mother, Yun Luofeng turned her eyes to Zhang Fengling and smiled. Look what this man did to Xiaobai. He is a heinous villain. I think we can't spare his life. But I don't want to ruin the atmosphere today, so I'll have him locked up and executed tomorrow. It's up to you. Zhang Fengling smiled. She would not object to anything that Yun Luofeng wanted to do. Besides, the man really deserved to die. Xiaobai, let's go. Glancing at young Master He who had collapsed on the ground, Yun Luofeng ordered the guards to take him away and brought Lin Ruobai into the Yi residence. Chia Wen gawked at their receding figures, stupefied. Brother, Chia Chu bit her lips. I didn't know that, Master, she was looking for was Yun Luofeng. Now it's impossible for her to marry you. Even without what had happened before, it was impossible for her to marry him. With such a noble status, Lin Ruobai was out of their league. Chia Wen lowered his eyes to cover the look of chagrin and remorse in his eyes. Then he clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Chue, let's go in. Though he really wanted to turn around and flee, he hadn't finished his task, so he must not give it up halfway. Shrouded in the dim candlelight, the family's banquet hall looked low-key and luxurious. The crowd came forward to congratulate the hosts as if nothing had happened at the gate. However, they looked scornful as they saw Chia Wen and Chia Chu walking into the banquet hall. If it were them, they would have turned around and run away after they made such a scene. To their surprise, the two still had the nerve to come in and cotton up to the Yi family. Ha ha, am I late? Suddenly, a cheerful voice broke through the night and came in from outside the banquet hall. Then Jian Chengwen strode in, his handsome face smiling. General Jian, you've come. Yi Qian greeted him with a polite smile. I brought His Majesty's imperial edict to you, but I don't think it's necessary for me to read it here because it just says that His Majesty granted you some rewards. As for the reward, the medicinal materials are for little Luofeng, and the rest is for young mistress. Chapter 926, Envoys of Another Country, 1. Thank you, General Jian. Please thank His Majesty for me. Yi Qian made an obeisance. In the past, he needed to get on his knees to express his gratitude, but now as he had become a sage-level intermediate rank spirit cultivator, he just needed to say thank you. That was the reward for power. Servants, prepare a seat for General Jian. After that, Yi Qian turned to General Jian again and said with a faint smile, General, please take a seat. Don't bother. I can just sit by little Luofeng. General Jian laughed and strode up to Yun Luofeng. Little Luofeng, your Aunt Su hasn't been feeling well recently so she can't come here this time, but she asked me to tell you that if you're free, feel free to visit her. At this time, all the guests had already taken their seats, so Jian Chengwen stopped talking and was about to sit beside Yun Luofeng. However, at this moment, Yun Xiao suddenly cast a warning glance at Lin Ruobai who was standing beside Yun Luofeng. At first, Lin Ruobai didn't understand what he meant, but she soon figured it out and rushed to sit beside Yun Luofeng ahead of Jian Chengwen and grinned at her. Master, do you mind if I sit here? What a jealous man he was. The general was so old and only took Master as his niece, but he still felt jealous and didn't allow him to sit beside Master. And he even used her as the shield. Yun Luofeng slightly raised her eyebrows, looked at Lin Ruobai with a faint smile, and then turned her eyes to Yun Xiao. Sit on my lap, Yun Xiao's magnetic voice slowly rang. Yun Xiao, did you do it on purpose? She slightly narrowed her eyes, and a dangerous gleam shone in her eyes. Yes. As an honest man, Yun Xiao admitted it without hesitation. Uncle Jian is just an old friend of my father. Whatever. Yun Xiao put his arm around her waist possessively. As long as he is a man, he is not allowed to approach you. Yun Luofeng smiled helplessly. This man closely guarded her against any man approaching her. However, she loved it. Seeing that Yun Luofeng didn't object to it, Yun Xiao picked her up and put her down on his lap, took a grape from a bowl, carefully peeled it, took out the seeds with spiritual energy, and then put it close to her lips. Be careful not to choke. His movement was so careful and scrupulous as if he was really worried that Yun Luofeng would choke on grapes. Tut tut, said Jian Chengwen with a smile, the young people today are totally different from us. I really envy them. Sure enough, all the women in the hall looked enviously at Yun Luofeng. But no one dared to covet Yun Xiao. That was because Yun Luofeng's punishment of Yi Xiaoyu had frightened them, so no one dared to offend her. Some married women turned their eyes to their men and sighed. They could accept that their men couldn't be compared with Yun Xiao in terms of power, appearance, and status, but why did he still beat them in terms of a husband's love for his wife? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a voice came from the night, shaking the whole Yi residence. Yi Qian jumped to his feet, and his wary eyes stared at the night sky like two swords. Under his stare, two white-robed old men slowly appeared and looked down at the crowd. Yi Qian's face darkened and he said with a sullen look, they're envoys of the Lanxiang kingdom. Chapter 927, Envoys of Another Country, 2. The Tianyun kingdom ranked the lowest among the kingdoms on this continent because it only had 2 sage-level spirit cultivators. And the strongest spirit cultivator in this kingdom was only a sage-level intermediate rank spirit cultivator. So it was no match for those kingdoms that had sage-level advanced rank spirit cultivators. Therefore, the other kingdoms on the continent all despised the Tianyun kingdom. But why did envoys of the Lanxiang kingdom suddenly appear here? Our emperor has heard that Master Yi of the Tianyun kingdom has become a sage-level intermediate rank spirit cultivator, so he especially sent us to congratulate you. One of the envoys smiled and said contemptuously, however, including you, there are only 2 sage-level spirit cultivators in your Tianyun kingdom, so you have the fewest sage-level spirit cultivators among the kingdoms on this continent. Even if you have become a sage-level intermediate rank spirit cultivator, you can't change that fact. Yi Qian's eyes darkened and he asked coldly, are you here to congratulate me or to make trouble? To congratulate you, of course, the envoy smiled. If I was here to make trouble, I wouldn't have spoken to you so politely. Moreover, he couldn't beat Master Yi who was already a sage-level spirit cultivator. So he only dared to say something to make him uncomfortable. And this time, our emperor let me bring you a gift. The envoy waved and soon a few men who carried several boxes came out from behind him. They slowly landed and put the boxes on the ground. It's heard that the Tianyun kingdom's land is rather barren, so our emperor ordered me to bring this gold and silver. I hereby send them to Master Yi. Indeed, the Tianyun kingdom was not as prosperous as the Lanxiang kingdom. However, what country would lack gold and silver? When the Lanxiang kingdom gifted them with gold and silver, it was tantamount to insulting the Tianyun kingdom. Our Tianyun kingdom is wealthy enough. We don't need these things. Take them back. Yi Qian tightly clenched his fists, his face blue with anger. If the Lanxiang kingdom weren't so powerful, he would have given the envoy a good beating. We won't take back what we have gifted. Master Yi, you don't need to appreciate our emperor too much. The envoy raised his eyebrows. Besides, I have heard that the young mistress of the Yi family is infertile, and no physician of the Tianyun kingdom is able to cure her. How useless they are. Any third-rate physician of our Lanxiang kingdom will be able to cure this disease. As long as you ask me, I will take your daughter-in-law to our Lanxiang kingdom to receive treatment. It would take several months for the news of Zhang Fengling's pregnancy to reach the Lanxiang kingdom, and the envoy didn't hear the news when he left the Lanxiang kingdom. Besides, he flew through the sky all the way without resting, so no one told him this news. No wonder he didn't know that Zhang Fengling had already pregnant. As for the Yi family's dinner party, he thought it was for celebrating Yi Qian's breakthrough. Ha ha, Yi Qian laughed sarcastically, your news is out of date. My daughter-in-law is already pregnant. Tonight, we are celebrating her pregnancy. What? The envoy was stunned. He narrowed his eyes and examined Zhang Fengling up and down. Was this woman pregnant? But he had heard that the young mistress of the Yi family was infertile. Could the physicians of the Tianyun kingdom cure her? The envoy raised the corners of his lips and said arrogantly, it seems that the reason why young mistress didn't get pregnant before wasn't because of her physique. She just needed time. If Zhang Fengling was pregnant, it proved that her body had no problems. She just needed more time. Anyway, he would never admit that the physicians of the Tianyun kingdom could cure her illness. Chapter 928, Envoys of Another Country, 3. When Yi Qian heard the envoy's sarcasm, his face turned purple with rage, and his clenched fist kept trembling. He had never been humiliated like this in his life. Suddenly, a sneer was heard. Zhang Fengling, red-robed with a gallant bearing and in high spirits, walked out slowly. So this is what Lanxiang Kingdom's envoys are like. You are just like frogs in a well. In your view, anything you don't believe is false. What a rude woman. The envoy got angry and shouted, I'm talking to Yi Qian. Who are you? You don't deserve to talk with me. Before Zhang Fengling responded, Yi Jingchen, who never hesitated to protect his wife, hurriedly stood up and put Zhang Fengling behind him. She's my wife and the future mistress of the Yi family. Now, do you still think she doesn't deserve to talk with you? The envoy gave him a cold stare. Both of you don't deserve to talk to me. Only Yi Qian deserves this. He looked really arrogant. Obviously, he didn't take them seriously. Brother Yi, Zhang Fengling came out from behind Yi Jingchen, squeezed his hand, smiled at him, and then turned her eyes to the envoy. As far as I know, you are only a sky-level advanced rank spirit cultivator. Sky-level advanced rank spirit cultivators were not rare on the continent. The envoy was so arrogant just because he came from the Lanxiang kingdom. Likewise, in the Tianyun kingdom, even a second-class family's master dared not offend a servant of the Yi family. A man leaning against a big tree could enjoy the shade it provided. The envoy's eyes darkened. What are you trying to say? My meaning is simple. My father-in-law is one of the best masters on this continent anyway. But you are just a sky-level spirit cultivator. What makes you believe you deserve to talk with him? Zhang Fengling raised her eyebrows, her words arrogant and domineering. Just now, the envoy said she didn't deserve to talk with him. And in an instant, she returned his own words to him. Sure enough, hearing her words, the envoy looked quite angry, and his eyes were burning with rage. Zhang Fengling, you're really bold. I'm the envoy of the Lanxiang kingdom. How dare you be so rude to me? He furiously gnashed his teeth. Tut tut. Jian Chengwen could not bear this envoy any longer and walked out with a sneer, a contemptuous smile on his handsome face. The envoy of the Lanxiang kingdom really knows how to put on airs. As a guest here, how dare you behave so arrogantly? Don't forget, there is a rule on this continent that no two powers shall fight in private. On the continent of no return, though some kingdoms were comparatively weak, they hadn't been annexed by other kingdoms because there was a rule. If one of these kingdoms aroused public indignation, the other countries could hold a vote, and if the people who voted against the country were more than those who voted for it, they would send their soldiers to hold a punitive expedition against this kingdom. However, if it turned out just the opposite, no one was allowed to do anything against the kingdom. If there was any kingdom who dared to disobey the rule, it would be attacked by all the other kingdoms. Therefore, on this turbulent continent of no return, the relationship between the kingdoms was quite peaceful and all the kingdoms just guarded their own territories without conflict. The envoy smiled contemptuously. General Jian, when did you see me attack any man of your Tianyun kingdom? I'm just here to deliver our emperor's gift. That's all. He didn't attack anyone, he was only making sarcastic remarks. Besides, the Yi family didn't only have Yi Qian, it also had a lot of god-level spirit cultivators. How would he dare to attack anyone here? Chapter 929, Envoys of Another Country, 4. Of course, he also believed that no one in the Yi family dared to hurt him. Even the grumpy Zhang Fengling would not dare to do anything to him, the envoy of the Lanxiang kingdom. This was why he dared to be so arrogant. Unfortunately, he missed one person, a person even more grumpy than Zhang Fengling. Bang! Just as the envoy was making sarcastic remarks, a foot suddenly came from behind him and kicked him hard on the head. With a thud, his body suddenly flew out and heavily fell into the crowd. The guards accompanying him were so stunned that they didn't come back to their senses until a long time later, and then they hurriedly surrounded the white-robed girl who was standing under the moonlight. You! The envoy struggled to get up from the ground, his hair hanging loosely over his back and his face ferocious. How dare you attack me? Guards, catch this woman. Boom. Just as the guards pulled out their weapons and were about to attack Yun Luofeng, they suddenly felt a cold aura from behind. Before they had the time to react, the aura had struck them and slammed their bodies onto the ground. In the shades of night, the man's black robe seemed to blend into the darkness, but even so, nothing could cover up his handsome and cold face. He stood silently beside the white-robed girl, like a loyal guard, guarding the one he was willing to protect with the rest of his life. Those guards, terrified by the man's cold stare, felt a chill on their backs and dared not to look at him again. The white-robed woman moved again. Without any sign, she appeared in front of the envoy, kicked hard on his chest with her right foot, and his body immediately flew away. Yi Qian. The envoy covered his aching chest with his hand and roared, How dare your Yi family people attack me, the envoy of the Lanxiang kingdom. I order you to arrest the two. Otherwise, I'll never let you go. Yi Qian turned away, pretending not to hear him. When he was going to open his mouth again, Yun Luofeng swung her arm and shot a silver needle into his body. Ah. At this moment, he felt as if thousands of holes suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, and he cried shrilly and trembled all over. Good. Very good, it seems that you've forgotten the rule. I will report this to our emperor and apply for a punishment on the Tianyun kingdom as soon as I return. The envoy thought Yun Luofeng would surely be terrified by his words, but she still smiled lazily and leisurely, a wicked smile hovering over her lips. Can you prove that I attacked you first? Yun Luofeng spread her hands. It's obvious that you challenged me because you thought I was weak. I didn't accept it, but you still attacked me. I just tried to protect myself. Staring at the girl's cheeky face, the envoy was so angry. How could she lie with such an unblushing face? When did he challenge her? And when did he attack her? How could she just call white black? Hearing this, the people present, who had been annoyed by the envoy, all echoed. Exactly, you challenged Miss Yoon first and we can all testify that she is innocent. You wanted to bully Miss Yoon because you thought she was just a little girl. But you didn't expect that she wasn't a pushover that you couldn't handle. Tut, the Lanxiang Kingdom's envoy was so shameless. He bullied a little girl and still has the nerve to say something like this. Chapter 930, Envoys of Another Country, 5. The envoy almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Who on earth was shameless? Who on earth called white black? He trembled all over and angrily pointed at Yun Luofeng. The silver needles in my body can prove what you said was false. You will surely be chased and killed by all the kingdoms for applying such cruel means to me. Feeling that the needles were moving inside his body, the envoy broke into a cold sweat and turned pale with pain. Silver needle. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. What silver needle? I know nothing about it. How could this woman just deny what she had done? The envoy stood up from the ground, gnashing his teeth. Fine, it doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. I'll find a physician to check it and prove what you did to me. At that time, no one can save you. I don't mind seeing you out if you want to go. Yun Luofeng gave a wicked smile, suddenly appeared behind him, and kicked his butt. His body immediately flew into the air and heavily fell to the ground outside the door. Everyone heard a great crashing sound. Seeing this scene, all the people of the Tianyun Kingdom felt extremely delighted. Didn't you just hold your head high and despise our Tianyun Kingdom? Now someone gave you a good lesson. These arrogant idiots really needed a lesson. Seeing the Lanxiang Kingdom people leave, Yi Jingchen turned his eyes to Yun Luofeng with a worried look. Feng, I saw you shoot silver needles into his body. Is it all right? Of course, he wasn't worried about the envoy. Instead, he was worried that what Yun Luofeng had done might be found out and cause her to be punished. Looking at Yi Jingchen's worried face, Yun Luofeng shrugged. I knew what I was doing. Those silver needles are condensed from my spiritual energy. They will bring him pain every day and night, but no one can find them in his body. Sure enough, after leaving the Tianyun Kingdom, the envoy found numerous physicians to treat him, but everyone told him that he was quite well. Therefore, no one believed what he had been suffering and he could only swallow it. Disturbed by the Lanxiang Kingdom people, both the hosts and guests were no longer in the mood to celebrate. After bidding farewell to the guests, Yun Luofeng and Zhun Fengling walked to the backyard with Yun Xiao. Seeing Yun Luofeng left, Lin Ruobai hurriedly followed her. She finally found her master and would never allow herself to be dumped again. Brother, they left. Looking at their receding figures, Chia Chu bit her lips. Shall we follow them? Chia Wen nodded. Miss Yun is very important in the Yi family. If she can help us, the Chia family will definitely become prosperous. I can't give up this chance anyway. His impudence was a real eye-opener. They had just bullied Lin Ruobai, but now they wanted to ask her master for help. Was that possible? Unfortunately, Chia Wen and Chia Chu didn't consider this and hurried to follow them. The night was silent. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao walked side by side on the backyard trail. Watched from a distance, the two who stood side by side was as beautiful as a painting, so stunningly beautiful. Suddenly, two figures jumped out from the side, stood in their way, and made them stop. Chapter 931, Envoys of Another Country, 6. Miss Yun, Chia Wen smiled sheepishly. I'm Miss Lin's friend. I heard she came here to find her master and tried to help her, but what a coincidence that Miss Yun happens to be her master. Lin Ruobai was silently following Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao behind and appreciating the painting-like perfect couple, but unexpectedly, the atmosphere that she carefully protected was ruined by that beastard Chia Wei. She immediately got angry. Before she scolded him, Yun Luofeng's lazy voice had rung in the dark night. Tell me what you want. Chia Wen's eyes slightly brightened. Miss Yun, our Chia family is engaged in the business of medicinal materials. I heard that the Yi family has a medicinal materials trading company. May we sell our medicinal materials to your trading company? Give me some samples of your medicinal materials, Yun Luofeng said, frowning. Chia Wen was quite excited. He hastily took out the medicinal materials he had with him and respectfully offered them to Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, these are the samples of the medicinal materials our Chia family produces. Not taking them, Yun Luofeng just coldly glanced at the medicinal materials in his hands. Her gorgeous face was glowing with a faint sheen under the moonlight. The Yi family's medicinal materials trading firm has a high standard on the quality of medicinal materials. The quality of your medicinal materials is too poor, so we don't need them. Chia Wen became anxious. He hurriedly turned to Lin Ruobai and begged, Miss Lin, I brought you to the Yi family and helped you find your master. Would you please plead with her for me? Lin Ruobai cast a contemptuous glance at him and sneered, it's only because you brought me to my master that I didn't ask my master to drive you out of the Yi family. How can you dream to sell these shoddy goods to the Yi family? She was enraged at the thought that this jerk had ruined the beautiful scene of master and her lover. Miss Lin, though the quality of these medicinal materials is not very good, they can still heal and save people. Why can't you intercede for me? It is my decision, and no one can change my mind. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and cast a bossy glance at Chia Wen. Even if Xiaobai intercedes for you, I won't accept such a ridiculous request. Miss Yun. Seeing Yun Luofeng was going to leave, Chia Wen hurriedly came forward and tried to grab her hand. However, before his hand touched her sleeves, a powerful aura suddenly struck at him from the side and slammed his body away. Poof! Spitting a mouthful of blood, Chia Wen awkwardly fell to the ground. Brother! Chia Chu's little face turned pale, and she quickly ran up to Chia Wen, sobbing, they won't agree to use our medicinal materials, so brother, let's go back. It's easy for those people in our family to order us to do this. Why don't they come to complete this impossible mission themselves? Chia Wen coughed and got up from the ground. You know what an awkward position we are in the Chia family. I can't go back before I get the Yi family's help. Even if they went back, they would only face those people's scorn and sarcasm. Unless he could bring them the chance of cooperation with the Yi family. I'll handle this, Yoon Seo said in a low voice. His voice was magnetic, low and fine sounding. Okay. Yoon Luofeng didn't ask him what he was going to do to them, because it was none of her business no matter what happened to Chia Wen and Chia Chu. Chapter 932, Yoon Seo left 1. The next day, in the morning. As soon as Yoon Luofeng opened her eyes, she saw an affectionate pair of eyes. Though the man was handsome and cold, he always treated her so tenderly. You've woken up. Yoon Seo put his arm around her waist. I have something to tell you. I may be away for some time, and you can wait for me in the Yi family. I'll be back soon. With Jun Fengling's protection in the Yi family, she would be very safe. That was why Yoon Seo could leave reassured. You won't wait for grandfather? Yoon Luofeng asked, raising her eyebrows. Yoon Seo paused. If nothing else, I'll be back before they come here. If I don't come back to you soon, don't worry about me. Yoon Seo, what are you going to do? Yoon Luofeng frowned slightly, a worried look in her wicked eyes. Yoon Seo pondered. Bai Su is a disaster waiting to happen. I can't rest easy if he is still alive. Wait for me in the Yi family, and I'll be back soon. Okay. She would never stop him from doing anything he wanted to do, for she had given him all her trust. I'll give you a month, and if you don't come back in a month, I'll go looking for you. Yoon Luofeng raised her eyes, a resolute gleam in her dark eyes. Even if she didn't know where Yoon Seo was, she would travel across the continent to find him. Yoon Seo took a final look at Yoon Luofeng, his eyes filled with profound love for her, and finally he turned away. In the blink of an eye, the cold black-robed man had disappeared before her and left her in deep sadness. Squeak. The door was pushed open by a hand. Jun Fengling, dressed in red, walked into the room. She looked at Yoon Luofeng and sighed. Has Xiaoya left? Yoon Luofeng nodded slightly. He has something to do, so he will be away for some time. Feng as if perceiving Yoon Luofeng's worries, Jun Fengling slowly walked up to her, stroked her back with her slender fingers and said with a smile, don't worry. I think Xiaoya can handle it. He'll come back to you safe and sound. Not speaking, Yoon Luofeng silently gazed at the direction Yoon Seo left, and a strange light flashed through her eyes. Yoon Seo, I will give you a month. If you don't come back to me in a month, I will go and find you, wherever you are. Perhaps Yoon Luofeng was too confident about Yoon Seo's strength. Though she thought he would come back in a few days, she had no news from him over half a month later, and even Qin Yuan had disappeared without saying goodbye. There was a faint uneasiness rising in her heart, and as the time went by, the uneasiness increased. However, during her uneasy waiting, there came a good news. Yoon Luo and her other family had finally arrived at the Yi family. Hearing the news, Yoon Luofeng hurried to the city gate to welcome them. When she gazed at the familiar faces, all kinds of feelings welled up in her heart. With a ruddy face, Yoon Luo was still full of energy. Apparently, he really enjoyed his life. Second uncle stood next to Ning Xin behind him. Compared with 1 year ago, Yoon Qingya's temperament became more aloof and unique. Wearing a robe the same color as the crescent moon, he looked like a banished immortal standing in the moonlight, unearthly but gorgeous. Ning Xin stood beside him like an adorable little bird. The moment she saw Yoon Luofeng, a sweet smile appeared on her beautiful face. Xiaofeng, it's been a long time. Chapter 933, Yoon Seo left 2. Master. Yi Ling strode forward, flicked his sleeves, half knelt before Yoon Luofeng and said respectfully, I have brought the steel core here. From now on, we'll follow you and fight on the battlefield. Miss, King Yin came out with a smile, I have brought the raging flame core here. Miss, we will always back you. At this moment, all the members of the two corps got on their knees, and their voices rang throughout the streets of the imperial city. We are willing to follow Master and fight until we die. Since Yoon Luofeng changed them from trashers to powerful martial masters, they had been determined to fight for her in the rest of their lives and never shrink back. Had it not been for her, they would still have lived a miserable life. She had given them dignity and the status they had today. It was their honor to fight with her on the battlefield and even die for her. Jun Fengling looked at those members in astonishment, her attractive slanted eyes full of shock. It was true that many people would die for their masters, but no one would regard death as an honor. However, she could see from their faces that they really took it as an honor to die for Yoon Luofeng on the battlefield. This girl, how did she train such a loyal group of subordinates? It seems that you've worked hard these days and have made good progress. Yoon Luofeng gently stroked her chin, and examined the members of the corps with a special gleam in her eyes. Yi Ling, have you become a sky-level low-rank spread cultivator? Yi Ling touched his head and laughed. I was just lucky. I got a good chance, with which I managed to become a sky-level spread cultivator by a fluke. Not bad, keep it up. Yoon Luofeng raised her eyebrows and looked around the crowd with a confident look. Now that you've come here, you can start a new chapter in your lives here as led by me. As long as you can bear hardship, I will surely bring you a bright future on this continent of no return. Hearing her words, all the people were excited, and their breathing quickened. Then the girl's inspiring voice slowly rang again. When we were on the Longshao continent, our Yoon family used to be small, weak and vulnerable. But now, who on the Longshao continent would dare to offend the Yoon family? Indeed, the Yoon family used to be so weak that anyone could trample on it. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of Yoon Luofeng, the Yoon family would not become the great power it was today that no one dared to offend. And all of you have played a great role in it. Upon hearing this, the people looked more excited. Was Master telling them that they had contributed a lot to the Yoon family's growth? For a loyal subordinate, no prize was better than their master's praise. Then her exciting voice sounded again. But it's far from being enough to only conquer the Longshao continent. I want to stand at the top of the world. Are you willing to stand there together with me? Yes, we are. The excited voices resounded through the sky. They believed that as long as they faithfully followed Yun Luofeng, someday all of them would become invincibly powerful. Good, very good. Now the Tianyun kingdom where we stay is the weakest kingdom on this continent. Take a rest first, and then follow me to conquer the continent. If it was before, Yun Luofeng would not meddle in it. Yes, the Tianyun kingdom was the weakest, so what? What did it have to do with her? However, the Lanxiang kingdom had offended her. She believed that if she didn't prepare in advance, she would surely receive revenge from the Lanxiang kingdom in the coming days. So, she'd better take the initiative to gain the upper hand. Chapter 934, Yun Xiao left 3. Master, we're willing to follow you and conquer the continent of no return. Yes, their target was not just a small kingdom but the whole continent. In today's world, only Yun Luofeng dared to say this. This girl was unruly and domineering. Even if God offended her, she would fight against God, let alone the people on this continent. Zhang Fengling finally understood why she had so many loyal subordinates, because every word she said could easily arouse their emotions, and made people believe her unconditionally. Thinking of this, she turned her eyes to the girl standing in the crowd. She looked strikingly beautiful in her snow-white robe. With an arrogant look, she stood in the breeze, releasing a proud and domineering aura. She never belonged to a little pond, and as long as her time came, she would roam in the boundless sea where she really belonged. This was her destiny. Zhang Fengling felt lucky that her son met Yun Luofeng in the vast sea of people, and gained her love. Where is my grandson-in-law's mother? Yun Luo looked around with his eyes wide open. Before he came here, he had heard that Yun Xiao's mother was still alive, so the first person he wanted to meet here was her. Master Yun. Zhang Fengling smiled and walked up to him. I am Yun Xiao's mother. I should thank you for raising such an excellent granddaughter so that I can have such a perfect daughter-in-law. Of course, Yun Luo said proudly. If he had a tail, he would have stuck up his tail high into the sky. My granddaughter is the best girl in the world. Fortunately, he didn't have a tail. As if feeling Yun Luofeng's reproachful eyes, Yun Luo coughed and tried to keep a low profile. Actually, I liked Yun Xiao very much the first moment I saw him and I had long been planning to make him my grandson-in-law. Yun Xiao's mother, now that we're both here, why don't we hold a wedding for them? Then I won't need to worry about them anymore. By the way, where is Yun Xiao? Yun Luofeng's face darkened and she sighed. Yun Xiao is away and it might take him some time to come back. We can hold their wedding after he comes back. Oh, I see, Yun Luo said in a downcast voice. Then we'll have to wait a few days more. Anyway, the wedding cannot be delayed once again. Let's hold it as soon as Yun Xiao comes back. That would be the best. Finding the topic they were both interested in, Zhang Fengling and Yun Luo smiled at each other with pleasure. Xiao also said that he wanted to hold the wedding as soon as you came here. Now we are all here, it's just the right time to do it. Zhang Fengling smiled and walked up to Yun Luo. From now on, we are one family. Please make the Yi family your home. We're really glad to live with you. Then the two persons, who couldn't wait to see their children get married, began to discuss the details of the wedding as if there was no one else present. Yun Luofeng slightly raised the corners of her mouth and looked up into the blue sky, a worried look in her eyes. Yun Xiao, when will you come back? After a long discussion, Yun Luo finally went to the Yi family with the others. To Yun Luofeng's surprise, Yun Luo hit it off with Yi Chan, the Yi family's old diehard, and the two soon became tea friends and enjoyed tea together every day, regretting they hadn't met earlier. Due to this, Yun Luofeng suffered a great loss. The spiritual tea stored in her space ring were almost all exhausted. Especially Yi Chan, compared with the stingy Yun Luo, he was so generous as to treat his guests with the spiritual tea. The Yi family had to receive guests every day recently, and even the emperor had visited the Yi family several times, just to take a sip of the spiritual tea. Chapter 935, Yun Xiao left 4. That night. The night was as cool as water. After returning to her room, Yun Luofeng closed the door and called Huohuo via soul communication. After quite a while, Huohuo, sleepy-eyed, pushed the door and entered. Master, what happened? Huohuo, Yun Luofeng said with a serious look, we're leaving the Yi family tonight. Ah. Huohuo paused and looked at Yun Luofeng in surprise. Master, you are going to leave here? Yes, I've been getting increasingly upset lately, and I feel that Yun Xiao must have had an accident. So, I have to leave here to find him. Though the 1-month period that they had said hadn't expired, she could not wait any longer. She would go out to look for him anyway. Master, are you going to run away from home? Aren't you going to say goodbye to the Yi family people? They wouldn't let me go if they knew it, Yun Luofeng said, raising her eyebrows, so I'll just leave them a letter. Okay, Huohuo said solemnly, I'll follow you wherever you go. Then let's set out now. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes. Yun Xiao, you must wait for me. No matter where you are, I will find you. But, Master, the continent is so large. Do you know where to find him? Huohuo blinked and asked curiously. Yun Luofeng shook her head. I don't know, but I think I can find him by following my feeling. I won't stop until I find him. Be it over the sky or under the ground, I'll search every corner of the world. As Yun Luofeng had made up her mind, Huohuo said nothing more. She quietly walked to Yun Luofeng and looked up at her beautiful and resolute face. Master, let's go. Yun Luofeng had put her luggage into the space ring, so they went straight out without packing up. Taking a final look at the Yi residence, Yun Luofeng turned around and walked into the misty night. The next day, a shrill cry was heard throughout the Yi family, and everyone was startled and rushed into Yun Luofeng's room. Inside the room, Lin Ruobai was crying bitterly, holding a letter in her hand. Master, you promised me you'd never desert me again, but now you forgot me again. Why didn't you take me with you? Lin Ruobai seemed to be extremely sad, and tears kept running down from her eyes. Zhang Fengling was stunned and rushed to take the letter from Lin Ruobai's hand. After she read it, she could not help but sigh. Junse, did Feng her say where she was going? Yi Jingchen asked, his eyes full of worry. Zhang Fengling gave a wry smile. She said she was going to find Xiao, and asked us not to worry about her. She would be back soon. Junse, Yi Jingchen patted Zhang Fengling's back and tried to comfort her. I have just sent people to check. Huohuo is away too. Though Huohuo is shy and unsociable, she is quite powerful. With her protection, Feng Er will be safe. You can rest reassured. No. Zhang Fengling shook her head. I can't rest assured. Brother Yi, please send someone to find them. These two really gave her a headache. All right, Yi Jingchen said tenderly. I'll send all our guards to search for them. You can take a rest. I'll take care of things here. Chapter 936, Yun Xiao's Whereabouts 1. The Xuanyin Valley. The white fog swirled around it and made it look ethereal. A group of white-clad maids lightly walked into the pavilion and placed fruit trays onto the stone table. In the pavilion, a white-robed man turned to the gorgeous girl sitting beside him and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Yue, the ancestor of our Xuanyin Valley, foretold that today a man would appear in the Xuanyin Mountains, who would become the king of the continent, so we must establish a close relationship with him. For the sake of the Xuanyin Valley, I'm asking you to sacrifice yourself. The gorgeous woman paused, a dim light in her beautiful eyes. Father, that young lord remains unconscious. What should I do? The man smiled. According to our ancestor's prophecy, he'll wake up sooner or later. How can he become the king of the world if he remains unconscious? Besides, I want to hold a wedding for you and him first. What has been done cannot be undone. It'll be too late for him to change anything after he wakes up. He didn't mind sacrificing his only daughter for the sake of the Xuanyin Valley. Nothing was more important to him than profits. Yes, I see. Hanyu raised her gorgeous face, her face resolute. She didn't mind marrying a stranger if it could revitalize the Xuanyin Valley. Besides, the man was not only handsome but also had great potential. It was not a bad choice to marry him. But father, Hanyu rolled her eyes and asked, the young lord is still unconscious, so I don't know whether he has been married or not. If he already has a wife, do I have to be his concubine? The man looked at Hanyu and smiled faintly. Yue, I don't know whether he has a fiancée or not, but I can tell that he is still a virgin. If you become his first woman, you'll always have an important position in his heart. Hanyu was relieved when she heard this. She smiled and stood up. Father, I'm going back to my room. Then she turned away and walked slowly toward the backyard. Looking at her receding figure, the man smiled. Instead of returning to her room, Hanyu walked into a luxurious room. On the big bed in the room, a man lay quietly. He frowned as if suffering a great pain, but even so, no one could ignore his kingly aura. This man, even in the pain, didn't lose his kingly aura. He was so powerful that her heart began to beat violently when she looked at him. Hanyu slowed down and slowly walked toward the man. I don't know what happened to you and why you became like this. Even our physicians can't find out the cause of your illness. She smiled softly and reached out her slender, jade-like fingers to caress his face, but don't worry. I'll wake you up. A man like you shouldn't be stuck like this forever. Her hand was about to fall on the man's handsome face. At that time, with a boom, a strong spiritual energy came out from the man's body and instantly slammed Hanyu's body away. Poof! Hanyu spat out a mouthful of blood and looked up at the man in shock only to find that he was still lying in bed, unconscious and motionless. Why did it happen? Chapter 937, Yun Xiao's Whereabouts 2. The man, even unconscious, was still resisting her touch. He didn't even allow her to touch his face. It felt like a virtuous woman trying to guard her chastity for her husband. Miss, what happened? Hearing the noise in the room, the guards guarding outside hurriedly broke into the room. Hanyu quickly wiped the blood from her lower mouth and stood up from the ground, her face as mild and aloof as usual. Nothing happened. I just had a fall. Don't make a fuss. You can leave now. Yes. The guards didn't dare to say anything more, made an obeisance and left. Hanyu didn't want to stay here long. She turned her head and looked at the unconscious man in bed, a complex gleam in her beautiful eyes. She didn't know whether it was right or not to take her father's order. Neither did she know whether she had made a huge mistake to fall in love with this man at first sight. Even if she had, she was willing to continue this mistake. Thinking of this, Hanyu turned around and disappeared into the bright sunshine. In a jungle not far from Xuanyin Mountain, when Yun Luofeng was pushing aside the tangled grasses with her sword, she smelled a faint smell of blood. Master, let me check it. Also smelling it, Huohuo jumped and quickly disappeared into the distance. After quite a while, her cry of surprise was heard. Master, it's Qin Yuan. He's injured. Qin Yuan. Yun Luofeng was stunned and quickly ran towards her direction. Then she found Qin Yuan who was lying in a cave, unconscious. It seemed that Qin Yuan had been lying here for a long time and the blood under his body had turned brown. His breathing was so weak that it seemed it could disappear at any moment. Seeing Qin Yuan's condition, Yun Luofeng felt her heart miss a beat. Did Yun Xiao really have an accident? She really regretted it. She should not have allowed him to leave alone because she was overconfident in his power. Huohuo, get out of the way. Yun Luofeng got serious and hurriedly asked Huohuo to step aside. Then she took a spiritual herb out of the space ring and fed it into Qin Yuan's mouth. However, perhaps because Qin Yuan was too seriously wounded, this spiritual herb didn't work on him. Having no time to think, Yun Luofeng took out a handful of spiritual herbs and stuck them into his mouth. Ahem. Choking on the juices from the spiritual herbs, Qin Yuan coughed and slowly opened his eyes, only to see a beautiful and familiar face that was filled with rage, and he was startled. Me, mistress, why are you here? Qin Yuan had not recovered from his wounds, so his voice was weak and faintly timid. Where is Yun Xiao? Yun Luofeng asked in a cold voice, raising her eyebrows. Qin Yuan gave a wry smile. Several days ago, Master found the whereabouts of Bai Su. We tracked him here and Master had successfully caught him. However, when Master was going to kill him, he suddenly had a breakthrough. The technique Yun Xiao cultivated was a bit special. Every time he had a breakthrough, he would become extremely vulnerable. Who would expect that he had a breakthrough in the fight with Bai Su, which immediately crippled him? Bai Su took the chance to attack and seriously injure him. I tried my best to take Master away and hide in the Xuanyin Mountains, both of us severely injured. However, unexpectedly, we met the disciples of the Xuanyin Valley. Chapter 938, Yun Xiao's Whereabouts 3. Those people took Master and drove me away. I couldn't beat them, so I wanted to go back to report to you, but I fainted when I walked here. Then Qin Yuan carefully looked at Yun Luofeng. Besides, when I woke up from time to time these days, I overheard some passers-by say that the Xuanyin Valley's heiress Hanyu was going to marry a man who was picked up by them from Xuanyin Mountain a few days ago. If I'm not wrong, the man is Master. Yun Luofeng's face darkened, her eyes filled with intense murderous desire, which looked really horrifying. Looking at her black face, for fear that she would misunderstand Yun Xiao, Qin Yuan hurriedly explained, Mistress, this matter has nothing to do with Master. He was in a coma when I left him, and he couldn't wake up so soon. I think they want to force a marriage upon him and rape him. Yun Luofeng's face turned even blacker after hearing Qin Yuan's words. Knowing that he had said something wrong, Qin Yuan tried to explain again, no, I take back what I said. Even if they want to force themselves upon Master, they can't. Unless the Xuanyin Valley's heiress wants to commit suicide. Master planted a seal into his body just in case. What's this about? Yun Luofeng asked in a low voice. Qin Yuan swallowed hard. With that seal, if a woman wants to do something improper to him when he loses his consciousness, the spiritual energy in his body will automatically strike, leaving no chance to that woman. But of course, it also has a serious consequence. If the seal strikes for too many times, the spiritual energy in his body will go out of control and make him explode. He would rather die with the women who coveted him than leave her any chance. Yun Xiao knew the specialness of his cultivation technique, so he planted the seal into his body long before, in case of the situation today. Mistress, Master is really faithful to you. Yun Luofeng looked cold. Why didn't Yun Xiao ever tell me about this? Master doesn't want you to worry about him. He just wants to do everything he can to protect you. Yun Luofeng felt her heart miss a beat. Indeed, Yun Xiao had been staying by her side all these years. This man, who had acquired a sublime status, was willing to reduce himself to dust for her. Qin Yuan, wait here for me. I'll be back soon. Mistress. Seeing Yun Luofeng was going to leave, Qin Yuan became anxious. You can't go there. They're more powerful than you. If anything goes wrong, how can Master survive? Yun Luofeng paused and said without looking back, over the years, it's always been Yun Xiao who protected me. He has done so much for me, but I have never done anything for him. So, this time, let me protect him. I will take him back even at the expense of my own life. She wouldn't mind giving him a bloodbath. Without stopping, Yun Luofeng strode away, her steps firm and stable, her face stunningly beautiful. The Xuanyin Valley was decorated with lanterns and streamers and permeated with a jubilant atmosphere. Today, the Xuanyin Valley's heiress was going to be married, and all the powers had come to congratulate her, all with a polite, hypocritical smile on their faces. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise came from outside the valley and attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 939, Yun Xiao's Whereabouts 4. Who dares to make trouble at my daughter's wedding? Valley Master asked in a cold voice, his face darkened. As soon as he stopped, the bodies of the guards guarding the gate of the Xuanyin Valley were suddenly thrown in from outside. Their bodies scattered on the ground and soon dyed the floor red. At the same time, a girl in a blood-stained robe slowly walked in with a little girl, her eyes wicked, aggressive, and filled with intense killing intent. Who are you? How dare you do this here? Valley Master cried out loud. The girl raised her eyebrows and slowly turned her eyes to Hanyu, who was in a bright red bridal gown. Where is Yun Xiao? Yun Xiao. Stunned, everyone looked at each other in astonishment. Valley Master's face turned blacker. Miss, today is a big day for my daughter. If you want to attend the wedding banquet, you will be greatly welcomed. But if you come here to make trouble, then don't blame me for being rude. By the way, who is Yun Xiao? I don't know any person called this name. Yun Luofeng answered expressionlessly, Yun Xiao is my fiancé, the man you picked up in the Xuanyin Mountains the other day. Upon hearing this, Hanyu turned pale and looked at Yun Luofeng in astonishment with her beautiful eyes. She was the young lord's fiancé. Valley Master's eyes turned grim. I don't know what you're talking about. I found the young lord lying on the side of the road unconscious, so I picked him up. Last night, he woke up and proposed to my daughter. He never mentioned he had a fiancé. Really? Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes. If he has woken up, why isn't he here? How can a bridegroom be absent from his wedding? Valley Master looked a bit embarrassed. The man was still in a coma, and if he was carried here, people would think that the Xuanyin Valley's heiress couldn't find a decent man to marry and had to force a man to marry her, taking advantage of his perilous state. So, he cleared his throat and continued, Miss, although he has regained consciousness, he doesn't feel very well and can't come to attend the wedding ceremony. However, he had told me that today a woman would come here to make trouble. That woman has been cheekily pestering him, and he had been extremely vexed by her. This woman he talked about must be you. For all the guests, Valley Master had a good reputation, so they believed him and began to point fingers at Yun Luofeng. Those people's eyes were filled with contempt. Huohuo got angry and wanted to spit fire, but Yun Luofeng stopped her. She slightly lowered her eyes and asked through soul communication, Xiao Mo, do you have any way to help me become a god-level spirit cultivator in an instant? Xiao Mo pondered. Yes, but the cost is great. With this method, you can become a god-level spirit cultivator immediately, and unlike those who made a breakthrough with the help of external forces, your foundation will be solid. But you still have to be prepared for the bad consequence. Whatever the consequence is, I am willing to bear it. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and said solemnly. She didn't even ask Xiao Mo what the consequence would be. Because no matter what happened, she would take it on her own. Then I will pass on that power to you. Xiao Mo's voice sounded somewhat helpless. He knew that no matter how he tried to persuade her, she would not change her mind. In this case, he could only try his best to help her. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful force entered her soul, and she broke through in an instant. There was an immeasurably vast difference between the power of a god-level spirit cultivator and a sky level one. Only when you entered this realm, you would know how weak a sky level cultivator was. Chapter 940, Yun Xiao's Whereabouts, 5. If a god-level spirit cultivator's power was an ocean, then that of a sky level one was only a small puddle. The difference was simply immeasurable. What was going on here? The guests were all stunned and stared at Yun Luofeng in astonishment. Why did she suddenly break through, and become a powerful god-level spirit cultivator? Becoming a god-level spirit cultivator at such a young age, she had even exceeded the talent of the heiress of the Xuanyin Valley. Let me ask you one last time, where is Yun Xiao? Yun Luofeng raised her head, and the killing intent in her eyes grew more intense. Valley Master's face darkened and he ordered coldly, guards, come on, kill her. In a moment, the guards of the Xuanyin Valley all took out their weapons and rushed towards Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng clenched her long sword and ran into the crowd like a bolt of lightning. Every time she moved her arms, a bloody head dropped to the ground. Her mind was filled with Qin Yuan's words and the only thing she knew was to kill, kill, and kill. If any woman other than her touched Yun Xiao, the spiritual energy in his body would automatically strike the woman. If it struck for too many times, he would explode. Qin Yuan's words echoed in her mind and the invisible murderous aura around her began to spread, making the whole courtyard shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. Anyone who hurts Yun Xiao shall die. The whole earth was dyed red by blood, and even the sky turned red as if being burned with fire. Soon, all the guards lay in a pool of blood, and then she turned her bloodshot eyes to Valley Master and Hanyu. You're crazy. The guests, who had been hiding off to the side, couldn't stand her cruelty anymore, and an angry roar went up from the crowd. Just for a man, you killed so many innocent lives like a beast. Aren't you afraid of hell? The girl burst into laughter. Her wild laughter echoed throughout the sky. Hell, why should I fear it? Yes, for her, hell was unworthy of her fear. She wasn't even afraid of God, so why should she be afraid of hell? The crowd stared at her domineering face, dumbfounded. How bold she was to say such words. Unfortunately, no matter how strong she was only a god-level low-rank spirit cultivator, while Valley Master was a god-level high-rank spirit cultivator. How could she beat him? You'll regret you said that. Valley Master, his face black with rage, waved his sleeve, and a spiritual energy flew out of it and struck at Yun Luofeng. Spotting Valley Master's movements, Yun Luofeng moved her body and dodged it, and the spiritual energy hit the artificial hill behind her and left a big hole in it. Squeak. At this time, a small milk-white hamster secretly climbed onto Valley Master's head, proudly stood on his head to show off his prowess, and then bit his scalp. Ah! A shrill voice broke out. Feeling that the hamster's sharp teeth left 2 deep holes on his head, Valley Master waved his hands and tried to catch it. Milk Tea deftly dodged it, jumped to the ground and sneered at Valley Master, idiot, you think you can catch me? Tut. Valley Master's face greatly changed and the others also widened their eyes in shock. Did this gold-seeking hamster just speak? Was it a god-level spirit cultivator? It was said that the gold-seeking hamster was a weak spiritual beast, so how could he reach this level? Chapter 941, Jewel Cultivation. At the same time, a golden light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, numerous gold-seeking hamsters suddenly appeared in the tidy and clean courtyard. These hamsters all released their auras and startled Valley Master once again. How is it possible? Valley Master retreated a few paces, his voice trembling. Most of these gold-seeking hamsters are sky-level spirit cultivators, and 2 of them are even god-level spirit cultivators. Are these really gold-seeking hamsters? At first, in the hamster tribe, only Milk Tea and the Queen were strong. With the help of medicinal herbs, all the gold-seeking hamsters made progress rapidly, and now most of them had become sky-level spirit cultivators. They were the strongest troop of Yun Luofeng. Huohuo, you watch these people with the hamster tribe. No one is allowed to leave without my permission. I'll go find Yun Xiao. Saying this, Yun Luofeng disappeared instantly, and her white figure flashed away like a phantom. Perhaps out of intuition, she headed for the room where Yun Xiao was in. The moment she pushed the door open, she saw a handsome face. He frowned as if he was suffering a great pain. Master, the effects of his last breakthrough haven't dissipated. If you want to keep him safe and sound, help him assimilate the breakthrough. Otherwise, his life will be endangered. In her soul, Xiao Mo's voice rang. Yun Luofeng understood what Xiao Mo meant and had been mentally prepared for it, or else she wouldn't have risked her life to forcibly make herself a god-level spirit cultivator in a moment. Yun Xiao, I'm here. She slowly walked to Yun Xiao and gently stroked his handsome face, smiling sweetly. You're a fool. You've done so many things for me, but you never told me about it and didn't let me share it with you. From now on, I will work harder until I can equal you in strength. She leaned over, kissed his cold, thin lips, and gently took off his clothes. As if feeling her breath, he relaxed his tightly knitted brows and the painful look disappeared from his face. Yun Luofeng didn't notice that at that moment, two faint halos appeared over her and Yun Xiao, and gradually blended into one. Yun Xiao, you. Yun Luofeng wanted to continue only to find the unconscious man had opened his eyes. When she was about to ask Xiao Mo what was going on, the man under her suddenly turned over and pressed her under his body. The man kissed her lips hard, and the tenderness in his black eyes was replaced by a haze. Yun Luofeng realized that he hadn't woken up and the effects of his last breakthrough hadn't disappeared. He moved just now because the jewel cultivation stimulated his body and aroused his instinctive reaction. Ouch. Feeling a sharp pain on her private parts, Yun Luofeng fiercely bit Yun Xiao's shoulder. Yun Xiao, get off me. He didn't stop, but his movement became tenderer. Even in a coma, he still intuitively followed her order out of fear that she might be hurt because of his movements. Undeniably, the effect of their first jewel cultivation was great. After this vigorous bed exercise, Yun Luofeng, who had just become a god-level spread cultivator, broke through again. Chapter 942, It's Just an Arm, 1. After a long time, the man on the bed finally stopped and fell asleep with satisfaction. The painful look on his face had disappeared, and a faint smile was hovering on his lips. Yun Luofeng rubbed her aching body, turned her head to look at the man who was sleeping, and dangerously narrowed her eyes. I'll settle accounts with you after you wake up. Then Yun Luofeng tried to relax her right arm only to find that her right arm was completely senseless. She froze and asked, Xiao Mo, my hand. Master, this is the consequence of your forced breakthrough. Xiao Mo gave a bitter smile. If it was in the past, he would certainly be ecstatic about Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao's jewel cultivation. However, after Yun Luofeng began to have jewel cultivation with Yun Xiao, he kept silent. After all, the price of this jewel cultivation was too high. Yun Luofeng calmly gazed at the sky outside the room, and said with a mild voice, it's just an arm. Compared with Yun Xiao's life, it's not that important. I can accept this. Without the right arm, I can still fight with my left arm. Master. Xiao Mo had mixed feelings. He was literally the matchmaker of the two. If it weren't for him, she would not have saved Yun Xiao. But now, she became disabled in order to save Yun Xiao. Even though her right arm was still there, so what? What was the use of a senseless arm? Xiao Mo, keep it secret. Don't tell Yun Xiao about it. Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes, and affectionately gazed at Yun Xiao with her dark eyes. She gently stroked his handsome face with her left hand and smiled sweetly. I don't want him to feel guilty. Did she really not mind the fact that her right hand had become senseless? No. Though her right arm was important to her, it was not as important as Yun Xiao. So she didn't regret it. The man in bed seemed to feel something, and his eyes slowly opened. Different from just now, his eyes were no longer hazy, but rather cold. However, when he saw Yun Luofeng lying beside him, he was stunned. Feng, His deep and hoarse voice was full of disbelief, and his eyes were fixed on Yun Luofeng's face. You woke up. Raising her eyebrows and smiling, Yun Luofeng turned over and sat on Yun Xiao's body. With a wicked smile, she pinched his chest hard with her left hand. I never expected that you were so crazy in bed. Yun Xiao frowned slightly and a series of blurred images flashed through his mind. As his mind became increasingly clear, the blurred images became clear too. Does it ring a bell? Yun Luofeng held her arms across her chest and gazed at the man underneath her with a smile. Tell me, how I should punish you for this. Yun Xiao finally remembered what happened just now, and his eyes changed. But this time, his expressions kept changing and he no longer looked cold. An excited light flickered through his dark eyes, and he raised his hand and firmly held Yun Luofeng in his arms. You can punish me as much as you like. Candle or whip, anything you pick. The man hugged Yun Luofeng tightly as if trying to make her a part of his body. She had come. She came here to find him and made him a real man. Yun Xiao had never experienced such joy. Next time, I'll be on top of you. Yun Luofeng pushed Yun Xiao's chest away, squinted her eyes and said threateningly. Chapter 943, It's Just an Arm, 2. Okay, Yun Xiao's voice was hoarse and ambiguous, why don't we try it once again now? You can stay on top this time. Yun Xiao. A gleam flashed through Yun Luofeng's eyes and as she was going to refute him, he had cupped her face with his hands and sealed her mouth with his cold, thin lips. The whole room was shrouded in a pink, romantic atmosphere. The Xuanyin Valley. All the guests cowered in a corner, looking in horror at the little girl in the scarlet robe and none of them dared to stand up. Just now, someone of the Xuanyin Valley tried to catch Huohuo to threaten Yun Luofeng. However, before he could reach Huohuo, he was burned to ashes by the flame she spat out. Yes. Without any extra movement, the little girl spat out a flame towards the god-level low-rank Spirit cultivator and killed him in an instant. Therefore, let alone the guests, even Valley Master who was the most powerful one among them, didn't dare to do anything to her. Anyone else? Huohuo stepped on the artificial hill, arrogantly raised her chin and looked down at the crowd. Who else wants to catch me? Come out. I'll leave him a complete body. The crowd shuddered and shrank, trying to hide their presence from her eyes. Huohuo looked around and her eyes rested on Hunyu's fair-skinned face. Like a proud phoenix, she swaggered towards Hunyu. Tut, why do you need a man so desperately, forcing him to marry you when he is in a coma? Hunyu's face changed. I didn't do anything wrong. We're in love with each other. It's you who are trying to break us up. As the Xuanyin Valley's heiress, she enjoyed a noble status. How could she allow anyone to humiliate her like this? Even at the expense of her life, she would never admit that she tried to rape a man while he was unconscious. It was not her concern whether Yun Luofeng could find the man or not. Even if she found him, in his current state, he couldn't say anything. At that time, the public opinion would only be in favor of her. In love with you. Can you tell me who's in love with you? Suddenly, a lazy and wicked voice came from behind. Then, another cold voice rang, piercing into her heart and making her shudder. Not me. When she heard Yun Luofeng's voice, her face didn't change. However, the next moment, her face turned ghastly pale and she turned her head to look at the two slowly coming from the direction of the setting sun. The afterglow of the sunset poured down into every corner of the Shuening Valley. In the light of the sunset, the girl's snow-white robe glowed with a faint sheen. With a freezing aura, the cold-faced man closely followed her steps. His icy eyes were as sharp as daggers, as if they were able to kill. How can you? Hanyu covered her mouth in shock, her beautiful little face ghastly pale. Wasn't he unconscious? Why did he suddenly appear here? Yun Xiao, the white-clad girl raised the corners of her lips. This woman almost became your wife. Don't you want to say something to her? His wife. Yun Xiao frowned. All he knew was that he had been taken away by the people of the Shuening Valley, and he had no idea what had happened next. Of course, he didn't know the Shuening Valley people planned to make him marry Hanyu when he was in a coma. Chapter 944, Someone of the Shuening Valley, 1. I'll only have you as my wife, the man raised his cold face. If anyone else dares to pretend to be my wife, she'll have one and only end. Death. The murderous aura surged out of his body. His black figure flashed and the next moment, he appeared in front of Hanyu. A sharp thorn suddenly appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it into Hanyu's heart. He would only have Yun Luofeng as his woman. Anyone who annoyed Yun Luofeng would only have one end. Hanyu shuddered, looked down at her broken chest, and stared at Yun Xiao in shock. I saved you. Why did you? Why did you kill me? Until she died, she didn't get an answer from Yun Xiao. She didn't hurt him and she just wanted to become his wife while he was unconscious. Why did he kill her for such a small matter? Bang! Hanyu's body fell to the ground. With her eyes wide open, she died with an everlasting grievance. Ha ha ha. Seeing his daughter die, Valley Master didn't feel sad but laughed wildly. You fools. We Shuening Valley used to be so strong that all the kingdoms united together couldn't defeat us, but now we are reduced to the current situation. Do you know why? Valley Master sneered, that's because our powerful masters have all left here, including my father, who was already a sage-level spirit cultivator. But my father placed a seal into Yu's body. If she died, he will appear. I never expected that you would dare to kill Yue. That was why Valley Master hadn't stopped Yun Xiao just now. It was worth it to sacrifice a daughter for the revitalization of the Shuening Valley. It was a pity that the one who his ancestors asked them to fawn on had become the Shuening Valley's enemy. Since Yun Xiao couldn't become his man, then he could only kill him before he grew up. Who killed my granddaughter? As soon as Valley Master finished, an old voice suddenly came from the sky. At the same time, a powerful pressing power came from above, and all the guests who came to attend the wedding had knelt on the floor and couldn't move. Master! Flee! Huohuo cried out in alarm. Her body had turned stiff under the pressing power and her eyes were filled with fear. This man is very strong. Run! Milk tea, Huohuo, go back and wait for me. Looking at the hamsters that clearly couldn't resist the pressure, Yun Luofeng waved her hand and took them all back. Looking at Yun Luofeng's movements, Yun Xiao frowned. From what he knew of Yun Luofeng, she used to use her right hand, but now she used her left hand when taking back the hamsters. Why? Unfortunately, Yun Xiao didn't have the time to think about it. The old man in the sky had begun to attack Yun Luofeng. He rushed toward Yun Luofeng, held her waist and moved a few steps sideways with her. Yun Xiao looked deep into Yun Luofeng's eyes and said, wait for me off to the side. I'll deal with him. Then he let go of the girl in his arms, and a deadly light flashed through his cold, dark eyes. Father, Valley Master glared at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao, and turned to the old man. This man is the person in our ancestors' prophecy. As the former master of the Shuening Valley, how could the old man not know their ancestors' prophecy? His aloof eyes turned to Yun Xiao, and he pondered for a while. He is that man. In that case, the man can't die yet. But he'll be a trouble here. Let me lock him up first. Chapter 945, Someone of the Shuening Valley, 2. With that in mind, the old man placed his finger on a random spot in the air. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in front of Yun Xiao, which grew larger and larger until it swallowed him up. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng rushed up to catch him, but before her hand reached him, he had disappeared before her eyes. Where did you take Yun Xiao? Yun Luofeng clenched her fists tightly and stared at the old man coldly, her eyes sparkling with anger. Ha ha. Before the old man answered her, Valley Master rushed to say, your man has been swallowed up by my father's black hole. He has completely disappeared from the world. You'll never see him again. Ha ha. He has completely disappeared from the world. You'll never see him again. Yun Luofeng's pupils suddenly constricted. All the noises around her seemed to be gone and only these words echoed in her mind. Yun Xiao had disappeared. He had left her forever. No. A blood-curdling cry resounded throughout the sky. The girl's eyes turned red, and spiritual energy ceaselessly surged out of her body. She stared at the old man's wrinkled face. I want all of you to die with Yun Xiao. Even at the cost of her life. At this moment, no one noticed that the spiritual energy surging out of her body didn't dissipate in the air, but was absorbed by something unknown. Yun Xiao. In her mind, except for Yun Xiao's face, there was only one thing left, to kill. She wanted everyone here to die with him. Once again, blood had reddened the whole courtyard. Even the guests couldn't survive Yun Luofeng's wrath and fell into a pool of blood before they could call for help. The old man looked indifferently at the girl who was fighting madly with her sword, and a sarcastic smile flashed through his eyes. Then, he dove sharply, landed in front of Yun Luofeng, and hit her chest hard. For an instant, Yun Luofeng felt a burning pain in her insides, as if she had been burned alive, and the pain was simply unbearable. Was this the power of a sage-level spirit cultivator? How could she face the spirit cultivators above sage levels if she couldn't even defeat a sage-level spirit cultivator? But she didn't want to throw in the towel. She didn't want to die here. At least not before she avenged Yun Xiao. Do you hate? A voice that seemed to come from the sky rang in her soul. Hate? How could she not hate? I can help you deal with these people, but as a condition, you need to bring me up. Yun Luofeng was stunned. Before she figured out what had happened, countless vines suddenly appeared on the ground. These vines quickly grew towards the old man as if they were alive. The old man stared in astonishment, wondering what had happened. While he was stunned, the vines popping up from underground had fastened his body firmly and were tearing at his limbs. Ah! The tearing pain made him scream, his face turned pale with pain, and cold sweat rolled down from his forehead. What are these things? Valley Master was completely stunned. He gaped at the vines that had tied up his father, his eyes glazed. Who are you? Yun Luofeng asked in a low voice, as the red light in her eyes dissipated. Why are you helping me? Chapter 946, Changes of the Tree Seed, 1. Not long ago, you took me away from the auction house and accidentally dripped a drop of your blood onto my root, so I began to produce consciousness. With that drop of blood, we've made a contract, so you can't die. The auction house. Yun Luofeng paused. Are you the tree seed? At the auction, Xiaomo told her that the tree seed was very special, but she didn't expect a tree could have consciousness. I finally got a chance to contact you today, and soon my consciousness will disappear, so let me finish, the voice sounded again. Master, you must bring me up. After you become a sage-level spirit cultivator, you can go to other continents, where you will come across countless risks. But if you take me with you, I can help you. Bring it up. What did it mean? When Yun Luofeng wanted to continue to ask it things, her soul shook and she could feel that the consciousness disappeared. Yun Luofeng, what is this monster you summoned? Valley Master wielded his sword to cut the vines, only to find that these vines were as hard as diamond and too hard to cut off, no matter how hard he tried. The old man was almost suffocated by them, his eyes wide open and bloodshot, and his limbs seemed like they would be torn off at any moment. Where is Yun Xiao? Losing her mind at first, Yun Luofeng was unable to think rationally. But now she could tell that Valley Master must be lying after she came to her senses. Yun Xiao must still be alive. Ha ha. Hearing her words, the old man laughed sarcastically and said in his old, dry voice, if you don't let me go, you'll never see him again in your life. Really? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Little tree, tear him apart. Taking her order, the vines began to pull harder on the old man's limbs. The old man hurriedly shouted because the vines were going to tear his limbs off his body. Stop now. I promise you will let you see him again as soon as you let me go. At this point, the old man finally conceded and yielded to Yun Luofeng. Go with the flow. As for revenge, there will be plenty of opportunities for me. As soon as the old man conceded, he felt that the vines tearing at him relaxed, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Tear. However, the next minute, a space-tearing noise was heard. The old man suddenly froze and raised his eyes. When he saw a hand reaching out of the black hole, his eyes suddenly widened. Impossible, this is impossible. His face turned ghastly pale, and he gaped in horror at the cold-looking man who had climbed out of the black hole. Feng. Ignoring the old man, Yun Xiao rushed to Yun Luofeng, a worried look in his dark eyes. The old man's face was too hard, so it took me some time to tear it open. Have you been injured? The old man almost spat blood when he heard his words. Where the HLL was this guy from? He had locked him up in the black hole, but he had torn it. Was this guy really just a sage-level spirit cultivator? Yun Xiao, are you all right? No one knew how afraid she was when she saw Yun Xiao disappear. She never wanted to go through that fear again. Yun Luofeng hugged him tightly with her left hand, and stuck her head into his arms, a happy smile on her lips. Thank God. He came back safely. Chapter 947, Changes of the Tree Seed, 2. Suddenly, Yun Xiao took Yun Luofeng's right hand, frowning, what's wrong with your right hand? Yun Luofeng paused. She was so excited about Xiao's return that she forgot to hide her disabled right hand. Besides, as discreet and cautious as Yun Xiao was, she couldn't hide it from his eyes for long. Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng felt a little guilty. She looked at the dumbfounded Valley Master and rolled her eyes. He maimed my right hand. Valley Master was still shocked by Yun Xiao's return. Hearing her words, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Nonsense. Valley Master was trembling with rage. He didn't even touch her. When did he maim her? Yun Xiao, however, believed every single word Yun Luofeng said. He turned his cold eyes to Valley Master, and the killing aura spread throughout the Xuanying Valley. Valley Master died miserably. The scene was so appalling that one could hardly bear the sight of it. Before he had the time to call for help, he had been cut into pieces by Yun Xiao, dying without a complete body. Yun Luofeng smiled at Valley Master, who had been tortured to death, and the smile on her face spread. She felt sorry for him, but Yun Xiao was too important for her. Yun Xiao would be devastated if he learned that she maimed her own right hand to save him. It would be better to pass the buck to Xuanying Valley. That was the punishment for their coveting of Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng relaxed because Yun Xiao had returned safely. Then she sat on the ground with her knees crossed and put her consciousness into the God Code space. She wanted to know what had happened to the tree seed. At this moment, in the land of God code space, Xiaomo and Huohuo both stared ahead with gaping eyes, as if they had seen a monster. Yun Luofeng followed their eyes only to see a chubby baby in a Chinese-style chest covering sitting on the ground. Its face was blurred and couldn't be seen clearly. Giggling with joy, it seemed to be very curious about this new world. And the tree that was planted here before was completely gone. Xiaomo, Huohuo, what's going on? Yun Luofeng asked. Huohuo shook her head. I don't know. Just a moment ago, with a bang, the tree that tried to eat me exploded and changed into this baby. Yun Luofeng turned her eyes to Xiaomo again. Coming to his senses with a shudder, Xiaomo said excitedly, Master, we'll make a fortune. This is the legendary tree that can assume a human shape. Though it needs a chance to change into a human being, it will be very powerful once properly cultivated after it takes human shape. Oh, how lucky we are. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Why can't I see its face? Master, this anthropomorphosis tree has no face or gender. You can set them for it. When it grows up, it will have the face you set for it. Yun Luofeng gently stroked her chin. What kind of a face did she want the tree seed to have? Suddenly, a cold face popped up in her mind. She wondered whether the baby would grow into a miniature Yun Xiao. As the light flashed in Yun Luofeng's mind, the little baby's facial features became clear. He smiled brightly and waved his short arms toward Yun Luofeng, his eyes and nose exactly the same as Yun Xiao's. Chapter 948, presents from Little Tree 1. Giggle. The chubby baby laughed delightfully. He opened his arms to Yun Luofeng as if asking her to hold him. Master, this baby was bullying me before he was born, Huohuo said, glaring at the chubby baby. Now, I will teach him a good lesson and let him know he can't bully me again. The chubby baby seemed not to understand what Huohuo was talking about, and he was still giggling, with a bright smile on his ruddy face. Eager to teach him a lesson, Huohuo came up to the chubby baby. However, when she was just about to lift the chubby baby up and give him a good beating, the chubby baby stretched out a little finger and gently touched Huohuo between her eyebrows. Huohuo paused. Before she could figure out what had happened, numerous vines suddenly attacked her from behind and tied her up. Giggle. Seeing Huohuo floundering in the vines, the chubby baby rolled around on the ground and waved his little hands and legs, expressing his inner happiness. It seemed that playing tricks on people was his interest. Yun Luofeng slowly stepped forward and held the chubby baby up. I'll call you Little Tree from now on. Upon hearing this, Xiaomo cast a contemptuous glance at Yun Luofeng. He knew that his master was lame at naming. No matter Milk Tea or Little Tree, both were terrible names. However, Little Tree liked this name very much. He grinned at Yun Luofeng with pleasure, his little hand stroked her face and the smile on his face grew bigger. Xiaomo's face darkened. What's wrong with the seedling? How could he like such a childish name? Little Tree, let Huohuo go, Yun Luofeng said, raising her eyebrows. Little Tree looked unwillingly at Huohuo, his mouth puckering, and his eyes gazing at Yun Luofeng piteously. She was joking with you and didn't mean to hurt you. Let her go. Hearing this, the smile on Little Tree's face disappeared, and he raised his small hand reluctantly. In an instant, the vines all disappeared. With a bang, Huohuo fell from the sky and landed on the fertile ground. Master, Huohuo got up from the ground, glared at Little Tree and turned her eyes to Yun Luofeng with an aggrieved look. He bullied me. You can bully him back, Yun Luofeng said with an evil smile. I won't stop you. Huohuo's voice suddenly stopped and she looked so piteous. Though Little Tree just took the shape of a human being, he was more dangerous than any spiritual beast, so she would not be so silly as to provoke him. Giggle. Little Tree laughed defiantly and grimaced at Huohuo, and she was so angered by his provocation that she almost rushed up to fight with him. Little Tree, however, ignored Huohuo. His little hand scratched his bottom and, after a while, pulled a fruit out of his butt. The fruit was translucent and shone like a green crystal. With the smell of his butt, he offered the fruit to Yun Luofeng as if asking for credit. Master, this is anthropomorphosis fruit. Xiaomo was quite pleased to see the green fruit offered by Little Tree. If Milk Tea eats this fruit, he can take the shape of a human being. Anthropomorphosis fruit. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and turned to Milk Tea. Under her stare, Milk Tea felt his hair stand on end. He drew a long face and begged, Master, may I refuse to eat this thing taken out of Little Tree's butt? Chapter 949, presents from Little Tree 2. No, you can't. Then, can you give it to the hamster queen first? After all, she is also a god-level spirit cultivator, and she can also take this anthropomorphosis fruit. Unfortunately, he was too naive. Milk Tea wanted to hide behind the hamster queen, but Little Tree continued to scratch his bottom and pulled out another anthropomorphosis fruit. He was desperate and looked at Yun Luofeng with a deathly grey face. One for each of you, take it. Yun Luofeng hinted that the two should fetch the fruits themselves. The hamster queen didn't mind it. For her, as long as she could improve her strength, she would be willing to eat anything. If a spiritual beast took a human shape, it would be possible for it to become a sage-level spirit cultivator. However, if not, it would stay in the god-level realm in the rest of its life. Gaping at her, Milk Tea watched as the hamster queen swallowed the fruit without frowning, and the corners of his mouth twitched. How could she eat something taken out of Little Tree's butt so easily? While he was trying to find an excuse, Yun Luofeng's eyes had fallen on him. Milk Tea trembled and slowly walked towards Yun Luofeng as if marching to the field of execution. He took over the fruit from Yun Luofeng with his trembling little paw, closed his eyes and stuck it into his mouth. Gulp. Milk Tea swallowed the fruit without chewing it. When the fruit reached his stomach, he felt cold on his lower abdomen and quickly sat down to cultivate. Master, it's going to take some time for them to take the shape of a human being. Xiao Mo looked sympathetically at milk tea. If it were him, he might not be able to eat it. What else do you have besides anthropomorphosis fruit? Yun Luofeng asked, looking at Little Tree. Little Tree blinked and stuck his fingers into his butt again. In a moment, he pulled out a light yellow fruit. It's poison immunity fruit. After taking the fruit, you will be immune to poison. Poison immunity. Yun Luofeng carefully took out a piece of cloth and wrapped it. She could give the fruit to her grandfather. What else? Yun Luofeng continued. This time, it took Little Tree quite a while to pull out another fruit. Compared with the other two, this fruit was bright red, as if there was blood in this translucent fruit. It's a millennium blood fruit. Xiao Mo became more excited. Taking this fruit, a god spirit level cultivator can level up, and if a sky spirit level cultivator takes it, they can immediately become a god level spirit cultivator. However, spirit cultivators below sky level can't take it, or they will explode. It had such a great function. A special light glittered in Yun Luofeng's eyes. However, after smelling the fruit, she took out a piece of cloth and wrapped it once again. Master, aren't you going to take it? Xiao Mo asked, looking puzzled at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng nodded slightly. I can make breakthroughs myself. I don't need the millennium blood fruit. Xiao Mo looked at her serious face, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Obviously, Master didn't want to take the fruit taken out of Little Tree's butt, but she just refused it with some self-righteous words. If Milk Tea, who was in the middle of cultivation, saw this, he would certainly jump with anger. Anything else? Yun Luofeng put away millennium blood fruit and continued to ask. Little Tree shook his head, giggled and opened his arms to Yun Luofeng, asking for a hug. Yun Luofeng picked up Little Tree and looked at Xiao Mo, raising her eyebrows. Where did he get these fruits? Master, he's a tree. A tree will bear fruits, but I didn't expect that he could bear 3 different kinds of fruits. And to be honest, I don't know when he will bear these fruits again. Chapter 950, Separation 1. Xiao Mo curled his lips. You should ask him about these things, but he can't speak yet. Xiao Mo, Yun Luofeng thought for a while. Do you know how to raise Little Tree? He is not an ordinary child, so we can't feed him with human food, because he can't absorb nutrients from it. We can only feed him with medicinal materials, but he is very picky and might not accept poor ones. Yun Luofeng sighed. It seemed that she would have to get more medicinal materials. Those she had now were not enough to feed Little Tree. Xiao Mo, take care of him for me. Xiao Mo was speechless. How could Master just throw this kid to him? When Xiao Mo was going to say no, Yun Luofeng had already left. Giggle. The chubby baby laughed happily, reached out his hands to touch Xiao Mo, slowly crawled onto Xiao Mo's body, and placed his little hand that he stuck into his butt just now onto Xiao Mo's face. Xiao Mo's face turned black. He really wanted to drag this little thing off him and throw him away. Huohuo, you take care of him, all right. Xiao Mo looked miserably at Huohuo with pleading eyes. Huohuo stepped back in horror. This guy is a little devil. I don't want to take care of him. Master gave this task to you, so you should finish it yourself. Swish. Huohuo ran away quickly after saying this, for fear that Xiao Mo would throw the little devil to her. So, under the blue sky, only Xiao Mo and the chubby baby stared at each other. The Xuanyin Valley. In the courtyard, countless bodies lay in pools of blood. The old man, who was still arrogant and defiant just before this, had also died. His limbs were broken by vines and his bloody body looked really miserable. Seeing Yun Luofeng open her eyes, Yun Xiao walked slowly toward her. A faint smile appeared on his face that was usually expressionless, and his dark eyes filled with deep love for her. The enemies have been settled. Yun Luofeng turned her eyes to him and rose slowly, raising her eyebrows. How did you escape from the black hole? Yun Xiao paused and said, I was afraid something bad would happen to you. Human's potential was unlimited. It was because of this that Yun Xiao managed to escape from the old man's confinement space. Yun Luofeng moved her lips. Just when she was going to say something, Yun Xiao suddenly reached out his hand and pulled her into his arms. Be careful. As soon as he said this, a loud laugh came from the sky, making the surrounding air vibrate. Boy, you are quite perceptive. I appreciate you. In the sky, a linen-robed old man gradually appeared. He gently stroked his white beard and looked down kindly at the man and woman on the ground. Yun Luofeng held Yun Xiao's hand tightly. This man had the same aura with that old man of the Xuanyin Valley. That was to say, he was also a spirit cultivator above sage level. Why were there so many spirit cultivators above sage level on the continent of no return? Don't look at me like that, little girl. I'm not like the old man of the Xuanyin Valley. I'm not here to make trouble for you, the old man said with a kind smile. I'm a good man. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. A good man. Do you have those words on your face? The old man paused and laughed. You are very interesting, little girl. But a person like you has to grow up by yourself. If you yield to any power, you'll only be ruined. Trust me, I have sharp eyes. Chapter 951, Separation 2. However, his eyes shifted and looked at Yun Xiao. I'm very interested in the cultivation method that you study. Are you willing to leave with me? I can help you become stronger. Yun Xiao coldly glanced at the elderly man, his face devoid of emotion. I decline. Son, don't refuse me so fast. Your talent and strength are quite good, and your abilities are formidable as well. You were actually able to rely on your strength alone to forcefully rip open the Xuanyin Valley old man's prison space. I do admire that a lot, but you've attracted a very strong enemy. If you want to protect the little girl beside you, I can help you, but the condition is for you to leave with me. Yun Xiao's voice was low and domineering. I can protect her. The elderly man lightly narrowed his eyes. Don't you want to become more powerful? The word, power, held a potent attraction to many people, so the old man believed Yunxiu would not be able to reject him anymore once he asked that question. However, he thought wrong. Yunxiu's face was as cold as always, he was not moved at all by these words. Ah. The elderly man lightly sighed and shook his head with helplessness. A melon that is forcefully squeezed isn't sweet one, so I won't force you to join my faction. However, if you come around for it, you can come and find me at any time. Yunxiu had his own indifference and pride. It was impossible to make him submit and bow to someone. Hence, he would not choose to join any faction and would only create his own empire. How about this? I will point you to a shortcut. The cold man smiled. The most powerful cultivator in the land of no return is only at sage level. However, one will not improve without strong enemies. In 2 days, a passage will open up. After you enter that passage, you will head to a stronger world, the place that the Xuanyin Valley old man and I come from. Evidently, the old man had great admiration for Yunxiu, so he was willing to lend him a hand. The last time this passage opened was several years ago. This time, it is 2 days from now. If you miss this chance, you will have to wait a few years again. Yunxiu turned silent. He could feel the girl beside him tighten her hold on his hand. He unconsciously reversed the hold and grasped her icy cool hand. Feng let's go. He turned to face Yun Luofeng, his cold features instantly turning gentle. Yun Luofeng imperceptibly nodded. Before she left, she subconsciously glanced at the old man in a long, flax-colored robe who was lightly stroking his beard. The old man did not turn angry from their impolite actions because he understood that Yunxiu definitely wanted to head to the other world. In the inn at the base of the mountain, inside a warm and comfortable room, Yunxiu carefully placed Yun Luofeng on the bed and lowered his head, kissing the girl. His kiss was extremely gentle as they tossed and turned on the bed and he called her name over and over again. Feng. The man's voice was deep and low with a magnetic quality to it, easily teasing people's hearts. Yun Luofeng turned her head, avoiding the man's kiss. Are you planning to leave? The man froze. His eyes, as dark as night, intently watched the girl as he pressed her against the bed, and he grew silent. In an instant, the entire room's atmosphere turned tense. It was a long while before he spoke. Feng, you won't forever remain in the land of no return. At that time, when you travel to another world, you will be without any safeguards. I want to scout the road for you first. Chapter 952, Separation 3. Yun Luofeng looked up, and a handsome and cold face slid into sight. The man's eyes revealed his determination as he unwaveringly looked at her. A breeze entered through the window, sending his ink-colored hair lightly fluttering in the air. His thin lips were slightly pursed on his chiseled features, and his desirable abs were faintly discernible through his half-opened robe. I promise. The girl's determined voice was heard inside the quiet room. Also, I will use the quickest speed to come to meet you. Everything he did with her in mind. He was afraid that she would be bullied upon stepping into an unfamiliar world, which was why he wanted to scout the road for her first. Having a man who was so willing to fight for her, what right did she have to not work hard as well? Great. The man's features were pleased. I will wait there for you until you come. Yun Luofeng's lips smoothed into a smile. Her arms looping around Yunxiu's neck, and she turned them around, pressing down on him instead, her aura on top incredibly pervasive. Yunxiu, the next time we meet, let's make a child to play with. Originally, she wanted to go back and marry after finding Yunxiu, but there was not enough time anymore. If they missed the opportunity in 2 days, they would have to wait 2 years to go to that world. Hence, she could only push their marriage several years back. Sure. Yunxiu had a big smile on his face. If you birth a son at that time, I will teach him how to protect his mother from a young age. If you birth a daughter, then I will protect mother and daughter. As soon as he said that, the bed curtains fell down, and their intertwined figures could faintly be seen. The next day, Yunxiu departed from the inn. Yun Luofeng finished packing her luggage and was about to return to the estate when she abruptly halted her steps and said with a frown, Xiao Mo, did we inadvertently leave behind something? Inside her spirit, Xiao Mo's odd voice could be heard. Master, you only cared to have sex with Yunxiu, so how could you have remembered that you still have a poor, loyal subordinate who you ditched inside a cave? Yun Luofeng started. Only then did she recall what she had left behind. I had forgotten about Qin Yuan. At this current time, the pitiful Qin Yuan was still persistently waiting inside the mountain cave. Who knew that Yun Luofeng would forget him after seeing Yunxiu? Yun Luofeng turned around and sped toward the forest at the base of Xuanyin Mountain. By the time he found Qin Yuan was on his last breath due to starvation. Although he was a strict cultivator, he still had not reached the point of not needing to eat. Mistress. Catching sight of Yun Luofeng's appearance, Qin Yuan's eyes brightened, and he got up from the floor with some struggle. How is my lord? He is already fine. Yun Luofeng glanced at Qin Yuan. He had to leave for a period of time. Qin Yuan, you will follow me during this time. Yes, mistress. Qin Yuan did not inquire about Yunxiu's whereabouts. After all, this was a matter beyond his authority. Mistress, Qin Yuan rubbed his rumbling tummy and asked with embarrassment, do you have anything to eat? Yun Luofeng tossed the food she brought along the way to Qin Yuan. After you finish eating, we will head back to the estate. Yes. Qin Yuan reverently accepted the food as his eyes curiously evaluated Yun Luofeng. He felt like Mistress' strength appeared to have grown a lot during her trip to the Xuanyin Valley. Yun Luofeng did not mind Qin Yuan and sat down cross-legged inside the cave, starting to cultivate again. Chapter 953, Separation 4. Besides reaching god level, intermediate rank after dual cultivating with Yunxiu the first time, she obtained a decent amount of rewards during the succeeding times. Added with Yunxiu being busy all of last night, it had made her reach the border of a breakthrough. She was simply missing an opportunity to successfully level up to god level, advanced rank. A god-level, advanced rank spirit cultivator was only a step away from a sage-level cultivator and could be considered as a strong person in the land of no return. She would not be bullied as people pleased like she was initially. Abruptly, Yun Luofeng's eyes shot open. Her dark eyes, which resembled the night sky, revealed an incomprehensible light. What was it like above sage level? There would eventually be a day where she stepped into that realm as well. She also believed that the realm was not too distant from her. The Yi estate. Inside the tranquil courtyard, Yun Qingye was currently aloofly tasting his tea. His posture was graceful and noble, and there was a faint smile on his cool features. Sitting opposite of him was a handsome man. The man's features were chiseled and his straight brows contained a killing intent left over from his years of fighting on the battlefield. However, faced with an old friend, he did constrain his aura. Qingye, we haven't seen each other in many years. Unfortunately, your elder brother and sister-in-law are no longer with us. Recalling the memories of the past, Jian Chengwen unconsciously grew melancholic. Time was like water, and the years flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than a decade had passed. His brother and his beautiful wife from back then also washed away with time and disappeared in the endless river that was history. Yun Qingye's features carried a trace of sorrow. He set down the teacup in his hands and calmly said, brother and sister's deaths were caused by crafty scoundrels. If it weren't for that, Feng Er wouldn't have suffered so many grievances during these years. If her parents were still alive, no one would dare to touch a single hair of Yun Luofeng in the entire Longyuan kingdom. Who didn't know that his sister-in-law appeared gentle but was fierce and staunch on the inside? How could she permit anyone to hurt her daughter? Brother Jian, you didn't come here today to merely reminisce with me, right? Yun Qingye faintly smiled. His peaceful voice was like a breeze and appeared to be able to soothe the wounds in other people's hearts. Jian Chengwen wryly chuckled. It's because I have nowhere to vent my unhappiness that I sought you out. I suppose you have already heard that it's the inter-kingdom tournament soon. The younger generation of our Tianyuan kingdom is truly worthless, and none of them are presentable. The officials have been quarreling non-stop about this matter, so I came here to seek some peace and quiet. Brother Jian, let me give you an advice. Absolutely don't find little Luofeng for this matter. Yun Qingye chuckled. Otherwise, with that girl's personality, any kingdom that offends her, she will certainly go to that kingdom and turn it upside down. If it were anyone else, when they spoke of their niece's insufferably arrogant personality, they would certainly have a few notes of scolding in it. But Yun Qingye did not. Although he spoke those words, his tone was filled with pampering affection and indulgence and did not have a trace of criticism. The corner of Jian Chengwen's lips twitched. In truth, with her personality, how would Yun Luofeng be willing to suffer any grievances? If she was bullied by another kingdom's prodigies during the tournament, she would probably beat him up on the spot. At that time, the heavens would truly be turned upside down. I think His Majesty seems to intend for little Luofeng to save the show. I will definitely go back and persuade him otherwise. Otherwise, I reckon that many kingdoms will jointly complain about the Tianyuan kingdom. Jian Chengwen stroked his chin. Though I would really like to see little Luofeng give those lawless and unruly people a good beating. Chapter 954, Separation, 5. At this time, a high-pitched voice was suddenly heard. His Majesty is here. His Majesty. Jian Chengwen was briefly taken aback before immediately standing up inside the pavilion with eyes full of confusion. Why did His Majesty come at a time like this? While Jian Chengwen was puzzled by the situation, the casually dressed emperor was slowly walking over with two people. After seeing those two people, Jian Chengwen's expression instantly shifted. Your Majesty. He suppressed the bewilderment in his heart and reverently bowed to the emperor before asking, may I ask why your Majesty came to the estate? Zhen came here for Miss Yun today. Has she not returned yet? The emperor looked around with a questioning look. Jian Chengwen's expression became more unsightly. Your Majesty, did you come here to have little Luofeng participate in the inter-kingdom tournament? I'm afraid this is unsuitable. Why is it unsuitable? The emperor's eyes were brimming with incomprehension. This was an opportunity for Yun Luofeng to take over the continent by storm, so why would Jian Chengwen, who had always had a good relationship with Yun Luofeng, oppose this? Moreover, besides Yun Luofeng, the current Tianyuan kingdom did not have any other youth who could succeed in this. Jian Chengwen hesitantly glanced at the two people standing beside the emperor. How could he say out loud the things that Yun Luofeng would do in front of those two? Little Luofeng is still young. I beg your Majesty to please find someone else. Not a problem. The emperor clearly did not understand the worry in Jian Chengwen's heart. He waved his hand and said, Zhen believes in her. Jian Chengwen nearly launched into a tirade. Wasn't having Yun Luofeng participate in the tournament the same as helping her make enemies? How could Jian Chengwen agree to this? What? Does your esteemed kingdom not have any youths who could participate? The man standing to the left of the emperor finally could not keep his composure and coldly stated, if there wasn't anyone who could participate, you should have said it sooner so that I didn't need to waste time here. Also, the other kingdoms have already sent the teams over, you are the only one remaining. Sir Chan Kui. Jian Chengwen frowned. Please give us a little more time. We plan to search for talents from the populace to participate. The two emissaries who came here this time were not people from the Lanxiang kingdom. After all, with the Lanxiang kingdom's status, it was not qualified to help organize the tournament. On the continent, there were 3 top kingdoms. Every tournament was hosted and organized by one of these 3 kingdoms, and it would be this kingdom's emissaries who went to invite every kingdom to come. This time, the 2 emissaries came from the Tianhui Empire. Empire. Only those 3 powerful kingdoms could be labeled with that word. Other kingdoms were unworthy of the label. From this, the 3 kingdoms' prestige on the continent could be seen. Humph. Chan Kui snorted, his nose high up in the air. Those princes and princesses of your Tianyuan kingdom can't participate in the tournament, neither can the daughters of officials, so how could the talents of the populace have this strength? I even especially came here to invite the Tianyuan kingdom, and this is your attitude. Let me tell you something while I'm at it. After discussion among the various kingdoms, it's been decided that the 3 kingdoms in the last 3 places will be supplanted. What he meant was the 3 kingdoms ranked the lowest would disappear in the long river of history, and the territory of those kingdoms would be partitioned by the other kingdoms. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression instantly shifted. He hurriedly calmed his mind and said, Emissary Qian Kui, give me 3 more days. In 3 days, I will choose the talents. Chapter 955, Separation, 6. I already gave you many extra days, but you keep dragging it out, so there's not another chance now. You either let the youths leave with me or I will immediately rank the Tianyun kingdom as the last place. Qian Kui haughtily said with his chin raised. As an emissary of the most powerful kingdom, he did not need to be considerate of the emperor of a small kingdom. Sir Qian Kui, Jian Chengwen started saying with furrowed brows, but he was interrupted by Qian Kui's impatient voice. Isn't there a woman named Yun Luofeng in the Yi family? Since she's so capable that she even beat an emissary from the Lanxiang kingdom, why don't you call her out now? I would like to know what is so strong about this woman. Jian Chengwen's brows furrowed tighter. A princess from the Lanxiang kingdom became a consort for the emperor of the Tianhui Empire and was very favored by the emperor. It must have been her who incited this emissary to make things difficult for the Tianyun kingdom. Yun Qingya's finger gently slid over the edge of the teacup, his eyes indifferently sweeping over the 2 emissaries. Then, he suddenly saw a snow-white figure slowly enter the courtyard, causing his features to be filled with joy. Feng, you've returned. The man's voice was as melodic as a song, exceptionally pleasant to hear. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads and saw the absolutely beautiful girl. When the 2 emissaries' sight landed on Yun Luofeng, they were dumbstruck. The harem of the Tianhui Empire did not lack beautiful women, but when those women were compared with the girl in front of them, the difference was like between a cloud and mud. Even the princess of the Lanxiang kingdom, who the emperor quite doted on, could not compare with her. Why would an exceptionally beautiful woman like this appear in an insignificant place like the Tianyun kingdom? Second uncle, Uncle Jian, what happened? Yun Luofeng's brows were faintly raised. Her voice was languid yet carried a wicked and imposing quality. I just came back and am met with so many people gathered in the Yi estate. I can't even take a good rest. Yun Qingya faintly smiled. Feng, don't mind them. Go back and rest. Oh right, where's Xiao? Not seeing the man beside Yun Luofeng, astonishment flickered through Yun Qingya's features. Yun Luofeng paused a bit before saying, he has something to do, so he can't come back for the time being. Seeing her appearance, joy entered the emperor's heart. Miss Yun, you came back at just the right time. The inter-kingdom tournament will occur soon, and every kingdom needs to elect more than 10 youths to participate. Can you represent the Tianyun kingdom and join? In front of Yun Luofeng, the emperor was very polite. After all, this girl was the one who saved the empress, so he inquired into Yun Luofeng's opinion. If she was not willing, then he would not force her. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment before saying, all right, I agree. She needed an opportunity to break through right now. Perhaps this tournament could become her opportunity. Little Luofeng. Jian Chengwen frowned and placed his hand on Yun Luofeng's shoulder. There are too many strong people from every kingdom, don't force yourself. What he referred to was not the prodigies, it was the strong people from each kingdom. He understood that no one in the younger generation would be Yun Luofeng's opponent. Only those formidable people of the other kingdoms would possibly retaliate due to humiliation and anger. In contrast, Yun Qingya did not stop Yun Luofeng. He understood that no one could stop whatever Yun Luofeng decided. Ho ho. Qian Kui snorted. It took this long for your Tianyun kingdom to propose one person. What about the other prodigies? Chapter 956, Separation, 7. The emperor was in a difficult situation again. In the entire Tianyun kingdom, the only presentable youths were Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. Since Yun Xiao was not currently in the Yi estate, who else could help him? My brother can, Yun Luofeng calmly stated. I will also choose the other people. The emperor suddenly clapped his hands. How could he have forgotten about Yi Eximo? Yi Eximo was more than talented enough to take on this responsibility. Miss Yun, the other people that you speak of. After thinking it over, the emperor found it more reassuring to ask her. Yun Luofeng's brows raised. I will select 20 of my subordinates to participate in the tournament. The girl's words stunned the 2 emissaries, but they immediately burst into laughter. Did they hear wrong? This girl wanted to let a group of subordinates participate in place of prodigies. How talented could those subordinates be that it would make her talk big about bringing them to participate? Miss Yun, the emperor furrowed his brows, only talents younger than 25 years old can participate in the tournament. Do your young subordinates have that ability? All the youths that every kingdom selects are the creme de la creme of the prodigies. They were extremely powerful even though they were younger than 25, and there were innumerable sky-level spirit cultivators amongst them. But she was actually going to have her subordinates follow her to compete. They do. Yun Luofeng's words were succinct but reflected her confidence. Hearing this, the emperor clapped once. Great, then Zhen will believe in you and leave the selection of the competing youths completely to you. Yun Luofeng lightly nodded. I need to make some preparations today, we will leave tomorrow. All right, then rest well tonight. The emperor's expression finally lost its initial worry, and he turned to the 2 emissaries, asking, what do you think? Qian Kui snorted. Then I will give you one more night. We must set out tomorrow morning. After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and turned around to leave. The other emissary, who remained silent the whole time, also followed him and departed after shooting one last glance at Yun Luofeng. She did not know whether it was a misperception, but she felt unsettled by that glance, as though she was being closely watched by a viper. Feng, Yun Qingya slowly walked to Yun Luofeng's side and gently patted her head. No matter what you do, second uncle will support you. You must remember that your grandfather and second uncle will always wait here for you to return. Yun Luofeng faintly smiled. Second uncle, don't worry, I know my limits. As long as you understand. Yoon Kingya smiled. However, second uncle didn't say this to make you curb your personality. There's nothing wrong with your personality. Second uncle merely wants to make sure you understand we are always your family, people who you can rely on and who are willing to block all of your dangerous enemies for you. Yoon Luofeng smiled. Her face lit up with a wicked smile that was stunning and beautiful, brighter than the setting sun. Second uncle, I will work hard to stay alive for you. If she died, misfortune would descend on her family. It was only through surviving and becoming stronger that she would make others cautious. Oh, right. Second uncle, bring grandfather over here, I have something to give to him. Yoon Kingya was briefly taken aback before nodding and saying, okay. Watching Yoon Kingya's departing figure, Jian Chengwen scratched his head and awkwardly chuckled, little Luofeng, since you are busy, I will leave now. Chapter 957, Separation 8. Hold on, Yoon Luofeng suddenly called out. Uncle Jian, if I didn't guess wrong, you have reached intermediate rank god level, right? That's right. Jian Chengwen nodded. I recently broke through to intermediate rank a few days ago. After hearing this, Yoon Luofeng pulled out an item from her space ring and handed it to him. This fruit can allow you to level up to advanced rank, but I have a request. You can't let anyone know that I gave you this fruit. Jian Chengwen looked at Yoon Luofeng in astonishment. You said that this can make me reach advanced rank. Yoon Luofeng nodded. Jian Chengwen was trembling from his emotions. He reached out to take the fruit and swallowed hard. Little Luofeng, Uncle Jian owes you too many favors. Jian Chengwen had always completely believed Yoon Luofeng's words, so he naturally did not doubt the truthfulness of her words. When I'm not here, please help me protect my grandfather. Yoon Luofeng looked up. This is my second request. She would only be able to leave the land of no return without worries when her grandfather had more and more strong people around him. Jian Chengwen put away the fruit and declared with a serious expression, don't worry, even if I, Jian Chengwen, have to die, I won't allow anyone to hurt a single hair on your grandfather's head. Who knew that Jian Chengwen's words today would be prophetic? In the future, he really would use his body to block the sharp weapons aiming for her grandfather. When he fulfilled his promise, he looked just as he did when he swore in front of Yoon Luofeng today. Thank you. Yoon Luofeng faintly smiled and solemnly expressed her thanks. I will leave my old man to you then. Ha ha. Jian Chengwen loudly laughed. Xiao Luofeng, why do you need to be polite with me? Even without this fruit, I would protect your grandfather for my brother simply because he is my brother's father. No need to worry about this. At this moment, Yoon Kingya, who went to inform his father and the others, was slowly walking over and heard Jian Chengwen's words. A smile appeared on his placid features. This guy had always been faithful and kept his promises. He placed loyalty above everything else. Otherwise, his brother would not have gotten along so well with him at first sight and become best friends with him back then. Yoon Kingya withdrew his gaze and stated with a smile, Feng your grandfather and the others are already waiting in the main hall for you. Let's go then. Yoon Luofeng turned around to head for the main hall. Her figure in white was fairer than snow and more beautiful than anything that could be imagined. In the front courtyard, her grandfather anxiously waited at the door, his eyes nearly going cross-eyed. The Yi family's old man and he were originally having tea with some other people. Who knew that Yoon Kingya would suddenly come to tell him that Yoon Luofeng had returned? He hurriedly ditched the group of old men and madly rushed back. He was planning to head straight to the rear court with Yoon Kingya, but because he was not as quick as his son, he was left behind here. Zhang Fengling and Yi Jingchen looked at each other and peacefully accompanied grandfather. There was a smile on both of their faces, and their eyes remained focused on the entrance to the courtyard. Yoon Kingya's figure abruptly entered their sight again. Beside him, a beautiful girl followed. Upon seeing the young lady, delight instantly entered grandfather's features, but he scolded her, girl, so you still know to come back. Have you become addicted to playing at being missing? You disappear without a word every time and don't even bother to let me know. The elderly man's beard shook in disorder. After all, Yoon Luofeng had taken off quite a few times, only leaving a letter behind. Chapter 958, Separation 9. Thankfully, his heart was strong enough to handle it, so he was not angered to death by her. Grandfather, it was my fault, don't be angry. What if you harm your health? Yoon Luofeng went up to him with a smile. What's more, I came back with a present this time. The old man pridefully snorted. No present is more valuable than you birthing a fat baby. What about Yoon Xiao? Why did you come back alone? Yoon Xiao has something to take care of and can't come back for now. You will definitely like the present that I brought back for you. Yoon Luofeng pulled out a yellow fruit from her space ring. This is a poison immunity fruit. After you consume this, you will be impervious to poison. Poison immunity fruit. The elderly man glanced at Yoon Luofeng with suspicion. Are you sure I will truly be impervious to poison after I eat this? Why do I feel like it has a hard to describe smell? Tell me the truth, did you pick this fruit out of the toilet? This fruit was not picked out of the toilet, but it was dug out from the toilet by Xiao Mo. Of course, Yoon Luofeng absolutely would not tell this to the old man. The poison immunity fruit smells like this. If you don't want it, forget it. I will give it to someone else. After saying this, Yoon Luofeng acted like she was going to put away the poison immunity fruit, causing the old man to hastily snatch it from her. How could you give something good like this to someone else? You must use it to show filial respect to this old man. Even if you picked it out of the toilet, this old man isn't afraid. Yoon Luofeng cheerfully lowered her hand and extracted several vermilion-colored fruits from her space ring. These fruits all emitted an indescribable smell, making people nauseous. Father, mother, second uncle, you are at god level right now. This millennium blood fruit can help you raise a rank. Originally, Little Tree only took out one millennium blood fruit. Later, under her threats and promises, he spat out several more. The little guy once turned into a human but turned back into a sapling for unknown reasons. It was because of this the Yun Luofeng guessed this was not all of his supply. You said, this millennium blood fruit can make us break through a rank. Zhang Fengling and Yi Jingchen looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. In contrast, Yun Qingye was much calmer. He had seen too much of her niece's abilities over the past years, so he had long since stopped being as shocked as other people. Hence, he silently took 1,000 spirit fruit and consumed it without a grimace. Boom. A powerful spiritual energy spiraled above Yun Qingye's head, creating an intense storm. He broke through. Zhang Fengling's eyes widened. This millennium blood fruit truly made Yun Qingye break through. Recalling how Yun Luofeng allowed her to break through earlier, Zhang Fengling's heart became more excited and she swiftly took a millennium blood fruit and ate it without any hesitation. Seeing this, Yi Jingchen did not hesitate anymore. Regardless of how bad the millennium blood fruit smelled, the seductiveness of breaking through was greater. What is happening? The simultaneous appearance of the 3 level-up storms lured Yi Qian over here. When he saw the 3 people currently breaking through, he was shocked beyond words. What was going on? Why did 3 people break through at the same time? Also, Zhang Fengling had not been god-level intermediate rank for that long, so she logically should not have broken through so fast. After breaking through, Yi Jingchen caught sight of the stupefied Yi Qian and touched his nose. Coincidence, nothing more than a coincidence. F*K your coincidence. Yi Qian nearly face-planted and furiously glared at Yi Jingchen. Chapter 959, Separation, 10. 3 people simultaneously broke through, and he dared to call it a coincidence. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. You still won't honestly explain to me what happened. How did you all break through? This, Yi Jingchen stated with a smile, embarrassed, it's really a coincidence. I also don't know what's going on. For the time being, he did not want to publicize the items that Yun Luofeng possessed. It would certainly evoke a commotion otherwise. However, he was overly excited earlier and forgot to break through at a separate time than Zhang Fengling. Forget it, I won't force you to tell me. Yi Qian knew he would not get anything no matter how he asked, so he could only glare resentfully at Yi Jingchen. Then, when his gaze swept past Yun Luofeng, he involuntarily paused. He did not know whether he misperceived it, but he felt like this matter had something to do with Yun Luofeng. Father, Yun Qingye helplessly sighed. Feng Er agreed to participate in the tournament for the Tianyun Kingdom. What? Hearing this, Zhang Fengling grabbed a hold of Yun Luofeng's hand out of shock. You want to participate in the tournament? Did someone force you to? Don't worry, with me here, no one can force you. Do you think someone could force me? Yun Luofeng raised her brow and patted the back of Zhang Fengling's hand in comfort. Mother, Yun Xiao went to a stronger world. I can only find him by raising my strength. Perhaps this tournament could become my stroke of luck. Zhang Fengling sighed. Since it's what you desire, then mother won't stop you. You must take care of your safety. Okay. Yun Luofeng's posture was somewhat lazy. I'm tired, so I will head back to rest first. If Xiao Bai returns, have her come to my room to find me. Before her return, Lin Ruobai already went out shopping with Yi Qi, so she did not see those two at the estate. Let's go, I will bring you to rest. Zhang Fengling held Yun Luofeng's hand and walked toward the rear court. She truly liked this daughter-in-law the more she looked at her. She would like nothing more than to pamper her in her hands. In her eyes, there was no one on par with her daughter-in-law in this world. Yun Luofeng originally thought that with Lin Ruobai's personality, she would charge over immediately when she heard of her return. Who would have thought that it wasn't until the next day that she saw Lin Ruobai standing aggrievedly in front of her door. Master. Lin Ruobai nearly cried from her grievances. You said you wouldn't leave me behind and would bring me with you even if you went on a journey. I guaranteed that I wouldn't drag you down. Looking at the young girl's pitiful expression, Yun Luofeng raised her brows. Xiao Bai, why are you outside? Didn't I have you come and find me last night? But Auntie Jun said you were asleep and wouldn't let me come to disturb you, so I've waited here for you since early this morning. Mother, Yun Luofeng started before helplessly smiling. She truly was overly exhausted yesterday, and Zhang Fengling had always dearly loved her, so she definitely would not let anyone come to disturb her rest. Xiao Bai, I will go on a long journey again this time, and I've decided to bring you with me. Xiao Mo previously said that Lin Ruobai's bloodline was a bit special. If it exploded, it would have a quality that raised her strength. This was why she decided to bring Lin Ruobai with her. Lin Ruobai's eyes brightened. Master, I will go pack up and come with you in a moment. After saying this, she rapidly spun around and vivaciously bounced toward her room. Her excitement could be seen as she left. Chapter 960, Giving Someone a Hard Time, 1. Dawn. The rays of the early morning sun sprinkled over every corner of the estate. At this moment, inside the main court of the estate, Yun Luofeng was assessing the group of people standing in front of her. This time, I am heading to the Tianhui Empire to compete in the Inter-Kingdom tournament. Because the Tianyun Kingdom has few talents, so I've decided to choose 20 people among you to leave with me. She paused briefly before continuing. Zhongling, Qingyan, Yiling, you 3 will come with me. Qingyan and Yiling will choose the other people. Yes, my lady. Yes, miss. Hearing this, Qingyan and Yiling stepped forward and lightly pointed at the list of the corp members before finally picking out 17 of the stronger ones. Miss, we've finished picking. Should we depart now? Qingyan looked at Yun Luofeng and asked. No rush. An evil glint flashed through Yun Luofeng's eyes. Our journey to the Tianhui Empire is very distant. It wouldn't be good if we didn't make all the necessary preparations. Those 2 emissaries? Yi Jingchen asked with raised brows, turning to Yun Luofeng. Let them wait. Before this, Yi Jingchen came to tell her that the two emissaries were already waiting for her at the city gate, which was why she was moving exasperatingly slow. Hearing this, the corner of Yi Jingchen's lips twitched. What needed preparations? She was clearly purposely stalling for time and making those two emissaries wait longer. Thinking of this, Yi Jingchen helplessly shook his head. Having offended this black-bellied girl, those two emissaries will suffer quite a bit of pain. Time slowly passed. It was not until noon that Yun Luofeng leisurely walked toward the city gate with a group of people. The majestic procession attracted innumerable people to watch from the sidelines. After learning that Yun Luofeng was bringing a group of subordinates to compete in the tournament, the citizens of the Tianyun Kingdom could not help but shake their heads and sigh. It looked like the Tianyun Kingdom would be the last place again. Even the descendants of the imperial family could not win, so how could a group of subordinates be victorious? Hence, they did not have any concern for the tournament this time. City Gate. The two emissaries were sweating buckets and nearly all of their patience was ground into dust. If he did not find it disgraceful to personally go to the Yi estate to pick up Yun Luofeng, Qian Kui would have already gone there on a rampage. While their fury dashed to the heavens from waiting, Yun Luofeng and her group arrived at a snail's pace. Apologies, I'm late. Her first words were an apology, but her tone was completely unapologetic. My grandfather is quite clingy, and it's my first time going on a long journey, so he kept holding on to me and wouldn't let me leave, which is why I was delayed. Qian Kui's expression was not too pleased. Your old man is quite clingy. Your first time going on a long journey. Who are you deceiving? He remembered that he heard Yun Luofeng went on a long journey when he first arrived in the Tianyun Kingdom, and he saw old man Yun living a life of indulgence and did not see him get ill from worry, so how could he be clingy? However, since Yun Luofeng already explained it like this, there was nothing more they could say. Qian Kui could merely coldly say with a dark expression, "It's late, let's hurry and depart." After saying this, he flicked his robe and walked out of the city gate. Qian Kui was afraid that if he spoke any longer with Yun Luofeng, he would be unable to resist choking her to death. This girl was different from Jian Chengwen. Jian Chengwen was at least frank and open, but she appeared to be a shameless individual. Under the gaze of the many citizens of the Tianyun Kingdom, Yun Luofeng set off on her journey toward the Tianhui Empire. Her figure slowly disappeared from everyone's sight until she was completely gone. Chapter 961, Giving Someone a Hard Time, 2. The Tianhui Empire. On the boisterous and bustling street, people came and went, and there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Under the welcoming of the citizens of the Tianhui Empire, the countless number of prodigies who came to compete in the inter-kingdom tournament stepped into the rest station. At the same time, the streets were also awfully lively. Can you guess which kingdom will receive first place in the tournament this time? Does this still need to be said? It will definitely be the Blue Moon Empire. The Blue Moon Empire has already ranked in first place 3 times in a row, so we don't need to waste any words. It's basically set in concrete that the first 5 places will be those 5 kingdoms. That's not necessarily true. I heard that the Fangyi Kingdom recently acquired a genius. The genius has absolutely stunning talent and exquisite and refreshing looks. Even a princess of the Empire of No Return took a liking to him and intends to win him over. I have also heard of that genius. His name is Xiao something. Right, I think it's Xiao Yuqing. Oh my, perhaps the Fangyi Kingdom will be akin to a dark horse and break into the top 5. While everyone was spiritedly discussing, their faces full of anticipation, an untimely voice interjected, "Look, aren't those people from the Tianyun Kingdom?" The Tianyun Kingdom. As the weakest of all the kingdoms, the Tianyun Kingdom was also a household name. Hence, after hearing this, everyone looked over. In the bustling streets, a young lady dressed in white slowly walked over. The girl's looks could ruin kingdoms and cities, and her clothes fluttered in the wind like snow, her magnificence unmatched. The group of people following behind the girl had similar clothing and evidently treated the white-robed girl as the leader. Who's this woman? A princess of the Tianyun Kingdom. How come I've never heard of such a character? Are the people at her back her maidservants and guards? Where are the other talents from the Tianyun Kingdom? How come only 1, no, 3, came? From the start, everyone overlooked Lin Ruobai and Yi Eximo who was standing beside Yun Luofeng. It was only later that they discovered their presence. Besides Lin Ruobai and Yi Eximo, the other people were evidently guards. Could it be that the Tianyun Kingdom already knew it would fail, so it did not want to send too many people to be humiliated and purposefully found these 3 people? At the entrance of the rest station, the 2 door guards coldly watched Yun Luofeng and said, face devoid of expression, "You came late, so we don't have any spare rooms. However, I can empty the storage room and let you squeeze in." Hearing this, smiles appeared on the faces of the 2 emissaries sent to the Tianyun Kingdom to receive Yun Luofeng. This was the order that they relayed through the pigeon messengers. They wanted to particularly give Yun Luofeng a hard time. Aren't you incredibly bold? Then I won't give even a room to you. Why don't you go live in the storage room? Big brother, Xiao Bai, let's go. Yun Luofeng did not bother looking at the 2 emissaries and turned around, about to leave. What are you doing? Qian Kui harshly shouted, his expression drastically changing. Yun Luofeng's steps paused. The Tianhui Empire is merely so-so. There are many kingdoms participating in the tournament, but you just happen to not prepare enough rooms. Since your empire won't even give us lodging, why should we stay here? Qian Kui was dumbstruck. He did not expect Yun Luofeng to act so unpredictably. Normally, if the organizers did not prepare the room, shouldn't she accept a compromise? Out of these kingdoms who came to compete in the tournament, who dared to act as arrogant and insolent as her? Chapter 962, Giving Someone a Hard Time, 3. Seeing that Yun Luofeng was about to leave, Qian Kui finally turned anxious, but his dignity made him unable to lower his head, so his voice could not avoid carrying some harshness. Yun Luofeng, if you leave, then I will judge your Tianyun Kingdom to be the last place, so think this through. Once you come in the last 3 places of the competition, your Tianyuan kingdom will certainly be eradicated. Yun Luofeng faced the emissary with her back. Her rear silhouette had an indescribable, unconfined and decisive quality. What does the destruction of the Tianyuan kingdom have to do with me? I won't suffer in silence here for the Tianyuan kingdom. After saying this, she turned her head and glanced at Chan Kui, her lips turning up with an evil smile. Moreover, it's not me who wants to leave this time, it's your Tianhui Empire's inconsiderate arrangements for forcing me to leave. After you arrange it well, I will naturally return to compete. Chan Kui's expression drastically shifted. He was about to speak but was interrupted by the other emissary beside him, Fang Yu, whose face remained dark the whole time. I will arrange your rooms for you in a moment. Chan Kui's expression was very displeased. Fang Yu, what are you doing? If you want to target her, you have plenty of chances later. Fang Yu cast down his eyes and said in a deep voice, but now that all the kingdoms have arrived, if this matter was publicized, it would definitely negatively affect the Tianhui Empire. We can't allow the Empire to be the object of gossip just to give her a hard time. Chan Kui inhaled deeply and suppressed the boiling fury in his heart. He icily looked at Yun Luofeng. Someone will prepare your rooms for you immediately. Go to the storage room to rest for now and you can move in after the room is cleaned. Yun Luofeng turned around to leave without another word. Seeing her leave, the other people all followed her. Yun Luofeng, I am already having someone prepare your rooms for you, what are you doing? Chan Kui angrily shouted as his fury burst to the heavens, fire spitting from his eyes. Yun Luofeng halted her steps and continued facing Chan Kui with her back. Her voice was languid and bewitching, but it made people feel like they were standing on needles. I didn't come here to be mistreated. Since you don't have rooms for us to rest in, why should we stay? The rage in Chan Kui's chest intensified. I already said that I sent someone to tidy some for you. You only need to go to the storage room for a bit. Why don't you let the Lanxiang kingdom go to the storage room to rest? Yun Luofeng's lips turned up, her features completely evil. If she really went to the storage room, it would be the same as giving in to the Tianhui Empire. So she would not agree even if it was only for a moment. The Lanxiang kingdom arrived earlier than you. Who told you to be late? Chan Kui snorted without any emotion. Since it's like this, then I have no other way. Big brother, Xiao Bai, let's return to our kingdom. Yun Luofeng shrugged, looking as though she had no alternative. Chan Kui nearly spat out blood from his anger. He asked through gritted teeth, what do you want then? My request is very simple. Yun Luofeng turned her head with a smile on her face. Have the Lanxiang kingdom yield their room to us. Nonsense. Chan Kui's eyes revealed his sharpness. Yun Luofeng, you better obediently do as we say. Otherwise, no one knows what might happen after the competition. He intentionally lowered his voice and used a volume that only the two of them could hear. What? Who knew that the smiling girl would immediately display shock and then be moved to tears after hearing Chan Kui's words? Chapter 963, Giving Someone a Hard Time, 4. I didn't expect the Tianhui Empire to be this highly principled. I was using the heart of a scoundrel to measure the heart of a gentleman. What was going on? Chan Kui was stupefied and dumbfoundedly looked at Yun Luofeng with eyes full of astonishment. Emissary Chan Kui, it was truly my fault just now. I was fussing too much over minor details. I can't be compared with the honorable Tianhui Empire. Chan Kui still did not understand the meaning behind her words, but it did not mean he would not go along with it. He said, his face in total agreement, you are right, our Tianhui Empire has always been honorable. It's alright as long as you admit your mistake. Oh, since it's so, then I'll have to trouble Emissary Chan Kui to empty the rooms of the Lanxiang kingdom. Yun Luofeng had a smile on her lips as she looked at Chan Kui. Chan Kui's expression completely shifted as he harshly asked, what do you mean? Emissary Chan Kui, I was overly calculating earlier and even used abandoning the competition to threaten you. But in order to retain us competitors from the Tianyuan kingdom, you did not mind sacrificing your friends from the Lanxiang kingdom. Your selfless spirit is truly a model for others. I misunderstood you from the start. Chan Kui's eyes widened in shock. When did he say he would empty the rooms of the Lanxiang kingdom? After hearing her words, the face of the people around them all showed their praise. After all, Chan Kui truly did quietly say something to Yun Luofeng, but they did not hear the contents because it was too quiet. Yun Luofeng, well played. Chan Kui finally came to the realization that he had been swindled by this darn girl. Now that the arrow was docked onto the bow, he had to shoot it. Besides denying Yun Luofeng's words in public, he had no other solution. However, if he did that, then everyone would surely think that the Tianhui Empire was untrustworthy, and it would also cause the Empire's reputation to plunge down. Fang Yu, we will discuss it with the people from the Lanxiang kingdom. Chan Kui harshly flicked his robe and turned around, entering the rest station. The result was obvious. Yun Luofeng had once caused the people of the Lanxiang kingdom to lose face, so how could they yield their room at a time like this? Regardless of how Chan Kui persuaded them, they sat unmoving. In the end, for lack of a better option, Chan Kui had to use the princess of the Lanxiang kingdom who married his majesty and promised some compensation. Only then did the people of the Lanxiang kingdom agree to relinquish their rooms. Because of this, Chan Kui's hatred for Yun Luofeng festered in his heart. At the same time, the Lanxiang kingdom was forced to relinquish their rooms. In the eyes of the populace, they would call the Lanxiang kingdom virtuous, but the kingdoms who came to compete were all intelligent people, who knew how they ridiculed them in their mind. Hence, on top of Chan Kui, the haughty prodigies of the Lanxiang kingdom also wished nothing more than to kill Yun Luofeng. Sister, you didn't see the expressions of those people from the Lanxiang kingdom just now. It was nearly the same color as a pig liver. Ha ha ha, big brother hasn't been this delighted in years. Inside the room, Yi Eximo had his arm placed on Yun Luofeng's shoulder as he loudly guffawed. His voice was full of delight and youthful energy. Yun Luofeng lightly sipped some tea with narrowed eyes. I already said that I never lose. Whoever causes trouble for me, I will return it 1,000-fold to them. If Jiang Kui did not try to give her a hard time, it would not cause the Lanxiang kingdom to suffer as well and cause him to be hated by the people of the Lanxiang kingdom. Hence, he did all of this to himself. Chapter 964, Registering for the Competition 1. Sister. Yi Eximo raised his brows and looked at the girl sitting in front of him, saying, tomorrow is registration day. Did you think about what competition you will sign up for? The inter-kingdom tournament was divided into 3 categories. The first was the medical arts, the second was fighting, and the third was beast taming. Within these 3 categories, the first 2 were popular while the least popular was beast taming. Not many people headed to it. The reason was none other than the spiritual beasts of the land of no return were all extremely haughty and would not easily submit to a human. Taming them was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Hence, very few people possessed spiritual beasts on the continent. If they could not tame these prideful spiritual beasts, they could not sign a contract with them nor could they order them to fight. Yun Luofeng's finger lightly stroked the edge of the teacup as her lips raised with a languid and wicked smile. I am interested in all 3 categories of competition. In other words, she was going to register for all 3 categories. Yi Eximo was taken aback and hesitantly said, although the competition has no rules against repeated registration, there has never been anyone who registered for more than 2 categories at the same time. Are you sure you can handle signing up for 3 categories? Regarding Yun Luofeng's medical and fighting skill, Yi Eximo was confident in her. But the last category, beast taming, was not as simple. I either won't do it or if I do it, I will do it the best. Yun Luofeng slowly stood up, her dark eyes akin to starry, dark night, emitting a brilliant radiance. She had never been someone who settled for being normal. Unless she did nothing, everything that she did must amaze the world. Yi Eximo helplessly smiled. Sister, since you already decided, then I will certainly support you as your brother. Only, the beast taming category is incredibly dangerous, so you should be cautious. Yun Luofeng faintly smiled. Her voice lazily said, I'm tired. Yi Eximo wryly chuckled while shaking his head. Then I won't disturb you. Rest well. I will come and find you tomorrow. After saying this, he glanced at Yun Luofeng with complicated feelings before turning to leave. It seemed that his sister-in-law could always manage to give him an extreme fright. Even the top geniuses of the 3 empires never contemplated registering for 3 categories at the same time. Next day, daybreak. It was early in the morning, but the members of the corps were already exercising in the courtyard. Lin Ruobai and Yi Eximo were waiting for Yun Luofeng at the entrance. Not long later, the slightly shut door was slowly opened. Upon seeing the white-clothed girl who appeared at the door, everyone went to greet her. Everyone's here. The girl stretched before looking at everyone inside the courtyard with a raised brow and saying, then we will head to the entrance of the rest station to register. All of you will choose to fight. Zhong Lingge, you will sign up for 2 categories, 1 fighting, 1 medicine. During these past years, Yun Luofeng has taught Zhong Lingge some medicine. Added with her self-study, although her medical skills could not compare with a master, she still had hope for winning among the youth. Yes, Zhong Lingge respectfully responded. Let's go then. Having said this, Yun Luofeng took the initiative to leave the courtyard. Everyone else hurried to follow without a word. Coincidentally, just as Yun Luofeng wanted to step out of the courtyard, a group of people wearing the Lanxiang Kingdom insignia all walked over. Chapter 965, Registering for the Competition 2. The leading youth clearly discovered Yun Luofeng as well. Viciousness flashed through his eyes, and he extended his leg in front of Yun Luofeng, hoping to trip the girl. Yun Luofeng appeared to have not seen anything and lifted her leg high, stepping on the youth's ankle. Ah! A wail like the sound of a dying pig rang through the entire rest station, making the prodigies from the other kingdoms, who were hurrying toward the registration location, all look over. The youth clutched his swollen ankle, his furious gaze intently glaring at Yun Luofeng as he uttered between clenched teeth, Yun Luofeng, don't you know to watch where you are going? Didn't you see my leg? Yun Luofeng evilly glanced at him. Apologies, I didn't see you extend your leg in front of me. Hearing this, everyone understood what had happened. It turned out it was someone from the Lanxiang kingdom vainly attempting to trip Yun Luofeng. Who knew he would end up worse than he started by trying to trick her? The other party directly stepped on his ankle to pass. Yun Luofeng, just wait and see. Rage oozed from the youth's gaze as he coldly looked at Yun Luofeng. Then, he waved his arm and bitingly said, let's go. This time, he did not walk as majestic as before. Instead, he led the group of Lanxiang kingdom prodigies away while limping. Yi Eximo's eyes icily watched the direction that the youth headed toward as he said, he is the 5th prince of the Lanxiang kingdom, Chu Faihua, and also the top genius in the Lanxiang kingdom. His strength is at god level, advanced rank. Yun Luofeng shrugged. Let's keep going. To be truthful, even before her breakthrough, she probably would not care about those prodigies of the Lanxiang kingdom, let alone now that she had reached god level, intermediate rank. Seeing Yun Luofeng's departing figure, Yi Eximo hurriedly chased after her and continued to closely follow her. At the entrance of the rest station, besides the registration point of the beast taming category, which had always been deserted, the other 2 points were jammed with people. From this, it could be seen that medicine was extremely popular on this continent and had even become an indispensable part of daily life. Sister, it looks like we have to wait in line for a long time. Yi Eximo held his arms across his chest with his sharp, straight brows raised, his eyes brimming with joy. Yun Luofeng glanced at the location milling with people and turned around, heading for another direction. Let's go, we will head to the registration point for beast taming first. Perhaps because the label of the Tianyun kingdom was too flashy, the other people attentively watched Yun Luofeng's every movement. Seeing her walk to the registration point for beast taming, astonishment was written on everyone's faces, but there was more disdain. The girl from the Tianyun kingdom is a beast tamer. No wonder the Tianyun kingdom came so confident this time. It turns out they want to seek attention in the neglected category. It's a pity that although beast taming is an unpopular category, it doesn't lack geniuses in its midst. Even the kingdoms ranked in the top 3 sent people to participate in it. Although beast taming was an unpopular category, it did not mean there weren't people who possessed this ability. So the Tianyun kingdom had committed a great mistake if they wanted to seek attention from an unpopular category. As the perpetual last place, the Tianyun kingdom would never change its fortunes. At the registration points for beast taming, an old man was holding a writing brush and penning people's names. Compared with the other registration points, it was too desolate here, so the man wrote extremely slowly with a relaxed expression. Next. The Tianyun kingdom, Yun Luofeng. Chapter 966, Registering for the 3 categories, 1. After hearing the words, the Tianyun kingdom, the old man was clearly startled, but he did not hesitate to write down Yun Luofeng's name. Then, a benevolent smile appeared on his geriatric face and he said, "All right, you can leave." There was no one else waiting to register behind Yun Luofeng, so the elderly man put away the paper after the last stroke. TCH, Yun Luofeng really registered for beast taming. Haha, in truth, I quite admire her, being able to sign up so quickly. Do you think she casually signed up for a category because she didn't want to wait in line? Oh, look quickly. Yun Luofeng is heading for the fighting category. The person's shocked voice was just heard, and Yun Luofeng already reached the other registration point and was silently waiting in the back of the line. Everyone's brain exploded as they looked at the girl in white with eyes full of shock. She wants to sign up for 2 categories. This is impossible, right? Although the times of each competition are separated, after 1 round of competition, they would definitely be spent and can participate in the next round in the best state. So, normally, people would not sign up for 2 categories at the same time. That's right, the other people from the Tianyun kingdom still haven't registered, so Yun Luofeng is surely accompanying them to register. The more they thought about it, the more they found it logical. Signing up for 2 categories in a row. How was that possible? Even the prodigies from the top 3 kingdoms do not dare to risk it. After all, failing one of the categories of competition would greatly impact the ranking. As the sun moved higher up in the sky, the people at the registration points finally slowly petered off. However, they did not leave and were watching the Tianyun kingdom team from the side with a sneer. Every prodigy who chose to register had to report their strength, which was why they were standing on the sidelines waiting to watch them humiliate themselves. An emotionless voice rang. Next. Compared to the benevolent old man at the registration point for beast taming, this person's face was fairly prideful. The Tianyun kingdom, Yun Luofeng. My strength is. Yun Luofeng paused, a glint flashing through her eyes, sky level, advanced rank. Hearing the girl's indifferent voice, the mocking faces of the people around them turned to stupefaction, as though they were struck by lightning. She signed up. And this woman was actually sky level, advanced rank. At this moment, everyone's expression was extraordinarily colorful, as though it was being dyed over and over again. Following her, booming voices rang through the entire street one after another. The Tianyun kingdom, Yi Eximo, sky level, advanced rank. The Tianyun kingdom, Yi Ling, sky level, intermediate rank. The Tianyun kingdom, King Yin, sky level, low rank. The Tianyun kingdom, Zhong Lingge, sky level, low rank. The Tianyun kingdom, Go Dan, earth level. Sky level Strud cultivator. Another sky level Strud cultivator. Since when did so many young sky level cultivators appear in the Tianyun kingdom? They knew about Yi Eximo. In the Tianyun kingdom, besides Princess Jiang Mengyao, only Yi Eximo had reached sky level. To no avail, the other people of the Tianyun kingdom were too weak, so even if the 2 of them were fairly strong, they still could not lead so many trash. However, all of these people were sky level spread cultivators. After hearing the people of the Tianyun kingdom report their strength, the expression of the talented youth from the Lanxiang kingdom who wanted to antagonize Yun Luofeng earlier, Chu Faihua, was exceptionally displeased. Chapter 967, Registering for the 3 categories, 2. Chu Faihua coldly glanced at Yun Luofeng and snorted. If you only registered for the fighting category, perhaps the Tianyun kingdom would finally stop coming in the last place. Unfortunately, you were too stupid and went to sign up for beast taming as well. Don't you know that if you choose multiple categories in the tournament, your ranking is based on the worst scored category? This was why many prodigies did not dare to sign up for 2 categories. If they did not do well due to lack of energy, wouldn't they harm their own kingdom? A moment later, the other people from the Tianyun kingdom all registered. Yun Luofeng had them stay and wait for them while she led Zhong Lingge to the medicine registration point. Seeing her action, the initially silent crowd had another ardent reaction. My goodness, is this woman planning to register for the last medicine category even though she had already registered for 2 categories? Registering for 3 categories in a row. Does she think she's a god and wants to compete in all 3 categories? If she really signs up for it, then she's an idiot who doesn't have any brains and only wants to show off. Yun Luofeng did not disappoint the person who spoke vulgarly. She was standing at the medicine registration point. The Tianyun kingdom, Yun Luofeng. Boom. Everyone's mind exploded and their vision turned white. They stared at Yun Luofeng, stupefied and unable to utter anything. Since the beginning of the tournament, no one signed up for 2 categories at the same time. But she took on the 3 categories all at once. Goodness, just how stupid was this girl to do something like this? Idiot. Chu Faihua looked at Yun Luofeng with a sneer. You are beyond idiotic. You will eventually regret it. I don't know whether I will regret it, but I know your Lanxiang kingdom will certainly regret it. Yun Luofeng's lips turned up as her wicked eyes dryly swept across Chu Fahua's livid face. Her words were arrogant and bold. Chu Faihua snorted. We will see. After saying this, he walked past Yun Luofeng to leave. When he reached her side, he thought about plotting against her another time, but he swiftly recalled the girl's underhanded tactics and could only forcefully suppress the fury in his heart. Following this, Zheng Lingge finished signing up and silently walked to Yun Luofeng. Let's go then, we will go back to rest. Yun Luofeng shrugged and walked into the rest station. She did not notice that a pair of cool eyes was watching her from behind the crowd. Even after she left, the person could not look away. Xiao Yuqing, donning a long, navy blue robe, stood behind the crowd. His handsome and aloof face imperceptibly revealed his complicated feelings and a dim light flickered through his eyes. His mother's death should have made him hate this woman who caused it. Why was it that when he saw her again, he could not hate her? Master, why didn't you report your true strength earlier? When Yun Luofeng leisurely entered the courtyard inside the rest station, Huohuo's puzzled voice was heard from her spirit. Without waiting for her to respond, Xiao Mo answered for her. Idiot, I really don't know how you lived on the continent for this long without being kidnapped. Master is facing her enemies with her weak side so that her competitors would lower the guard. Moreover, a sky-level, advanced rank spirit cultivator can already cause other people to be unable to underestimate Master, so she naturally has no need to report her true strength. Xiao Mo hummed, evidently scornful of Huohuo's stupidity. Chapter 968, Medical Competition 1. Xiao Mo, how's Little Tree? Ever since that day, Yun Luofeng did not enter the God Code space again and was a hands-off owner, leaving Little Tree to Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo was silent for a moment. He has already eaten nearly all of the medicinal herbs inside the God Code space. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng rubbed her aching forehead. It looked like she needed to acquire medicinal herbs as fast as possible. I heard that the prize for the medical competition is a valuable medicinal herb. Yun Luofeng's eyes glittered. So I must obtain this herb to feed Little Tree. KKK. Little Tree's tinkling laughter was heard, as though he heard her words. His laughter, transmitted to Yun Luofeng's mind through her spirit, was very joyful. Yun Luofeng smiled and did not say anything more before entering her room. The first round of the Inter-Kingdom tournament was the medical competition. The venue for the competition was situated inside the imperial palace of the Tianhui Empire. At present, the venue was milling with people and bustling with discussions. Besides the emptied space reserved for the competitors, there were also viewing platforms for the audience. Yun Luofeng walked to Zheng Lingge's side and clapped her shoulders, saying, "Don't be too pressured. Even if you lose, it's no big deal. There's still me." Zheng Lingge nodded, but her keen eyes were brimming with determination. Since she was competing, she must do her all and absolutely wouldn't disappoint her master. Here comes His Majesty, here comes noble Consort Ling. A shrill voice pierced through the venue, and a moment later, a bright yellow figure quickly walked toward him escorted by a procession of eunuchs and imperial maids. Following the dragon-robed man was a faintly smiling woman in imperial clothing. The woman was not only incredibly beautiful but also had a sweet and tender mannerism. No wonder the emperor of the Tianhui Empire was incredibly mesmerized by her. Everyone, Zhen personally came to be a judge of the medical competition today. Long Yuan's face was held high as he looked down on the numerous young prodigies under him. The first round of the medical competition is an elimination match. In a moment, Zhen will have someone bring out the medicinal herbs. 2 prodigies will come up and write down the name and effects of the herbs. Seeing everyone's stunned expression, Long Yuan's voice paused briefly before saying, "Zhen knows that it won't be difficult to write down the effects of the herbs with your talent, so only the ones who hand in their examination script first have the right to advance. Also, the herbs that every group faces are different, so you won't be able to cheat. In other words, every group would get a new set of medicinal herbs, so no one would know the herbs that they have to face before they compete, which also prevented cheating." After saying this, Long Yuan waved his arm and lavishly said, "Also, Zhen changed the prize of the competition at the last minute. All the medicinal herbs brought out today will belong to the winner." Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes. What she lacked right now was medicinal herbs, so she would certainly get first place. Without further ado, the competition will start now. Following Long Yuan's words, a eunuch immediately brought the medicinal herbs out. He also pulled out 2 strips of paper and read out the name on the paper. Zhang Ming, Zhao Wu. Instantly, the 2 people who were named walked out and charged toward the medicinal herbs without wasting a single second, their hands flying over the paper at lightning speed. "Your Majesty." Noble Consort Ling glanced at Yun Luofeng below them with faintly dark features and whispered beside Long Yuan's ear, "That girl is Yun Luofeng." Chapter 969, Medical Competition 2. Oh. Long Yuan raised his brows. She's the one who looked down on the people from the Lanxiang Kingdom. Logically, with his status, Long Yuan did not need to care about the Lanxiang Kingdom. However, the princess of the Lanxiang Kingdom was his most favored woman, so he naturally had to lend a hand. "My dear consort." Long Yuan squeezed Noble Consort Ling's tender and smooth cheeks as he asked with a smile, "How do you want me to vent your anger for you?" Noble Consort Ling's cheeks reddened. "Your Majesty, you didn't say whether people could fight during the competition, so I rigged the lot drawing already, and the one who shall face is someone from the Lanxiang Kingdom. I also ordered him to interfere with her competing." "Ha ha," Long Yuan loudly laughed, his arm tightly holding Noble Consort Ling's waist. "You can do whatever you want, my dear consort, Zhen will fulfill your wish." Long Yuan did truly love Noble Consort Ling. After gaining her, he had not visited any other concubines' beds, so he naturally indulged all of her actions. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Noble Consort Ling turned joyful, her lips raised with a smile. As she looked at Yun Luofeng, malice flashed through her gaze, and the smile on her lips deepened. "Yun Luofeng, you made the people from my Lanxiang Kingdom lose all their face that day, so I will make you pay it back 1,000-fold today." Inside the crowd, Yun Luofeng detected the malicious gaze and slowly looked up, meeting the anger-filled eyes of Noble Consort Ling. Besides fury, her eyes also contained a satisfied joy and had lost the previous tenderness and wit. It was at this time that the eunuch's voice pulled Yun Luofeng's attention back to the competition. Next, Qian Qi, Zheng Lingge. Zheng Lingge started briefly before she took a deep breath and slowly walked up to the competition stage. On the stage, a eunuch already took out a new round of medicinal herbs and placed them on the table one by one. Oh, isn't that the servant girl beside Yun Luofeng? I know Qian Qi, he's from the Fengyu Kingdom and studies under a great physician of the Fengyu Kingdom. Zheng Lingge is only a servant girl, so she certainly isn't that capable. That's right. If she had brilliant medical skills, how could she be willing to serve Yun Luofeng as a servant girl? From this, it can be seen that Qian Qi will certainly win. Everyone did not have a high opinion of Zheng Lingge. In their eyes, if Zheng Lingge was talented in medicine, she would not be a mere servant girl. Perhaps she did not even recognize any of the medicinal herbs. Faced with the sounds of ridicule, Zheng Lingge acted as though she did not hear it and picked up the brush, speedily writing on the white paper laid in front of her. Seeing her actions, the audience was stunned. Is she really writing down the effects of those herbs? No. I think she's prideful and writing nonsense. If Qian Qi hands in the paper first, she will lose even if she doesn't hand in her paper, and no one would know what nonsense she scrawled. Time passed second by second. Zheng Lingge's mannerism remained as placid as always, a brush skillfully flying over the paper. In contrast, a cold sweat covered Qian Qi's forehead. After every herb that he wrote down, he needed to contemplate for a moment before he could write down the next herb. Do you see? Zheng Lingge's brush has not stopped at all, which is to say she did not even think about it. This is completely abnormal. She isn't one of those renowned godly doctors, so how could she write down the effects of a herb without thinking? Seeing this, the contempt on everyone's face grew. They already determined that Zheng Lingge was making things up. Chapter 970, Xiao Yuqing's Pain, 1. Time elapsed. Under everyone's scornful gazes, Zheng Lingge stopped writing and calmly walked toward the middle-aged man on the tall platform. The entire venue quieted down with her action. Long Yuan's brows furrowed, and he ordered a eunuch to accept her paper. The eunuch walked up as ordered and carefully held the paper, which was still wet with ink, as he walked to several old men. In the venue, besides the emperor and noble consort who dictated the whole competition, there was also the group of examiners formed by the empire's imperial physicians. These imperial physicians' reputation spread far and wide, so there was nothing better than having them act as the examiners. One of the old men accepted the paper and lightly skimmed it, but this glance alone caused astonishment to appear in his eyes. Quickly, come and take a look. The elderly man's expression was immensely shocked. Hearing this, the other old men gathered around him. After seeing the contents of the paper, their face exhibited the same expression. What's going on? Could it be that Zheng Lingge's rubbish angered these imperial physicians? The people beneath them all whispered in each other's ears and sprittedly discussed. Zheng Lingge's identity was out in the open. She was nothing more than a servant girl who came here to be humiliated in place of a prodigy from the Tianyun Kingdom, so how could she have genuine abilities? If she was capable enough to impress these imperial physicians, she would certainly not be a servant girl anymore. However, the following reality was like a slap that fiercely landed on these presumptuous people. Perfect. This answer is too perfect. Not a single word wrong and incredibly detailed. The imperial physicians all nodded their heads in praise. Although many prodigies came here, there still were not many who could be this detailed in a short amount of time. It was no wonder that they were so stunned earlier. Qian Qi tossed down the brush in his hand with dismay and looked at Zheng Lingge with turmoil in his eyes as he asked, "You can't be a mere servant girl, right? How could a servant girl possess such ability?" Zheng Lingge lifted her chin. "I'm truly a servant girl. There's no doubt about it." "Miss." On top of the platform, an old man asked with a faint smile, "Can this old crop know who taught you?" Hearing this, a trace of pride entered Zheng Lingge's face and tone. "My teacher is my master, Yun Luofeng." She was proud because she had a master like Yun Luofeng. Ever since she decided to vow loyalty and devotion to Yun Luofeng back then, she had been fated to step onto an extraordinary road. At this moment, Zheng Lingge was quite thankful for the crown prince of the Longyuan kingdom, Gao Ling. If it weren't for the imperial family's precautions against the general estate back then, she, who had been born useless, would not have been selected into the corps. The crowd turned into an uproar, clamoring about this news. No wonder a person praised by the imperial physicians would be a servant girl. If Yun Luofeng was incredibly talented in medicine as well, then they would wholeheartedly be willing to be her servants. Of course, the prerequisite was that she had this ability. In this world, there were a countless number of prodigies, so what if the servant received a compliment? Her memory concerning medicinal herbs did not represent her ability. In today's gathering of prodigies, she did not have a good chance of winning. Zheng Lingge walked with her head held up high and her chest puffed out. Under the shocked, doubtful, and disdainful gazes of those people, she left the competition floor like a proud peacock and walked to the side of Yun Luofeng. "Master, I won't disappoint you." She must win against her opponent regardless of how hard she had to try. "You've worked hard." Yun Luofeng faintly smiled before turning her sight onto the competition floor again. After Zheng Lingge left, the remaining competitors also walked onto the stage one by one whenever the eunuch called their name. Chapter 971, Xiao Yuqing's Pain, 2. Your Majesty. A snow-white hand settled on the emperor's wrist. Noble consort Ling was smiling tenderly with a deep ripple of emotions in her beautiful eyes. This little girl looks quite interesting. Oh. Long Yuan's brows raised as he looked at noble consort Ling's stunning face, gently squeezing the back of her hand. Does my dear consort lack imperial maids in her palace and take a fancy to this Zheng Lingge girl? Noble consort Ling bashfully lowered her head. His Majesty knows this servant well. I would like to make Zheng Lingge this servant's imperial maid. Since my dear consort wants it, then Zhen will help you obtain her from the Tianyun Kingdom after the competition is over. Long Yuan's features were very domineering and his tone was arrogant and unbridled. Even if you wanted Yun Luofeng to become your imperial maid, the Tianyun kingdom must obediently give her to us, let alone a servant girl. This was the attitude of a strong kingdom toward a weak kingdom. So what if I want someone of yours? That is your fortune. If you reject it, then you don't know how to appreciate a favor. Of course, Long Yuan believed that the Tianyun kingdom would not have the courage to reject him. Moreover, exchanging a little girl for the friendly attitude of the Tianhui Empire would be well worth it. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Noble consort Ling shook her head. Yun Luofeng married into the Yi family, and the Yi family has an important status in the Tianyun kingdom. The Tianyun kingdom won't give her up. Also, every kingdom has the agreement that none of the kingdoms can privately wage a war. This servant wouldn't want to drag your Majesty down because of my selfishness. Long Yuan's gaze was full of indulgence. My dear consort, you seem to have forgotten something. If the Tianyun kingdom comes in the last place again, they will be eliminated from the rank of kingdoms. At that time, why do we need to care about the inter-kingdom agreement? Noble consort Ling's eyes sparkled. This was what she was waiting for. As long as His Majesty said this, it meant the Tianyun kingdom would lose this competition without a doubt. Thinking to this point, the corner noble consort Ling's lips slightly turned up, her malicious eyes glancing to Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng, Lu Chenyi. A sharp voice called out, and everyone's eyes shot to Yun Luofeng in an instant. Lu Chenyi was the son of Grand Tutor of the Lanxiang kingdom. His medical skill was extraordinary and his demeanor elegant, snatching the affection of many girls from the Lanxiang kingdom. Compared to the arrogant and tyrannical prince, Chu Faihua, his popularity was more fervent. As soon as he appeared, a wave of squeals was evoked. This is young Master Lu from the Lanxiang kingdom. My goodness, he's really as elegant as legend says, exceptionally handsome. If I could become his wife, I would die without regrets. Hearing these women's shrill voices, Lu Chenyi's faint smile remained on his lips. There was a feather fan in his hand, graceful and handsome beyond comparison. It was as though his whole body emitted light. Upon seeing that Yun Luofeng's opponent was Lu Chenyi, understanding dawned in the emperor's mind and his brows slightly furrowed. My dear consort, when you said earlier that you had someone from the Lanxiang kingdom distract Yun Luofeng, did you mean that you were going to have Lu Chenyi act as a honeypot trap? Noble consort Ling mysteriously smiled. Your Majesty, this servant is confident that Yun Luofeng will be eliminated in the first round of competition. She was incredibly confident in the people of the Lanxiang kingdom. Moreover, Lu Chenyi had formidable strength, so he could make Yun Luofeng miserably lose even without using underhanded tactics. Under the starry gazes of the women, Lu Chenyi walked to Yun Luofeng's side while waving his feather fan. His face had a hint of a smile while his mannerism was graceful, every movement stirring people's hearts. Chapter 972, Xiao Yuqing's Pain, 3. However, Yun Luofeng's dark eyes were completely placid without a single ripple. No one was able to detect any emotions from her eyes. Lu Chenyi's pupils contracted. He had a feeling that this woman was not someone easily seduced, despite his immense confidence in his methods. Miss Yun, Lu Chenyi's lips turned up with a kind smile. I have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. My interest in you goes far back. It is my honor to have you as my opponent. Seeing Lu Chenyi treat Yun Luofeng so gently caused the women beneath them to go crazy from jealousy. Doesn't Yun Luofeng already have a husband? How could she seduce young Master Lu so shamelessly? Her husband is nothing more than the son of an aristocratic family in some tiny kingdom. How could he compare with young Master Lu? At least the Lanxiang kingdom is one of the top 10 kingdoms, and he is also the son of the Grand Tutor, so his status is extremely noble. I actually thought Yun Luofeng was different. I didn't expect her to be so secular that as soon as she sees a man with a more noble status, she would throw herself at his feet. Lin Ruobai and the others nearly flew into a rage when they heard the discussions. Women caught in the snare of love were truly delirious and incredible at distorting the truth and ignoring right and wrong. When did Yun Luofeng go seduce Lu Chenyi? And when did she throw herself at his feet? It was clearly Lu Chenyi who shamelessly wanted to seduce Yun Luofeng. Lin Ruobai was about to bellow her response when she saw Yun Luofeng's fierce gaze darting to the women who voiced their ridicule. Is this Lu Chenyi very outstanding? Her voice was absent-minded and her tone languid. If you think he is outstanding, then immediately come and take him away. However, it appears that just one of him won't be enough to be divided among so many of you. I do have a solution though. You can dismember him into thousands of pieces, and everyone can take a piece. As for me, Yun Luofeng paused, the corner of her lips rising. I already possess a man who loves me the most and is the most outstanding in the world. With someone like that as contrast, I'm not interested in a normal person like him. They could discuss her, but they absolutely could not talk about Yun Xiao. She would not permit anyone to humiliate him. Lu Chenyi's face was somewhat stiff as fury rose in his heart. This woman actually called him a normal person, and also wanted to dismember him into thousands of pieces to give to his admirers. On the audience platform, an aloof man hid in the midst of the crowd and had his gaze locked on the peerless girl clothed in white the whole time. However, after hearing the girl's words, he felt like someone punched his heart, making it feel extremely heavy. Young Master Xiao. The person behind him asked with a worried expression after catching a glimpse of Xiao Yuqing's pale face. Let's go, this competition isn't all too meaningful. Because the winner would always be her. After glancing at Yun Luofeng one last time, Xiao Yuqing turned around to walk out of the venue. That one stunning gaze from back then determined he would fall for her for the rest of his life. However, he would gladly endure the hardship without any regret. The pretty woman who gently called Xiao Yuqing earlier detected his last glance and subconsciously peered at Yun Luofeng, who was standing in the center of the venue. Complicated feelings stirred in her eyes. During these past years, young Master Xiao appeared to keep thinking about a woman. If she did not guess wrong, that woman was Yun Luofeng. However, Yun Luofeng already had a husband, so young Master Xiao was fated to be unable to obtain her. Since it was like this, did that mean she still had a chance? The corner of her lips slightly raised with a composed smile, and her eyes were brimming with joy. Chapter 973, Xiao Yuqing's Pain, 4. On the competition stage, Lu Chenyi already drew back his elegant smile, and his gentle eyes contained a trace of fox-like cunning. Miss Yun, you are quite deeply in love with your husband, but you've misunderstood my meaning. I don't have any improper motives toward you. Lu Chenyi slowly walked to the front of Yun Luofeng, his thin lips near her ear. He used a voice that only the two of them could hear to say, of course, if you are willing to be my woman, then I am willing to go easy on you in the competition later. How about it? Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes, the smile on her lips remarkably evil. Go easy on me. I'm afraid. You don't have the capability. Ho ho. Lu Chenyi chuckled. It looks like Miss Yun thinks she will certainly win this competition. I greatly anticipate the scene of you winning against me then. He particularly raised his volume when speaking those words, so that the people around them heard him. What? Yun Luofeng actually dares to be this arrogant, so confident that she thinks she can win against young Master Lu. She shouldn't think that merely raising a servant girl like Zheng Lingge is enough for her to become conceited. If Zheng Lingge competed with young Master Lu, she would most assuredly lose without a doubt. She truly thinks too highly of her abilities. How could the women who adore Lu Chenyi watch the dream lover be bullied without doing anything? They all stood up, and everyone's expression would make someone unaware of the truth think that Yun Luofeng had killed their whole family. Obtaining the result that he wanted, Lu Chenyi's smile deepened. He boastfully glanced at Yun Luofeng and kindly spoke, Miss Yun, let's start then. I look forward to you winning against me. At this time, a eunuch already placed down the medicinal herbs one by one. Seeing the herbs in front of them, Lu Chenyi smiled again. Also, I would like to increase the difficulty of the competition this time. Will your majesty permit it? There's no harm saying it. Long Yuan said with a smile and a raise of his hand. Lu Chenyi's eyes flickered. I suggest that Miss Yun and I not only have to write down the effects but also have to arrange the herbs on the table into a prescription, and there must be at least 3 prescriptions. Writing the effects of the herbs was already extremely difficult, but arranging these herbs into a prescription was even more difficult. Praise flashed through Long Yuan's eyes, and he nodded. Zhen permits it. Thank you, your majesty. Lu Chenyi cupped his fists and looked at Yun Luofeng with a faint smile. Miss Yun, since you were so confident about your strength earlier, do you dare to accept my suggestion now? Yun Luofeng raised her brows. Why wouldn't I dare? There is nothing in this world that I don't dare to do. Ha ha, Lu Chenyi loudly laughed. Miss Yun is unlike other women, as expected. You truly make me immensely respectful of you. I hope you will still have the courage to say something like this in a moment. Lu Chenyi flicked his robe and walked to his seat. He was quite talented indeed, but that was only relative to the Lanxiang kingdom. He could not compare with the prodigies of the other kingdoms ranked near the front. Even the prodigies from the other kingdoms did not dare to suggest this condition, so how could he have the courage? The reason was very simple. It was because the noble consort of the Tianhui Empire was a princess of the Lanxiang kingdom. Moreover, the noble consort requested him to give Yun Luofeng a hard time. Chapter 974, Xiao Yuqing's Pain, 5. Hence, he already knew the medicinal herbs that the Tianhui Empire would set out and made preparations beforehand by going through the books and finding 3 prescriptions. It had to be said that having someone behind you was satisfying. Even cheating was done so effortlessly. Lu Chenyi spread the paper open and, with a flick of his brush and with flowing movements, started to write down character after character on his white sheet of paper. In order to not make it obvious that he already made preparations, he pretended to contemplate for a moment every time he wrote a paragraph. At the same time, Yun Luofeng also started to seriously write her answer. Time gradually elapsed, but it was not long before 15 minutes had passed. During this period of time, no one made any more sounds and silently watched the 2 people on the stage. Understandably, the people who were ridiculing Yun Luofeng earlier all remained silent, quietly admiring the girl's calm posture as she wrote. In contrast to Lu Chenyi's contemplation from time to time, Yun Luofeng's movements were very fluid and continuous. However, what shocked everyone was that Yun Luofeng and Lu Chenyi put down their brushes at the same time. Logically, since Yun Luofeng's movements were so continuous, she should finish earlier than Lu Chenyi, so why did she finish her answer at the same time as him? Could it be that the girl was only pretending to be calm? Was her capability too mediocre so she made a lot of edits to her answer? A eunuch quickly went to pick up their exams and passed them to the imperial physicians. The imperial physicians first looked over Lu Chenyi's exam, and praise appeared on their faces. Quite good, your answer was very insightful, not missing any component, and without any editing marks. Even the 3 prescriptions were arranged perfectly. You truly are a rare genius. The imperial physician's compliment made everyone firmly believe in the answer in their mind. Yun Luofeng could not win against Lu Chenyi. You've let me win. Lu Chenyi gently smiled and cupped his fist while saying, I've read many books over the years, so I've already memorized those prescriptions. Miss Yun, don't be dismayed. It's merely a competition and doesn't mean anything. I hope we can have a rematch next year. Lu Chenyi aimed the last sentence at Yun Luofeng. After saying it, he slapped his head in mock distress. I forgot, your Tianyun kingdom doesn't have a next year. I'm sorry, Miss Yun. If I knew it would be like this, I would have gone easy on you. A smile also appeared on noble consort Ling's face. She said it before that Lu Chenyi absolutely would not lose. There was no need to look at Yun Luofeng's exam next. No matter how capable she was, there was no way she would win against Lu Chenyi. Although this was what everyone else thought, the imperial physicians could not do that as the examiners. Hence, they abided by the rules and picked up Yun Luofeng's exam. When one of the examiners saw it, the elderly man was instantly taken aback. It was different from his shock when he faced Zheng Lingge earlier, as he was completely stupefied right now. Ji Yang, is Yun Luofeng's answer so awful that it scared you? I saw that her brush did not even stop earlier, so perhaps the exam has some editing marks. I would like to see what she wrote that frightened you. After saying this, another old man snatched the exam from Ji Yang's hand. Upon seeing the contents of the paper, he who originally had a mocking smile became as dumbstruck as Ji Yang. That can't be, right? Was what she wrote that awful? It shouldn't be. Even if she didn't write anything, it shouldn't be this bad. The other elders could not hold back any more and encircled Ji Yang and the other old man. Their heads pushed forward, wanting to catch a glimpse of the contents of the paper. Chapter 975. What was Lu Chenyi compared to her? 1. On the white paper, the script was straight and legible without any of the editing marks that they imagined. However, each old man's expression was more shocked than the previous, as though they had seen a ghost. This is impossible. An old man extended his hand and shakily took the exam into his hand. His mouth kept muttering, "This is impossible, absolutely impossible." The originally clamorous crowd grew silent after seeing the old man's peculiar behavior. No one understood what had happened that would cause the old man to have such a big reaction. Ji Yang deeply inhaled and looked at Yun Luofeng with complicated feelings. He calmly said, "Miss Yun, did you really write the answers on this exam?" At this moment, even Lu Chenyi sensed that something was wrong. His brows knitted, and incomprehension flashed through his gentle eyes. "If I didn't write it, did you write it?" Yun Luofeng retorted with a wicked smile. The audience members were all somewhat stunned. Yun Luofeng wrote it in front of their eyes, so it could not have been faked. They truly did not understand why Ji Yang would ask such a stupid question. Ji Yang appeared to realize that his question was too stupid as well, and embarrassment appeared on his face. "Apologies, Miss Yun. It's just that your answer is too shocking to the world, which is why this old crock asked you." Shocking to the world. Everyone, including the emperor and the noble consort, all had the gaze locked onto Ji Yang. "Ji Yang, what is going on?" The emperor coldly questioned with a dark expression. Ji Yang was about to answer but was intercepted by the incredibly excited old man beside him. The old man's expression was very fervent and looked at Yun Luofeng as though he saw a gold mountain. "Your Majesty, this subject will answer this matter. I declare that Yun Luofeng is the winner of this competition." Wow. The crowd burst into a commotion. The faces of the people who were ridiculing Yun Luofeng earlier all turned into disbelief. Lu Chenyi quickly strode up, his handsome face livid. "You said that Yun Luofeng obtained the win. I don't believe it. No matter how great her answer is, I still successfully finished the content of the exam, so it's a draw at most. Why did she win?" The two people turned in their exam at the same time indeed. If they both wrote an answer, it would be merely considered a draw. Why was it Yun Luofeng's win? "Young Master Lu, it's not that I am favoring a certain side, it's that Miss Yun's answer is more impeccable than yours." The old man passionately said, "You only wrote 3 prescriptions, and her. Guess how many she wrote? I reckon you can't imagine it. These herbs can be arranged into 10 different prescriptions. 10 different prescriptions." As though lightning flashed across a clear sky and struck them, even the women who were standing up for Lu Chenyi turned pale, their faces full of shock. "It is 10 prescriptions." The old man looked at Lu Chenyi, who staggered back, and continued to say emotionally, "During that time, I could only think of 5 prescriptions, but she could actually arrange 10. Isn't it her win?" Ji Yang also nodded in agreement. "I could only think of 5 prescriptions at most, and Miss Yun wrote down all of the 5 prescriptions that I thought of. So even if we don't assess the last 5, she would deserve to be the winner with these 5 prescriptions alone." Lu Chenyi shot forward and snatched the exam from the old man's hand. When he saw the distinct writing on the paper, his face drained of color. Chapter 976. What was Lu Chenyi compared to her? 2. 10 prescriptions. It's really 10 prescriptions. Before the competition, he already learned of the medicinal ingredients that he was going to face and spent a whole day and night in his search for the prescriptions relevant to all of these ingredients. Even so, he still only found 3. However, Yun Luofeng did not know the identity of the ingredients beforehand, so how in the world did she manage to write down 10 prescriptions in such a short amount of time? Sir King knew. Malice flashed through Lu Chenyi's eyes, and his fingers tightly squeezed the paper in his hand as he looked up and said, "You seem to have forgotten that if you respond incorrectly in your exam, you will be considered to have failed." The elderly man who he referred to as Sir King knew was the emotional person from earlier. Hearing Lu Chenyi's words, he was briefly taken back before hesitantly saying, "That is a rule indeed." So, Lu Chenyi lightly smiled. Yun Luofeng lost. Following the man's gentle as jade voice, his smitten and brainless supporters started hooting again. "That's what I thought. There's no way that Yun Luofeng can win against young Master Lu. Since young Master Lu said she lost, then she must have lost." However, when young Master Lu said that, his confident appearance was too handsome. "I really want to get married to him." Those women had hearts in their eyes as they foolishly looked at Lu Chenyi, besotted. In their eyes, Lu Chenyi could commit no wrong. His words were never wrong either. "You said I lost." Yun Luofeng's eyes devilishly swept toward Lu Chenyi. Compared with the other party's gentle and confident voice, her voice was incredibly languid, but it easily slammed into other people's hearts. "That's right, you lost." Lu Chenyi's features were permeated with confidence. Everyone knows that the snow silkworm lives in an icy and snowy habitat, and its body will melt upon contact with fire and lose its medicinal value. Normally, the snow silkworm is ground into powder for medicinal use. But look at what you wrote. 1 snow silkworm. If you directly toss the silkworm into the medicine decoction pot, its body will evaporate with nothing remaining. This competition only mentioned arranging the presented ingredients into 3 prescriptions and did not specify that all of the ingredients had to be used, which was why Lu Chenyi avoided the snow silkworm. After all, too few ingredients could be matched with the snow silkworm, and even the slightest carelessness could cause the ground silkworm to lose its value. He did not expect Yun Luofeng to make such a simple mistake. Are you sure a whole silkworm can't be used in medicine? Yun Luofeng raised her brows and said with a faint smile, if I can have the snow silkworm make contact with fire without melting, what should we do? Lu Chenyi mockingly chuckled. Miss Yun, it looks like your medical skills aren't that great, and I thought too highly of you. If you can even commit such a simple mistake, what right do you have to be my opponent? The snow silkworm not melting upon contact with fire. How could that be possible? Did this woman consider people to be fools and think they could be tricked as she pleased? The corner of Yun Luofeng's lips turned up. Since you aren't willing to believe me, we can use this to make a bet. All right. Lu Chenyi harshly clapped the feather fan in his hand and turned to Long Yuan. I beg your majesty to permit this. Long Yuan nodded and said in a low voice, Zhen permits it. On an extremely long table on the competition stage, a snow silkworm silently laid in an ice-covered bowl. The snow silkworm had evidently been dead for a long time and unmovingly rested on the ice cubes. Chapter 977. What was Lu Chenyi compared to her? 3. When faced with a valuable medicinal ingredient like the snow silkworm, it must be preserved in an icy environment even though it is dead. Otherwise, its corpse would decompose very quickly. Yun Luofeng already reached the snow silkworm by the time the Long Yuan finished speaking. Her sight surveyed the entire table before walking to the leaf without any hesitation. She picked up the leaf and carefully wrapped the corpse of the snow silkworm in the leaf. Black ice leaf. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what use she had for the black ice leaf. King Yu, Ji Yang, and the others were all startled, watching her with incomprehension. At this time, a fiery flame appeared in Yun Luofeng's palm with a whoosh and sizzlingly ignited the black ice leaf wrapped around the snow silkworm. The smile on Lu Chenyi's face deepened. This girl is quite foolish. Did she think that using a black ice leaf would be enough to block the heat of the flame? She was truly too naive. It wasn't long before Yun Luofeng retracted the flame in her hand and slowly opened up the black ice leaf before everyone's eyes. In the middle of the leaf, the snow-white silkworm turned burnt black and emitted waves of fragrant smell. It was so appealing that Lin Ruobai unconsciously swallowed back her saliva and her fingers gently tapped on her lips. It would be great if we had cumin at a time like this. To a foodie like Lin Ruobai, the only thing in her mind was delicious food. Added to the fact that she was not proficient in medicine, she had no idea what Yun Luofeng's actions meant. In comparison, the other people present all suffered from a large shock, their astonishment written in their eyes. The snow silkworm did not disappear. I understand. King Yu abruptly stood up and excitedly looked at Yun Luofeng. You didn't use the black ice leaf to wrap the snow silkworm to block the heat of the flame, it was to seal the spiritual energy of the silkworm. If its spiritual energy is sealed, then it won't disappear. The more he spoke, the more excited he got. Light shot out of his eyes as though he had discovered a new continent. Miss Yun, do you understand the impact that your actions today will bring to the continent? Although grinding the snow silkworm into powder prevents the dissipation of the spiritual energy, its medicinal effect is not as perfect as before. However, you have solved an eternal puzzle for the continent. If we can use an entire snow silkworm in medicine, its medicinal effects would be 10 times better. Currently, everyone ignored Lu Chenyi with his unsightly expression and had their eyes focused on Yun Luofeng. Even the people mocking her before changed the gaze at this moment. Before her, no one had thought to use the black ice leaf to lock in the spiritual energy of the snow silkworm. But she had resolved the problem that had induced headaches in all of the physicians on this continent. Even if she did not do well in the following competitions, this action alone would place her into the annals and earn the respect of everyone. Lu Chenyi's expression was very embarrassed, and he took advantage of everyone's focus on Yun Luofeng to hastily slip away with his tail between his legs. It was too shameful for him to remain here. Miss Yun, Ji Yang glanced at Yun Luofeng and said with a faint smile, I saw that you were using your left hand to write. Did something happen to your right hand? If you have the need, you can let us know and we will try our best to help since you solved this eternally difficult puzzle. Yun Luofeng subconsciously touched her right hand, which completely lacked any perception, and shook her head. There's no need. As she said before, she had no regrets about losing the use of her right arm. Chapter 978. What was Lu Chenyi compared to her? 4. Seeing the esteem that the imperial physicians had for Yun Luofeng, Long Yuan's stern brows slightly knitted. Yun Luofeng was extremely knowledgeable indeed and could solve even a problem like this. However, it did not mean she would be as outstanding in the subsequent competition. Yun Luofeng, Zhen truly admires your knowledge. Long Yuan coldly swept his eyes across Yun Luofeng and aloofly said, however, you seem to have mistaken something. You only needed to write down 3 prescriptions for this competition, and it's completely useless to write more. Hence, Zhen declares that it's a draw for this round and both can progress to the next round. Long Yuan's voice was imposing and mighty without being angry. King Yu and the others were stunned by Long Yuan's decision, let alone the audience. Your Majesty. King Yu's brows lightly knitted. Anyone can tell that the winner of this competition is Miss Yun. Lu Chenyi lost. And lost very completely. The rules of the competition are established by me. Impatience appeared on Long Yuan's expression. Zhen declares a tie. Do you have any objections? King Yu's expression shifted. He wanted to say something when Ji Yang tugged on him. The gazes met, and they discovered the origin of the problem. Lu Chenyi was from the Lanxiang kingdom, and his majesty favored noble consort Mu the most, so he would naturally help his favored consort. Why would he allow Lu Chenyi to be eliminated in the first round? Thinking of this, fury rose in King Yu's heart. He never participated in court politics his entire life and had no desires for fame and profit, devoting his whole mind to studying medicine. Upon meeting a genius like Yun Luofeng, how could he not treasure her? Who knew that his majesty would be bewitched by noble consort Ling and would do something like that? Noble consort Mu was truly an enchantress who would damage the country and cause suffering to the people. Forget it. Ji Yang whispered beside his ear, no one can change His Majesty's decision. I don't think the Lu Chenyi fellow can win against Yun Luofeng anyways. King Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart before apologetically looking at Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, everyone can tell that you won in your competition with Lu Chenyi, but I am forced to do something that smothers my conscience. What was Lu Chenyi compared to her? However, at a time like this, he cannot protect this prodigy. Long Yuan's expression abruptly darkened and his sharp gaze shot to King Yu. It was as though King Yu did not see it and sent Yun Luofeng a faint, guilt-ridden smile. Fame, power, all of it was as fleeting as mist to him. If His Majesty really grew angry because of his words, then he would leave the Tianhui Empire if worse came to worst. After all, he only joined the Tianhui Empire to study medicine with talented physicians. Thank you. Yun Luofeng faintly smiled. She did not blame King Yu for being unable to protect her. This old man was merely a subject and had no choice but to obey the Emperor's orders. However, this old man evidently stood on her side, so she would engrave this token of friendship into her heart. I will accept his announcement of a tie between Lu Chenyi and me. Yun Luofeng lifted her head, her wicked gaze shooting to Long Yuan sitting high above them, because I will make him lose more miserably. The young girl's voice was confident and bold, her pitch-black eyes as mysterious as the dark night. She accepted the draw against Lu Chenyi because she would make him lose more miserably. Who else in the world would say such arrogant words? Chapter 979, Yun Luofeng Poaching 1. Long Yuan's face was completely livid, veins popping out of his forehead, and his tightly clenched fists were cracking. Finally, he turned all of his anger into a warning. Yun Luofeng, I hope you will be as confident when faced with the subsequent competition. Then he stood up and snorted before leaving with a flick of his sleeve. Noble Consort Ling sent Yun Luofeng a malicious glance before following behind Long Yuan and quickly leaving too. Miss Yun. With a frown, King Yu glanced at the departing Long Yuan and Noble Consort Ling. He spun to face Yun Luofeng and said, the second round is held in the afternoon. Go back and rest well before coming back to compete when it's time. Yun Luofeng slightly nodded and slowly walked toward Lin Ruobai and the others. She stated, let's go then. The inner court of the Imperial Palace was extremely silent. When Yun Luofeng reached the gate of the palace, a palace maid suddenly blocked her path without any expression on her face. Our noble consort is having you visit her. She used the word, have, instead of, invite. The forcefulness of her words was obvious. Yun Luofeng did not bother to look up. I am uninterested in her. You. The palace maid's expression shifted as she angrily pointed at Yun Luofeng. You truly can't tell the good from the bad. Do you know how noble Her Highness the noble consort is? It is your blessing that she wants to see you, don't be so tactless. Yun Luofeng held her arms across her chest and slightly looked up at the palace maid blocking her. If she wants to see me, then let her come to me herself. I'm not interested in going to see her. How dare you? The palace maid angrily rebuked, her features brimming with rage. Swish. It was at this time that the people behind Yun Luofeng all simultaneously drew their weapons and coldly stared at the palace maid. The people of the core were trained by Yun Qingye, so it was unavoidable that their bodies carried a courageous and fierce aura. It was this aura that caused the palace maid to stagger back in fright, her face deathly pale. Yun Luofeng, this is the Tianhui Empire. The palace maid took a shallow breath before stating between clenched teeth, if you don't want to provoke our Tianhui Empire, then you should advise your people to sheath their weapons and follow me to see Her Highness the noble consort. Yun Luofeng's lips turned up with a smile that appeared to have come from hell, making people shiver despite the lack of coldness. The palace maid's eyes darkened as she watched Yun Luofeng approach her. She was about to order the guards hiding in secret to act when the girl's languid and wicked voice slowly rung in the air. My people have always been like this. The smile on her face deepened as a dangerous glint faintly emitted from her pitch-black eyes. My words remain the same. If noble consort Ling wants to see me, have her pay a personal visit to me. Perhaps I will receive her if my mood is good. If she wants to force me against my will, then I won't submit to people in power even if I am faced with death. The palace maid was startled and dumbfounded as she looked at the arrogant and unbridled girl in front of her. She swallowed hard. The girl smiled again. Also, I'm like a rabid dog when I turn crazy. She can come and provoke me if she doesn't fear death. I will bite her to the point of paralysis even if it means my spirit will disperse. No one was more familiar with Yun Luofeng's personality than the people of the Steel and Raging Flame Corps. She was truly a lunatic who would never allow herself to be taken advantage of. She was the type of person who would choose to cripple the other party's arm at the risk of her life. Provoking her. What was the difference between that and provoking a lunatic? The palace maid was clearly stunned by her words, her expression turning more unsightly. She was unable to respond even after the white-clothed girl led the people behind her to walk past her. Chapter 980, Yun Luofeng Poaching 2. It took a while for the palace maid to come back to her senses and hastily run towards noble consort Ling's bedchambers. Inside the bedchamber, after hearing the palace maid's spiced-up report, noble consort Ling mercilessly smashed the teacup from her hand onto the floor due to anger. Yun Luofeng truly can't differentiate goodwill. This consort originally wanted to recruit her because of her capability. Who knew she would dare to not come and meet me and even want me to pay her a visit? I truly don't know where she got the face to say something like that. The palace maid shakily knelt on the floor, too frightened to say anything. Noble consort Ling's eyes sparkled and started silently laughing. Yun Luofeng, since you won't give face to this consort, then don't blame me for being heartless. I can't be pleased unless you are eliminated. Especially because the girl had such beautiful looks. His Majesty currently did not care about Yun Luofeng, but if Yun Luofeng shamelessly wanted to seduce His Majesty, what man could resist such a temptation? After all, what woman in this world did not have a fondness for power? Xiao Fang, go to the rest station and inform the prince of the Lanxiang kingdom, Chu Faihua, that he must kill Yu Nuofeng in tomorrow's competition no matter what. In exchange, this consort will help him break through. The medicine competition was held today, and the fighting competition would be held tomorrow. Death was not permitted on the stage, but weapons were blind. Hence, if Yu Nuofeng unfortunately died during the fight, the Lanxiang kingdom would not be blamed. Thinking of this point, noble consort Ling's smile deepened and her pair of beautiful eyes sinisterly twinkled. Yes, your highness. The palace maid bowed before reverently retreating. Noble consort Ling coldly watched the direction that the maid departed, and muttered between clenched teeth, Yu Nuofeng, if I can't use you, then you can only die. An austere atmosphere pervaded the imperial study. The man, in his bright yellow dragon robes, properly sat on the emperor's chair and solemnly looked down at the elderly man below him. King Yu, why did you seek me out? King Yu cupped his fists in salute. Your Majesty, this subject thinks Yu Nuofeng is very talented. She will become a world-renowned physician in time, so this subject boldly begs your Majesty to help me entice Yu Nuofeng to our side. A world-renowned physician. Long Yuan smiled, his smile full of mockery. King Yu, you're overthinking it. Yu Nuofeng is truly knowledgeable, but it doesn't mean she has formidable capabilities. Medicine requires not only knowledge but also flexibility. The requirements for the application are also very high. Yu Nuofeng merely read a few ancient medical texts and learned how to use the snow silkworm from them. This doesn't equate to her having any ability. King Yu was startled, and his tone turned anxious. Your Majesty, please believe in this subject's judgment. Yu Nuofeng is destined for greatness and will eventually transform into a dragon. It won't be that easy to entice her at that time. King Yu, say no more. Zhen's Tianhui Empire doesn't have a place for her. Long Yuan dismissively waved her hand, his face expressionless. King Yu sighed in dismay and opened his mouth, wanting to persuade him some more, but he saw that Long Yuan already closed his eyes, clearly not planning to listen to him anymore. He bitterly chuckled and turned around to leave the imperial study. Ji Yang was waiting for him at the entrance. Seeing King Yu walking out with a helpless expression, he already guessed the result. His Majesty did not agree to recruit Miss Yun. Chapter 981, Yu Nuofeng Poaching, 3. King Yu nodded. Due to noble consort, His Majesty is very biased against her. An unprecedented genius will be buried here. If Yu Nuofeng could enter the Tianhui Empire and receive the full nurturing of the empire, her growth would be extremely fast. Ji Yang also found it a pity. Miss Yun is a genius indeed. If our Tianhui Empire could possess her, the imperial physician court's strength would increase quite a bit. However, loyal advice jars on the ears. His Majesty has been completely bewitched by noble consort Ling, so how could he listen to us? King Yu paused before saying, I plan to visit Miss Yun. Even if I can't work with her, there's no harm in studying medicine with her. All right. Ji Yang nodded. I need to prepare for this afternoon's competition, so I won't go. Also, you should warn Miss Yun to be cautious of the Lanxiang kingdom. I heard that noble consort Ling's palace maid went to invite Miss Yun and was rejected by her. With noble consort Ling's personality, she won't take things lying down. King Yu was silent for a moment. I will remind her. After saying that, he quickly headed towards the gate of the imperial palace and gradually disappeared from Ji Yang's sight. Ji Yang looked at the tightly shut door of the imperial study and shook his head in disappointment. Ever since His Majesty obtained noble consort Ling, his heart had not been in the court politics, causing many ministers like him to become thoroughly disappointed long ago. If the Tianhui Empire did not have a certain Sir supporting it, it would have long since declined. If His Majesty continued like this, it would be better off for ministers like him to retire. Finding somewhere else to live in seclusion would be better than staying here. Rest Station. After Yu Nuofeng, Lin Ruobai, and the others went on separate ways in the courtyard, they each returned to their own room. However, before Yu Nuofeng had time to rest, a series of knocks were heard. Miss Yun, this old crock intentionally came to pay you a visit. Do you happen to have the time? An extremely familiar aged voice was heard from outside the door. Yu Nuofeng hurriedly dressed and sat beside the table. Then she called out, Enter, while raising her brows. The room's door was pushed open, and King Yu's geriatric figure slowly entered. Did Great Master King Yu come to find me for some important matter? The young girl genially asked. King Yu sighed. Miss Yun, I originally wanted to recruit you to the Tianhui Empire, but was rejected by His Majesty. Hearing his words, Yu Nuofeng chuckled. Great Master King Yu, I am from the Tianyun Kingdom, and my man's roots are also there. Even if the Emperor of the Tianhui Empire didn't reject it, I can't join you. Jun Fendling married into the Yi family, which meant that Yun Xiao's roots were also there. There was absolutely no way that she would leave the Tianyun Kingdom. Moreover, in contrast to the incapable ruler, Long Yuan, the Emperor of the Tianyun Kingdom was more open-minded. King Yu said with a wry smile, Miss Yun, I came here to remind you to be cautious of the Lanxiang Kingdom harming you. The Lanxiang Kingdom. Yu Nuofeng slightly narrowed her eyes. If they want to die, why shouldn't I let them? King Yu was briefly taken back and helplessly shook his head. Don't underestimate the Lanxiang Kingdom. It has more sage-level cultivators than the Tianyun Kingdom. Moreover, noble consort Ling is pretty favored by His Majesty. So if you harm the Lanxiang Kingdom, His Majesty certainly won't leave the matter at that. King Yu's words carried some disappointment. If it weren't for my initial conviction supporting me, I would have left the Tianhui Empire long ago. Hearing King Yu's words, Yu Nuofeng's eyes twinkled. Chapter 982, Yu Nuofeng Poaching, 4. A smile appeared her lips. Great Master King Yu, I had a thought earlier. No one has yet to establish an organization related to physicians within the land of no return, so I plan to become this leader. similar to the Physician Association of the Longshao continent, an organization like that did not exist in the land of no return. Hence, a few months ago, this thought appeared in her mind. Don't underestimate physicians, since even the emperor of a kingdom had to be fairly polite to a well-known physician. After all, who never gets sick? It was apparent from the position of the Physician Association in the Longshao continent. If she could gather the renowned physicians of the world, even if all of the power of this organization cannot compare to that of the three great empires, the three great empires would not go and provoke her. Shock entered King Yu's heart. Do you mean that you want to establish an association? No, Yu Luofeng shook her head. The faction that I plan to establish will be named the Medical Tower. The Medical Tower will be divided into 10 levels. For example, a disciple who just started coming into contact with medicine can only dwell on the first level. If their medical skill passes an assessment, they can progress to the second level. On each level, I will place some medical texts and prescriptions that absolutely don't exist in the outside world. If they want to obtain these items, they must use medicinal ingredients to exchange for it. King Yu was stunned, as though he did not expect Yu Luofeng to think of this method. More importantly, the part about having medical texts and prescriptions that do not exist in the outside world completely stirred King Yu's heart. Miss Yun, there's a miscalculation in your plan. King Yu lightly frowned. What if those people sell the medicinal texts and prescriptions after they obtain it at a high price? You would lose too much that way. Yun Luofeng smiled. She flicked her sleeve and a countless number of gold-seeking hamsters appeared inside the room in the blink of an eye. King Yu was stupefied. She alone possessed the many spiritual beasts. Moreover, even the weakest gold-seeking hamster was a sky-level spirit cultivator. Miss Yun, this is... King Yu's voice was somewhat shaky, full of emotion he could not voice. The physicians who have entered the third level and beyond will all receive a gold-seeking hamster, and I will also state beforehand that these gold-seeking hamsters will monitor them. King Yu grew silent. A moment later, he asked, Miss Yun, aren't you afraid other people will object to your practice? Yun Luofeng confidently smiled. Those with objections don't have to join the physician tower. However, you as a physician should know the attraction that those medical texts and prescriptions hold to them. Also, my demand isn't that high. As long as you don't betray the physician tower and spread the medical texts and prescriptions to the public, they're completely free the other times and don't need to perpetually stay inside the physician tower. Also, there aren't many people who have broken through to god level on this continent, so sky-level gold-seeking hamster would undoubtedly be a very formidable combat force. How many people do you think would reject receiving a spiritual beast who can assist them in fighting for free? King Yu's heart was brimming with astonishment. He truly did not dare to believe that this was something that a girl younger than 20 years old could conjure up. Miss Yun, I'm from the Tianhui Empire, so why did you tell me this idea? Yun Luofeng faintly smiled with a cunning glint in her eyes. I have heard of Great Master King Yu's ability and character since long ago, so I am solemnly requesting you to be an elder of my physician tower. Chapter 983, Yun Luofeng Poaching, 5. King Yu was dumbfounded and blinked. Was this girl legitimately poaching in the Tianhui Empire's territory? However, ha ha ha, Great Master King Yu chuckled. After this competition is over, I will hand in a resignation to return home to His Majesty. I will immediately head over whenever the physician tower of yours is built. Nothing did a better job of enticing and recruiting a person than acknowledging his ability and character. Great. Yun Luofeng extended her hand at King Yu. I will wait for you inside the physician tower. King Yu held Yun Luofeng's hand, full of smiles. At that time, perhaps I will bring a few old men with me to join your physician tower. Can you accept them? Yun Luofeng lightly smiled. I will be the most welcoming of anyone who is willing to join the physician tower and will also give them the position of an elder. I don't have any other requests for you and your friends besides never betraying me. King Yu laughed in joy, his geriatric face eclipsed by a smile. Indeed, fame and money were worth nothing to him, and nothing was more important than medicine to him. He would be willing to abide by his promise and stay inside the physician tower for his whole life for the sake of the medical texts and prescriptions that Yun Luofeng mentioned alone. He would never betray the physician tower. After King Yu cheerfully left, Huohuo came out of the medical god space. She sat on the roof beam and gleefully looked at Yun Luofeng. Master, you are truly underhanded. King Yu clearly has an important position inside the Imperial Physician Court. Many people will follow his lead and leave as soon as he speaks. When the Emperor of the Tianhui Empire sees his empty Imperial Physician Court, perhaps he will want to cry. Yun Luofeng smiled and answered irrelevantly, after the physician tower is established, the medicinal ingredients the little tree and the hamster tribe needs should be settled. After saying this, she thought of something and turned to the gold-seeking hamster tribe. Later, after I establish the physician tower, you will follow everyone from the tower and monitor their every action and word. You will also come and find me every half a month, and I will give you spiritual herbs for consumption. Squeak, squeak. All the hamsters started squeaking from excitement. To them, as long as there were spiritual herbs, they would use their all to finish any mission that Yun Luofeng ordered. Meng Meng, you don't need to go. Yun Luofeng turned to Meng Meng with a smile. Your imperial mother and you will stay by my side. The hamster queen was already a god-level spirit cultivator, so there was no way she would let her leave. As for Meng Meng, Milk Tea was infatuated with her, so he definitely would not be willing to separate with her. How could she do something that broke up an affectionate couple? Meng Meng nodded and called out. Meng Meng, you've already reached advanced rank sky level. I will have Xiao Mo keep some of the spiritual herbs inside the medicinal field for you. You should break through to god-level spirit cultivator as soon as you can. You can speak the human language and turn into a human at that time. Meng Meng's elated eyes looked at Yun Luofeng, her gaze brimming with gratitude. If it weren't for her, perhaps the hamster tribe would still be the tribe oppressed inside the forest of no return, and she also would not obtain this type of strength. You don't need to thank me. The corner of Yun Luofeng's lips turned up. The one you need to thank is Milk Tea. It was him who had me take you in initially. In truth, Yun Luofeng wanted to recruit the hamster tribe the first time she saw them. However, in front of Meng Meng, she must yield the credit to Milk Tea. That was the most she could do to help him. Chapter 984, Unscrupulous Long Yuan 1. Afternoon. Perhaps many heard the scene in the morning, so now the venue was even livelier. Lu Chenyi smiled kindly as he was encircled by women while his hands were moving his folding fan, answering their questions with patience. However, after he saw the young lady walking into the venue, his gentle eyes sank but recovered his sunshine-like smile shortly after. Miss Yun, I hope you'll have the luck to defeat me in the subsequent competition. His words implied that Yun Luofeng won because of her luck and was unrelated to her abilities. Idiot. Yi Eximo coldly grunted and his slightly raised brows contained arrogance. Winners are crowned and losers vilified, and since you've lost, it proves that your skill isn't up to par. A person who cannot bear to lose is destined to be a failure. Lu Chenyi's eyes once again sank and a faint smile curled on his lips. His smile was no longer as amiable as before, instead, revealed a dangerous feeling. What if I win? Yi Eximo smiled sarcastically. Beating my sister-in-law. Are you sure your brain isn't faulty? You've already lost once yet you dare to say that. If it was in the Tianyun Kingdom, Yi Eximo would have long taken action. Unfortunately, as they were situated in Tianhui Empire, it would implicate the Yi family if his actions were in the slightest careless. Lu Chenyi lightly waved his folding fan and his line of sight turned to Yun Luofeng. If I win, you have to become my woman. Do you dare to accept? This woman was overly arrogant, so, he wanted to ruthlessly stamp her dignity beneath his feet and tear her arrogant mask. Yun Luofeng's steps paused and finally turned back. Her words were incomparably flippant and instantly caused everyone to encircle them. Do you think you have the qualifications to compete with me? Do you think you have the qualifications? This woman was arrogant and flippant just as in the past. Didn't you want to compete with me? Then what qualifications do you have? After speaking, Yun Luofeng slowly turned away under Lu Chenyi's gloomy gaze and walked towards the tournament venue. Lu Chenyi's complexion turned solemn as his face contained faint anger. Yun Luofeng, are you scared and thus don't dare to accept my challenge? So it turns out, people from the Tianyun Kingdom are a bunch of cowards without guts. Master. My lord. Lin Ruobai and the Corps were fully aware that this was Lu Chenyi's goading, but they couldn't repress their anger as their eager gazes turned towards Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng stopped her footsteps and her body slowly turned back while her black eyes gradually fell on Lu Chenyi. Lu Chenyi faintly smiled. He knew that anyone would be affected by his goading and Yun Luofeng was no exception. Miss Yun. Lu Chenyi made his tone gentler and looked towards Yun Luofeng with a faint smile. The moment he spoke, he had been interrupted by her. Not accepting your challenge wasn't because I'm afraid of you. Instead, your words caused me to feel disgusted. I only have one man and I will never allow anyone to use this as a bet. Yun Luofeng paused for a moment before continuing. If you want to make a wager, fine. If I lose, I'll cripple one of my arms and if you lose, it'll be the same. Can you accept this? Lu Chenyi's expression was somewhat pale. Crippling an arm. This method is overly cruel and how can I bear for a beauty like you to ruin your arm? How about this, if you lose, be my servant. If I lose, I'll be your servant. How does that sound? Chapter 985, Unscrupulous Long Yuan 2. Frankly speaking, Lu Chenyi was not confident about himself and so didn't dare to accept Yun Luofeng's suggestion. An arm was extremely important for cultivators, and crippling an arm was akin to destroying one's future. Why, don't you dare to accept? Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and smiled wickedly. Could it be that you're afraid? Afraid? Lu Chenyi sneered. How could I be afraid? Yun Luofeng, your right hand is already injured so if you lose and choose to give up your right hand, wouldn't that be unfair? Yun Luofeng looked at Lu Chenyi. If I lose, I'll cripple my left arm. With this, do you dare to accept? Lu Chenyi's eyes sank and his gentle face was pale. He was silent for a long time before biting his teeth. All right, I accept. So what if he lost in the end? With noble consort Ling as his backing, Yun Luofeng wouldn't be able to forcefully cripple his arm. Let's go. Yun Luofeng laughed and slowly walked toward the Tianyun Kingdom's position. A long time later, under the escort of eunuchs and palace maids, Long Yuan and noble consort Ling walked over and took their seats while coldly sweeping their eyes over various kingdoms' prodigies beneath them. The second match will be held in the medicine tower. This tower was passed down by an ancestor 1,000 years ago and the motive is to put the common people's medical skills to test. There's an illusionary realm in the medicine tower and the illusion everyone encounters is different. The similarity would be a patient appearing before you. Curing the patient would allow one to go up one level. Whoever reaches the 8th level first will be the champion of this physician's general assembly. In addition, there will be all kinds of medicinal ingredients in that illusionary realm and a stove for boiling decoctions. You shall be using the given situation to treat your patient. If there's a failure in your treatment, you'll immediately be eliminated by the tower. Your Majesty. A green-robed lady with matchless good looks and quick-witted appearance walked out from the crowd. She looked at Long Yuan and asked, what if no one reaches the 8th level? If no one enters the 8th level, then the ranking will be in accordance with who entered the 7th level first, and those who are eliminated first are existences equivalent to the lowest ranked. Facing this green-robed lady, Long Yuan's tone was courteous and his face had a faint smile. In passing, I shall advise a bit more. There's a time limit for treatment, and if one does not successfully enter the upper level in half a joss stick's time, they will be eliminated. Yi Eximo looked at the green-robed lady and whispered to Yun Luofeng. Sister-in-law, out of the 3 big empires, this woman is from the 2nd-ranked Luyu Empire, Princess Fangqing. Someone from Luyu Empire. It's no wonder Long Yuan was courteous to her. When all was said and done, the Tianhui Empire was a bully who preyed on the weak. Yun Luofeng lightly caressed her chin and her eyes flickered. The setting of the medicine tower was different from the physician tower she envisioned. If she could obtain the medicine tower's illusionary realm, perhaps it could be brought into the physician tower to be used for examinations. After Long Yuan finished speaking, he ordered the eunuchs to lead the prodigies of all the kingdoms to the medicine tower. Fortunately, the medicine tower wasn't far from the venue, and soon Yun Luofeng along with the others arrived beneath the tall tower. A peculiar thought flashed through Yun Luofeng's eyes. Reasonably speaking, with the height of this medicine tower, it should be easily seen from outside the imperial palace. However, if they hadn't approached, they wouldn't have known the existence of this medicine tower. Chapter 986, Unscrupulous Long Yuan 3. Everyone, please enter. The eunuch used a key to open the gates of Medicine Tower while using his pointed voice to speak, and the prodigies hastily rushed into the Medicine Tower while disappearing in a hazy fog. At present, 10 bedridden patients appeared before Yun Luofeng, and all of them were wailing in anguish. They were holding their chests while pain and suffering were written on the pale faces. Yun Luofeng froze. Did Long Yuan say that there were 10 patients in the first level? I doubt it. Unknowingly, Huohuo appeared beside Yun Luofeng. She leaped up onto a tree off to one side and sat on a branch, then swung her legs while looking at the young lady beneath her. Master, in accordance with your abilities, saving these 10 patients isn't a problem. Yun Luofeng shook her head. I'm worrying for Jung Linge. After all, it hasn't been that long since she learned medicine, and it's simply impossible for her to treat 10 patients in half a joss stick time. With Jung Linge's abilities, saving 10 patients in half a joss stick time was impossible, so how could she not be worried for her? Forget it, I'll enter the next level first. I must obtain the championship this time. On the high ground outside the medicine tower, Long Yuan was seated upright and his cold eyes contained a sinister hint while a sneer was on his face. Noble consort Ling with a beaming smile was snuggled into his embrace while the corner of her lips revealed excitement. Yun Luofeng, didn't you make a wager with Lu Chenyi? This time around, I'll make you lose thoroughly without any opportunity to turn things around. Not good, something happened. Yet at this moment, a hurried figure rushed over and gasped for breath. That person was wearing the Imperial Physician Court robes and was clearly someone from the Imperial Physician Court. He walked to King Yu and others with haste, and a trace of anxiousness was on his face. Sir King Yu, Sir Ji Yang, something big happened. When I went to check the medicine tower earlier on, I discovered that someone secretly released the harshest matrix. The matrix of Medicine Tower was separated into two, one as a common matrix used to evaluate the abilities of young prodigies, and the other one was used as the criterion to enter the Imperial Physician Court. In that matrix, there would be 10 patients appearing concurrently, and in addition, their conditions would be extremely critical. If one could reach the 4th level facing this matrix, they would have the qualifications to enter the Imperial Physician Court. Naturally, King Yu had experienced the severity of this matrix, and he hastily stood up while asking with an anxious expression, who released this matrix? These young prodigies are absolutely incapable of dealing with this. Oh right, did you check who is facing that matrix? The person from the Imperial Physician Court prudently shot a glance at King Yu. It's Yun Luofeng. Bang! Similar to a clap of thunder striking down in clear skies, King Yu's footsteps staggered and he nearly fell down. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Long Yuan and noble consort Ling seated above, and then inquired, Your Majesty, other than the people from Imperial Physician Court, you are the only one who has the right to enter this medicine tower. Therefore, I shall be daring and ask, was this matter done by your Majesty? King Yu gnashed his teeth in anger as his eyes were filled with disappointment and anger. He knew that the Emperor wasn't fond of Yun Luofeng, but he would never expect the Emperor to use such a method to make things difficult for her. This round of competition wasn't fair. Long Yuan furrowed his eyebrows with a stern face. King Yu, you sure have the nerve. Clearly, this matter is the responsibility of the Imperial Physician Court, and you dare to interrogate me. You. King Yu was angered to the point that his whole body trembled. Chapter 987, Unscrupulous Long Yuan 4. Despite usually being disappointed with Long Yuan, he had never been so disappointed as he was today. That year, during the death of the Emperor, the princes contended against each other for the throne. If it weren't for his protection, the Crown Prince Long Yuan wouldn't have successfully ascended the throne. Now, the person he once supported had turned into an incapable ruler who indulged in his lust. King Yu. Ji Yang was afraid that King Yu would say words of treason and had hastily pulled him back while looking at Long Yuan with his brows knitted. Your Majesty, I earnestly request for you to send an imperial decree to let all the geniuses from the various kingdoms restart the competition. Long Yuan sneered, the competition has already begun. Should I stop it just because you say so? I will not delay the other geniuses for Yun Luofeng. This time, even Ji Yang and the others were thoroughly disillusioned. In the future, were they truly going to continue vowing their loyalty and devotion to such a muddle-headed and tyrannical emperor? Nowadays, Long Yuan acted in accordance with noble consort Ling in all aspects, and perhaps it wouldn't be long before he would heed her and discard them. This King Yu is tremendously brave to clamor against me. Long Yuan's expression sank and coldly snorted. Noble consort Ling's eyes flickered and she softly smiled while leaning on Long Yuan's chest. Your Majesty, our Tianhui Empire isn't lacking in skilled physicians. I think that King Yu no longer has any use, so we might as well dismiss him. Long Yuan supported his forehead while experiencing a headache. This King Yu has always been contradicting me, so do you think I don't wish to dismiss him? It is just that King Yu saved my imperial father's life, so if I were to chase him away, I'm afraid it would cause the ministers' hearts to turn cold. Noble consort Ling raised her brows but did not continue persuading Long Yuan. Her beautiful eyes swept towards King Yu with a sneer on her face. King Yu cannot stay. Otherwise, I can't say for sure when he will complain about me before the Emperor. If the Emperor was really reluctant to chase him away, then she didn't mind using some underhanded methods to cause him to lose his reputation and integrity. After hearing King Yu and Long Yuan's conversation, the core exploded with anger. If Yi Ling didn't stop them, perhaps they might have rushed forward to fight and put their lives at risk. This is the Tianhui Empire, and our Lord has yet to come out, so we should refrain from causing trouble. In addition, I believe in our Lord's abilities and this little difficulty cannot trap her. These were Yi Ling's words, and precisely because of this, it caused the core rash and restless emotions to stabilize. Yes. In their hearts, Yun Luofeng was like a god and no difficulties or trials could knock her down. Right now, it was sufficient for them to quietly wait for her. Half a joss stick's time has passed and some have been disqualified. In this instant, everyone turned toward the medicine tower. The medicine tower door opened and a few crestfallen youngsters walked out. They couldn't even pass through the first level, and they could imagine what kind of punishment they had to confront after returning. Your Majesty, Yun Luofeng is really slow. Noble Consort Ling smiled in ridicule. Taking her time even when she's just walking out the medicine tower. I guess she's having trouble accepting failure, and sir, she's unwilling to leave. Upon failure, the medicine tower would transport the losers to the door and let them leave by themselves. Regardless of what level they failed on, they would all be sent to the first level entrance. Therefore, Noble Consort Ling was guessing that Yun Luofeng was definitely hiding inside and unwilling to come out, afraid of being a disgrace. Long Yuan coldly spoke, even if she's unwilling, the medicine tower will throw her out, to avoid affecting others continuing the competition. Chapter 988, Unscrupulous Long Yuan, 5. Treating 10 patients in half a joss stick's time. This was only achievable by those old men from the imperial physician court, so how could a young genius like Yun Luofeng have such abilities? Therefore, everyone believed that she would be eliminated on the first level. Beloved consort, just wait and see. If Yun Luofeng continues lingering without leaving, the medicine tower will get angry. Long Yuan smiled and his line of sight turned towards the medicine tower as he spoke. Yet, looking at it, his expression changed because the medicine tower did not throw Yun Luofeng out as he assumed and instead, slowly closed the doors. Once the medicine tower closed, it meant that all the eliminated participants had left the tower. Noble Consort Ling stared blankly as she bit her lips while asking, is this tower faulty? In a twinkling of an eye, Long Yuan's fierce eyes shot towards those youngsters who were eliminated. Have all the eliminated participants left the medicine tower? Was it possible that someone was hiding inside, not willing to come out? The few youngsters looked blankly and shook their head in succession. There's no one else and the eliminated participants are just a few of us. Long Yuan's expression became increasingly unsightly. Have you seen Yun Luofeng? Answering your majesty, there were only the few of us being eliminated and we did not see anyone else. Yun Luofeng wasn't present. How could that be? Long Yuan tightly clenched his fist as his complexion became ashen. Half a joss stick's time has passed, so why wasn't Yun Luofeng eliminated? At the same time, others were also dumbfounded by this. Yun Luofeng wasn't eliminated. So that's to say, she had successfully entered the next level. King Yu and Ji Yang looked at each other and saw astonishment in each other's eyes. If Yun Luofeng succeeded, it proved that her talent was incomparable. Ji Yang slowly recovered his emotions and smiled while asking, King Yu, do you have a guess on what level Miss Yun can enter? King Yu raised the corner of his lips. The difficulty of the 4th level will already exceed a normal matrix's 8th level. Therefore, I assume she can reach the 3rd or 4th level. SSSSII. Hearing his words, everyone sucked in a cold breath. This matrix's 4th level difficulty has already exceeded a normal matrix's 8th level. Furthermore, Master King Yu had asserted that she could reach the 4th level. Among the crowd, a sneering laugh could be heard. It's merely her luck to break through the 1st level, and it doesn't mean she will be fortunate continuing on. Therefore, she will definitely be eliminated this time. Minutes and seconds elapsed, and soon after, half a joss stick's time had once again passed. The medicine tower opened once again and a few crestfallen male and female youths appeared at the entrance. However, Yun Luofeng's figure wasn't among them. It's impossible. Long Yuan suddenly stood up and he stared unwaveringly at the medicine tower entrance. The 2nd level's time has passed and those who couldn't cure the patients would be chased out, but why wasn't Yun Luofeng present? Noble Consort Ling hesitated for a long time and asked, Your Majesty, could it be that something's wrong with the medicine tower to the extent of not eliminating everyone and closing the door? After hearing her words, Long Yuan's line of sight turned towards the few people, revealing a dejected expression as he spoke sternly, Have you seen Yun Luofeng? Those people stared blankly and hastily shook their head. It seems that she has yet to come out. If it was the medicine tower that malfunctioned and not clearing everyone out, then why did these people claim to not have seen Yun Luofeng? In particular, there were people from the Lanxiang kingdom among the eliminated participants, and it was impossible for them to aid Yun Luofeng in cheating. Web page not available. The web page could not be loaded because internet disconnected.
you.